Where am I? What the Lin Fan groggily opened his eyes, and suddenly they widened in shock as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood a tall, alluring woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, her curvaceous figure perfectly accentuated. What caught his attention was the black whip she held in her small hand, which she cracked against the chair, producing a resounding smack. Her gaze, filled with mischief, turned towards Lin Fan, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she approached him, chuckling softly. What do you want? Lin Fan's eyes widened, a jolt of electricity coursing through his mind. Goodness, he murmured, his lips slightly parted, his expression one of utter astonishment. He initially believed he had awakened to find himself kidnapped. However, the reality was far different. He had traversed from the world of Blue Star to this realm dominated by women, where the male population was exceedingly scarce. The gender ratio had reached an alarming 1 to 100,000, and in some underdeveloped cities, it was as dire as 0. Lin Fan was a recent graduate of the prestigious Magic City University, having gone to bed early the previous night in preparation for a job interview the following day. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself in the clutches of a goddess he recognized as the belle of his class. The original owner of this body had suffered from an extreme case of gynophobia. Any contact would send him into a fatal seizure. Thus, Lin Fan had taken his place, sharing the same name as the original. The original succumbed so easily due to relentless harassment from exquisite women, leaving him psychologically and mentally fragile. My goodness, so I have crossed over. I knew it couldn't be a mere coincidence that after watching a film from the island nation and rewarding myself thrice, I would end up kidnapped. With this realization, Lin Fan felt a wave of calm wash over him, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Sister, what do you intend to do? What do you think? The alluring woman raised her long leg and placed it on Lin Fan's chair. Lin Fan gasped, his pupils trembling. Sister, you truly know how to have fun. Listen, you inside, you're surrounded. Surrender your weapons and release the hostage. Do you comprehend the consequences of abducting a male? This is not something you can bear, nor can the nation. Outside the window, several helicopters hovered ominously, a chorus of threatening voices echoing. The alluring woman scoffed. Wow, they arrived quite early. Dropping the whip, she sauntered towards the window, intent on drawing the curtains to prevent any interruptions during her special night. Wait, being kidnapped doesn't seem so disadvantageous for me, Lin Fan thought. Astonishment painted across his face as he observed the scene outside. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as a dart shot through the glass, striking the woman in the neck. A sound akin to an injection echoed in the air. With a thud, the woman collapsed, her eyes wide, her body convulsing, foam escaping her mouth. Save her! A shout rang out, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps ascending the stairs. The security door was violently breached, and a swarm of special police officers rushed in, accompanied by several female officers brandishing firearms. Wow, the caliber of today's female officers is remarkable, Lin Fan thought, his eyes wide as he gazed at the leading officer, nearly drooling. The response was swift and ruthless, an impressive display of efficiency. Are you all right, young man? Officer Zhou Tong approached, crouching beside Lin Fan to untie him. Her cheeks flushed as she avoided making eye contact with him. Lin Fan then realized he was clad only in black shorts, his well-defined muscles exposed to the and no wonder the alluring woman found it difficult to resist. Sir, given that you were kidnapped for a duration of 12 hours, we will compensate you according to the latest national directives with a sum of 120 million. Please provide your bank account details, and we will transfer the funds within 3 days, Zhou Tong stated seriously. Taking notes, did I ask this for real? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned before recalling his account number, relaying it to her. Very well, sir. Please follow me downstairs. I will escort you home, Zhou Tong said, her head lowered as she walked ahead. This was her first time being so close to a man, and her cheeks flushed deeper. As Lin Fan followed her into the elevator, he noticed the other female officers staring at him, their gazes lingering for less than 3 seconds before they reluctantly looked away, casting envious glances at Zhou Tong as the elevator doors closed. Zhou Tong stood merely a meter away, and Lin Fan could detect the faint, sweet fragrance emanating from her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, youthful and vibrant. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Lin Fan and Zhou Tong exited the building and entered a police car. Zhou Tong drove him back to his residence at Tang Chunyi Pin. Upon realizing he lived in such luxury, Lin Fan was still in shock. Due to the gender imbalance in this world, males could select a residence valued at no more than 100 million upon birth. Lin Fan had chosen Tang Chunyi Pin. Unfortunately, females did not enjoy such privileges. My goodness, this place is nothing short of paradise, Lin Fan marveled, tilting his head back in delight. With a smooth sound, half an hour later, the police car halted outside Lin Fan's building. Zhou Tong glanced at him reluctantly. "Sir, we've arrived. You may disembark." She hesitated, wanting to add Lin Fan as a contact, but hesitating due to the societal norms surrounding female advances. "Shall we add each other as friends?" Lin Fan suggested, smiling as he held out his phone. Zhou Tong nodded vigorously, and after exchanging contact information, Lin Fan stepped out of the car and headed upstairs. Upon entering his home, he inhaled the fresh air eagerly. In his spacious 300-square-meter apartment, Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, feeling utterly elated. "I'll rest today and resume my job search tomorrow," he thought, closing his eyes, hugging a cushion, and drifting off to sleep in the cool air. Ding dong. Later that evening, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Lin Fan stood up and walked to the door, opening it. Wow. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he beheld a petite delivery girl struggling to hold a large box. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled shyly, revealing her small silver teeth. "Sir, I brought you a complimentary, luxurious dinner." Complimentary? Lin Fan's eyes widened as memories flooded back. It turned out that after graduation, a high-end restaurant would deliver meals to him daily. The meal is complimentary, and its specifications must fall within the range of 30,000 to 50,000. The state imposes particularly stringent inspections in this regard. Thus, it is predominantly set at 50,000. "Please, do come in," Lin Fan said, stepping aside to invite the young girl in. The young girl, revealing her small silver teeth, entered while carrying a takeout box. She limped over to the edge of the dining table and placed the box on the floor. Bending down, she showcased her graceful figure, opening the box and retrieving dish after dish, placing them on the table. As she did so, she announced each dish. "Sir, this is Wellington steak, 2 pieces, totaling 5,000. This is South China lobster, priced at 5,000. This is La Fight, costing 20,000. Additionally, there are gourmet desserts for 3,000, iced jade grapes for 1,000, and South African pineapple for 2,000. Moreover, 3 abalones at 500 each, and a plate of cold dishes for 1,500. Lastly, the luxurious king crab, priced at 10,000. And these side dishes are 1,000, totaling 50,000. Sir, I also brought the snacks you specifically requested, grilled cold noodles, which I purchased with my own money, worth 5 yuan. It's my treat. Sir, please take a seat quickly, or the food will get cold." The little girl, Tang Yu, sat down beside Lin Fan, waiting for him to finish. Lin Fan, seated at the table, gazed in astonishment at the array of exquisite Western cuisine, including La Fight, something he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Could he truly indulge without cost? Lin Fan parted his lips. Nearly drooling, he picked up a crab leg and began to devour it ravenously, neglecting utensils for the Wellington steak, opting instead to grasp it with his hands. Watching Lin Fan's gluttony, Tang Yu's eyes increasingly filled with fascination, her lips parting as saliva pooled. "Is there this much?" Lin Fan, halfway through, felt slightly overwhelmed. Yet to waste it would be a shame. Lin Fan turned his gaze to Tang Yu. "Come over, let's share, there's too much. Oh no. I'm just a delivery person. I cannot eat with you, sir. I'm unworthy," Tang Yu replied, her head bowed as she waved her hands fervently. "It's perfectly fine. Come here. I can't finish it alone," Lin Fan said with a smile, standing up as he approached Tang Yu, taking her small hand and guiding her back to the table. "Sir, if I'm discovered, I will be fined," Tang Yu whispered. "I promise not to tell," Lin Fan assured her, looking earnestly into her eyes. "That's not what I meant, fine," Tang Yu murmured, sitting across from Lin Fan, her gaze falling upon the feast as she began to eat delicately. It was her first time tasting such delicacies, and soon her cheeks flushed as she began to eat voraciously, much like Lin Fan. Puffed. Seeing Tang Yu's demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Sir, I'm sorry for my behavior," Tang Yu said, instantly slowing her pace. "It's all right, quite charming. In fact, Lin Fan replied, blinking. Tang Yu shuddered, her eyes widening as she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red, her legs pressed tightly together, her heart racing. Finally, an hour later, they finished their meal. Tang Yu tidied up the table, placing the utensils back into the takeout box. She bowed to Lin Fan, say sir goodbye. Waving her small hand, she struggled to lift the takeout box and walk towards the exit, eventually disappearing at the doorway. So blissful, Lin Fan sighed, reclining back in his chair, his body sprawled in a relaxed posture. This place is truly a paradise, a celestial abode. I can eat without spending a dime. As Lin Fan closed his eyes, drifting into slumber, the doorbell rang again. Could it be that Tang Yu was caught sneaking a bite? Surely not. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, rising to head towards the door, opening it once more. You. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. At the entrance stood a stunningly tall and elegant woman, clad in a fitted white dress that accentuated her flawless physique, her skin radiant and a charming smile gracing her face. Upon seeing Lin Fan, a blush crept across her cheeks. Sir, I have arrived at Ah. Lin Fan hesitated, memories racing through his mind. Eventually, he recalled that there was indeed a service for bathing assistants. Moreover, it was complimentary, with the only stipulation being that the attendant must be a goddess, with a comprehensive rating of 95 or above. Curiously, Lin Fan inquired, what is your overall rating? 95, sir. Should you find me unsatisfactory, I can be replaced, the elegant woman, Song Yu, said, her face revealing a hint of disappointment as she looked at Lin Fan with pleading eyes. 95? Lin Fan's eyes widened, scrutinizing Song Yu, thinking to himself, such an exquisite goddess, and she is merely rated 95? She must be at least 99. Ahem, no need for a replacement. You are perfectly suitable. Come, let's proceed, Lin Fan responded, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Throughout his life, whether in the past or present, he had never engaged in any intimate encounters with women. His only experiences were merely from afar, watching silently from a distance. Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, watching Song Yu in the bathroom as she knelt by the bathtub, filling it with water, one hand testing the temperature. With the other hand, she retrieved rose petals from her black bag, tossing them into the water. Her expression was serious, her eyes bright, devoid of any misunderstandings, as if she were accustomed to this routine. How many boys have you assisted with bathing? Lin Fan asked out of curiosity. Sir, just you. Song Yu replied promptly, standing with her hands placed modestly before her abdomen, her smile radiant and her legs poised, as if reporting. Only if you choose to. Dismiss me will another girl come to serve you, and I would then have the option to choose another serd out of course. In such a case, I would generally be left unemployed. A faint smile of resignation graced her lovely face. Why is that? Lin Fan asked, intrigued once more. Chapter 3 Inspection? I am referring to assets, my dear. No rush. He opened his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before heading to university, one must first inspect the goods, right? Inspection? Mu Qing Snow paused for a moment, and then a wave of ecstatic crimson flooded her exquisite face. Inspection. The gentleman is here to inspect the goods. She finally no longer had to remain a mere shadow. She had awaited this day for far too long. Yes, sir. I am ever ready to undergo your scrutiny. Her voice trembled with excitement, and her body instinctively shifted closer to Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun looked at her in this state, feeling somewhat unable to maintain composure. No, my dear, when I spoke of inspection, I meant assessing your assets. What wild thoughts are swirling in that mind of yours? However, seeing her so thrilled seemed rather amusing. Jiang Xun cleared his throat, deciding to go along with the misunderstanding. Commendable attitude. Let us first visit the villa you have prepared, so I may evaluate your readiness. Yes, sir. Mu Qing Snow promptly sat upright and commanded the driver in an authoritative tone to head to Villa Number 1 at Yunqi Mountain Villa. With utmost speed, the Cullinan smoothly and swiftly joined the flow of traffic. 40 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a modern villa nestled against the mountains. The villa's design exuded a futuristic aura, with expansive floor-to-ceiling glass and white walls intertwining, while a massive infinity pool at the entrance mirrored the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Sir, please enter. Mu Snow hurriedly opened the car door for Jiang Xun before dashing ahead to unlock the villa's grand entrance with her fingerprint and iris. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Xun's immediate impression was one of spaciousness. The living room, soaring over 10 meters high, featured a colossal wraparound sofa and an entire wall adorned with an enormous screen, radiating technological brilliance. "Sir, please have a seat." Mu Snow attentively offered slippers, then retrieved a bottle of mineral water with an indecipherable label from the wine cabinet, twisting off the cap and respectfully presenting it to Jiang Xun. After taking a sip, Jiang Xun found it no different from the $2 bottles he usually purchased. He surveyed his surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze on a relatively secluded area in the corner of the living room. To his surprise, it was a professional esports room. Tri-screen curved monitors, ergonomic gaming chairs, and RGB-lit mechanical keyboards and mice indicated a lavish setup. "You play games?" Jiang Xun casually inquired. Unexpectedly, this question seemed to trigger a switch in Mu Snow. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately straightened her posture, wearing an expression of triumphant excitement. "Yes, sir. In order to better accompany my future partner, I have diligently honed my gaming skills. I primarily play support and jungler roles, proficient in all mainstream heroes. With a rank of thousands of stars in the King S League, always ready to team up with you for a gaming session, ensuring an unparalleled experience. If you grow weary, I can also provide professional coaching services to help you level up." She spoke in one breath, her chest slightly rising and falling with excitement. Her eyes filled with an eager anticipation for compliments. Jiang Xun was utterly astounded. How intensely competitive. To secure a husband, one must train to the level of a professional gamer? The pressures faced by women in this world are truly overwhelming. Comparatively, his past female teammates, who only influenced his sword-drawing speed, seemed like primitive beings next to her. At that moment, a faint vibration emanated from the mobile phone in Mu Qingshua's pocket. She quickly glanced at it, her expression momentarily tense. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xun asked lazily. "Oh, it's nothing, sir." Mu Qingxua hastily tucked her phone away, forcing a flawless smile. "It's a notification from the official app of the Harmony Initiative, reminding me that I am currently your prospective partner and need to familiarize myself with the code of conduct for married women in preparation for next month's visit from the Male Care Association." The Male Care Association? A large question mark loomed in Jiang Xun's mind. What sort of bizarre entity is that? It sounds like an organization dedicated to protecting endangered species. "Allow me to elaborate," Jiang Xun said, piqued with interest. "Certainly, sir." Mu Qingxua immediately straightened, adopting a reporting demeanor. The Male Care Association is an official body responsible for safeguarding the marital rights of all male citizens. They conduct regular follow-ups and KPI assessments on married women like us. The evaluation criteria include, but are not limited to, satisfaction with the home environment, emotional support provided to the partner, mastery of personal skills, and the harmony of marital life. Should the KPIs fall short, the association holds the authority to impose fines, issue warnings, and in severe cases, initiate compulsory divorce proceedings, effectively freezing our marital status. Good heavens! Marrying comes with KPI assessments? Falling short leads to enforced divorce? Jiang Xun felt as though his worldview was being mercilessly ground into the ground. This was not marriage. It was akin to entering into a lifelong contract with the constant threat of performance evaluations. A more critical question suddenly surfaced in his mind. "So, what is my current status with you?" Mu Qingshua's face flushed slightly, her voice dropping to a softer tone, tinged with shyness and hope. "According to official procedures, I am presently only your first concubine. Only with your consent and through the Harmony app can I ascend to the status of your legitimate wife. Of course, all of this is at your discretion. You are the master of this household, possessing absolute authority." Concubine? Legitimate wife? Goodness, have I been transported back to a feudal dynasty? A cyberpunk feudal dynasty managed by an app, no less. Jiang Xun felt as though he hadn't merely traversed time. He had upgraded to the sole internal tester of life's online game, bestowed with GM privileges from the very beginning. He gazed at the woman before him, a paragon of wealth, beauty, and wisdom, yet cautious in her pursuit of a title of legitimacy. A flicker of wicked amusement ignited within him. In gaming, after all, it is the gradual unfolding of the experience that renders it truly enjoyable. There was no rush in playing games. Jiang Xun leaned back, sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position. "I have perused the asset report, It is rather impressive. Now, I wish to examine your talent report. He deliberately emphasized the word talent. Inspection cannot be limited to lifeless assets. It must also encompass the living. Mu Qingxue appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon, a wave of joy more potent than that evoked by the earlier mention of inspection surged across her exquisite visage. Here it comes. The true ultimate test has arrived. Assets and gaming skills are merely foundational scores. It is talent that will determine her future status within a family. Yes, sir. Her voice soared an octave higher due to her excitement. I have prepared an array of talents for you. Piano, tea ceremony, classical dance, flower arrangement. What would you like to see first? She resembled a little girl eager to showcase all her treasures, yearning to display her myriad skills before Jiang Xun. Observing her anxious demeanor nearly provoked a laugh from him. He waved his hand, interrupting her with a tone laced with disdain. Stop. Piano? Trite. Tea ceremony? Tedious. Dancing? Huh. Have I not seen enough of that on short videos? With each word Jiang Xun uttered, Mu Qingxue's complexion paled further. By the end, her flawless face bore no trace of color, and her body began to tremble slightly. It was over. Everything she meticulously prepared was worthless in his eyes. Was she truly about to have her KPI deducted and lose this hard-won opportunity? Just as despair threatened to engulf Mu Qingxue, Jiang Xun spoke slowly. I want to see something different. Chapter 4, Body Painting? Sister, this art is a bit torturous. His gaze swept across the living room and finally settled on the vast, barren white wall. Bring forth something artistic, something that will dazzle me. Hey, buddy, he is deliberately putting you in a bind. He was curious to see how this top-tier heiress would be pushed to her limits in her quest to please him. Mu Qingxue bit her lower lip tightly, her mind racing at full throttle, frantically searching her repertoire of skills. Different? Artistic? Dazzling. The combination of these three phrases felt like a death sentence. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a peculiar light shone in her previously despondent expression, marked by a resolute determination and a hint of bashfulness. Sir, I indeed have a hidden talent. Her voice was soft, tinged with a slight tremor. It's just a bit unconventional. Oh, Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do share. Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed with a charming hue as she approached an inconspicuous storage cabinet in the corner of the living room and opened its door. Jiang Xun anticipated the revelation of an instrument or prop. The contents within were neither a guzheng nor an easel, but rather meticulously rolled and neatly stacked sheets of immense white paper, accompanied by dozens of vividly colored bottles of liquid paint. Painting? A hint of disappointment laced Jiang Xun's tone. He had anticipated something more extraordinary. It is indeed different, sir, Mu Qingxue replied, shaking her head. She turned to face Jiang Xun, her black-fitted skirt accentuating her breathtaking curves to perfection. Her legs, enveloped in flesh-colored fabric, were long and straight, shimmering enticingly under the light. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to have made a significant decision. The painting tools are rather unique. The canvas requires special handling as well. After stating this, she cradled a large roll of white paper and several bottles of paint, offering a slight bow to Jiang Xun. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to prepare. She gestured toward a room resembling a dressing area nearby. Preparation? Is it necessary to enter a dressing room to paint? What is going on? Jiang Xun inwardly scoffed, yet he refrained from objecting, merely nodding and leisurely leaning back on the sofa, eager to see what she would conjure. With her belongings in hand, Mu Qingxue swiftly entered the dressing room and closed the door behind her. The hall fell into an immediate silence. Ding! Successfully trained Mu Qingxue, demonstrating the authority of the master. Family prestige increased by 150. Jiang Xun idly opened the system panel. The family prestige had risen from its initial 1,000 to 1150. Without hesitation, he selected the ordinary lottery wheel. Feeling a bit bored, might as well try my luck. He consumed 500 prestige points for a 5 draw. The wheel spun rapidly, finally halting at a small fragment icon. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained a fragment of the combat skill X1, 110. Not bad. The wheel spun once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained a fragment of the combat skill X1, 210. Another one? Is this leading me to summon a dragon? A third spin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a fragment of the combat skill X1, 310. Is the system glitching? A fourth spin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a fragment of the combat skill X1, 410. I am truly astounded. If I receive one more, I'll uninstall it on the spot. During the fifth draw, a dazzling golden light flashed across the wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've acquired the rare skill, Master of Horsemanship. Wow. Finally, something different. Horsemanship? What practical use does it hold in modern society? Better than nothing, I suppose. Jiang Xun closed the panel and lifted the expensive bottle of mineral water, taking a sip. Time trickled by. The dressing room door remained firmly shut. Just as Jiang Xun's patience was about to wane, preparing to urge her, the door finally clicked open from within. Jiang Xun gazed at the figure emerging from the changing room, nearly losing his grip on the bottle of mineral water in his hand. What in the world is happening? Is this performance art? Sister, this form of expression seems a bit extreme. Should I call the police? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before him stood Mu Qingxue, who had discarded her black bodycon dress in favor of a gown fashioned from enormous sheets of pristine white paper. The paper artfully concealed her most delicate areas, leaving just enough to the imagination, while her long, slender legs and waist, delicate enough to be clasped, were accentuated to breathtaking effect. Her skin glowed under the lights, luminous and almost blending with the white paper draping her. Most striking of all was the fact that she wore no shoes. Her exquisitely petite feet rested on the cold marble floor, her toes curling slightly in nervousness, their soft pink hue standing out vividly. Her face was flushed crimson, the blush creeping up her fair neck and collarbone, enhancing her allure. Clutching several bottles of vibrant paint, she approached the empty space in the living room, her movements stiff as she unfurled a large sheet of white paper. Then, turning to face Jiang Xun, she bowed deeply. The sound of her paper dress rustling softly accompanied the motion, revealing glimpses of her figure. Jiang Xun swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. I am about to begin. Mu Qingxue's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. She had never felt so humiliated. If her subordinates from the company were to witness this, her image as the Ice Queen would shatter into 1,000 pieces. Yet, for the sake of marriage, for her KPIs, and to avoid termination, she was resolute in her endeavor. Jiang Xun remained silent, reclining on the sofa, adopting a posture of one who awaited a spectacle. He was eager to discover what she was truly up to. With a decisive twist, Mu Qingxue unscrewed the caps of the paint bottles and executed an action that nearly made Jiang Xun's eyes bulge in disbelief. She poured the vibrant liquids directly over herself. The thick, colorful substances, red, yellow, blue, trickled down her smooth skin, creating a stunning yet eerie tapestry across her porcelain body. The liquids quickly enveloped her, transforming her into a living canvas of vibrant hues. Jiang Xun was no longer merely surprised. He was utterly astounded. This was not merely a matter of competition. It was akin to flipping the table, leaving no room for other women. With her eyes closed, Mu Qingxue surrendered to the moment, reclining backward onto the vast expanse of white canvas. Then, she began to glide slowly across the canvas, rolling and stretching her entire being. Embodying the paintbrush itself, her movements became the strokes of art. Initially, her actions were somewhat clumsy and tinged with embarrassment, yet she swiftly found her rhythm. Each stretch, each twist, left traces of paint upon the white surface beneath her. The scene was infused with a primal, untamed beauty. Red and white, black and vibrant colors intertwined on her body and the canvas below. This was not mere doodling. It was a vibrant expression of life. Jiang Xun sat motionless on the sofa, his expression shifting from that of an observer to one of earnest contemplation. He had to admit, this endeavor was indeed artistic and truly captivating. This woman is remarkably daring. Isn't this far more exhilarating than any piano recital or tea ceremony? This KPI deserves full marks. Time seemed to lose meaning, and eventually, Mu Qingxue ceased her movements. She lay in the center of the canvas, her chest heaving dramatically, her body splattered with a riot of colors, presenting a somewhat disheveled, yet astonishingly beautiful sight. The white paper beneath her had transformed into a vibrant, abstract masterpiece. Breathing heavily, she spoke in a voice nearly devoid of strength. This is my hidden talent, body painting. She lifted her head, her face a mix of sweat and paint, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Are you satisfied? Chapter 5, Strawberry-Flavored Paint? This KPI is utterly absurd. Her voice trembled, brimming with anxiety, like a lamb awaiting judgment, terrified that Jiang Xun might utter those two damning words, too vulgar. The hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. Finally, Jiang Xun stood up. He approached the canvas, step by deliberate step, looking down upon the woman sprawled before him and the so-called masterpiece. Mu Qingshue's heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat. The execution is lacking, Jiang Xun remarked. His tone languid, akin to a cat's paw brushing against one's heart. Mu Qingshue's body jolted, the color draining from her face entirely. It was over. She had exerted herself to this extent, yet he remained unsatisfied? Just as despair engulfed her, Jiang Xun crouched down. He extended a finger, lightly dabbing it in the red paint. A rich, unyielding scent of strawberries, mingled with the sweetness of chocolate, wafted through the air. Then, he brought that finger to his mouth and tasted it. Wow, it's still chocolate sauce. There is something to it. However, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Jiang Xun's lips. The paint was delightful, strawberry-flavored, quite sweet. Mu Qingxue stood there, utterly astonished. As I spoke, Jiang Xun's face suddenly drew close, his warm breath enveloping her like an electric current. I must thoroughly examine the goods, he declared. Not merely the lifeless assets, but also the essence of you, whether you possess the allure that captivates the eye. After much pretense, we finally arrive at the crux of the matter. I am eager to see how this top-tier heiress's user experience report fares. Before his words could settle, he swept the colorful Mu Qingxue off her feet. Mu Qingxue gasped, instinctively clutching his neck. This was her first encounter of such intimacy with a man, and her mind momentarily faltered, leaving her in a haze, her body turning to jelly. Sir, it's dirty, she stammered, nearly fainting from embarrassment. No worries, I do not mind, Jiang Xun replied, striding toward the vast infinity pool. With a splash, they plunged into the water. The icy embrace of the pool instantly jolted Mu Qingxue's muddled thoughts into clarity. Sir, I can wash myself, she protested, her cheeks aflame. Wash what? Jiang Xun whispered, his voice imbued with a bewitching charm. Such splendid pigment would be a waste to wash away. He leaned down, kissing the blue paint that adorned her collarbone. A sweet taste reminiscent of blueberry chocolate sauce exploded in his mouth. Mu Qingxue felt her body melt like spring water, unable to utter a word of refusal. This flavor is delightful, a tad more tart than the previous strawberry, but with a richer texture, she mused, feeling like a small boat tossed in a storm. With Jiang Xun as her only safe harbor, she surrendered completely, allowing him to appraise her. The expansive infinity pool shimmered with gentle waves. Time slipped away as Jiang Xun sensed a twinge of fatigue. After 18 years of solitude, to partake in such exquisite fare, one cannot help but desire more. He thought, and with a flicker of intention, a system panel materialized in his mind. Reputation Mall. Stamina recovery potion, small. Redeem. A warm surge of energy erupted from his core, coursing through his limbs, sweeping away the weariness and replacing it with an invigorating vigor. The experience of a paying player is indeed unparalleled. Thus, the ripples in the pool danced on for what felt like an eternity, from day to night. The lights by the poolside illuminated, casting a sparkling sheen upon the water's surface. Scattered around were dozens of open paint bottles, their chocolate fruit puree nearly depleted. The large white canvas, repurposed for their artistry, fluttered in the evening breeze, the water rendering the artwork increasingly blurred yet profound. As night deepened, Jiang Xun emerged from the pool, cradling the utterly exhausted Mu Qingxue, whose fingers could no longer move, and proceeded directly to the master bedroom. He gently placed her on the spacious bed, ample enough for 7 or 8 people, and pulled the quilt over her. At this moment, Mu Qingxue had transformed entirely. The shrewd, commanding ice queen of a CEO had vanished, replaced by a petite woman with flushed cheeks, dreamy eyes, and an aura of languor. She gazed at Jiang Xun, her eyes filled with an unbreakable tenderness and dependence. Ding! A deep connection with the female lead, Mu Qingxue, has been established. Favorability rating, 20. Current favorability, 80. Intimately close. Ding! Family prestige, 1000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the significant increase in favorability with the female lead, a new feature has been unlocked, partner status details. A series of notifications echoed in Jiang Xun's mind. He opened the panel to take a glance. Family panel, members, Mu Qingxue favorability, 80, intimately close, health status, excellent, mild fatigue. Recommended to use stamina recovery agent. The icon for the stamina recovery agent, small, in the prestige mall, was shimmering brightly. This system is quite intelligent, Jiang Xun mused. Closing the panel. Sir, Mu Qingxue called him in a voice as delicate as a whisper. Can I call you by your name from now on? She asked cautiously, fearing she might breach some unwritten rule. As you wish. Jiang Xun, in a splendid mood, felt no need to maintain formality. Jiang Xun, she repeated his name, a silly smile of satisfaction and happiness spreading across her face. Then, as if recalling something, she struggled to sit up. Right. I need to submit a report on our marital harmony to the Male Care Association. It's part of this KPI. Jiang Xun, what the hell? This can count as a KPI? He felt his understanding of the world once again being thoroughly challenged. The next morning, Jiang Xun awoke from the grand bed that could accommodate a silver platter, feeling refreshed, with every pore of his body exuding comfort. Upon opening his eyes, he met a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Mu Qingxue had already risen, and he did not know how long she had been gazing at him, lying on her side. Lost in admiration, the adoration and satisfaction in her gaze were nearly overflowing. Sir, you are awake. Upon seeing Jiang Xun's eyes open, she immediately sat up straight, a charming blush gracing her cheeks, as she respectfully retrieved a glass of water from the bedside table. The water was at a perfect temperature of 37.5 degrees. Jiang Xun lazily sat up, taking the glass and savoring the experience of being attended to with an almost imperial level of service. Damn, this is too decadent, too indulgent. Jiang Xun chastised himself internally. Another glass, please. The breakfast table was lavish, rivaling that of a five-star hotel buffet. Mu Qingxue barely touched her chopsticks. Instead, she retrieved a tablet, her expression as grave as if she were about to deliver a report on a billion-dollar project. Sir, regarding last night's inspection, I have meticulously compiled a detailed report. Jiang Xun nearly sputtered his milk. A report? Indeed. A 5,000-word commendatory report? Are you a reincarnated product manager? Mu Qingxue seemed entirely unfazed by his astonishment, her fingers gliding over the cold screen with the focus of someone presenting a monumental project. The report is divided into 5 sections. The first part documents objective data, including but not limited to total duration, effective frequency, as well as pigment consumption and flavor preference analysis. The second part encompasses my subjective experiences and insights, elucidating the remarkable capabilities you demonstrated during the inspection, which significantly enhanced my performance. The third section is a satisfaction assessment, where I have awarded you full marks, accompanied by a 5,000-word detailed rationale. The fourth part is a retrospective and outlook, summarizing my shortcomings and proposing optimization strategies for future collaborations to better meet your needs. The final section is an appendix, containing a draft of the KPI declaration submitted to the Men's Care Association. Jiang Xun was utterly dumbfounded. He gazed at Mu Qingxue's earnest expression, as if to say, I have generated immense revenue for the company. Come and praise me, feeling as though his CPU might overheat. Wow, you can actually write a report for KPIs. And it's divided into 5 sections? A 5,000-word commendation? Sister, were you a product manager before? This user experience report is more professional than my thesis. Jiang Xun observed her face, brimming with a desire for recognition, and could no longer contain himself, waving his hand. All right, he interrupted her. The report is commendable. What does your company do? His tone was casual, as if he were inquiring about the weather. Yet, Mu Qingxue felt a jolt of excitement. He asked. He actually took the initiative to inquire about my career. This was no longer merely an inspection, nor an assessment of her personal value. It was a form of acknowledgement, a signal that he regarded her as a conversable, genuine member of the family. An overwhelming ecstasy engulfed her, rendering her nearly incapable of thought, compelling her to instinctively respond to the question with the swiftest and most precise language. Sir, my company is Tianqi Group, primarily engaged in its subsidiary Tianqi Biotech. Tianqi Biotech specializes in the research and sale of high-end nutritional supplements and vitality maintenance products for men. She straightened her back, much like a soldier awaiting inspection, her voice laced with uncontainable pride and excitement. We are the leading enterprise in this sector within Jinling City. Oh, Jiang Xun lounged back in his chair. Nutritional products? It seemed he recalled something, pulling out a small, unlabeled glass vial from his pocket. The vial contained a pale golden liquid, shimmering with an unusual luster in the morning light. Here, take this. He placed the bottle on the dining table and pushed it forward. Have your company examine it and ascertain its composition. Mu Qingxue's breath momentarily halted. What is this? Is it a test imposed by my husband? Is it to evaluate the research capabilities of the Tianqi Group? She reached out and cautiously picked up the glass vial. Yes, sir. I assure you, within 3 days, no, within 24 hours, I shall present you with the most comprehensive analysis report. Jiang Xun responded non-committally with a hum, raising the milk to his lips. A minor stamina recovery agent. It should suffice for their research for a while. Let us see just how substantial my frugal wife's company truly is. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Ding dong. Mu Qianxue swiftly tucked away her tablet, instinctively adjusted her collar, and ensured her appearance was impeccable before striding towards the entrance. However, upon opening the door and seeing the person standing outside, the practiced smile on her face dissolved into genuine surprise. Qingyu, what brings you here? Standing at the threshold was a woman who was the antithesis of Mu Qianxue. If Mu Qianxue was an unblemished ice lotus atop a snow-capped peak, then this woman was a resplendent red rose blooming in the tropical rainforest, exuding an arresting and vibrant beauty. She donned a daringly tailored red bodycon dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure exquisitely. Beneath the hem of her dress, her long legs were straight and slender, elevated by silver stilettos that enhanced her already statuesque height. Her long hair cascaded in seductive waves, casually resting upon her shoulders, framing her strikingly beautiful face adorned with bold and exquisite makeup. Particularly captivating were her slightly upturned phoenix eyes, which, with a mere glance, seemed to possess an invisible allure capable of ensnaring a man's soul. In her hand, she carried a limited-edition Hermes handbag, yet her nonchalant demeanor rendered it akin to a mere bag of produce from the market. Oh my esteemed president, now residing at Yunqi Mountain Villa No. 1. If I didn't come, would you have planned to deliver a football team here? Su Qingyu's voice resonated with a distinct northeastern accent, blending with her alluring appearance to create a unique wildness. As she spoke, she unceremoniously stepped inside, her gaze scanning the opulent living room like a radar. When her eyes finally settled on the man beside the dining table, clad in casual home attire, yet exuding an undeniable distinguished aura, her eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam, reminiscent of a hunter spotting prime prey. Qianxue, allow me to introduce you. Mu Qianxue was about to make the introduction when Su Qingyu, in her high heels, gracefully approached and extended her hand. Mr. Jiang Xun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Her gaze, sharp as a hook, roamed up and down Jiang Xun's figure. Jiang Xun, however, remained unfazed, sipping his milk with an air of indifference, entirely disregarding her hand suspended in the air. An awkward silence enveloped the moment. Mu Qianxue quickly intervened, saying, Qingyu, our gentleman prefers to avoid physical contact with strangers. Su Qingyu, unperturbed, gracefully withdrew her hand and took a seat opposite Jiang Xun. Crossing her lovely legs, the allure beneath her skirt tantalizingly hinted. Dear sister, consider yourself fortunate this time, she exclaimed dramatically, slapping her thigh with heightened enthusiasm. You have no idea. I've kept an eye on the previous phases of the Tiana project for you. My heavens, what a spectacle. It was either a reflection off their heads or a beer barrel they were carrying, and one poor soul resembled a gourd that had come to life. Insisting he was some kind of artist, utter nonsense. He had the audacity to ask for a model, I swear. It looked less like painting and more like he was attempting an exorcism. As she spoke, her head shook in disdain. Despite that, those women outside were scrambling for him like dogs fighting over scraps. Just look at your gentleman here. Such a delicate face, such a fine figure. TSK. Su Qingyu remarked, her admiration for Jiang Xun unmistakable. Qianxue, you finally lifted that veil of obscurity. Mu Qianxue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot her a reproachful glare. What nonsense are you spouting? At last, Jiang Xun reacted. He set down his milk glass and met Su Qingyu's gaze with calm eyes that seemed to pierce through facades. Interesting. With the most flamboyant demeanor, articulating the simplest truths. Is this woman employing such tactics to remind Mu Qianxue of her fortune while simultaneously showcasing her own keen awareness? Caught in his gaze, Su Qingyu felt her heart skip a beat unexpectedly. This sensation irked her yet exhilarated her simultaneously. A playful smile graced her lips, emboldening her demeanor. Beneath the table, her silver stiletto-clad foot stealthily ventured forth, akin to a serpent, accurately finding Jiang Xun's calf. Chapter 7. Captured while stealthily photographing in the subway. The short-haired heroine is fierce. Her stocking-clad leg brushed lightly against him through the thin fabric of her trousers, then began to trace the line of his calf, provocatively inching upward. A blatant provocation. Mu Qingxue was preoccupied with pouring more milk, utterly oblivious to the undercurrents beneath the table. Su Qingyu wore a sweet smile, as if engaged in a casual conversation with her friend, yet her gaze was fixated on Jiang Xun, yearning to detect even the slightest ripple on his face. Was it surprise, delight, or a feigned calmness and resistance? Yet, nothing revealed itself. Jiang Xun's expression remained as tranquil as one observing a tedious silent play. Already aware of its conclusion, he found the situation somewhat amusing. This level of probing resembled a novice monster from a beginner's village, brandishing a wooden club and charging forward. He could hardly be bothered to defend himself. Just as Su Qingyu's toes were about to graze the sensitive area of his knee, Jiang Xun's legs suddenly shifted a mere inch to the side. Just that slight movement, neither too much nor too little, was perfectly timed to cause Su Qingyu's determined foot to miss its mark. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. To maintain the elegance of her upper body, her lower half leaned slightly forward. The missed strike felt akin to delivering a full-force punch into a mound of cotton. Her center of gravity shifted instantly, and with a loud crash, she tumbled backwards along with her chair, losing all composure. The red hem of her skirt fluttered, revealing a corner of her safety shorts, as her long legs traced a clumsy arc in the air, landing her squarely on her back. The scene was undeniably awkward. Qingyu, Mu Qingxue gasped, nearly spilling her milk, and hurriedly dashed around the table to assist her. Are you all right? How could you be so careless? How on earth did the chair fall? Su Qingyu grimaced in pain, her face alternating between shades of pale and flushed, utterly mortified. Having watched countless instructional videos, she had never encountered such a scenario. And no, I'm fine, she stammered, struggling to rise from the floor, neglecting to brush off the dust on her clothes, hastily attempting to rearrange her disheveled skirt and salvage her dignity. Oh my goodness, what kind of wretched chair is this? The legs are as weak as noodles, and the floor is so polished it could host a drifting competition. Is this a deliberate setup to humiliate me? How embarrassing. She forced a laugh, though her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Xun's side profile, so strikingly handsome it could incite envy among the gods, and she bit down hard on her red lips. This man, he must have done it on purpose. He had seen through all her subtle maneuvers. An unprecedented desire for conquest surged within her, mingled with the thrill of facing an equal adversary. Mu Qingxue helped her to sit upright, concern etched on her face. Are you truly all right? Should we call a doctor? I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm quite robust. Su Qingyu waved her hand dismissively, straightening up. Yet her phoenix eyes boldly locked onto Jiang Xun, as if she intended to burn two holes into him with her gaze. Ding! Successfully thwarted the external member Su Qingyu's alluring provocation, demonstrating the Master's authority. Family prestige, 300. Jiang Xun appeared unperturbed, leisurely wiping his mouth with a napkin. Breakfast concluded, a black Hunan, resembling a silent behemoth, had stealthily parked at the entrance of the villa. Mu Qingxue swiftly approached Jiang Xun, bowing slightly. Sir, all the formalities for school have been completed, and the car is ready. We can depart at your convenience. Jiang Xun rose to his feet. Yet instead of approaching the door, he meandered towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the meticulously manicured lawn and the distant mountain scenery, he suddenly spoke. No need for a vehicle. Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Sir? Jiang Xun turned to face the astonished Mu Qingxue, a playful smile gracing his lips. I have heard that the subways in this world are quite intriguing. I wish to immerse myself in the experience of life. Experience life? Mu Qingxue's mind began to race, a myriad of thoughts flashing through her consciousness like lightning. This is not a whimsical notion. It is a new trial. The gentleman is assessing whether I comprehend luxury without understanding the plight of the common people. Moreover, he is testing my ability to strategize in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The head of a prestigious family must not only afford a Hunan, but also navigate the subway. This is a matter of perspective. The gentleman is enlightening me through his actions. In an instant, Mu Qingxue grasped all the connections. She immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, her voice imbued with unwavering determination following her epiphany. Yes, sir. I understand. I will promptly devise the most comfortable and safest subway route for you. With that, she swiftly retrieved her tablet, her fingers gliding across the screen as she called up the subway map of Jinling City. beginning to plan the travel itinerary with the meticulousness befitting a multi-billion-dollar project. Beside her, Su Qingyu watched with a twitch at the corner of her eye. Experience life? This man certainly has a flair for the dramatic. However, this is a splendid opportunity to draw closer to him. Wait for me. Su Qingyu promptly stood up, unabashedly approaching. I'll join too. I happen to not have driven today. It's convenient. As she spoke, she deliberately accentuated her figure, her voluptuous form causing Mu Qingxue to instinctively furrow her brow. Jiang Xun cast a sidelong glance at her, but said nothing, tacitly permitting her presence. 10 minutes later, at the Jinling City subway station. Contrary to Jiang Xun's expectations of a crowded scene, the environment was oddly orderly. Most conspicuous was a special passageway adorned with a red carpet and cordoned off by golden barriers. Above the passage, in large letters, the words men's exclusive passage were prominently displayed. Adjacent to it was a similarly labeled men's exclusive elevator. All the hurried women instinctively steered clear of that area, preferring to squeeze through the adjacent ordinary turnstiles, forming a long queue rather than daring to cross that threshold. Sir, please follow this way. Mu Qingxue respectfully led the way, her face radiating a sense of pride in association. As Jiang Xun walked upon the red carpet, he felt less like a subway rider and more akin to a celebrity on the red carpet. Near the station's vending machines, a few girls were scanning their payment. Jiang Xun's gaze swept over, and he noticed the vending machine screen scrolling in conspicuous red letters. Male citizens enjoy complimentary beverages. We wish you a pleasant journey. This privilege truly permeates to the very capillaries of society. Jiang Xun silently scoffed but approached with composure, pressing a button on the screen. With a clatter, a chilled bottle of cola dropped down. He twisted the cap and took a sip. The icy liquid slid smoothly down his throat, providing a refreshing sensation. The nearby girls, upon noticing him, momentarily held their breath, their cheeks flushed with color, yet they dared not linger, hastily lowering their heads and departing. On the platform, the contrast became even more pronounced. The train arrived, the doors swung open. At the entrance of one carriage, a clear sign read men's exclusive carriage. Inside, there were spacious, comfortable individual sofa seats, the air conditioning set to a delightful chill, bright lights illuminating the empty space. In stark contrast, the adjacent ordinary carriage, upon opening its doors, revealed a sardine-like crowd, a sea of bodies with scarcely any room to stand. Jiang Xun strode confidently into the exclusive carriage, settling into a window-side sofa where the soft texture invited him to stretch luxuriously. The doors slowly closed, and the train began to move. At that moment, in the cramped adjoining carriage, a young girl struggled to raise her phone, feigning a selfie, while her camera discreetly aimed towards Jiang Xun in the other compartment. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes betraying an unmistakable thrill and fascination. Suddenly, a hand, swift as lightning, reached out from the side, gripping her wrist firmly. Ah! The girl emitted a short gasp. Immediately following, a clear voice tinged with impatience resonated, "Delete it." Jiang Xun turned to see a tall figure parting the crowd in the adjacent carriage, standing before the girl who had attempted to take the photo. She was a woman who would be unforgettable to anyone who laid eyes on her. Chapter 8. The Principal's Personal Welcome. I am impressed. Standing at least 175 meters tall, her athletic physique bore no trace of excess. Clad in a form-fitting black sports outfit, her powerful body was accentuated magnificently, exuding an explosive beauty. Her bronze skin shimmered healthily under the carriage lights, and her neatly cropped hair enhanced her commanding presence. Her features were sharply defined, particularly her eyes, piercing like a hawk soaring the skies, now fixed intently on the girl whose wrist she had seized, her gaze laced with unabashed disdain and warning. Lacking the deliberate allure of Su Qingyu or the commercial finesse of Mu Qingxue, she radiated an aura that commanded distance, akin to a sword unsheathed, its edge glaringly sharp. The girl, intimidated by this formidable presence, turned pale, stammering her defense. I didn't take anything. I will say it once more, delete it. The woman's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable tone of command. Passengers around them cast curious glances, but dared not intervene. The girl, nearly in tears from fright, trembled as she unlocked her phone, deleting the photos in front of the woman. Leave. The woman uttered a single word and released her grip. The girl, as if granted a pardon, scrambled and rolled towards the opposite end of the carriage. Once this was resolved, the short-haired woman seemed to become aware of something. her piercing gaze cutting through the glass connecting the two carriages, directly aimed at Jiang Xun. In that fleeting moment of seeing him, her hawk-like eyes displayed a subtle shift, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper sense of disdain and irritation. She furrowed her brow and muttered a curse in a voice only she could hear. Damn it. They act as if they have never seen a man before. What a disgrace. She appeared profoundly annoyed by the chaos triggered by the mere presence of a man. Jiang Xun was left astounded. Is there truly a damsel in distress scenario at play? Beside him, Mu Qingxue was unfazed by the scene, even leaning in to provide an explanation in a hushed tone. Sir, she is merely adhering to the rules. According to Article 19 of Chapter 3 of the Law on the Protection of Male Rights, capturing the likeness of a male citizen without consent, with the intent for personal collection or dissemination, is punishable by up to 15 days of detention and a fine ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 yuan. Additionally, Article 17 states that prolonged staring at a male, causing discomfort, constitutes visual harassment. Mu Qingxue continued, Sir, they are here to protect you. If the gaze of that short-haired woman displeased you, we could immediately report her and sue for damages to your mental well-being. With a minimum of 100 hours of community service imposed, Jiang Xun felt as though his understanding of the world had been profoundly altered. This law was egregiously biased. He dismissed the scrutinizing gaze and took hold of the still-dazed Mu Qingxue. The train arrived at the station. Let us go, it's time to check in. He rose and strode towards the door. I have no interest in these childish games of adults. His gaze swept over the vibrant university town outside the window, and a meaningful smile graced his lips. The flowers within the ivory tower proved far more intriguing. However, the scene at the entrance of Jinling University bore no resemblance to the tranquil, scholarly atmosphere he had envisioned. Rather than a university, it resembled the site of a prestigious awards ceremony. A brand new red carpet stretched from their parking spot deep into the campus, seemingly without end. On either side of the carpet stood a throng of people. No, it was a throng of women. Thousands of young girls, adorned in an array of attire. From youthful and vibrant short skirts to intellectually elegant long gowns, stood densely packed, yet eerily maintained in absolute silence. There were no conversations, no clamor, only pairs of fervent, adoring, curious, and almost frenzied eyes converging intently upon their train. In the distance stood rows of female faculty members, all clad in identical uniforms, their expressions solemn as if they were soldiers awaiting inspection. Goodness, Qingxue, what a spectacle! Exclaimed Su Qingyu, her mouth agape in exaggerated astonishment. One might easily mistake this for the return of an emperor. Jiang Xun pushed open the car door and stepped out. The moment his feet touched the ground, the profound silence was shattered. It was unclear who initiated it, but gasps of surprise surged forth like a tide, echoing in unison. Countless gazes converged upon him, as if they sought to scrutinize every inch of him with their eyes. Jiang Xun had long since grown immune to such attention. He merely cast a languid glance around. At that moment, the crowd parted, and a figure approached briskly from the front. She was a woman in her 30s, donned in a well-tailored dark gray suit that gracefully fell just above her knees, striking a balance between professionalism and femininity. Her hair was meticulously arranged in a bun, revealing a smooth, full forehead and an elegantly elongated neck. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes, framed by the lenses, exuded the wisdom and composure born of experience and knowledge. A presence cultivated only through prolonged tenure in high office, steadfast and formidable. However, as she halted 3 paces before Jiang Xun, that commanding aura receded, replaced by a genuine, slightly anxious respect. She bowed deeply to him, the angle precise as if measured with a protractor. Mr. Jiang Xun, greetings. Her voice was warm and melodious, articulating each word with an intellectual elegance. I am Wen Shu, the president of Jinling University. On behalf of the entire faculty and student body of 35,721, I extend a warm welcome to you. She lifted her head, her face adorned with an impeccably sincere smile. Your presence is a privilege for Jinling and marks the most glorious moment in the history of our century-old institution. You are indeed a paragon of our dragon nation. Jiang Xun regarded her with an impassive expression, merely responding with a soft acknowledgement. A paragon? That title seems somewhat excessive. Yet, the president's demeanor is undeniably impressive, far more captivating than those younger girls. President Wen Shu appeared unfazed by Jiang Xun's indifference. In fact, her smile grew even more radiant at his simple response. She gestured invitingly. Sir, your dormitory has been prepared. Please, follow me. A long white golf cart glided silently to the edge of the red carpet. Jiang Xun took his seat, followed closely by Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu. The vehicle began to move slowly, traversing the sea of women that surrounded them. Wherever he ventured, all the young ladies held their breath in anticipation, some trembling with excitement. Yet mindful of the regulations against visual harassment, daring only a fleeting glance before shyly averting their eyes. The vehicle eventually came to a halt before a standalone villa, nestled amidst the picturesque backdrop of lake and mountains. 3 stories high, with an expansive garden and an outdoor swimming pool, it was designed in a modern and opulent style. Sir, this will be your exclusive residence while at the school, Principal Wen Shu introduced, noting that the security system was of the highest caliber, and that daily provisions would be delivered by dedicated personnel, ensuring that your tranquility would remain undisturbed. She paused, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Moreover, considering your future academic endeavors, particularly in enhancing your foreign language skills, the school has carefully selected the finest exchange students from various countries for you. They are proficient in 8 languages and excel in their respective fields, ready to provide you with round-the-clock academic engagement and translation services. Su Qingyu, overhearing this, could not help but scoff. Academic engagement? Translation services? How absurd. This woman is far too cunning. This is merely a roundabout way of sending people to him. Jiang Xun languidly leaned against the car seat, gazing at the lavish villa, seemingly oblivious to Principal Wen's words. It was not until she nervously prompted him again. Sir, what is your decision? That Jiang Xun waved his hand dismissively, not even lifting his eyelids. No need, he uttered succinctly. My energy is limited. Principal Wen Shu was taken aback. She had prepared a plethora of arguments to persuade Jiang Xun to accept this goodwill, only to be met with such a nonchalant dismissal. But in the next moment, her gaze shifted from respectful to one of profound admiration. He had turned down an allure that no man could resist. Truly, he was no ordinary mortal. Indeed. Principal Wen nodded vigorously, her tone brimming with admiration. I misjudged the situation. Sir, you are focused on a far more significant pursuit. It is we who are narrow-minded. Jiang Xun thought to himself, my energy is indeed limited, but not in the realm of study. He refrained from further explanation and strode into the villa. Principal Wen and the other school leaders departed with a newfound respect, as the grand door of the villa closed. Shutting out all external prying eyes, Su Qingyu could no longer contain herself. She flung off her high heels and collapsed onto the enormous leather sofa in the living room, sprawled out and lamenting, oh my goodness, I am utterly exhausted. This whole ordeal is more exhausting than carrying a bride in a lavish sedan chair. My feet are practically igniting. Mu Qingxue, resembling a dutiful steward, began to meticulously inspect the various amenities within the villa, attending to every detail from water temperature to internet connectivity. At that moment, her phone vibrated gently. Noticing the caller ID, she stepped into an unoccupied corner and answered the call. Mother. A commanding yet composed female voice resonated from the other end. Qingxue, have you arrived at school? Yes, mother. The gentleman is quite pleased with the school's arrangements. That is reassuring. There was a brief pause before the voice shifted to an exceedingly grave tone. Remember, the National Tianhe Plan entails a designated protection period. This month is of paramount importance. During this time, you must employ every conceivable means to cement your position unequivocally. You must ensure that Jiang Xun, along with everyone else, recognizes that you, Mu Qingxue, are the sole, unwavering primary consort by his side. Once the month concludes, the protective period will end, and a myriad of wolves and tigers will converge. At that juncture, solidifying your footing will prove challenging. Mu Qingxue's knuckles whitened as she gripped the phone, nodding emphatically. I understand, mother. I know what must be done. After ending the call, her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. As night descended, Jiang Xun had just finished his shower, clad in a loose bathrobe, reclining on a sunbed on the second-floor terrace, enjoying the breeze. Suddenly, the rumble of a truck grew louder, eventually halting below the villa. He peered down in confusion, spotting a massive cargo truck parked in the garden. Mu Qingxue was directing a group of female bodyguards clad in black suits, unloading enormous boxes from the vehicle. The scene resembled a household relocation. What is going on? Jiang Xun furrowed his brow. Before long, Mu Qingxue ascended the stairs, her cheeks adorned with a peculiar flush. A tablet in hand. Sir, she approached him, bowing slightly. In order to better serve you and enhance the harmony and enjoyment of our marital life, I have made some preparations. She presented the tablet to him. The screen displayed a meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation titled Various Proposals to Enhance Nighttime Quality of Life. Before he could respond, Mu Qingxuo had already moved to the boxes that had just been brought into the living room, opening one of them. It was filled to the brim with exquisitely crafted cosplay costumes. She extracted 2 sets, showcasing them to Jiang Xun as if presenting merchandise. For instance, we could explore role-playing. This is Mercy from Overwatch, representing healing and protection. She then brandished another set, the tight red and blue ensemble, strikingly familiar. This is Spider-Man, embodying the warmth and vitality of a neighborhood hero. Opening another box, she revealed metallic armor and props, further expanding the array of possibilities. If you prefer a more competitive edge, I have a complete set of Alliance and Horde transmog from World of Warcraft. She opened 7 or 8 boxes in one go, instantly filling the living room with an array of bizarre costumes, ranging from anime to games, from mythology to science fiction, creating a veritable mountain of attire. Jiang Xun gazed at the half-truck load of battle gear, then shifted his gaze to Mu Qingxuo, who appeared utterly earnest, as if presenting a project report, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, this is utterly overwhelming. Mu Qingxuo seemed entirely oblivious to the shock her actions had caused. She turned the tablet to the last page, revealing a scrollable list. Sir, this is the complete list of outfits along with their corresponding character profiles. You may choose the theme for tonight's lesson. She raised her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety, akin to a student awaiting the grading of their assignment. Which lesson would you like to begin with tonight? There was a slight tremor of apprehension in her voice, one she was unaware of. She resembled a job applicant awaiting the outcome of a final interview, laying bare all her skills, preparations, and hidden cards before Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun's gaze swept over the mountainous pile of cosplay outfits before returning to Mu Qingxuo's exquisitely anxious face, which was filled with yearning for approval. Her eyes sparkled with hope, as if a mere nod from Jiang Xun would allow her to instantly transform into an angel or Spider-Man, ready to perform an exclusive show just for him. Jiang Xun remained silent, languidly reclining in the armchair, lifting a glass of ice water beside him and sipping it leisurely. To treat married life as a project and even devise a course list. Dear lady, your level of competitiveness is truly remarkable. Jiang Xun nearly chuckled internally, yet maintained an expression of calm indifference. Seeing his prolonged silence, Mu Qingxuo's anxiety grew. Were these themes not novel enough? Did he disapprove of her proactive approach? Her mind raced, reflecting on whether she had faltered at any stage. Sir, if you find these themes unsatisfactory, I have alternative plans. She promptly retrieved another document from the tablet, detailing classic scene restoration schemes based on the highest-grossing films globally. Stop. Jiang Xun finally spoke, his voice low yet freezing all of Mu Qingxuo's movements in place. Sir? Mu Qingxuo's heart raced to her throat. Put all of this away. There is always tomorrow. Jiang Xun gestured toward the pile of valuable battle attire, his tone unremarkable. Put it away? Mu Qingxuo was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Xun's intentions. A wave of immense disappointment and frustration surged within her. Had she truly messed up? Yes, put it away. Chapter 10. The initial appearance is already beautiful. Jiang Xun set down his cup of water, rose to his feet, and paced towards her. He extended his hand, gently lifting her chin, which had drooped slightly in her nervousness, compelling her to meet his gaze. I do not require these, he uttered softly. Yet his voice bore an undeniable authority. Go, change into the outfit you wore at school today. Mu Qingxuo's mind went completely blank. The black professional skirt suit she wore at school today? It was her armor as the president of Tianqi Financial, a tool she wielded to exude gravitas and professionalism. To don that attire during such an intimate moment, exclusive to the two of them? What new trial was this? She found herself utterly bewildered. Why? She instinctively inquired, only to immediately regret her question, fearing that her doubt might provoke Jiang Xun's displeasure. Yet, he did not exhibit anger. There is ample time for other tastes, tonight. I wish to savor the original flavor. He merely gazed at her, his eyes twinkling with a hint of playfulness and a tenderness she had never encountered before. 4. He believed the initial appearance was already beautiful. Boom. This statement exploded like thunder in Mu Qingshue's mind, leaving her utterly frozen. The initial appearance is already beautiful? He was not referring to the extravagant garments or the meticulously crafted personas, but to her true self? To the Mu Qingxue clad in a rigid professional outfit, perpetually cloaked in coldness and professionalism? To gain Jiang Xun's approval, she had wagered her entire fortune, diligently honing various skills, even surrendering all dignity to transform herself into an object of admiration. She had believed that she must continuously display her worth, perpetually provide novelty, to retain this man. Yet now he declared that the initial appearance was already beautiful. A surge of scalding warmth rushed to her eyes, blurring her vision. She bit her lip fiercely, attempting to suppress the sudden wave of vulnerability and exhilaration, but tears cascaded down her cheeks, unbidden. These were not tears of humiliation or grievance. Rather, they were tears born of profound emotion, being seen, understood, and validated. In that moment, she felt the taut string she had held for so long finally loosen. It turned out, he understood everything. In the bedroom, Mu Qingxue changed back into her black suit skirt. The sharply tailored jacket enveloped her curvaceous form, and the buttons of her white silk blouse were fastened to the very top. Below, her form-fitting skirt clung to her long legs, sheathed in black stockings. In the office, this ensemble signified authority and restraint. Yet now, within this private sanctuary belonging solely to the two of them, it exuded a tantalizing allure, starkly different and heart-stirring. She stood awkwardly at the bedside, resembling a child who had erred. Jiang Xun gently patted the space beside him. Mu Qingxue hesitated for a moment before obediently taking a seat. No sooner had she settled down than Jiang Xun pulled her into his embrace, causing her to collapse onto the soft expanse of the bed. "Sir, still calling me that?" Jiang Xun's voice whispered teasingly in her ear. Mu Qingxue's face flushed crimson as she buried herself against his chest, her voice barely audible. "Jiang Xun." He responded, tightening his hold around her. His arms felt like iron bands, unyielding and resolute. She was ensnared in his presence, with nowhere to escape. An overwhelming sensation enveloped her chest. The silk shirt, tailored for the workplace, now emitted a silent lament, the taut fabric accentuating breathtaking curves as if it were accusing the constraints of her disguise. Jiang Xun's hand glided over her back, and even through the fabric of her suit jacket, he could feel her body tremble, like a startled butterfly. His fingertips traced the delicate contours of her spine, inching downward, eliciting a flurry of subtle shivers. Mu Qingxue's breath hitched. She felt akin to a porcelain artifact under scrutiny. All her facades stripped away, leaving only her most vulnerable essence exposed in his hands. His hand lingered at her waist, while the other gently lifted her face. The rough yet tender pad of his thumb brushed away the last trace of moisture from the corner of her eyes. He said nothing, merely gazing at her with eyes that seemed to penetrate all illusions, observing the turmoil, confusion, and a hint of surrender she herself had yet to acknowledge. Then, his fingers deftly located the topmost button of her shirt, gently lifting it. With a soft click, a corner of her confinement was unfastened. The bedroom was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their synchronized heartbeats. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Xun languidly spoke. "Is this really necessary? You make it feel like a project report, complete with PowerPoint and KPIs." At his words, Mu Qingxue's body stiffened slightly. After a moment of silence, she replied in a voice almost dreamlike, "Jiang Xun, you don't understand. For most women, marriage is the most significant project of their lives, without exception. From the moment I was born, I have been preparing for this endeavor." She lifted her head, her eyes, still glistening from tears, shone brightly under the light, filled with earnestness. "I study management to assist you in managing our family affairs. I learned various skills to please you. I toil to earn money to provide you with the most generous dowry, ensuring you live the best life possible. Everything I do is to enhance my chances of success." Jiang Xun listened intently, not interrupting her. "Do you know? In our country, the ratio of men to women has already surpassed 1 to 10,000. Such a young, healthy, and remarkably handsome man as yourself is truly a national treasure among treasures." At this point, Mu Qingxue's eyes revealed a hint of trepidation. "To successfully match with you through the Tianyi plan, I have exhausted all the fortune and connections accumulated by the Mu family over 3 generations. Should I miss this opportunity, I am likely to become a mere void for the rest of my life." A void. Jiang Xun repeated this unfamiliar term. "Indeed. Mu Kingsnow's tone carried a touch of melancholy. It described a woman who would never encounter a man, destined to live in solitude, akin to an insatiable black hole. This is the most insidious curse for us women. Therefore, I dare not exhibit the slightest negligence. I fear that if I fall short in any way, you may be dissatisfied. I dread that once the protection period expires in a month, I will no longer compete with those younger, more beautiful, and more charming girls. Her words deepened Jiang Xun's understanding of the world. He finally comprehended the near-obsessive nature of Mu Qingsnow's ambition and her profound KPI mindset. It stemmed not from mere appeasement, but from a profound survival anxiety in this merciless world. Jiang Xun sighed, reaching out to caress her silky long hair. So, was that half a truckload of clothing your arms race? Mu Qingsnow chuckled at his metaphor, her tears still fresh, but her smile shone like a rainbow after the rain. One might say so. She nestled closer to him, akin to a kitten that had found its harbor. I simply wish to offer you everything I can conceive of that is best. I do not require the best. Jiang Xun lowered his gaze to hers, speaking each word deliberately. I only need what I desire. Mu Qingsnow's heart was stirred again, and she gazed at him, feeling as though she might dissolve within the depths of his eyes. Ding! Detected a profound emotional bond between the host and female lead Mu Qingsnow. Affection level 10. Current affection level 90. Deeply affectionate. Ding! Family prestige 2000. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Xun's mind, yet at that moment, he was not inclined to pay it any heed. He regarded the woman in his embrace, who had shed all her armor to reveal her soft and genuine self. And for the first time, he felt a sense of responsibility quietly taking root within him. He leaned down and kissed her lips. This time, there was no inspection, no testing, only the purest tenderness and possession. Chapter 11. Morning Yoga showcases the figure. The contest of ambition intensifies morning. Jiang Xun awoke from the grand bed, spacious enough for a lavish gathering. Every pore in his body exuded comfort. He exited the bedroom and descended the stairs. In the dining room, Mu Qingsnow sat upright, adorned in a simple yet elegant cream-colored home dress. Her long hair flowed gracefully, and her makeup was exquisite. Beneath those exquisite eyes lay a trace of fatigue that no cosmetic could conceal, coupled with an almost frenzied excitement. Upon seeing Jiang Xun, she immediately rose, presenting the tablet before her as if offering a sacred decree. Sir, her voice trembled ever so slightly. Regarding the vial of vitality restoration agent, She inhaled deeply, seemingly summoning immense courage. I had the top laboratory of Tianqi Biotech conduct an overnight analysis. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, urging her to continue. The result, an expression of horror flickered in Mu Qingshua's eyes. The result is that we are unable to analyze it. Even with the highest precision mass spectrometer, we could not decipher any of its components. It is as if it were a creation not of this world. Jiang Xun inwardly chuckled. Nonsense, produced by the system. If you could analyze it, that would indeed be a ghostly encounter. Mu Qingxua bit her lip, akin to a child confessing a misdeed. Then, I took the liberty of diluting a drop of the agent with pure water by 100-fold. I conducted the highest standard of live testing, from white mice to willing researchers. As she reached this point, her excitement could no longer be suppressed. Sir, there are no side effects. The efficacy is astonishingly frightening. It can restore over 80% of energy and stamina to a researcher who has been working continuously for 72 hours, within just 30 minutes. This is no longer a health supplement. It is a miraculous drug. She paused, her tone becoming increasingly complex. However, somehow the news has leaked. Now, in the entire city of Jinling, those affluent individuals, especially those with husbands, are nearly overwhelming my personal phone with calls. They are offering 10 million for just a drop of the diluted solution. Jiang Xun took a leisurely sip of milk. Well, the business opportunity has presented itself on a silver platter. He observed Mu Qingshua's face, which was filled with an expression of seeking guidance. And a hint of mischief stirred within him. 10 million per drop? You must be on the verge of a fortune. Mu Qingxua immediately shook her head, her demeanor resolute. No, sir, this belongs to you. Without your permission, I would never dare to act presumptuously. I merely wish to report the immense potential of this project to you. Jiang Xun smiled, a grin that made Mu Qingshua's heart skip a beat. I recall that within Tianqi Group, you are not the sole voice, correct? A slight pallor crossed Mu Qingshua's face as she lowered her gaze. There are several elders in the board who have built their careers alongside my mother. They are quite competent. Jiang Xun interrupted her, gently tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. This miraculous drug is mine. But how to utilize it? I leave to you. He leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze upon Mu Qingshue's eyes, enunciating each word with precision. Utilize it to exchange for the possessions in their hands, shares, power, and their unwavering loyalty. Mu Qingxue abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with sheer astonishment and clarity. Jiang Xun's lips curled into a languid yet cruel smile. What I seek is not a wife who merely generates profit, but a queen who can wield power for me. A sovereign capable of absolute control over everything. Do you comprehend? Boom. Mu Qingshue's mind went blank, soon engulfed by overwhelming ecstasy and trepidation. He was not bestowing a favor. He was granting authority. He intended to elevate himself to the true throne. I understand. She nodded emphatically, her gaze ignited with an unprecedented flame. Sir, I shall never let you down. Jiang Xun leaned back in his chair, content, and waved his hand. Go prepare breakfast, Your Majesty. He watched Mu Qingxue stride into the kitchen with a spirited determination, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. This is more like it. What he desired was not a horde of pets vying for affection on the bed, but a battalion capable of expanding his territory, fierce claws and sharp fangs. In high spirits, Jiang Xun strolled toward the living room, only to pause abruptly. Lazily leaning against the railing, he gazed downwards. In the center of the living room, upon an expensive Persian carpet, a fiery red figure appeared, a silhouette akin to a flame on the verge of ignition, silently burning in a remarkably distorted pose. It was Su Qingyu. Her arms supported her weight as she stood upside down, one leg piercing straight toward the ceiling, forming a razor-sharp line. The other leg bent backward at an astonishing angle, the toes nearly brushing against the nape of her neck. The vivid red high-performance yoga attire, dampened by sweat, clung tightly, revealing every breathtaking curve, from the full, pert backside to the supple, slender waist, and the slightly trembling spine due to exertion. Each muscle was taut, every inch of skin proclaiming a vibrant vitality. Several strands of damp black hair clung to her flushed cheeks, adding a touch of wild allure. Grinding her teeth, she managed to squeeze out a few words. Humph, Mu Qingxue, that wooden block, only knows how to engage in those flowery pursuits. As for men, they must appreciate this warmth. It's exhilarating. However, the dark circles under her beautiful phoenix eyes hinted at a sleepless night, revealing her struggle reliant on a stubborn willpower. Goodness, is this the king of competition reaching overtime? Jiang Xun mused internally. He stood back, arms crossed, leaning against the railing, as if in a theater's upper box, enjoying a uniquely performed, albeit clumsy, one-man show crafted just for him. It seemed she sensed his unabashed, scrutinizing gaze. On the carpet, Su Qingyu's body suddenly stiffened. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her rhythm was instantly thrown into chaos. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, losing her balance and collapsing onto the carpet in an exceedingly ungraceful sprawl. Xuan, when did you wake up? Flustered, Su Qingyu scrambled to her feet. Her cheeks flushed like ripe tomatoes. As she awkwardly attempted to straighten her wrinkled yoga attire, she forced out an explanation. Well, this is just my morning exercise. Yes, morning exercise. Life is all about movement, right? Look at my physique. It's absolutely splendid. She audaciously patted her pert rear, the sharp sound accentuating her embarrassment even further. Jiang Xun almost burst into laughter. The little schemes of this woman were as conspicuous as her vivid red attire, practically begging for attention. At that moment, Mu Qingxue emerged, holding a tray. She perfectly disregarded the awkward and comical scene in the living room and walked straight to the dining table, methodically arranging a sumptuous breakfast. The milk was at a precise temperature of 42 degrees, and the whole wheat bread had been toasted for 90 seconds to achieve that subtly crisp texture she knew he preferred. Jiang Xun leisurely descended the stairs and took a seat at the dining table. Su Qingyu, with unabashed boldness, followed suit, plopping down directly across from him. She grabbed a slice of bread and stuffed it into her mouth, as if hoping to muffle her embarrassment with food. Mu Qingxue presented a tablet to Jiang Xun. The screen displayed a meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation. Sir, here is your planned selection of courses for today. Jiang Xun glanced at it. Building and Inheriting Financial Empires. An Introduction to Classical Music Appreciation and the Essentials of Golf. They all seemed exceedingly grand. Presently, He held no interest in such topics and casually inquired, "What are the most popular elective courses at the school right now?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue promptly switched the tablet to another interface, her fingers gliding swiftly. She pulled up a data report. "Sir, according to the latest enrollment data from the Women's Comprehensive Quality Improvement Center at Jinling University, the two most popular elective courses this semester, based on enrollment numbers, are Royal Equestrian and Advanced Pelvic Health and Care." Uffed. Su Qingyu across the table spat out her milk, choking violently. "Cough, cough, cough. What on earth? Pelvic care? Massage courses for college students? My goodness. Is this really what they're teaching now? These young ladies are really going all out." As she coughed and exclaimed, her gaze at Mu Qingxue was filled with astonishment at the playful nature of cultured individuals. Jiang Xun was also momentarily taken aback. Pelvic massage? 2 articles he had read before his time travel flashed through his mind. One article discusses a feasibility analysis of the daily needs of the inhabitants of a realm for daughters. The other recounts a genuine medical practice from 19th century Europe. Mild hysteria could be alleviated by galloping through the fields on horseback, if the jarring saddle failed to provide relief. The most effective remedy was a bone massage. This is not mere fabrication. Discerning readers can verify this. While the medieval church deemed it sinful, it was accepted as a medical procedure, putting one's fortitude to the test. He experienced a sudden epiphany akin to a reader engrossed in a novel in the dead of night. Jiang Xun felt his worldview undergo a refreshing transformation. He recalled the skill he had won in a lottery, equestrian mastery. It was unclear whether it pertained to horsemanship or something else altogether. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment. Jiang Xun set down his milk cup and leisurely dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Then, in an authoritative tone, he calmly declared, "Let us attend riding lessons." As soon as Jiang Xun's words left his lips, the expressions of Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu transformed dramatically. Mu Qingxue's face was etched with unmasked concern as she promptly accessed a document on her tablet. "Sir, equestrian sports carry certain risks. According to your security protocols, I advise—" "Oh my goodness. Riding?" Su Qingyu interjected, her eyes sparkling as she clapped her thigh in excitement. "This is thrilling. Sun Gu, let me tell you, riding requires finesse. You must have a strong waist." As she spoke, she pointedly puffed her chest, her voluptuous figure causing Mu Qingxue's brow to twitch. Jiang Xun, disinterested in their undercurrents, stood up decisively. "Aren't you both supposed to be working?" His single remark drained the energy from both women. At the entrance of the villa, Mu Qingxue, still unconvinced, cautioned, "Sir, I have already communicated with the school. They will arrange for you the finest coach and the gentlest horses. Please prioritize your safety." Su Qingyu clung to the car door with reluctance. "Sun Gu, you must wait for me to return. Don't be dazzled by those wild fillies at the stable." Jiang Xun impatiently waved his hand, signaling the driver to proceed. The Royal Equestrian Club of Jinling University resembled not merely a university club venue, but rather a premier private estate. The immaculately manicured lawns, white European-style fences, and in the distance, the exquisite stables exuding the scent of hay and leather painted a picturesque scene. As soon as Jiang Xun stepped out of the car, an eerie silence enveloped the entire equestrian grounds. The once boisterous venue fell utterly still. Hundreds of young girls clad in various riding attires ceased their activities, their eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, converging on him in unison. In their gazes, one could discern astonishment, infatuation, fervor, and a profound yearning. "Sir, this way, please." The female head of the equestrian center hurriedly approached, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, her voice trembling with anxiety. She was acutely aware that she was not merely welcoming an ordinary student, but rather a prized gem of the institution. Should a single strand of hair fall from his head on her watch, she feared the wrath of the aggrieved men's association would be swift and merciless. Jiang Xun seemed oblivious to the curious gazes surrounding him as he confidently strode toward the training ground. Suddenly, his steps faltered slightly. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing on a commanding figure at the center of the arena, diligently instructing her students. She stood at least 175 centimeters tall, clad in a form-fitting black riding outfit that accentuated her powerful physique. The taut riding pants hugged her long, slender legs, their muscular contours flowing with grace and dynamism. Exuding an explosive beauty, her polished black riding boots gleamed as they met the soft grass, each step resonating with stability and strength. Her sun-kissed skin radiated health beneath the sunlight, and her cropped hair was neatly secured beneath her helmet, with a few damp strands framing her face, amplifying her striking presence. Her features were sharply defined, devoid of any trace of artifice, yet more captivating than the most exquisite makeup. Particularly arresting were her eyes, sharp as a falcon soaring through the skies, currently tinged with impatience as she corrected the movements of her pupil. Unlike Su Qingyu's deliberate charm or Mu Qinshua's commercial allure, she emanated an aura of formidable intensity, akin to a sword unsheathed, its brilliance unmistakable. It was the same short-haired woman from the subway, who had meddled in affairs not her own. Noticing the commotion, she frowned in irritation and lifted her gaze. When her keen eyes met Jiang Xun's, a fleeting flicker of recognition crossed her otherwise vigilant expression. Yet, that momentary softness was swiftly overshadowed by deeper caution and annoyance. It was him again, the living embodiment of chaos wherever he roamed, a walking embodiment of magnetism. The head of the Equestrian Center hastened to her side, nearly pleading as she spoke. "Coach Qinlan, this is Mr. Jiang Xun, personally assigned by the principal for your guidance." "Qinlan," Jiang Xun silently repeated the name. Coach Qin's brow furrowed tighter as she observed the head's dismayed countenance, and then glanced at the man, surrounded by admirers yet unfazed, her thoughts turning bitter. What in the world? Allowing such a national treasure to learn horseback riding? If he gets hurt, who will take responsibility? Yet duty called, and she approached him. "Mr. Jiang Xun," she announced, maintaining a deliberate distance of 3 steps, her tone cool and devoid of unnecessary emotion. "I am your instructing coach, Qinlan." Jiang Xun acknowledged with a nod. Taking a deep breath, Qinlan began to succinctly explain the fundamental principles of riding. Mounting the horse, she steadied her feet in the stirrups, straightened her back, and grasped the reins firmly. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Once her explanation concluded, she led forth a magnificent steed, pure white and exuding an aura of grace. This was Ji Feng, the gentlest horse in our stable, never having faltered. Yet, despite this, her expression betrayed a sense of unease. As Jiang Xun prepared to mount, Qinlan's mind raced with concern. No, it was imperative that he did not ride alone. The potential for the horse to suddenly become unruly was too dire to contemplate. Just as Jiang Xun was about to swing himself onto the horse, Qinlan made a decision that elicited gasps from all present. She deftly mounted the horse first, then turned to Jiang Xun, her tone commanding and irrefutable. "You sit behind me. I'll let you experience it first." Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering within him as he observed Qinlan's resolute profile, which seemed to convey a message of "I'm doing this for your own good. So stop arguing," he said little, swinging his long legs over to securely settle behind her. In an instant, their warm bodies, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, pressed closely together. Qinlan stiffened, an unfamiliar and subtly fragrant masculine scent invading her senses. The broad chest behind her felt like a heated wall, pressing against her back, accompanied by the clear and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. She could even sense the warmth of his breath brushing against her ear. A faint blush crept over her cheeks, uncontrollable in its intensity. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never experienced such intimate contact with any man. Steady now. Forcing herself to suppress the unfamiliar sensations coursing through her, her voice tightened as she squeezed her legs against the horse's belly, striving to maintain a professional demeanor to mask her inner turmoil. "Go." Ji Feng trotted smoothly across the grass. However, just as Qinlan exhaled a sigh of relief, an unexpected calamity struck. The horse beneath her seemed to be suddenly infused with the fiercest of energies, emitting a high-pitched neigh without warning. It reared up abruptly, its front hooves thrashing wildly in the air before crashing down, launching into a frenzied gallop, leaping and thrashing about without rhyme or reason. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the crowd. What was happening? Qinlan's face drained of color as she gripped the reins tightly, attempting to summon all her strength and skill to rein in the crazed white stallion. But it was futile. The once docile Ji Feng now resembled a furious beast from ancient times, rendering any command ineffective. Amid the violent jolts, Qinlan's body was violently thrown backward by an immense force. With a resounding thud, she collided with the ground. She collided solidly into the warm and sturdy embrace behind her. Jiang Xun instinctively extended his arm, encircling her soft yet powerful waist with an iron grip, securing her firmly against him. The scene spiraled into chaos. Lan's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the frantic whinnies of the horses and the howling wind in her ears. Her entire body was compelled to press tightly against the man behind her, rubbing against him with each vigorous leap of the horse. She could distinctly feel the man's steady heartbeat, the strength of his arm, and the searing warmth radiating through the fabric of their clothes. A wave of shame, terror, and an unfamiliar, strange shudder engulfed her limbs. At that critical moment, a deep and steady voice, seemingly imbued with a peculiar magic, resonated in her ear. "Don't move." It was Jiang Xun. His voice bore no trace of panic, calm as if he were recounting an inconsequential matter. Immediately, Lan felt a warm hand cover her knuckles, which were white from gripping the reins too tightly. Jiang Xun leaned slightly forward, his chest nearly enveloping her back, and whispered into the horse's ear in a tone audible only to the three of them. "Hush." A miracle occurred. The wild stallion, previously thrashing as if intent on wreaking havoc, jolted at the sound of that single word. Suddenly, its frenzied action ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded by this astonishing spectacle. Lan remained frozen in Jiang Xun's embrace, too afraid to move. She could feel the arm around her waist still holding firm, the warmth from the body behind her continually radiating. "I have been deeply concerned for your well-being." The silence enveloped the arena. Lan's body was rigid in Jiang Xun's embrace, akin to a stone hardened by frost. Her mind buzzed with emptiness. What on earth is happening? She could distinctly feel the arm around her waist, as scorching as a branding iron. The heated chest behind her pulsed with a steady rhythm. Once, again, it felt less like it was pounding within his chest, and more as if a hammer were striking the back of her head, leaving her disoriented. The face of the arena manager was as pale as a sheet of A4 paper. The surrounding hundreds of girls gaped, their mouths agape enough to fit a fist, their expressions of jealousy almost igniting. Jiang Xun not only did not release her, but instead seemed to indulge in the moment. He tightened his embrace slightly, pressing the taut body against him even closer. Lowering his head, his lips nearly brushed against Lan's flushed ear, his voice languid and teasing, as if he were playfully engaging a cat. "Coach, can you still hold on? You wretched scoundrel." Just as Lan managed to utter a single word, Jiang Xun responded with action. He grasped her hand, gently pulling the reins. A subtle yet powerful rhythm coursed through his legs as he lightly squeezed the horse's belly. "Go," he called softly. The previously calm steed, Feng, as if heeding a royal decree, surged forward with a force that transformed him into a white arrow, dashing ahead. "Ah!" Lan let out a short gasp, purely instinctual. It was too fast, so rapid that her mind could scarcely keep pace. The fierce wind sliced against her face, obliterating any sound she could muster. Her body was pressed tightly against Jiang Xun's chest, with no space to spare between them. The snug riding attire morphed into an excruciating instrument of torment. Each friction and impact beneath the fabric was painfully vivid, provoking her to curse. She could feel the solidity of his muscular chest, the steadiness of his breaths, and even the teasing low chuckle that reverberated through their close proximity, sending vibrations through her very bones. Lan's mind had completely short-circuited. Here she was, the esteemed equestrian coach of Jinling University, reduced to a mere sack of potatoes? She yearned to struggle, to reclaim the reins, to prove that she was no fool. Yet Jiang Xun's arm encircling her waist was like an iron band, rendering her powerless. His hand resting on the back of hers dominated the situation with an undeniable authority. Accelerate. Turn. Accelerate again. Under Jiang Xun, Feng became a legendary steed, carving wild yet graceful arcs across the field. With each turn, the centrifugal force embedded her deeper into his embrace. With every increase in speed, the jarring bumps and friction rendered her utterly numb. Her pride in her strength, skill, and composure felt as fragile as paper in the presence of this man. A sense of shame blazed like fire, coursing from her soles to the crown of her head. She felt less like a coach and more like a captive bride abducted by a bandit lord. Her body's instincts threatened to overwhelm the defenses of her rationality. That unfamiliar, exhilarating sensation, akin to an electric current, surged from her tailbone to the back of her head, weakening her limbs to the point where she could scarcely grip the reins. "Relax," Jiang Xun's voice resonated in her ear, deep and reassuringly enigmatic. "Trust me." "Trust you indeed." Lan clenched her teeth. This cursed fiend, this embodiment of raw desire. Yet, as the winds howled around her and the steady thrum of his heartbeat echoed behind her, an absurd sense of security inexplicably blossomed from the depths of her heart. It seems that once embraced by this hold, even if the sky were to collapse, there would be naught to fear. The mere thought of it caused Qinlan's face to flush a crimson hue. Madness. Today, I have truly lost my mind. Time passed without her notice until the wind ceased. The white horse, like a graceful spirit, came to a swift halt, standing majestically in the center of the meadow. Leisurely snorting, the world fell into tranquility once more. Qinlan remained in the position of being encircled by Jiang Xun, gasping for air. She felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from her body, leaving her as soft as a puddle of mud. Relying solely on the solid wall of flesh behind her to prevent herself from sliding off the horse. Her legs felt as if they belonged to someone else, utterly weak. Jiang Xun looked down at the striking woman in his embrace, now with a hint of red at the corners of her eyes, breathing rapidly like a thoroughly tamed eagle. He released her, dismounting with a fluid grace. Then, turning, he stood beneath the horse and extended his hand towards the still stationary Qinlan on its back. His gesture was as elegant as a scene from a film. Qinlan gazed at his outstretched hand, her mind a chaotic whirlpool. She wished to dismount. Yet her legs refused to obey. Ultimately, she placed her slightly trembling hand into Jiang Xun's palm. His hand was broad, dry, and warm. The moment her hand was grasped, Jiang Xun exerted a gentle strength in his arm. Qinlan felt her body lighten as he effortlessly lifted her from the saddle. The instant her feet touched the ground, her knees buckled, and she found herself uncontrollably toppling forward. With a thud, she once again landed solidly in that disconcerting embrace. This time, it was face to face. Her face pressed directly against his sturdy chest. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, she could even catch the delightful scent of soap emanating from him. Coach! Jiang Xun's deep, amused voice resonated from above her head. Was this a deliberate embrace? Which embrace? My legs have turned to jelly. Qinlan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly pushed him away, scrambling to stabilize herself, her face aflame with embarrassment. She wished to utter a few courteous remarks to reclaim her dignity. Yet, when she opened her mouth, her voice trembled and came out hoarse, unbeknownst to her. You are utterly reckless. It is far too dangerous. Is it? Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, non-committal in his response. He circled the magnificent white horse, reaching out to pat its neck, as if greeting an old friend. I see it runs quite joyfully. Qinlan, infuriated by his nonchalant demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Jiang Xun once more, her heart skipped a beat. The man, who outwardly did not seem to possess the physique of someone rough and rugged, exuded an undeniable authority, a composed mastery over all that was around him. For the first time in her 20-some years of existence, she experienced what it meant to be utterly overwhelmed by a man. It was a comprehensive domination, from technical prowess to an emotional subjugation, an all-encompassing force that enveloped her. An unfamiliar sensation of both frustration and anxiety surged through her being. In a moment of uncontrollable whimsy, an outrageous thought flashed through Qinlan's mind. No wonder so many of her friends fought tooth and nail for a man. It seemed that being completely conquered by a truly formidable man bore such a taste. She gazed at Jiang Xun's strikingly handsome profile, her heart racing furiously. Goodness, I am determined to claim this man as mine. Ding. Detection of special individual Qinlan exhibiting intense desire for conquest. Emotional link activated. Current favorability, 30, heartthrob. Ding. Family prestige, 1500. A notification echoed in Jiang Xun's mind. He turned around to face the short-haired woman, whose expression had undergone a complete transformation, and lazily remarked, Coach, let us conclude today's lesson here. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Without waiting for Qinlan's response, he strode toward the exit of the arena, leaving her standing alone, fists clenched, watching his retreating figure. Fatigued? Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Mother-in-Law. Warning of broth upon returning to the villa, Jiang Xun was greeted not by Mu Qingxue, but by an overwhelming aroma of traditional Chinese medicine that filled the air. His motion to change his shoes paused as he lazily lifted his gaze toward the living room. A middle-aged woman, unfamiliar to him, was busy at the glass countertop of the open kitchen, her back turned to him. She was clad in a rather plain cotton and linen dress. Its dull hue faded as if it had been purchased from a street vendor for a mere few dollars. Yet, this unremarkable garment, worn by her, did not appear shabby. Rather, it accentuated her tall and slender figure, radiating a certain grace cultivated by the passage of time. The woman appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Her lustrous black hair simply gathered at the back with a wooden hairpin, revealing a delicate and fair neck, its curve reminiscent of a swan. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft halo around her, rendering her a picture of warmth and tranquility, akin to a meticulously painted ink wash. Even from just her silhouette, it was evident that she must have once been a captivating beauty in her youth. Perhaps sensing the movement at the doorway, the woman turned to face him. Jiang Xun's gaze sharpened slightly. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Mu Qingshua's, yet devoid of the sharpness and tension forged by the rigors of the business world, replaced instead by a softness and serenity honed through life's trials. Delicate lines adorned the corners of her eyes, enhancing rather than diminishing her beauty, imbuing her with the unique grace of a mature woman, akin to a piece of exquisite warm jade, radiating a gentle glow. "You must be Jiang Xun," the woman spoke softly, her voice imbued with a hint of cautious scrutiny. "I am Qingshua's mother, Wenlan." Jiang Xun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wenlan hastily wiped her hands, approaching with a touch of nervousness, gesturing towards the bubbling herbal soup in the clay pot. "I heard from Qingxue that you would be learning to ride today. I feared you might tire yourself, so I took the liberty of preparing some nourishing soup for you." As she spoke, she ladled a bowl and handed it over. The broth was dark and its aroma quite assertive. "This is brewed with 9-section calamus, millennium-old Hisho Wu, and several secret herbs passed down through the Mu family, designed to strengthen and nourish." Jiang Xun accepted the bowl, gazing at the murky concoction and then at Wenlan's expectant eyes, feeling a twinge of doubt. Goodness, with this elaborate preparation, one might think I am about to compete in the Olympics. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Auntie," he replied politely. Seeing his acceptance, Wenlan visibly relaxed, her smile becoming more genuine. She pulled out a chair, gesturing for Jiang Xun to sit, while she took her place opposite him, her hands gracefully folded in her lap. "Please drink up. The efficacy diminishes as it cools." She observed Jiang Xun with a look reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law. Yet it was laced with a profound, almost sympathetic concern. "Qingxue is a wonderful child, but she can be overly ambitious, treating everything as a project. I fear she might push you too hard." Jiang Xun took a sip of the soup. The bitterness exploded on his tongue, piercing straight to the crown of his head. He swallowed without flinching, replying nonchalantly, "It's all right." Wenlan sighed, as if opening a floodgate of thoughts, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Do not be misled by the Mu family's current prosperity. In truth, Qingshue's father passed away quite early. He was once a renowned talent in Jinling. Yet his frail constitution led to his downfall. Despite his diligence, he succumbed to renal failure in his early 40s. At this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "This world is exceedingly harsh on men. You are the pillars, treasured yet ultimately consumable. All we women can do is strive to ensure that you, the pillar, can endure a little longer, just a little longer." Her words caused Jiang Xun's grip on the bowl to falter slightly. He finally comprehended the weight of expectation and fear nestled within that thick, unyielding herbal broth. It was a reminiscence from a wife for her deceased husband, and a mother-in-law's earnest, profound assessment of her son-in-law. She yearned for her daughter not to tread the same path as she had. Wenlan observed Jiang Xun's striking yet somewhat fragile profile, silently contemplating. This young man was indeed handsome, yet he appeared a touch too slender. The girl, Qingxue, is rather reckless. One must wonder what would happen if she were to lack restraint and exhaust her husband. It is imperative that I safeguard my daughter, ensuring that this medicinal concoction is simmered daily. In the evenings, I must remind her to take it easy, for only a gentle stream can sustain life." Jiang Xun is blissfully unaware that he has been placed on his mother-in-law's priority protection and sustainable development list. He merely feels that the fleeting desire for conquest stirred within him by that woman, Qin Lan, at the horse ranch pales in comparison to the existential pressure symbolized by this bowl of soup. Suddenly, he found himself yearning intensely for that skill, Silver Kidney Warrior. In this realm, such an ability seems infinitely more practical than any mastery of combat or piano. This is no mere indulgence. It is a strategic concern regarding the very length of one's life. Jiang Xun downed the bitter medicinal brew in one go and set the bowl aside. "Auntie, I shall retire to my room for a while." Go on, Your room has been tidied up for you, Hunan replied with a warm smile. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Xun locked the door behind him. He sat on the edge of the bed and concentrated. System, activate the lottery wheel. Ding. The ordinary lottery wheel is now open. Current reputation points, 5450. Would you like to begin the draw? Yes. Draw 20 times. Lottery in progress. Before him, a virtual screen displayed a golden wheel spinning rapidly, with countless prize shadows flashing by. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 1,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small stamina recovery potion X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of combat skill X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of culinary skill X1. A series of notifications flooded his mind. Jiang Xun's expression remained unchanged. These were mere appetizers. Continue. Draw all remaining reputation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a small stamina recovery potion X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of helicopter piloting skill X1. As the lottery concluded, Jiang Xun gazed at the fragments he had amassed. Fragment of combat skill, 1010. Fragment of piano mastery, 1010. Fragment of helicopter piloting skill, 510. Fragment of culinary skill, 610. Combine fragment of combat skill and fragment of piano mastery. Ding. Consuming 10 fragments of combat skill, combining. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the complete skill book, Mastery of Combat. Ding. Consuming 10 fragments of piano mastery. Combining. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete skill book, Mastery of Piano. Current reputation points, 50. Jiang Xun looked at the two new skills gleaming on the panel, a smile threatening to break forth, yet it remained unexpressed. Mastery of Combat. A splendid acquisition. In the future, who would dare to compete with him for sustenance, when a single punch could send them flying? Yet, can this entity truly engage in a duel against the frailty of the kidneys? Mastery of the piano? It has become more refined, more elegant, and imbued with a certain sophistication. Is it intended for him to acquire the skill in advance, to perform a requiem for himself? Damn it! I have exhausted all my resources, only to exchange them for a mere 2 ceremonial skills, 1 martial and 1 literary. The most crucial component of the engine has yet to reveal itself. This wretched system possesses a sense of irony. Jiang Xun rubbed his temples, grappling with the sudden influx of knowledge and muscle memory regarding both the piano and combat that had inexplicably manifested in his mind. Downstairs, Hunan had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Xiao Sun, come down for a meal. Jiang Xun stepped out, observing the benevolent countenance of his mother-in-law, which was inscribed with encouragement to eat heartily and work diligently afterward. Suddenly, he felt a sense of unease about remaining in this villa. If he continued to receive such focused attention, he feared that by the time he obtained the silver kidney fighter, he would already be plagued by psychological shadows. He approached the dining table and casually remarked, "Auntie, I wish to take a stroll this afternoon." Going out. Hunan immediately became alert, then donned a gentle smile. Has Tsing Shui arranged some activity? No, I merely wish to wander about and absorb the artistic atmosphere of Jinling University. Jiang Xun subtly crafted an excuse for his newfound skill. Artistic atmosphere? Hunan pondered, suddenly enlightened. Oh, you mean around the music academy? Indeed. Listening to music can elevate one's spirit and is beneficial for both body and mind. As she spoke, she served Jiang Xun a generous helping of deer antler. However, do exercise caution when going out. Nowadays, the young women outside are exceedingly proactive. Chapter 15. When the piano resounds, even fairies bow down. Jiang Xun silently consumed his meal, resolving to eliminate the word proactive from his lexicon. Compared to the women of this world, his thoughts seemed as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. After lunch, he found an excuse to politely decline when Lan's offer to send a driver and bodyguard with him, departing the villa alone. He sought a place to test the extent of his proficiency with the piano mastery. Upon entering the precincts of the Jinling University Music Academy, the very atmosphere transformed. The wild scent of the racetrack, mingling with hormones and grass, was replaced by a clean, fresh aroma akin to that after a rain. The teaching building, constructed of classic red bricks, was adorned with lush ivy, while sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The surroundings were tranquil. occasionally punctuated by the intermittent sounds of instruments emanating from various windows. The air was filled with the melodious strains of violins, the crisp notes of piano keys, and the lilting tones of flutes. Just as Jiang Xun contemplated finding a vacant practice room, an ethereal and clear piano melody unexpectedly floated into his ears. The sound was neither as fervent as the piano nor as lingering as the violin. It flowed like a clear spring bubbling through the mountain stream, resonating with a gentle tinkling sound, imbued with a hint of ethereal detachment. It resembled the solemn chime of a temple bell under the moonlit night, tranquil and distant, capable of gradually cleansing the restlessness and distractions within one's heart. Intrigued, Jiang Xun murmured to himself, turning his footsteps towards the source of the melody. The sound emanated from a secluded two-story building nestled deep within the academy, its entrance adorned with an ancient wooden plaque inscribed with the words Yingguan. The music wafted from a room on the second floor, its door slightly ajar. Jiang Xun treaded lightly, approaching stealthily, peering through the crack of the door. In a mere glance, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The room was elegantly arranged, devoid of modern electronic devices. The walls were adorned with a few bamboo scroll paintings depicting expressive landscapes, and in the corner stood a bronze incense burner shaped like a celestial crane. Wisps of white smoke spiraling upwards, exuding a crisp scent of sandalwood. The afternoon sun streamed through a carved wooden window, casting a bright beam of light across the floor, where tiny dust particles danced slowly in the illuminated shaft. At the heart of this light sat a woman, clad in a simple, pristine white gown, so unadorned that it emphasized her slender and graceful figure. Her long, raven hair cascaded loosely in a bun, secured only with a simple wooden hairpin, revealing a neck as smooth and luminous as jade, its curve reminiscent of an elegant and solitary swan. Her skin bore an almost translucent, cool white hue that seemed to radiate in the sunlight, and her features were exquisitely sculpted, as if crafted from the finest mutton fat jade, her brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, a prominent nose, and lips of subtle elegance. Her beauty was distinct, contrasting sharply with the aggressive sharpness of Mu Qingxue and the fervent passion of Su Qingyu. It was a transcendent beauty, imbued with a serene essence that seemed untouched by the mundane world. She appeared as if she had descended from an ancient portrait of noble women, enveloped in a veil of cool, ethereal moonlight, evoking a sense of reverence that discouraged proximity, lest her own earthly imperfections tarnish this purity. At that moment, she sat with her eyes closed, her delicate fingers gracefully plucking the strings of the guqin before her. The notes flowed from her fingertips, clear and ethereal. Jiang Xun's intrusion was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. He did not knock, but simply pushed the slightly ajar wooden door open, producing a soft creak. The music ceased abruptly. The ethereal ambience was shattered, plunging the room into a profound silence. The woman slowly opened her eyes. What a gaze it was, clear as a tranquil cold pool, devoid of ripples, exuding a calmness that bordered on indifference. She turned her attention to Jiang Xun at the doorway, her gaze neither startled nor curious, as if she were merely observing a tree, a stone, or an inconsequential presence that had inadvertently trespassed into her domain. This place is tranquil. Entry is forbidden without invitation. She gently parted her crimson lips, her voice as cold and melodious as her chin, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Classmate, please leave. However, Jiang Xun did not depart. Instead, he brazenly strode in, nonchalantly shutting the door behind him. What a character. Does anyone still speak like this in these times? It feels as if we're in a period drama. He inwardly scoffed, yet his gaze fell upon the ancient seven-string qin before her, and he lazily remarked, "This is quite intriguing." His tone was as casual as one critiquing a skewer at a street stall. The woman's brow barely furrowed, the first emotion to grace her otherwise ethereal visage, creating a slight crack in her perfect, otherworldly demeanor. She scrutinized Jiang Xun anew. The man before her wore simple casual attire, hands buried in his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor coupled with a hint of playful mischief, radiating a modernity that clashed with the ambience of the space. He bore no resemblance to a student. Typically, students regarded her with awe and trepidation. Neither did he resemble a school official. They often carried a bureaucratic air. He appeared as an anomaly, shattering the tranquility and rules that enveloped this place. "This is a guqin, Yao Guang," the woman explained patiently, her voice remaining cool. though the slight furrow of her brow betrayed her annoyance at being disturbed. If you are interested in traditional music, you may register for beginner classes on the first floor. This was a clear dismissal, implying that someone of his inexperience did not deserve to linger here. Jiang Xun seemed oblivious to her underlying message, settling himself onto a nearby bamboo chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Register? Too tedious, he remarked, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at her stunningly cold visage. I personally prefer one-on-one instruction. The woman's expression darkened at last. For the first time, a flicker of thinly veiled anger tinted her previously serene eyes. Classmate, I would appreciate a bit more respect. I am being respectful, Jiang Xun replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Am I not preparing to seek guidance from a teacher? He gestured toward the ancient cuisine. How does one produce sound from this? The woman was momentarily rendered speechless by his audacious demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly quelled the rising frustration within her. As the youngest associate professor at Jinling University's School of Music, Wenwan had never encountered such a brazen student. Her pupils had always treated her with utmost respect, accustomed as she was to establishing the rules within her realm. Yet today, this man had barged in, disregarding all propriety, and carelessly disrupted the serene atmosphere she had painstakingly cultivated. Wenwan gazed at Jiang Xun's extraordinarily handsome face in his eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating all facades. Filled with a teasing glimmer, a sense of competitive spirit unexpectedly surged within her. She suddenly found herself reluctant to dismiss him so easily. She was curious to see just how much substance lay behind this seemingly jaded man. Her gaze shifted, passing over Jiang Xun and landing on the adjacent room. It was a private piano room, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a clear view of the grand black Steinway piano within. Retracting her gaze, she turned back to Jiang Xun, whose cool demeanor was suddenly adorned with a faint, challenging smile. Your demeanor suggests you are not unfamiliar with the art of music. Perhaps you can play a little? Jiang Xun quipped casually. Wenwan chose to disregard his flippant remark, rising to her feet. The hem of her pristine white dress traced an elegant arc in her wake. Approaching the doorway, she pointed toward the neighboring piano room, her voice icy yet laced with an undeniable challenge. If you possess any understanding of music, why not give it a try? The piano room next door could serve to broaden my mundane horizons. Chapter 16. The aloof flower becomes an avid admirer. This move is remarkable when Wenwan's voice, though cool, resembled a slender needle, conveying a challenge that was hard to refuse. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xun was not angered. Rather, he broke into a languid smile. Rising from his bamboo chair, he stretched, the joints of his body emitting a subtle crackle. Very well, he replied, his tone crisp and decisive, as if the invitation were not for an artistic duel, but rather a casual game of cards. He strolled toward the piano room with an air of nonchalance that caused Wenwan's brows to furrow deeper. To her, art was sacred, a pursuit worthy of a lifetime of reverence. Yet this man treated it as a trivial plaything. Such flippancy was more intolerable than any cruel words could ever be. She was determined to see what he could produce. Outside, beneath the shade of a tree, a lithe figure clung to the windowsill, peering furtively inside. It was Qianlan. After parting ways at the Equestrian grounds, her irritation had only intensified. The man's absolute control displayed atop a horse had pricked her heart like a thorn, rendering her restless. She was unwilling to accept defeat and insisted on discovering what this pretty boy was truly up to. What she beheld was a confrontation between him and the renowned ice flower of the Music Academy, Wenwan. Ah, he certainly knows how to choose his battlegrounds. Qianlan scoffed, a wave of disdain washing over her. After charming me, he now seeks to ensnare this ethereal beauty? I shall relish witnessing his downfall. She was poised, ready to burst in and mock him the moment he faltered. Inside the piano room, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows welcomed the afternoon sunlight in its entirety, rendering the motes of dust suspended in the air distinctly visible. A glossy black Steinway grand piano, akin to a silent behemoth, lay quietly in the center of the room, exuding an air of opulence and solemnity. Jiang Xun nonchalantly approached the piano bench and seated himself. Unlike other performers, he did not take a moment to steady his breath or cultivate his emotions. He merely lifted the piano lid, and his elongated fingers glided casually across the black and white keys, producing a few discordant notes. This spectacle deepened the disappointment in Wenwan's eyes, who stood at the doorway, ready to turn away. Just then, Jiang Xun's fingers descended, and the first note resonated. It rang clear and pure, like a dewdrop plummeting into the center of a frigid pool, sending ripples of transparency outward. Wenwan's foot, poised to step away, froze abruptly. This timbre, soon followed by the second and third notes, unfurled into an exceedingly simple melody, ethereal and distant, imbued with a hint of otherworldly chill. Wenwan's pupils constricted in sudden realization. Wasn't this the introduction to the Guqin piece Han Shan Wen Shui that she had just played? He had only listened once and had flawlessly reproduced the essence of the Guqin with the piano. No, this was no mere replication. The piano's broader range and expressive depth endowed the piece with an even more profound backdrop. It was as if one were gazing down from the summit of a towering snow-capped mountain upon the desolate cold pool below. The essence was elevated. Wenwan was utterly mesmerized. She felt as though her heart was gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless. And this was merely the beginning. Following the introduction, the melody shifted abruptly. It was no longer a cool imitation, but rather something entirely Jiang Xun's own. The music took on a somber, oppressive tone, resembling a solitary traveler traversing the boundless darkness of night. Each note bore the weariness of a life spent toiling, infused with resignation and defiance against fate. The profound sense of loneliness, deeply embedded within his soul, was unreservedly unleashed through the keys. Wenwan's complexion paled instantly. She understood. She comprehended the deep-seated solitude that resonated within the music. There were stories within this sound. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Lan, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, found the derision on her face frozen in place. Though she lacked knowledge of musical intricacies, she could feel the sorrow that emanated from the piano, ensnaring her heart like a vast net, suffocating her breath. Was this truly the same man who had once ridden with such fervor? Just as everyone was submerged in this sorrow, the music took another turn. The oppressive melody was suddenly rent asunder by a soaring and passionate chord. Like the first rays of dawn piercing through the heaviest of nights, the piano's melody transformed into a magnificent and resounding force, brimming with rebirth and vigor. It was the ecstasy of having traversed realms and embraced a newfound system, a profound self-assurance to master all in this new world. If the previous melodies had represented an abyss, then the current strains were akin to divinity descending upon that very chasm. He played the symphony of his two lifetimes, a struggle, death, rebirth, and dominion. The entire music academy, unbeknownst to them, had fallen into a profound silence. All the sounds of practiced instruments had ceased. Windows swung open, heads peered out, and on every face, shock and bewilderment were unmistakably etched. They followed the divine melody, gazing towards the direction of the elegant music hall, akin to the most devout of worshippers paying homage to their deity. Who is this playing the piano? What piece is this? How have I never heard it before? Can such sounds truly emanate from a human? Within the piano room, Wenwan's gentle form trembled slightly. Her cherished art, the lofty ideals she had upheld throughout her life, and her tranquil heart, akin to an ancient well, were shattered before Jiang Xun's overwhelming music. She felt like a little girl standing before a towering waterfall, insignificant, laughable, and utterly defenseless. It dawned upon her that true art transcends technique and ambience. It is the soul. It is the act of shattering one's entire existence and reassembling it, narrating it to the world through notes. Yet, she possessed only skill, devoid of soul. In that moment, her world crumbled entirely. In the corner, Qin Lan stifled a gasp with her hand, desperately suppressing her voice. She gazed at the man seated at the piano, his demeanor still languid, yet his fingers seemed imbued with divine power, her heart racing wildly. Strength, technique, art. What other facets of this man remained hidden from her? He resembled an unfathomable black hole, evoking both fear and an uncontrollable desire to draw near and explore. At last, the final note resonated, infused with the glory and dominance of sovereign rule, lingering in the air. The world descended into a profound stillness. Jiang Xun slowly lifted his hand, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. He turned to face the dazed woman at the doorway, a faint smile gracing his lips. That smile bore no mockery or boastfulness, only a tranquil understanding. Wenwan regained her senses, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Xun. For the first time, the frost in her clear, cold eyes melted away, revealing an unrecognized tenderness and an almost fervent admiration. She took 2 steps forward, the hem of her pure white dress tracing a humble arc upon the ground. Her voice quivered with an undeniable tremor. "Would you, dear sir, grace me with your presence for a tea tasting and a discourse on the art of music?" Ding. Detecting a profound admiration for Wenwan, emotional connection activated. Current affinity level, 30, a lofty admiration. Ding. Family prestige, 1,500. Chapter 17, a heightened sense of crisis. The war among women has commenced. Jiang Xun gazed at her, observing the frost that melted for the first time from her icy eyes, replaced by an almost fervent admiration. He lazily withdrew his hand. Yet he had not the chance to respond. Just a wall apart, beneath the shade of a tree, Qianlan clutched the windowsill tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Her mind was a blank slate. The ethereal sound of the zither, akin to divine revelation, still echoed in her ears, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. However, what instilled a greater sense of dread within her was the look in Wenwan's eyes at that moment. It was not mere appreciation, nor the camaraderie of worthy rivals. It was the gaze of a devotee beholding a deity, reverent, humble, imbued with a fervor that sought to relinquish everything in devotion. A sudden alarm sounded in Qianlan's mind. She was unperturbed by Su Qingyu, the flamboyant enchantress, nor daunted by Mu Qingxue, the president who wielded wealth like a weapon. Such adversaries she could contend with in her own manner. Yet this Wenwan wielded a weapon in a realm entirely foreign and incomprehensible to Qianlan: artistry. The very essence of the soul. What on earth was she to do? A tide of unprecedented helplessness and crisis engulfed her. She clenched her fists, as possessiveness and frustration collided violently within her breast. This man, who had just begun to yield a modicum of taming pleasure, now presented a formidable rival she could not even begin to comprehend. No, absolutely not. Gritting her teeth, Qianlan turned on her heel and departed. She needed to take action. In the executive office of Apex Finance, Mu Qingxue had just concluded an international video conference. As she raised her coffee cup, preparing to massage her throbbing temples, her phone lit up with an incoming call from her mother. She answered, her voice steady as ever. "Mother, I just finished a meeting." Qingxue. On the other end, Wenlan's voice was laced with an unprecedented urgency, even tinged with a hint of panic. "Something has happened." Mu Qingxue's heart sank. "What is it?" "It's Jiang Xun." Wenlan's voice dropped to a near whisper, yet her words rushed forth. "He went to the music academy at Jinling University this afternoon." Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. "To the music academy? What of it?" "And then he encountered that woman, Wenwan." Wenlan's tone revealed a bitter edge. The one hailed as the foremost genius of Jinling, who looks down upon everyone. Wenwan. Mu Qingxue was certainly familiar with that name. In the upper echelons of Jinling, she is a renowned flower of the jailing, with countless noble ladies yearning to learn the art of music from her, only to be dismissed with the phrase, "The common folk cannot comprehend refined music." How could Jiang Xun possibly be associated with her? "Mother, please take your time." Mu Qingxue forced herself to remain calm. "But what is there to delay?" Wenlan's voice nearly pierced the receiver, exclaiming that the entire Jinling University was abuzz with rumors. It was said that Jiang Xun, after only one listen, flawlessly played a gentle guqin piece on the piano, elevating its essence by tenfold. Subsequently, she performed a piece unheard of before, captivating the entire music academy. Ultimately, the haughty Wenwan, in front of all, humbly invited Jiang Xun to her elegant music hall for tea, resembling a mirror made in her deference. "Qingxue, do you comprehend the significance of this?" Each of Wenlan's words struck Mu Qingxue's heart like a heavy hammer. She certainly understood. The wealth she prided herself on and the meticulously crafted business empire appeared utterly feeble in the face of art and the resonance of the soul. What Wenwan could offer Jiang Xun was beyond her reach. It was a devastating blow. A chill surged from her feet, permeating her entire being. Her hand trembled slightly as she gripped the phone. On the other end, Wenlan's tone turned grave and serious. "Qingxue, listen closely. You have just 7 days left in the protection period chosen by the Husband Association. After 7 days, Jiang Xun may make a second choice. You must exhaust all means to ensure he knows who is truly his wife, who is the mistress of this household. Otherwise, once he is ensnared by a woman like Wenwan, your future status will be precarious." Beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Silence enveloped the office. Mu Qingxue stood quietly before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below. The color drained from her face, gradually replaced by a resolute determination. Defeat? Such a word has never graced the pages of Mu Qingshua's life. She viewed her existence as a KPI assessment, excelling in every aspect. Marriage was the most crucial project in her life. Jiang Xun was the sole core of this endeavor. Now, an unexpectedly formidable competitor had emerged. Therefore, her response must not be retreat, but rather a strategic adjustment, deploying more resources and employing extreme measures to solidify her core competitiveness. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. When she opened them again, her beautiful gaze was devoid of hesitation or doubt, replaced by an unwavering resolve. She picked up the internal phone, her voice cold and clear. Prepare the car, return to the Celestial Palace. As night descended, when Jiang Xun returned to the villa, he was met not by Wen Lan's overly enthusiastic soup, but by an enveloping silence. He changed his shoes and was somewhat surprised to discover that in the spacious living room, only Mu Qingxue was present. She appeared to have just bathed, clad in a loose silk robe that accentuated her snow-like skin, emanating a soft, gentle glow. Her damp, long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, droplets trickling from the tips, moistening a small patch of fabric beneath her collarbone, hinting at a veiled allure. Unadorned by makeup, her natural visage had shed the sharpness and assertiveness of her usual corporate demeanor, revealing a touch of domestic warmth and gentleness. Upon seeing Jiang Xun, she promptly rose from the sofa and swiftly approached him. "Sir, you have returned," she spoke softly, a hint of barely perceptible tension in her voice. Jiang Xun nodded, casually tossing his coat onto the sofa before lounging comfortably. "Where's your mother?" he inquired. "I asked her to leave first," Mu Qingxue replied, her hands nervously clasped in front of her. Jiang Xun cast her a sidelong glance, refraining from further questions. Leaning back against the sofa, he closed his eyes, savoring the impromptu performance from earlier that afternoon. The skill of piano mastery proved to be even more advantageous than he had anticipated. It was not merely a matter of technical perfection, but rather an emotional resonance. He sensed that the gentle woman before him had been completely disarmed by him. The feeling of overpowering a proud woman with sheer strength was indeed quite intriguing. As his thoughts wandered, Mu Qingxue stood before him. She remained silent, simply standing still, and then gradually, deeply bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. Jiang Xun opened his eyes, observing the crown of her dark hair, his brow slightly arching. "What is this?" Mu Qingxue straightened up, lifting her head, her beautiful eyes shining astonishingly beneath the crystal chandelier. In her gaze, there lingered something Jiang Xun had never encountered before. It was not mere submission or flattery, but rather a fervent, almost reckless devotion, as if she were wagering everything she had on the table. She held out a tablet, presenting it to Jiang Xun. The screen was illuminated, displaying an exquisitely designed menu interface. However, the contents of the menu were not culinary dishes, but rather a series of animated characters in various uniforms, each striking different poses. There was a gentle housewife in an apron, a stern schoolteacher with gold-rimmed glasses, a cold female spy clad in leather, and a seductive doctor in a white coat. Each character's face had been altered to resemble Mu Qingxue's visage. Jiang Xun's gaze swept over the images before resting on Mu Qingxue's face, which was slightly flushed with anxiety. Meeting his gaze, Mu Qingxue summoned all her courage, her voice trembling, yet each word crystal clear. "Sir, in order to solidify my core competitive edge as your wife." She once again lowered her head deeply, pushing the tablet forward with a touch of desperate humility in her tone. "You must order tonight." Chapter 18. The Self-Rescue of the Female CEO. "May I present the menu for your selection?" "Oh, could you elaborate on these options?" Jiang Xun leaned back on the sofa, deciding to indulge in the moment. She bit her lip, steeling herself to begin the introduction. "This one is the Gentle Wife package." Mu Qingxue pointed to the first character, her voice trembling slightly. "It includes personally cooking for you, preparing a heartfelt midnight snack," and her face grew increasingly flushed, her voice dwindling to a whisper. "What else?" Jiang Xun arched an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "And, helping you relax with a massage, and keeping you company until the late hours." Mu Qingxue finished, wishing desperately to vanish into a crevice. As the esteemed female president of Tianqi Financial, when had she ever engaged in such matters? Yet, there was no alternative. The appearance of that woman, Wen Wan, this afternoon had sounded an alarm in her mind. While Mu Qingxue could navigate the business world with ease, in the realm of art, a field of elegance, she was merely a novice, since she could not compete on the level of intellectual sophistication. She had to exert effort in the physical domain. Proceed. Jiang Xun's voice dripped with evident mockery. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath, pointing to the second character. This is the strict teacher package. What does it entail? It includes creating a study plan for you, supervising your schedule, and her voice diminished further, and criticizing your bad habits with a ruler. At this point, Mu Qingxue felt herself nearly combusting. Her mind was a blank. She had no idea what she was saying. Although she had rehearsed this scenario countless times in her mind, articulating it aloud was an entirely different matter. Jiang Xun found her flustered demeanor amusing. A ruler? He deliberately elongated the word. Are you sure you can handle that? Mu Qingxue's face turned crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. I can learn, she declared through clenched teeth. To solidify my core competitiveness, I can learn anything. Jiang Xun almost burst into laughter. This woman truly treated marriage as a business venture. She could discuss such matters with utmost seriousness. All right, what about the third option? Mu Qingxue trembled as she pointed to the image of the cold-blooded female agent. This is the mysterious agent package. What are the specifics? Jiang Xun continued to tease her. It includes investigating all potential threats, ensuring your safety, and Mu Qingxue's voice faded to a whisper reminiscent of a mosquito's hum, and using special methods to help you relax. Upon uttering that phrase, she wished for nothing more than to socially perish on the spot. Jiang Xun gazed at her tearful expression, his mischievous side thoroughly awakened. Special methods? He leaned in a little closer. Such as? As Mu Qingxue felt his proximity, her entire being froze. She could perceive the faint scent of his shower gel, mingled with the intoxicating allure of a mature man's pheromones. Her heart raced as if it might burst. She stammered for an interminable moment, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Observing her flustered demeanor, Jiang Xun suddenly found himself reluctant to continue teasing her. All right then, what about the last one? Mu Qingxue exhaled in relief and quickly pointed to the final character. This is the sensual female doctor package, which includes a comprehensive health examination and a personalized wellness plan, along with. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. 24-hour personal care. After delivering her pitch, she felt utterly drained. Jiang Xun regarded her face, flushed as bright as an apple, and couldn't help but chuckle internally. This woman was truly resourceful in her attempts to keep him engaged. Yet, to be honest, he found this game quite enjoyable. The typically domineering female CEO was surprisingly innocent in private. All right, Jiang Xun said, reaching for the tablet and casually browsing through it. Did you come up with all of this? Mu Qingxue quickly shook her head. No, it was prepared by my assistant team. She feared Jiang Xun might misconstrue her intentions as bizarre. I just wanted to enhance the user experience. Jiang Xun was amused by her use of business jargon. User experience? Yes, Mu Qingxue affirmed earnestly. You are my most important client. I must provide the highest quality of service. Jiang Xun was utterly charmed by her unconventional thought process, likening their relationship to a business partnership. So, which one do you think I would choose? He asked with genuine interest. Mu Qingxue nervously bit her lip, cautiously gauging his expression. I think you might prefer the gentle wife package, she ventured. After all, you've worked all day and should want to relax. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow. Why not the strict teacher? Mu Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Because you don't seem like someone who needs discipline, she murmured. You are already quite outstanding. Jiang Xun felt a pleasant thrill from her flattery. And the cold female agent? You don't seem like someone who needs protection, Mu Qingxue said, her voice growing softer. You appear very secure. Jiang Xun nodded in agreement. What about the sensual female doctor? Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed once more. You are very healthy and probably don't need an examination. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Jiang Xun suddenly felt mischievous. He set the tablet aside and spoke slowly. Actually, I believe you are correct. Mu Qingxue's eyes brightened. Really? But Jiang Xun's tone shifted. I believe you have overlooked the most crucial option. Mu Qingxue looked at him in confusion. What option? Jiang Xun's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The tense female CEO package. Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. What? Just like you are now? Jiang Xun pointed at her. Typically domineering and assertive, yet privately so anxious that you must force yourself to partake in these rather embarrassing activities. In an instant, Mu Qingxue comprehended, her face flushed with embarrassment. Are you teasing me? Not at all, Jiang Xun replied with utmost seriousness. I find this package rather intriguing. Mu Qingxue, furious yet hesitant to retaliate, could only glare at him with a crimson face. "You are incorrigible." Observing her flustered and indignant demeanor, Jiang Xun felt an inexplicable surge of joy. "Then I shall close my eyes and make a random selection. Whatever it lands on, it shall be." Chapter 19. The Antler Bell and Black Stockings. This is rather excessive. Jiang Xun reached for the tablet, his fingers gliding carelessly across the screen. The images flashed rapidly, resembling a bizarre yet tantalizing lottery. Mu Qingxue held her breath nervously, watching his fingers as if they were about to determine the fate of her entire project. At last, Jiang Xun's finger came to a halt. The screen froze on a character she had never anticipated. It was a two-dimensional girl with cascading gradient blue hair, adorned with a pair of exquisite black antlers and a golden bell around her neck. She donned a daringly tailored black, white, and gold bodysuit that accentuated her alluring curves, while black thigh-high stockings enveloped her elongated legs, embodying elegance intertwined with utmost sensuality. This character was Ganyu from the globally acclaimed game Genshin Impact. Jiang Xun opened his eyes, lifted his gaze, and assessed Mu Qingxue with keen interest, as if evaluating her compatibility with this character. Then, with a languid drawl, he issued the final directive for the evening. "She shall do. I want to see my ace secretary after hours." Mu Qingxue stared at the screen showcasing the antlered figure clad in a black bodysuit, her mind momentarily blank. What is this? The fabric of that outfit is far too scant. And those antlers and bell. This was no ordinary uniform. It was an entirely different species. Her initial reaction was one of absurdity and resistance. To have her portray a character from a game? This was far more humiliating than wielding a pointer. Yet, this sentiment lasted merely 3 seconds. Afterward, all absurdity and resistance were supplanted by a more potent emotion, a resolute determination. Wenwan. This name pierced her like a needle. A stark reminder that Wenwan could captivate Jiang Xun in a manner through art and soulful resonance that she could never aspire to achieve. Yet, Mu Qingxue possessed only wealth and an unyielding determination. This was an assessment, a critical pressure test that would determine her future standing. She could not afford to fail. Defeat was not an option. In an instant, Mu Qingxue's gaze transformed, all confusion and shyness evaporating, leaving only a resolute determination akin to burning one's boats. She nodded emphatically and bowed deeply to Jiang Xun, her voice carrying a tremor of resolute finality as she uttered, "Yes, sir. Please hold on for a moment." With that, she almost fled, turning swiftly towards the opulent dressing room on the second floor, reminiscent of a luxury goods showroom. Jiang Xun reclined languidly on the sofa, listening to the cacophony of rummaging from above, akin to a construction crew at work. He took a sip from his glass, a deeper smile gracing his lips. He was filled with anticipation, eager to see how this proud, icy female CEO would accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Time passed slowly, and approximately half an hour later, the tumult above finally subsided. Jiang Xun could hear the faint rustle of fabric and muffled, shame-laden gasps. Moments later, the sound of hesitant footsteps descended the staircase. Slow and reluctant, Jiang Xun lifted his gaze toward the staircase, and when the figure fully materialized before him, even he, accustomed to grand spectacles, found his breath momentarily halted. The woman before him could no longer be referred to as Mu Qingxue. She seemed to have stepped directly from a fantastical realm into reality. Her long, sleek ebony hair had been meticulously styled into a gradient blue reminiscent of the night sky, the ends gently curling and cascading down to her waist. Atop her head, a pair of smooth, obsidian-hued horns elegantly arched backward, glimmering with an enigmatic sheen. Around her alabaster neck was tied a red knot. At its center, a genuine golden bell that chimed melodiously with her slightest movement. She donned a flawlessly replicated black, white, and gold bodysuit. The form-fitting black silk material accentuated her impeccably sculpted physique, a testament to her dedication to fitness as a CEO. The daringly hollowed design at her chest revealed expanses of pristine skin and a profound décolletage. Golden embellishments at her waist and a flowing train, reminiscent of ethereal water sleeves, added an air of elegance to her sensuality. Most striking were her long, slender legs enveloped in black thigh-high stockings, the golden patterns at the openings extending tantalizingly to the tops of her thighs, shimmering under the light, exuding a blend of chastity and lethal allure. Her face bore a delicate touch of makeup, with purple eyeshadow enhancing the serene allure of her typically frigid gaze, imbuing it with a hint of enchanting charm. She slightly lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes quivering incessantly, as her eyes perfectly blended the inherent tenderness of her character with an aura of exhaustion reminiscent of a weary worker returning from a grueling 10,000-year shift. Coupled with social anxiety, Jiang Xun could not help but acknowledge that Mu Qingshua's execution had surpassed his expectations. This was no mere cosplay, it was a divine embodiment. Mu Qingxue, no, in this moment she ought to be referred to as Ganyu, grasped the handrail of the staircase, descending with painstaking slowness. With each step, the bell around her neck chimed, mercilessly announcing her present humiliation. She could sense Jiang Xun's unabashed gaze, scrutinizing and teasing, sweeping over her from head to toe like a spotlight. Her cheeks burned fiercely, and the exposed skin flushed with a lovely hue of pink. Upon reaching Jiang Xun, she stood awkwardly, her hands nervously twisting the ample sleeves of her attire, uncertain of what to do. At last, as if recalling something, she took a deep breath, striving to immerse herself in her character. Mimicking the mannerisms from the game, she clasped her hands before her and gracefully performed a curtsy, a gesture befitting the land of Teyvat. Then, lifting her head, she spoke in a sweet yet uncertain and humble voice, "For the Geo Archon. No, for you, sir." Her voice faltered momentarily, as if to bolster her courage. She added, "And for the overtime pay, I am willing to do anything." Chapter 20. What to do if the overtime secretary gets wet. Upon finishing her words, her face had flushed to the point of almost bleeding, her head bowed deeply. Unable to meet Jiang Xun's gaze again, observing her earnest yet embarrassed demeanor, Jiang Xun could no longer contain himself and let out a soft chuckle. Though the laughter was barely audible, it struck Mu Qingshua's heart like a heavy blow. She felt defeated, convinced she must appear as a ridiculous clown. She had ruined this project. Just as despair settled in, preparing her for Jiang Xun's ridicule and dismissal, a hand gently lifted her chin. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xun had risen, towering over her. His gaze held no mockery, only a deeper, almost devouring intrigue. "Miss Secretary," he spoke in a low, magnetic tone. "Since this is for overtime pay, one must embody the essence of overtime." He released her chin and returned to the sofa, gesturing towards the cup of water he had barely touched. "Now I am thirsty." Mu Qingxua paused for a moment, quickly realizing the assessment was still ongoing. Suppressing the tide of shame in her racing heart, she nodded and replied in a voice as faint as a whisper, "Yes, sir." She turned towards the kitchen, her careful steps and the flowing sleeves of her attire creating a peculiar yet captivating contrast. Soon, she returned, cradling a cup of perfectly warm water. Kneeling on one knee before Jiang Xun, she raised the cup high, offering it to him with both hands. Throughout the entire process, her head remained bowed, not daring to overstep any boundaries. Jiang Xun did not accept the cup. He merely gazed at her, observing her shoulders tremble slightly from nervousness, the flush of shame creeping to her ears, and the breathtaking rise and fall of her pristine bosom with each breath. "Are your hands tired?" he suddenly inquired. Mu Qingxue, taken aback, answered honestly, "No, not at all." "Is that so?" Jiang Xun's voice bore a hint of amusement. "Yet it seems you are struggling to hold it steady." As he spoke, he reached out, not to take the cup, but to gently grasp her wrist, adorned with a delicate black silk glove. Mu Qingshua's body tensed abruptly. His fingers were warm, and even through the thin silk, that warmth permeated her, sending a shiver down her spine. His thumb caressed the delicate skin on the inside of her wrist, the most sensitive area. A surge of electricity coursed through her, radiating throughout her entire being. As her hand quivered, a few drops of water spilled from the cup, landing on her alabaster skin and trickling down her astonishing curves into the unfathomable depths below. "Look!" Jiang Xun's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in her ear. "You've made it wet." Mu Qingshua's face ignited with a fiery blush. Her mind rendered incapable of coherent thought, surrendering to the sensation of Jiang Xun's fingers drawing circles on her wrist, feeling the rising heat. Leaning closer, he whispered near her ear, his voice dropping even lower. "As the chief secretary, to dampen your superior's documents, you must face a penalty. What do you think the punishment should be?" His breath, warm and intoxicating, brushed against her ear, causing the bell around her neck to tinkle more melodiously in response to her shivers. The night deepened. On the large bed, black silk gloves, flowing white sleeves, and a solitary golden bell lay scattered in disarray. Mu Qingxue curled up beneath the covers, resembling a startled kitten. Her body felt an unprecedented fatigue, as if trampled by a heavy truck, with every muscle protesting in agony. Yet her spirit was enveloped in a peculiar state of exhilaration and satisfaction. That punishment disguised as overtime had once again completely overturned all her previous perceptions, cultivated over more than 2 decades. Her life had resembled a meticulously crafted business plan, each step calculated with precision, striving for optimal input-output ratios. Yet Jiang Xun, in the most unreasonable and audacious manner, had shattered her blueprint into fragments. With his very being, he inscribed a novel contract for her, one brimming with enigma and pulsating heartbeats. She came to realize that true competitive advantage was not found in cold data and assets, but rather in his fervent breath, in the calloused fingertips that brushed against her skin, and in the husky whisper that echoed in her ear as he repeatedly called her little secretary. It dawned on her that the pinnacle of user experience was not rooted in servile appeasement or compliance, but in the complete relinquishment of self, the abandonment of dignity. As she plunged into the depths of madness alongside him, reaching the zenith together, turning slightly, she beheld the slumbering figure of Jiang Xun beside her. His serene visage, stripped of the languor and mischief of the day, radiated a striking handsomeness. Mu Qingxue extended a trembling hand, yearning to caress his cheek, yet hesitated in midair, fearing she might disturb his dreams. This man was her project, her KPI, the ultimate target she aspired to conquer in her lifetime. Yet now, he seemed to have transformed into her entire world. Withdrawing her hand, she cautiously nestled closer to him, burying her face in the pillow that still retained his essence, and closed her eyes. Ding. The loyalty of core family member Mu Qingxue has undergone a qualitative change. Current favorability, 95, utterly devoted. Ding. Family prestige, 250. At 6 in the morning, warm golden rays filtered through the slats of the blinds into the bedroom. Jiang Xun slowly opened his eyes, noticing that Mu Qingxue was still fast asleep, a faint blush lingering on her unadorned face from the previous night. Indeed, the late-night work had been intensely vigorous. As he shifted, Mu Qingxue instinctively curled closer like a kitten, burrowing into his embrace. Jiang Xun gazed down at her, even in slumber, her brow furrowed, as if she were still contemplating some business strategy in her dreams. Goodness, this is quite relentless. He gently stroked her long hair, and she emitted a soft, contented hum in her sleep, tightening her grip around his arm. Just as Jiang Xun was savoring this rare moment of tranquility, his phone suddenly vibrated. He reached for the device on the nightstand, revealing a message from Su Qingyu. "Little fairy, are you awake? Big plans for you today?" Followed by a flurry of triumphant emojis. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow. What scheme was she concocting this time? Chapter 21. Su Qingyu unleashes her masterstroke, transforming the garden into a stage. Before he could respond, a gentle melody wafted in from outside. This was no ordinary pop music, but a unique composition imbued with classical charm, intermingled with modern electronic beats. Frowning, Jiang Xun rose and approached the window, pulling aside the blinds to gaze outside. What he beheld left him speechless. In the Villa-esque garden, a massive circular stage had been erected, adorned with exquisite stone columns in the style of ancient Greece and floral garlands. On the stage, several tall female dancers were engaged in warm-up exercises. They donned identical flowing garments reminiscent of ancient Greece, the white silk billowing gracefully in the morning breeze. Each of them possessed an exquisite beauty, their figures perfectly sculpted, akin to ethereal beings emerging from mythology. At the center of the stage, Su Qingyu stood with her back to the villa, engaged in stretching exercises. Her ensemble today was particularly striking. A vibrant crimson backless dance costume accentuated her alluring physique, while her long hair was elegantly tied up, revealing the graceful lines of her neck. With each movement, the costume's split design subtly showcased her long legs, making her a veritable embodiment of sensuality. Goodness, what a spectacle! Jiang Xun couldn't help but acknowledge the grandiosity of Su Qingyu's endeavor. This was no mere performance. It was a full-fledged artistic extravaganza. Sir, Mu Qingxue, who had awakened at some point, rubbed her eyes and sat up. She wore only a black silk nightgown, one strap slipping down, exposing her rounded shoulder and faint marks from the previous night's escapade. Hearing the music from outside, she approached Jiang Xun, following his gaze. Upon witnessing the grand arrangement in the garden, her expression shifted dramatically. This is, her voice tightened. Su Qingyu's elaborate undertaking, Jiang Xun replied coolly. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists. She had just concluded a rather embarrassing yet successful late-night endeavor, still reveling in the deep connection with Jiang Xun. Only for Su Qingyu to stage such a spectacle. This was undeniably a declaration of war against her. Moreover, it was in the form of a grand artistic performance, an area in which she felt least adept. Yesterday's graceful elegance had given way to today's visual feast orchestrated by Su Qingyu. She sensed her status as the legitimate partner was under unprecedented threat. Sir, Mu Qingxue intended to speak, but Jiang Xun raised his hand to silence her. Let us observe what she intends to do, he suggested, his tone calm, though a hint of playful interest sparked in his eyes. This Su Qingyu was indeed an intriguing woman. Outside, the music crescendoed, and the dancers began to find their rhythm. Su Qingyu slowly turned, lifting her head toward the villa. Her gaze precisely locked onto the window on the second floor, where Jiang Xun's silhouette stood. At that moment of eye contact, her lips curved into a provocative smile, and she blew him a kiss. Wow, this lady truly dares to play. Jiang Xun was amused by her boldness and directness. As the music reached its zenith, the dance commenced. A dozen dancers clad in white formed a circle, performing a dance in homage to the gods in the style of ancient Greece. Their movements were both graceful and powerful, the white silk skirts swirling around them as if clouds danced upon the earth. In the center of the circle stood Su Qingyu, like a flame goddess surrounded by deities. Her dance diverged completely from the classical elegance of the surrounding dancers, brimming instead with primal vitality and wild allure. Every movement she executed showcased her body's flexibility and strength, the fiery red costume igniting with her every motion, exuding an unabashed allure. Mu Qingxue watched in astonishment. While she was adept at strategizing in the business realm, she found herself utterly inexperienced when confronted with such a grand artistic performance. Su Qingyu's approach was more direct and impactful than the gentle elegance of her usual style, delivering a stunning visual assault that challenged her status. Midway through the dance, an unexpected transformation unfolded. To one side of the garden, a colossal crane slowly entered, its arms suspending a beautifully crafted platform. After a flawless spin, Su Qingyu gracefully leaped onto the ascending platform, which began to rise in rhythm with the music, allowing her to continue her dance aloft. She resembled a true goddess of fire, soaring elegantly through the air, her crimson attire billowing in the breeze, a sight of breathtaking beauty. The platform ascended to the height of the second-floor windows before gradually moving towards the villa. Ultimately, Su Qingyu halted just 2 meters from Jiang Xun. Kneeling on one knee atop the platform, she extended a hand in a gesture of invitation. The music came to an abrupt stop, plunging the entire garden into silence. Su Qingyu panted, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, yet her eyes burned with the fire of triumph. With her distinctive northeastern accent, laced with pride and provocation, she declared, "Little immortal man, is this divine dance of mine not superior to that gentle, broken lute?" Pausing momentarily, she lowered her voice, adopting an even more seductive tone. "I have prepared for an entire week just for you." These top-tier dancers were all invited from the capital, and the venue alone cost 500,000. "I simply wish to ask, is this gesture not sufficiently weighty?" Mu Qingxue, standing anxiously behind Jiang Xun, felt her palms grow clammy. Su Qingyu's offensive was indeed overwhelming. Not just a visual spectacle, but also a dual display of wealth and heartfelt intent. In the face of such grandeur, her late-night efforts appeared somewhat insignificant. Jiang Xun gazed at the alluring Su Qingyu, her skin flushed from the dance, her expressive eyes shimmering with anticipation and nervousness. He could sense her underlying pride. This girl certainly refuses to concede. Noticing Jiang Xun's silence, Su Qingyu felt a flicker of anxiety. "Why isn't this little immortal man responding? Is my dance inadequate? That shouldn't be the case. I spent a week learning from the best dance instructor in the capital. Or does he find my approach too cliché? Oh dear. What should I do?" Maintaining a confident smile on the surface, her inner turmoil was palpable. Jiang Xun leisurely pushed open the window, leaning against the sill, looking down at her from above. "Su Qingyu." His voice was calm, yet it instantly made Su Qingyu feel tense. Su Qingyu instinctively straightened her posture. Jiang Xun suddenly smiled, a grin laced with unmistakable admiration and amusement. "Come down." Chapter 22, The Three-Woman Arena. Not even tea can be enjoyed properly. He neither praised nor criticized, merely concluded her performance with an air of undeniable authority. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then shouted into the intercom, prompting the platform to descend slowly. Her heart raced, completely perplexed by Jiang Xun's intentions. Moments later, draped in a coat, Su Qingyu strode into the villa's living room with an air of arrogance, her team of assistants trailing behind to tidy up the aftermath. Upon entering, she spotted Mu Qingxue standing at the foot of the stairs. Mu Qingxue had changed into a suitable home outfit, yet her slightly disheveled hair and the wariness in her eyes betrayed her haste. Well, President Mu, Su Qingyu assessed her from head to toe, deliberately adopting an exaggerated northeastern accent. What's wrong? Why does your face look so dark? Did you not sleep well last night? Mu Qingxue's gaze turned icy, her voice as sharp as ice. The last yoga session had been manageable, devoid of competition, which she did not mind. But this time she felt a palpable threat and needed to assert her stance. Miss Su, this is my home, not a stage for your acrobatics. What did you say? A dangerous glint flickered in Su Qingyu's eyes, her northeastern accent growing more pronounced. President Mu, the performance I just gave cost $1 million, with over a dozen top dancers. You call that acrobatics? She stepped forward, her fiery red costume accentuating her curves. And what about that cosplay you did upstairs last night? A home workshop? Mu Qingxue's face flushed crimson in an instant. You knew about that? No wonder you're the daughter of the media queen, the leader of the dog pack. Su Qingyu's words struck a nerve, instantly resurrecting the embarrassment from her portrayal of Ganyu last night. Su Qingyu, you what about me? Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. Am I wrong? That noise last night could be heard from an entire building away. What was that about, little secretary? TSK. Mu Qingxue was on the verge of exploding. Her once proud self-control crumbled before Su Qingyu, the fury and shame of being caught in a compromising situation almost compelling her to lash out and tear the smug expression off Su Qingyu's face. Enough. Jiang Xun's voice echoed from the stairs. He was clad in simple loungewear, lazily leaning against the banister, his handsome features adorned with an expression of amusement. Both women turned to face him simultaneously. Su Qingyu quickly masked her provocation with an innocent facade. Little fairy, I didn't cause any trouble. It was President Mu who, before she could finish her sentence, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper hurried over to answer the door, and an elegant figure stepped inside. It was Wan. Today, she donned an elegant moon-white modified qipao, its high slit revealing a glimpse of her slender calves. And upon her feet rested a pair of beige mid-heeled leather shoes. Her long, jet-black hair was styled into a simple low bun, with a few strands softly cascading by her ears, complementing her breathtakingly beautiful face, untouched by makeup, radiating a timeless charm. Cradled in her arms was an ancient zither, while her other hand held a delicate tea set as she gracefully entered the living room. With a gentle glance at the tense atmosphere, she maintained a serene smile, as if the chaotic scene before her were merely the rippling surface of a tranquil lake. She walked directly to the center of the room, placing the zither and tea set gently upon the table, then turned to bow gracefully to Jiang Xun on the staircase. Mr. Jiang, our discussion on the zither yesterday left me yearning for more. I have come today to indulge in tea and conversation with you. Her voice, soft as water, resonated clearly in the charged atmosphere of the living room. Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu were momentarily taken aback. Goodness, her timing is impeccable. Jiang Xun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Moments ago, a duet of red and white roses had filled the air. Now it had transformed into a three-way clash. Furthermore, Wan's entrance completely disregarded the palpable tension, infusing the room with an almost innocent tranquility that instantaneously altered the nature of the encounter. Su Qingyu was the first to regain her composure, sizing up Wan with a critical eye, the feeling of being overshadowed gnawing at her. Oh, isn't this the foremost talented woman of Jinling? She elongated her tone deliberately. What is this? Not satisfied with your school flirtation yesterday. You've come to pursue him at home today? When Wan turned to face her, her clear eyes gazing calmly at Su Qingyu, devoid of any disturbance. Miss Su, you exaggerate. Her tone remained gentle. I merely wish to discuss zither artistry with Mr. Jiang. If I am a bother, I shall take my leave. With that, she genuinely prepared to gather her tea set and depart. This uncontentious reaction only left Su Qingyu feeling as if she had struck a blow against soft cotton, a sense of defeat washing over her. Mu Qingxue observed Wan, her sense of crisis reaching its zenith, in stark contrast to Su Qingyu's boldness and directness. Wan's serene, non-confrontational demeanor posed the true threat. She was indeed the fascinating woman Jiang Xun had spoken of, one who attracted attention simply through her very presence, without the need for rivalry. Teacher Wen, please stay. Mu Qingxue compelled herself to regain her composure. Since you are here, let us sit together and converse. Though she wore a smile, the coldness in her eyes could not be concealed. Jiang Xun watched this unfold, his spirits lifting. He descended the staircase slowly, languidly taking a seat on the sofa under the watchful eyes of the three women. Three gazes converged upon him simultaneously. Mu Qingxue's held the authority and unease of a rightful partner. Su Qingyu's sparkled with the provocation and anticipation of a lover, while Wenwan's exuded the calmness and gentleness of a cherished memory. The air was thick with tension, yet everyone feigned calmness. Jiang Xun surveyed the room and suddenly broke into a smile, one laced with evident mischief and amusement. Everyone's here? He deliberately paused, relishing the moment as the three women's emotions tensed instantaneously. Shall we have a cup of tea together? Mu Qingxue's fingers unconsciously tightened. Su Qingyu's breath quickened slightly. Wenwan maintained her smile, though a subtle flicker of emotion danced in her eyes. Observing the starkly different reactions of the three, Jiang Xun's wicked curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Goodness, this scene is even more intriguing than I imagined. He resolved to stoke the flames further. However, Jiang Xun spoke leisurely. It seems a bit cramped for three to share tea. His gaze swept across the three women, finally settling on the tea set brought by Wenwan on the coffee table. Why don't you discuss amongst yourselves who will brew the tea? As these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere froze. His seemingly casual remark landed like a boulder in a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of the three women. Mu Qingxue's fingers instantly clenched, her knuckles turning white. As the hostess, brewing tea was her duty. Yet Jiang Xun's suggestion to deliberate among them was a subtle affront. She could neither concede nor contest. Yielding would imply negligence, while protesting would display a loss of composure. Su Qingyu's eyes darted with a flurry of ideas. She had no intention of making tea. That was a servant's task. If she were to play, it should be something that could quicken the pulse of the charming young man. And then there was Wenwan, who seemed entirely oblivious to the underlying tension in Jiang Xun's words. She retained her serene smile, gently offering, Mr. Jiang, if you don't mind, I would be willing to brew a pot of tea for you and my two sisters. As she spoke, she rose to fetch fresh water, her calm demeanor casting Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu in the light of jealous schoolgirls. Goodness, is this the legendary green tea that counters the red and white roses? Jiang Xun chuckled inwardly. Indeed, Wenwan possessed a remarkable finesse. Oh dear, sitting around and sipping tea is rather dull, Su Qingyu exclaimed, abruptly interrupting Wenwan's actions. She leaned closer to Jiang Xun, a fragrant aura enveloping him, her voice imbued with the characteristic boldness and cunning of a northeastern girl. Little fairy, let us not just sit idle. How about we play a game? A game? Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The king's game. The loser must obey the king's every command. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled like twin stars, eager to stir chaos. Mu Qingxue's brows furrowed deeper. She had no interest in such games, considering them a frivolous waste of time. Yet Jiang Xun's gaze conveyed his keen interest. Thus, she sat in silence, offering no dissent. At that moment, the doorbell chimed once more. The housekeeper approached to open the door, and a steady, powerful cadence of footsteps echoed from afar. A tall, striking figure appeared at the threshold of the living room. The newcomer, seemingly in her late 20s, possessed a neatly cropped mane of raven-black hair that framed her smooth, full forehead. She wore no makeup. Her sun-kissed complexion radiated a healthy glow under the light, and her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seemed capable of piercing through the human soul. Her physique was remarkable, not frail, but rather robust and athletic. Clad in a simple white fitted t-shirt, she accentuated her astonishing bust and a waist devoid of any excess. Below, she donned deep gray cargo pants that enveloped her long, straight legs, and on her feet, a pair of black combat boots echoed softly against the floor. She carried no bag, merely a black leather jacket draped casually over her arm, exuding the aura of a drawn sword, sharp and formidable. Qinlan. Jiang Xun recognized her, a professor of equestrian studies from Jinling University. Qinlan's gaze swept across the living room. Upon noticing the three distinctly styled women gathered around Jiang Xun, her brow subtly furrowed. Ah, Jiang Xun, she remarked, her voice clear and resonant. imbued with the distinct forthrightness characteristic of the Sichuan-Chongqing region. I have come to confirm your course selection for physical education. Your fitness data is somewhat unique, and the school wishes for me to tailor a training program specifically for you. Her arrival was akin to a brisk winter wind, instantly dispersing the previously amorous and alluring atmosphere in the room. Wenwan glanced at Qin Lan, then at the eager Su Qingyu and the poised Mu Qingxue, and with a graceful bow, she declared, "It appears that Mr. Jiang Xun has pressing matters today. I shall not intrude." With that, she picked up the guqin and tea set, departing with a lightness in her step, her demeanor remaining entirely unperturbed. Su Qingyu, her eyes gleaming with excitement, turned to Qin Lan and seized her arm just as she was about to engage in serious conversation with Jiang Xun. Mimicking Qin Lan's dialect, she exclaimed, "Ah, Professor Xiao, your timing is impeccable. Why discuss serious matters when we can indulge in a game instead?" Qin Lan frowned, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Su Qingyu held on tenaciously. "What game?" she asked, a hint of impatience in her tone. "The King's Game." Su Qingyu briefly explained the rules. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "How utterly tedious. What's the matter, afraid to play? Are you worried about losing face in front of your students?" Su Qingyu was adept at provoking, keenly aware of the competitive spirit that drove Qin Lan. Instantly, Qin Lan's sharp eyes narrowed, fixing a piercing glare upon Su Qingyu. "If we are to play, let it be so. I fear no one." She could not abide being challenged. Thus, the game was set in motion. Jiang Xun, Mu Qingxue, Su Qingyu, and Qin Lan, 4 individuals, each with their own motives. Su Qingyu retrieved a well-prepared deck of playing cards from her bag and drew 4 cards. Come. The ace of spades is the king. Whoever draws it shall issue commands." The first round commenced with shuffling and drawing. Su Qingyu revealed her hand, her lips curling into a smile that reached her ears. It was indeed the ace of spades. She licked her ruby-red lips, her eyes glinting with a mischievous spark, as if relishing in the chaos about to ensue. "I declare," clearing her throat, she elongated her words, savoring the exhilarating thrill of control. "I command, players 2 and 4. She paused, delicately pinching a plump, crimson cherry from the fruit platter, droplets of water glistening upon its surface. "You shall pass this cherry mouth to mouth. No hands allowed, and if it falls, consider the task a failure, with consequences to follow." The atmosphere thickened in that instant, her command laced with a wicked and tantalizing allure. Jiang Xun lounged languidly on the sofa, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, his gaze one of pure amusement, eager to observe how these 2 proud women would respond. "Which one is player 2? Which one is player 4? Urged Su Qingyu. Qin Lan, exasperated, slammed her card onto the table, 4 of diamonds. Her expression darkened instantly, akin to swallowing a fly. To engage in such a mouth-to-mouth exchange with another woman? She would rather battle a stallion at the racetrack. Mu Qingxue slowly turned over her card, 2 of hearts. The color drained from her cheeks, leaving her pallid. As the president of the Mu Corporation, she had never endured such humiliation. Yet, she merely cast a glance at Jiang Xun, who displayed no emotion, neither forbidding nor affirming, but rather observing her quietly. In that moment, Mu Qingxue comprehended. This was her trial, a stage to demonstrate her worth and obedience to Jiang Xun. Su Qingyu wielded wealth and spectacle, when one relied on her talent and grace, while she, the only asset she could offer, was her unwavering, boundless submission. "Are you out of your mind?" Qin Lan's voice sliced through the air like shards of ice, aimed squarely at Su Qingyu. "I would never stoop to such a ridiculous act." "Oh, feeling cowardly now?" Su Qingyu taunted, her tone mocking. "Weren't you quite bold just moments ago? If you can't handle it, just say so. No one will ridicule you." "You." Qin Lan's fists clenched, cracking ominously. At that moment, a cool, composed voice cut through the tension. "I accept." It was Mu Qingxue. Rising, she stepped into the center of the living room, her exquisite visage devoid of expression, resembling an emotionless ice sculpture. Yet, the slight tremor of her lashes and the tightly pressed line of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil and humiliation. She fixed her gaze on Qin Lan, her voice unnaturally steady. "Professor Xiao, this is the game's rule. Or do you lack the courage to play?" She returned Su Qingyu's words to Qin Lan verbatim. Qin Lan abruptly turned her gaze towards Mu Qingxue, her eyes sharp as a blade. In the depths of this woman's eyes, she perceived an incomprehensible, almost fanatical determination. It was as if this were not merely a game, but a battle that must be won. Qinlan's pride was ignited. With a cold snort, she stood up and approached Mu Qingsnow. Very well, if it is a game, then let it be played. I am eager to see what you can conjure. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Ice Kiss. The moonlight shatters, she deliberately scrutinized Mu Qingsnow from head to toe with unabashed provocation. Two formidable women, both radiating powerful auras, stood in confrontation. One as frigid as the snow atop a mountain, the other as fervent as a blazing fire. Su Qingyu offered a cherry to Mu Qingsnow, who delicately grasped the stem between her icy lips. That vivid red stood out starkly against her pale mouth. Gradually, she moved closer to Qinlan, each step akin to treading upon her own shattered pride. Qinlan remained rooted to the spot, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, her gaze brimming with resistance and disdain. Yet, as Mu Qingsnow's enlarged, flawless visage drew near, she instinctively held her breath. She could sense the cool fragrance of Mu Qingsnow's perfume and noticed a delicate frost seemingly clinging to her long eyelashes. This woman, even while executing such a humiliating command, maintained an air of superiority that was utterly unassailable. Jiang Xun watched this scene with keen interest. How fascinating. Mu Qingsnow's humiliation was not for the sake of the game, but for him. In this manner, she proclaimed her loyalty. Conversely, Qinlan's resistance embodied an instinctive pride inherent to the strong. The dramatic collision of these two starkly different qualities was far more riveting than an ordinary card game. At last, Mu Qingsnow halted before Qinlan, the space between them so close that they could feel each other's breath. Leaning slightly forward, Mu Qingsnow slowly brought the cherry towards Qinlan's lips. Qinlan's body stiffened. She could clearly see Mu Qingsnow's lips, thin and pale, pressed tightly together in nervousness. She even discerned a hint of Mu Qingsnow's lip balm adorning the cherry. Time seemed to stretch, as if the world had been put on slow motion. Qinlan's mind was a blank slate, filled only with feelings of nausea and humiliation. Yet she did not retreat. To do so would signify her defeat. She, Qinlan, could never concede to anyone, especially not in such a trivial matter. She slightly parted her lips. The cherry, imbued with the warmth and breath of another, was delicately and precisely conveyed to her lips. At the instant of the cherry's transfer, their lips brushed against one another for a fleeting second, soft yet cold. This was the sole sensation experienced by Qinlan. She abruptly recoiled, as if touched by some insidious virus, vigorously wiping her lips with the back of her hand, her eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. Meanwhile, Mu Qingsnow, having completed her task, immediately straightened and returned to her original position, resuming her seat. Her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, her chest heaving violently. Yet her expression remained as frigid as ever. She turned her gaze to Jiang Xun, her eyes betraying a subtle, almost imperceptible desire for validation, as if to inquire, "Sir, did I perform adequately?" Jiang Xun remained silent. He merely lifted the glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then offered Mu Qingsnow a gentle nod. A simple gesture, yet it caused the tension in Mu Qingsnow's body to dissolve instantaneously. She realized she had placed her bet wisely. This humiliation had earned his approval. It was worth it. The second round of drawing lots commenced. Su Qingyu shuffled the playing cards in her hands, the sound echoing with a sense of mischief. Her face adorned with a grin that relished in the unfolding drama, her gaze flitting between Mu Qingsnow and Qinlan. The earlier cherry exchange, though Jiang Xun was not the focal point, had already ignited a palpable tension between the two formidable women, the air thick with an explosive charge. Let us see who the king shall be in this second round. Su Qingyu spread 4 cards face down in a fan shape on the coffee table. This time, Qinlan exhibited no hesitation, swiftly drawing the central card. She revealed it, the ace of spades. A cold smirk slowly graced her lips. Her gaze, sharp as a knife encased in ice, first sliced through the pale, composed visage of Mu Qingsnow before settling on the eagerly intrigued Su Qingyu. Finally, it landed on Jiang Xun, who had remained an aloof observer, languidly reclined on the sofa. I declare, her voice rang clear and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. I command, number 3 and number 2. Qinlan paused, her eyes sweeping over the ice bucket on the coffee table, the crystalline cubes emanating a chilling aura. A flicker of vengeful delight danced in her eyes. Complete the ice cube passing challenge. With your mouths, and no dropping. As these words escaped her lips, the temperature in the living room seemed to plummet several degrees. If the previous cherry transfer was an act of humiliation, this ice cube challenge was a brazen, almost kiss-like provocation. The smile on Su Qingyu's face faltered momentarily. She hadn't anticipated that this equestrian instructor would play so ruthlessly. Mu Kingsnow's body tensed instantly, her gaze fixated on the cards laid on the table. Who is player number 2? And who is number 3? Su Qingyu chuckled nervously. Attempting to alleviate the palpable tension in the air, Jiang Xun leisurely extended his hand, revealing his card. The 2 of clubs. He was player number 2. In that fleeting moment, apart from Su Qingyu, the breaths of the other 2 women halted for half a second. The eyes of Mu Qingsnow and Qin Lan sharpened simultaneously, as if they could pierce through the remaining 2 cards. Both hoped to be player number 3. In such a humiliating game, the moment Jiang Xun became a participant, the nature of the game transformed entirely. It was no longer a punishment, but a bestowal. Chapter 25, When One Succumbs. Favorability soars. Su Qingyu felt a jolt in her heart as she glanced at the card in her hand, suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Trembling, she flipped it over. The Jack of Diamonds. It was not her. A sigh of relief escaped Su Qingyu, yet anxiety quickly returned. Now, all eyes were fixed on the woman who had been quietly seated in the corner, akin to a rare orchid in a secluded valley. When Wan. What a twist in the script. Jiang Xun observed the scene, his morbid curiosity ignited. Under the scorching gazes, rife with jealousy and anticipation, When Wan's fair, jade-like hand slowly turned over her card. The 3 of Hearts. In that moment, the air became utterly still. Su Qingyu's expression of amusement froze on her face. Her mouth agape, she struggled to articulate a response. She had merely wished to witness a contest of wits between Mu Qingsnow and Qin Lan, never anticipating that this ethereal beauty, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, would be thrust before Jiang Xun. In contrast, the eyes of Mu Qingsnow and Qin Lan ignited with an almost tangible flame. Mu Qingsnow's hand, resting on her knee, clenched into a fist, her knuckles turning pale from the intensity of her grip, having just exchanged extreme humiliation for a nod of acknowledgement from Jiang Xun. The euphoria of her victory was still lingering when Wan effortlessly sought to usurp it. Qin Lan's chest heaved with fury. She had intended to use this directive to exact revenge and dominate the scene, only to unwittingly construct a bridge of intimacy between Jiang Xun and this seemingly innocuous, yet formidable woman. She had become the most ludicrous of facilitators. When Wan's mind went blank, the rosy hue of her complexion surged from her cheeks to her neck, and even to the delicate nape of her ears, which were tinged with an alluring blush. Today, she wore a modified qipao in moonlight white, crafted from silk with subtle patterns, which shimmered with a pearl-like luster under the light. The qipao's tailored cut accentuated her seemingly slender, yet curvaceous figure perfectly. The collar featured classical frog closures, while the cuffs were gently tapered, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white wrist. The high-slit design only subtly unveiled a portion of her slender, fair calf when she moved, complemented by beige mid-heeled leather shoes that swayed gracefully with every step, exuding an air of Eastern classical elegance. Her long, lustrous black hair was styled into a simple low bun, with a few rebellious strands cascading down to frame her face. Without the adornment of makeup, her beauty left one breathless, resembling a fairy who had stepped out from a Jiangnan ink painting, untouched by the dust of the world. Yet now, this pure white lotus was to accept an ice cube offered by a man, right before the gaze of many. Instinctively, she glanced at Jiang Xun. His gaze was gentle, even adorned with a hint of reassuring smile, yet beneath it lay an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. His eyes communicated, "This is a game, and you must comply." Her long, delicate lashes trembled violently, and ultimately, she seemed to resign herself, slowly closing her eyes before reopening them. Compliantly, she slightly arched her graceful, swan-like neck. This poised demeanor incited a frenzy of jealousy in Mu Qingxue and Qin Lan, who observed nearby. Jiang Xun smiled as he retrieved a small, crystalline ice cube from the ice bucket. The ice cube was not large, its sharp edges emanating a faint chill at his fingertips. He placed it in his mouth, and a wave of biting cold exploded on his tongue. Then, he leaned down, gradually approaching Wan. The living room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, and everyone held their breath. Jiang Xun's face loomed larger in Wan's vision, where she could see her own panicked reflection mirrored in his deep eyes. She could detect the refreshing scent of his shower gel, mingled with an assertive essence of masculine pheromones. Their noses were almost touching. Wan could even sense the cold emanating from the ice cube in Jiang Xun's mouth. contrasting sharply with the warmth of his breath, sending shivers down her spine. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat, as her hurried breaths, fragrant with orchids, wafted against Jiang Xun's lips. Finally, Jiang Xun's lips gently, almost imperceptibly, brushed against Wenwan's soft, slightly parted, trembling lips. In that fleeting moment, the ice cube smoothly slid from his mouth into hers. It was a brief contact lasting less than a second, cold, soft, and moist. This exquisite sensory stimulation eclipsed any stormy kiss, rendering her heart racing uncontrollably. Boom. Wenwan felt her mind explode. As if all her strength had been drained in that instant, her body weakened, and she collapsed back onto the sofa. Her eyes were vacant, her pupils unfocused, and that exquisitely beautiful face was suffused with a rosy blush that extended to her collarbone. Her chest heaved violently, and the ice cubes in her mouth melted swiftly, with a drop of the icy liquid trailing down the corner of her mouth, disappearing into the delicate neckline of her cheongsam. Jiang Xun straightened up, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He observed Wenwan's dazed and disoriented expression, a hint of playful amusement gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "How does it taste?" His voice, though quiet, resonated like thunder, echoing in the minds of the three other women present. Mu Qingxue fixed her gaze on the scene, her grip on the cup tightening to the point where her knuckles turned white, water spilling over the rim and dampening her loungewear, yet she remained oblivious to it. Su Qingyu's smile had vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and agitation. Qin Lan resembled a mother lion whose territory had been encroached upon. Her muscles taut and her gaze filled with a destructive fury that seemed capable of tearing Wenwan apart. Their jealousy served as the perfect background score for this unfolding drama. Jiang Xun's actions were akin to branding Wenwan, this rare flower, with an indelible mark of possession in the most domineering and direct manner before all her rivals. At that moment, a system prompt echoed frantically in Jiang Xun's mind. Ding. Detected significant emotional fluctuations in the special individual Wenwan. Her defenses have been completely breached. Current favorability, 40. Mind in disarray. Ding. Family reputation, 500. Chapter 26. Su Qingyu betting her life? This woman has gone mad. How does it taste? Jiang Xun's voice floated lightly, yet it struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of every woman in the living room. Slumped on the sofa, Wenwan's pupils remained unfocused, her face, painted with a rosy hue, bore the marks of confusion and disorientation. It seemed she had yet to recover from that fleeting, icy yet searing touch. Mu Qingxue's fingers gripped the cup so tightly that they turned pale, the cold water already soaking her cream-colored loungewear, creating a dark stain on her chest. And yet she was utterly unaware. Jealousy was a silent, wildly proliferating vine, constricting her heart mercilessly. She had just sacrificed her self-respect to complete that humiliating cherry exchange, earning merely a nod of acknowledgement from Jiang Xun. But what of Wenwan? This woman, who maintained an air of indifference throughout, had effortlessly received Jiang Xun's proactive and aggressive intimacy without lifting a finger. It was profoundly unfair. Qin Lan's strikingly handsome face was shrouded in frost. Like a mother lion whose territory had been violated, her muscles were coiled tightly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wenwan, the destructive rage within her almost palpable. She had intended to use the ice cubes to convey her command, to seize back control and retaliate fiercely against Su Qingyu, dominating the scene. But what was the outcome? She personally pushed Jiang Xun towards another woman, becoming the most ridiculous facilitator in the room. In the atmosphere thick with tension, a fiery red figure suddenly stood up, Su Qingyu. Gone was her earlier playful mockery. She transformed into a drawn sword, radiating an unprecedented sharpness and aggression. Dressed in the same striking backless gown she had worn while performing in the garden, the fitted design accentuated her figure, which could only be described as a celestial beauty. It was a visually stunning allure, brimming with primal vitality and unabashed desire. The fabric of her gown shimmered subtly, as if flames danced upon her with every movement. Beneath her elegantly coiled hair lay a graceful, elongated neck and sharply defined collarbones, her fair skin flushed with a healthy crimson hue from the earlier excitement, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding an enticing fragrance. With each step she took in her silver stilettos, the sound echoed like war drums, resonating in the hearts of all present. Jiang Xun, she declared, her voice shedding its previous nonchalance. now imbued with a husky seriousness that carried an undeniable weight. "Dare to wager something grand with me?" Jiang Xun lazily lifted his eyelids, regarding her with interest, raising an eyebrow. Su Qingyu inhaled deeply, summoning all her strength, and articulated each word with precision. "Tonight, it's just you and me. If you lose control first and plead with me, I win." She paused, surveying the varied expressions of Mu Qingxue and Qin Lan, her voice suddenly rising, laced with provocation. "If I win, you must grant me the same treatment as Mu Qingxue." Her words launched a fierce assault on Mu Qingxue's status as the legitimate wife. Mu Qingxue's complexion drained of color instantaneously, without allowing her any time to react. Su Qingyu licked her vibrant red lips, a glint of madness and resolve flashing in her eyes. "If I lose, I, Su Qingyu, will relinquish everything, myself, my heart, and all the shares my mother bestowed upon me, signing them over to you as your little slave. What do you say?" The living room fell into an oppressive silence, everyone stunned by Su Qingyu's audacious wager. This was no mere contest of jealousy. It was a gamble of her very essence, encompassing dignity, wealth, and future. Goodness, this woman is playing for keeps, Jiang Xun thought, silently whistling in admiration. He gazed at Su Qingyu, a woman akin to an unquenchable flame, eternally fervent, eternally vibrant. In the most direct and brutal manner, she shattered the ambiguous tension brought by gentleness, propelling the intensity of the game to a new dimension. He relished this exhilarating deviation from convention. Jiang Xun's gaze drifted from Su Qingyu's face, which was etched with determination to win, to the unease and panic that nearly overflowed from Mu Qingxue's eyes. He observed Qin Lan, trembling with anger, yet feeling helplessly constrained. In the corner, Wenwan finally snapped out of her daze, her expression a mix of shock and complexity as she took in the unfolding scene. How intriguing. Jiang Xun leisurely straightened his posture, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa. "Very well," he uttered. Instantly, a radiant joy ignited in Su Qingyu's eyes. However, Jiang Xun's tone remained calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority as he declared, "I shall add 3 rules. First, no use of any drugs or tools. Second, no third-party intervention. Third, once the game commences, there shall be no withdrawal." His gaze swept over Su Qingyu, as if it could penetrate all barriers and reach the depths of her soul. Regardless of who emerged victorious, both parties must honor the wager. Su Qingyu's heart raced. These 3 rules, though seemingly fair, escalated the risk and thrill of the wager to its zenith. This was no mere game of seduction. It had evolved into an ultimate contest of willpower and endurance. Yet, Su Qingyu was not one to shy away. This exhilarating rush was precisely what she craved. "All right, I accept," she nearly shouted, her voice brimming with confidence and excitement. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone, dialed a number, and activated the speaker. The call was quickly answered. "Miss Su." "Hello," a respectful male voice greeted. "Book me the presidential suite 8888 at the Cloud Pinnacle for tonight," Su Qingyu commanded, her tone leaving no room for doubt. The voice on the other end hesitated, seemingly taken aback by the request. "Miss Su, the 8888 suite is exclusive to the chairman, not open to the public. I demand you book it. It's for me, Su Qingyu. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility." She impatiently interrupted. Yes, I will take care of it immediately." After hanging up, Su Qingyu tossed her phone back into her bag, redirecting her gaze towards Jiang Xun. A victorious, determined smile graced her face. She approached him, slightly bending down, her fiery red lips brushing against his ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear. "Infused with allure and provocation, my dear prey, I shall await you in the hunting ground." Chapter 27. The Presidential Suite Hunting Ground. The red dress enchantress unleashes her power. Jiang Xun. Su Qingyu's voice echoed from the depths of the suite, deliberately husky, like a feather gently grazing against the eardrum. Jiang Xun closed the heavy door, isolating them from the cacophony outside. The Cloud Pinnacle's Presidential Suite 8888 truly lived up to its exclusivity, exuding a luxury that bordered on extravagance. In the vast expanse, a delicate aroma, a blend of fragrant essences and fine red wine, permeated the air. He followed the sound, traversing the spacious living room, and immediately beheld Su Qingyu, reclining elegantly by the floor-to-ceiling window. She had donned a wine-red silk camisole nightgown, the hue reminiscent of aged vintage, cascading under the crystal chandelier with a soft, lustrous glow. The fabric, gossamer and supple, clung to her exquisite curves, accentuating her enchanting figure in all its glory. Two slender straps rested lightly upon her rounded shoulders, revealing swathes of smooth, porcelain skin and elegantly defined collarbones. The gown's high slit revealed tantalizing glimpses of her long, graceful legs, teasingly visible through the silk as she moved slightly, invoking the imagination. Barefoot, her petite, fair feet adorned with a matching shade of nail polish resembled ripe cherries upon the dark wool carpet. Her long hair was elegantly styled into an updo, with a few soft curls framing her radiant face, which was enhanced by meticulous makeup, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. She poured a glass of whiskey for Jiang Xun, the amber liquid swirling within the glass, while she held a glass of red wine. Leaning against the door leading to the terrace, her gaze both dreamy and provocatively challenging. The true game awaited outside. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she turned and pushed open the glass door to the terrace. A warm, damp breeze enveloped her. The terrace was astonishingly spacious, dominated by a vast, temperature-controlled starry sky swimming pool. Wisps of steam rose from the water's surface, blurring the brilliant neon lights of distant Jinling City. Countless vibrant red rose petals floated upon the water, swaying gently with the ripples, their rich fragrance intertwining with the warmth of the pool, creating an atmosphere of exquisite opulence and tantalizing intimacy. Jiang Xun marveled inwardly at the extravagance displayed before him. The scene exceeded even his wildest imagination. Under his watchful gaze, Su Qingyu approached the edge of the pool. She glanced back at Jiang Xun, her smile radiating an audacious charm. Then, before his eyes, she slowly untied the straps of her nightgown, without the slightest hesitation. The wine-red silk, as if bereft of support, cascaded like water down her smooth skin, finally pooling at her delicate feet. Beneath the gown lay a meticulously prepared, daringly designed black lace bikini. The fabric was scant, intricately patterned only in essential areas, leaving much of her alabaster skin exposed to the air. The slender ties at her waist crisscrossed at the back, accentuating her breathtaking curves, amplifying her wild and sensual allure to its zenith. With a flirtatious glance, she smiled back, exuding an air of confident pride and pure enchantment. Then, she stepped into the water. The warm pool water enveloped her ankles, calves, and waist, ultimately embracing her entire being. She resembled a bewitching mermaid of the night, her black lace subtly shimmering in the water, surrounded by clusters of vibrant crimson rose petals that imbued the scene with an alluring sense of forbidden temptation. As she glided to the center of the pool, parting the petals around her, she rested her hands on the edge and tilted her head back to gaze at Jiang Xun. Droplets cascaded from her hair tips and along her jawline, disappearing into the profound valley of her décolletage. "Come catch me," she beckoned, her voice laced with the mist of the water and brimming with seduction. "If you can." With a playful wink, she seemed to envision Jiang Xun's uncontrollable leap towards her. This was her meticulously crafted hunting ground. From the opulent suite to the suggestive rose-petal pool, and finally to the bikini that could drive any man to madness, every detail had been calculated. She aimed to deliver the most direct and striking visual impact, intending to obliterate Jiang Xun's defenses entirely. However, his response far surpassed her expectations. Instead of displaying any urgency or desire upon witnessing the enchanting figure of Su Qingyu, he retained a languid and amused demeanor. Rather than hastening into the water, he leisurely removed his coat and draped it over the chair's back. He then strolled with long strides to the poolside lounge chair and settled down comfortably, even crossing his legs with elegant nonchalance as he regarded the now bewildered Su Qingyu in the pool. Her smile faltered, frozen in disbelief. This script was all wrong. Shouldn't a normal man rush over like a ravenous wolf upon seeing such a scene? Why was he sitting down? Jiang Xun picked up the glass of whiskey she had poured earlier, gently swirling it, the ice clinking melodiously within. He spoke calmly, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the terrace. "The game is set by you." He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Su Qingyu's, his eyes calm yet imbued with an undeniable mastery that pierced through everything. "But the rhythm must follow my lead." A jolt of unease surged within Su Qingyu, an ominous premonition taking hold. Jiang Xun took a sip of whiskey, then set down the glass, gesturing towards the center of the pool with a nod of his chin. "First, dance for me." His tone was as unassuming as if discussing the weather, yet the command was unmistakably authoritative. Let me see your sincerity. Chapter 28. A split in the water? How incredible! Su Qingyu's smile completely faltered. Goodness, he wants me to dance. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. This was not how the script was written. After undressing to such an extent, with rose petals, a temperature-controlled pool, and suggestive lighting setting the ambience, he was not supposed to sit there like a predator waiting for the opportune moment to pounce. Why do you look like a judge, sitting there critiquing? Jiang Xun observed the astonishment on her face and found it amusing. He had long seen through her tactics. It was merely a ploy to use the most exquisite visual stimulation and the most direct physical allure to disrupt his rhythm and render him passive. Unfortunately, having encountered far more elaborate displays on various short video platforms in his past life, he found her rudimentary approach naive in its assumption that it could unbalance him. Suddenly, a fire ignited within Su Qingyu. Fine. Is it merely dancing? Today, I shall show you what professionalism truly means. With a cold chuckle, her beguiling peach blossom eyes ignited with fierce determination. Watch closely, little fairy boy, don't blink. As her words fell, she seemed to transform into a water sprite, beginning her dance amidst the rippling waves of the pool. This was no gentle and demure performance. Each movement she executed was imbued with explosive power and primal vitality. At times, she resembled a mermaid, darting through the water, creating a cascade of glistening droplets and myriad fluttering rose petals. At other moments, she burst forth from the water, her elongated arms and neck tracing elegant arcs in the air, droplets cascading down her smooth skin, refracting mesmerizing light. Her waist possessed an astonishing flexibility, undulating in the water and shaping her entire figure into a rhythm that quickened the pulse. The black lace bikini, partially concealed beneath the surface, added an infinite realm of imagination to this vibrant tableau. Wow, this girl has some skills, Jiang Xun acknowledged, raising his glass. He had to concede that Su Qingyu's dancing prowess was indeed formidable. Her body's flexibility and core strength were deserving of Olympic recognition. As she danced, her expressive eyes remained fixed on Jiang Xun, intent on detecting even the slightest flicker of emotion on his face. Desire, obsession, loss of control. Yet nothing. His expression remained languid and nonchalant, as if he were merely observing an art performance of decent quality, unrelated to him. This unprecedented challenge to Su Qingyu's self-esteem prompted her to unleash her ultimate move. She swam to the edge of the pool, gently placing her hands on the wall to stabilize herself. Then, under Jiang Xun's gaze, she inhaled deeply, her core suddenly engaging with force. With a resounding splash, her long, straight right leg unexpectedly broke through the water, rising majestically towards the night sky in a stunning vertical split. Water droplets cascaded down her taut leg. The tips of her toes pointed sharply in the air like a drawn sword, exuding a harmonious blend of strength and grace. This movement showcased her exquisite figure to its fullest potential. She gasped, her chest rising and falling dramatically, a victorious smile gracing her lips, filled with unwavering determination. She was resolute in her belief that this would surely win him over. In that moment, she reigned as the most proud and beautiful queen of the hunting grounds. However, Jiang Xun merely observed her performance in silence. He drained the last sip of whiskey from his glass, placing it gently on the small table beside him, producing a crisp sound. At last, he spoke. His tone was flat, yet it cut through Su Qingyu's facade like the sharpest of knives. The technique is commendable. Su Qingyu's smile had yet to fully bloom when he continued. Unfortunately, it lacks emotion. Leaning back in his chair, he leisurely added, just exerting effort. Like a puppet on strings, is devoid of substance. Boom. His words struck her like a blast of liquid nitrogen, extinguishing all her flames of pride in an instant. The smile on her face froze, then shattered piece by piece. What? Lacking emotion? A puppet? She had meticulously crafted every aspect of this performance, showcasing her most cherished dance and form, only to receive such a critique? A wave of profound humiliation and defeat crashed over her, overwhelming her reason. The intense emotional upheaval caused her body, held in a challenging pose, to stiffen abruptly. A sharp pain shot through her right thigh, where she had raised her leg high, cramping. The agony made it impossible for her to maintain her balance. She gasped, and in an instant, she toppled backward, swallowing a mouthful of water mingled with rose petals, sinking into the depths. Gurgle, gurgle. At first, Jiang Xun thought this was part of her new act. What a trick. Resorting to theatrics when losing, huh? He even leisurely reached for his coat, anticipating what other antics she might unveil. However, as seconds passed, the surface of the water revealed nothing but bubbling and ripples from her struggles, with no sign of her resurfacing. Jiang Xun's brow furrowed. Something was amiss. He stood up and approached the edge of the pool, only to see Su Qingyu thrashing about underwater, her face beginning to turn blue, her expression one of agony. This was no act. Damn it, this has gone too far. Without a moment to spare, he dove into the pool, clothes still on. The warm water enveloped him instantly. He swam swiftly to Su Qingyu, wrapping his arms around her weakening waist and forcefully pulling her above the surface. Cough, cough, cough. After Su Qingyu was pulled ashore, she lay by the pool, coughing violently and expelling several mouthfuls of water, yet she had already slipped into a semi-conscious state. Her complexion alarmingly pale. Jiang Xun checked for her breath. It was faint, almost imperceptible. Upon examining her lips, he noted they had begun to turn purple. The situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. There was no time to waste. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xun laid Su Qingyu flat on the ground and unfastened the troublesome lace bindings adorning her. He lifted her chin to ensure her airways were clear. Then, he bent down and, without a hint of hesitation, pressed his lips against her colorless ones. Artificial respiration. Jiang Xun's palm pressed down, resting on that breathtakingly white surface. The texture was soft, yet chillingly cold. His mind was devoid of distractions, focusing solely on the resuscitation process. 1, 2, 3. Press, breathe. His movements were as precise as a well-oiled machine. Good heavens, this woman is truly in dire straits. Jiang Xun glanced at her pale face, feeling a flicker of doubt within. This was all fun and games, but he certainly did not wish for it to escalate to a matter of life and death. Chapter 29. From drowning rescue to an unexpected kiss, Su Qingyu's defenses crumbled completely. Just as he prepared for another round of compressions, the body beneath him suddenly convulsed violently. Cough, cough, cough. She turned her head, expelling a mouthful of pool water mixed with rose petals. She followed with a heart-wrenching cough. Jiang Xun breathed a sigh of relief. He ceased his actions and sat beside her, observing. Su Qingyu coughed until tears and snot smeared her face, utterly devoid of the enchanting allure she once possessed. Slowly, she opened her heavy eyelids, her vision transitioning from blurry to clear. What greeted her was Jiang Xun's face, looming closely above her. He looked down at her without any discernible expression, no concern, no mockery, his demeanor as calm as if he were observing a lifeless object. In that moment, the taut string in Su Qingyu's mind snapped. All her pride, all her facades, and all her competitive spirit crumbled to dust. She had lost, devastatingly so. The meticulously crafted hunting ground had transformed into her very own pool of despair. The allure she once took pride in had become a death knell. And the man she had intended to ensnare was now regarding her disheveled state with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Xun reached out, gently wiping a droplet of water from her cheek with his fingertip. The action was delicate, the sound soft, yet it pierced her heart like a knife. Did she truly believe that men were enamored by such faint charm? Su Qingyu's body stiffened. Did she really think that piling all manner of ostentation together constituted true sensuality? Jiang Xun's voice was notably flat. Su Qingyu, you have completely forgotten who you are. You are not a fairy. You are merely imitating one. What you truly desire is to surpass your friend, is it not? The last statement struck her like a heavy hammer, shattering the final bastion of her psychological defenses. You're talking nonsense, she screamed, her voice hoarse and frail, laden with the weight of tears. I haven't tea. What am I pretending about? She resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, flailing her fists against Jiang Xun's chest. Her blows were soft, devoid of strength, more akin to a release of extreme grievance. I just want you to see that I am better than Mu Qingxue, that pretentious one. Her sobs intensified. The spirited essence of the northeastern girl completely vanished, leaving only boundless indignation and confusion. Why does she deserve to be the legitimate wife? I can't even be recognized as a wild card outside. What makes her superior to me? No longer aggressive or alluring, she curled up on the carpet, hugging her knees, resembling a child returning home after being bullied, tears streaming down her cheeks. The scant black lace bikini she wore, once alluring, now appeared pitiful and helpless. Goodness, this is far more interesting than watching her dance, Jiang Xun thought to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He slowly extended his hand and drew the still sobbing drenched woman into his embrace. Su Qingyu's body trembled at the sudden warmth. Jiang Xun's embrace was not only warm, but also dry. He held her quietly, rhythmically patting her back, akin to soothing a frightened animal. There was no mockery, no desire, only tranquility. This gentle, purposeless tenderness was far more potent than any fierce tactics. She buried her face in Jiang Xun's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat and comforting warmth, and the pent-up grievances and resentment erupted in full force. "Wah!" she cried, wailing like a 3-year-old. Jiang Xun allowed her to weep, permitting her tears and snot to stain his shirt. He understood that the high wall erected in her heart, built from pride and competitiveness, had crumbled. After what felt like an eternity, her cries gradually subsided into intermittent sobs. Jiang Xun sensed her body had ceased to tremble before he leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, "Now, tell me, have you lost?" The body in his arms noticeably stiffened for a moment. After several seconds, Su Qingyu finally lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Looking at Jiang Xun, her captivating peach blossom eyes now held only a clarity washed clean by tears and resignation. With a thick nasal tone, her voice hoarse yet reluctant, she softly admitted her defeat. As the words "I lost" slipped from her lips, a cacophony of system notifications echoed in Jiang Xun's mind. Ding! A special individual, Su Qingyu, has exhibited a dramatic fluctuation in emotions. Her defenses have been initially breached. Current affection level, 40, secretly admired. Ding! Family prestige, 2000. I lost. Su Qingyu's voice was as delicate as a feather. Each word seemed to emerge from the depths of her shattered pride. Resigned, she closed her eyes, awaiting judgment. Jiang Xun merely shook his head. He reached out, cradling her tear-streaked face, compelling her to meet his gaze. "What I desire." Jiang Xun's voice was calm, yet penetrating. Not as a defeated slave, but as a willing woman. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her tear-swollen peach blossom eyes brimming with disbelief. What was he saying? Ignoring her shock, Jiang Xun gradually leaned down. His warm lips gently pressed against the damp corner of her eye, delivering a kiss devoid of any carnal desire. It was as soft as a feather, yet it stirred her heart more profoundly than any tempestuous assault ever could. He kissed away her final tear of reluctance. Now, Jiang Xun's nose nearly brushed against hers, his voice almost hypnotic. "Forget the wager, forget victory or defeat. Based solely on your feelings, tell me, do you desire me?" Chapter 30. The Northeast Girl Weeps. Jiang Xun gains a little kitten boom. This lethal tenderness struck like a celestial thunderbolt, shattering Su Qingyu's last psychological barrier. What wager? What victory? What status as the legitimate wife? In that moment, all were cast into oblivion. Her mind was consumed solely by Jiang Xun's profound gaze, as if it could devour everything. And his soul-piercing question, "Do you desire me?" The answer was unequivocal. From the moment he pierced through all her provocations with his languid gaze at the entrance of the villa atop the clouds, to the instant he wielded absolute control, manipulating all women at his whim in the living room, to the moment when he stripped away all her facades with the coldest words yet rescued her with the gentlest embrace, she had wanted him. Desperately, Su Qingyu surrendered to her most primal desires. No longer a passive, awaiting judgment as a defeated soul, she suddenly lifted her arms, wrapping them around Jiang Xun's neck, summoning all her strength to draw him closer. Then, with a fervent kiss, laced with the saltiness of her tears, she answered all his questions. Above the clouds, the water of the temperature-controlled pool rippled throughout the night. When all finally settled, it was deep into the night. The lights on the terrace had long since dimmed, leaving only the distant city's neon glow and the twinkling stars above to cast a soft, hazy illumination. The burgundy silk nightgown lay discarded by the poolside, wrinkled like a pool of melted blood. Nearby, the delicate straps of a black lace bikini languidly entwined themselves around the armrest of a lounge chair, reminiscent of a tattered flag after a fierce battle. Su Qingyu reclined lazily in Jiang Xun's embrace, akin to a docile kitten that had finally found its master. The once taut, aggressive tension that had characterized the moment dissipated without a trace, replaced by an exquisite sense of relaxation and contentment. Her strikingly beautiful face, once adorned with an intricate makeup, had been washed clean by tears and sweat, revealing a pure, slightly innocent visage. The corners of her eyes and brows were tinged with a captivating blush, akin to a begonia kissed by the morning sun after a rain. Her once sparkling peach blossom eyes, which had always gleamed with calculation and provocation, were now gently closed, with glistening droplets clinging to her long eyelashes. While her lips unconsciously curled into a sweet smile, she casually wrapped herself in a large bath towel, beneath which lay the body that had just emerged from a fervent struggle. Her snow-white skin still bore traces of a soft pink hue, radiating an ivory-like luster under the moonlight. Burying her face deeply into Jiang Xun's chest, her nostrils filled with his refreshing yet assertive masculine scent, bringing her an unparalleled sense of security. Like a koala, she clung to him with both hands and feet, as if afraid that if she let go, this man would vanish from her sight. At that moment, a delayed yet significant notification echoed in Jiang Xun's mind. Ding! Achieved a profound emotional connection with the special individual. Su Qingyu. Current affection level, 80. Deeply rooted. Ding. Family reputation, 2000. Jiang Xun held the woman, who was now drowsily drifting into slumber. Feeling her steady breathing and rhythmic heartbeat, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. The pinnacle of conquering a woman lies not in instilling fear, but in making her willingly entrust her everything into your hands. A faint vibration interrupted the tranquility of the terrace. It was Jiang Xun's phone, carelessly tossed onto the lounge chair. He cautiously extracted his arm from under Su Qingyu, retrieving the device. The screen illuminated a new message from Lan, accompanied by a photograph. The background appeared to be the locker room of a gym. Under the stark white light, a pair of brand new, fiery red boxing gloves rested beside a black mouthguard. Below the image, a brief yet provocative message read, "Don't waste time with those girls. Let us get serious. I'll be waiting for you at the gym tomorrow." Jiang Xun regarded the message, his brows lifting slightly in intrigue. This woman certainly treads an unconventional path. A flicker of excitement and intrigue danced in his eyes, akin to a chess player uncovering a novel strategy. The entanglements of romantic pursuits are undoubtedly captivating. Yet the allure of conquest in the ring seems to possess its own distinct charm. The following day, Jiang Xun was roused from slumber by the persistent vibrations of his mobile phone. He extricated his arm from the warm embrace of Su Qingyu and reached for his device. On the screen, a provocative message and photograph from Lan awaited him. Goodness, this lady is as straightforward as they come. Jiang Xun gazed at the vivid crimson boxing gloves, then turned his attention to Su Qingyu, who lay beside him, blissfully asleep with a faint smile gracing her lips. Finding the situation amusing, the battleground of women truly unfolds its own unique splendor. He rose quietly, took a refreshing shower, donned a comfortable athletic outfit, and promptly drove to Jinling University. In the gymnasium, on the third floor, he entered the combat training room. A wave of heat, infused with the scents of sweat, leather, and disinfectant, enveloped him. The spacious room housed a row of punching bags leaning against the walls, some still swaying slightly and emitting dull thuds. At the center stood a standard boxing ring, encircled by robust ropes. Beneath the ring, a striking figure awaited him, Lan. Today, she wore a black high-performance sports tank top that hugged her upper body, accentuating her powerful curves. The outline of her abdominal muscles was distinctly visible, devoid of any excess flesh. Her lower half was clad in matching high-waisted athletic shorts, which showcased her long legs, honed through years of training. With an impressive display of muscle definition, sweat had dampened the wisps of hair at her forehead, a few strands clinging to her smooth brow, cascading down her sharply contoured cheeks. She wore no makeup, her natural beauty exuding a more potent impact than any elaborate cosmetic application. It was a primal, vigorous vitality that radiated strength. With her head bowed, she methodically wrapped white bandages around her wrists and knuckles, her motions precise and professional, as if performing a sacred ritual. Upon hearing the door creak, she lifted her gaze, her piercing eyes locking onto Jiang Xun. "You actually decided to show up?" she remarked. Her voice tinged with impatience and her characteristic Sichuan accent, crisp yet laced with a hint of spice. She gestured with her chin toward a brand new pair of red boxing gloves resting on a nearby bench, the very ones from the photograph. "Put them on." Lan rose, placing her hands on her hips, scrutinizing Jiang Xun from head to toe. "Looking at your physique, you seem rather frail. Spending all your time with those girls. You must have lost your edge." Her lips curled in disdain, her tone brimming with unabashed scorn. "Today, my dear, I am determined to impart a thorough lesson upon you, so that your physique may be fortified, sparing us both the embarrassment of tarnishing the reputation of Jinling University in the future. Jiang Xun observed her domineering demeanor, which exuded a sense of concern for his well-being. Rather than feeling angered, he found himself somewhat amused. He strolled over leisurely, grasping the crimson boxing gloves and weighing them in his hands. Then, he lazily lifted his gaze to Qin Lan and playfully inquired, "Are you certain it is you who will be instructing me?" Qin Lan's elegant brows shot upward in indignation, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped upon. "You foolish boy, what are you babbling about?" Her irritation with Jiang Xun's audacious demeanor reached a boiling point, prompting a cold huff from her lips. "Spare me your nonsense." In a fluid motion, she leaped onto the boxing ring, her fingers wrapped in white bandages pointing at herself. "Come up. Engage in a spar with me for 10 minutes. If you can stand until the end without falling, I shall concede that I, Qin Lan, have misjudged you." She adopted a standard combat stance, her body slightly lowered, fists guarding her cheeks, exuding an aura of pent-up power ready to erupt. Chapter 31. Qin Lan challenges at the gym. Will the Sichuan girl stand her ground? Jiang Xun chuckled softly, donning the gloves at a leisurely pace while flexing his wrists. At that moment, his skill in martial arts quietly activated. A deluge of knowledge, techniques, and muscle memory concerning combat surged into his mind and body like a tidal wave. He felt as though every cell within him ignited with a fervent desire for battle. He ascended the ring and assumed a casual stance, his entire being rife with openings. Witnessing his nonchalant demeanor only intensified Qin Lan's fervor. She resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to this ungrateful man, one that would truly illuminate the essence of strength. "Watch closely," Qin Lan commanded sharply as she propelled herself forward with fierce determination. The wooden platform reverberated with a deep thud. Her body launched forward like a cheetah unleashed, swiftly closing the distance between them. A lightning-fast straight punch, accompanied by a piercing whistle through the air, surged directly toward Jiang Xun's face. With every ounce of her strength, she unleashed this blow. In her mind, she envisioned Jiang Xun collapsing, blood streaming from his nose in utter disarray. Although a figure of national treasure status, it was precisely individuals of such caliber who required rigorous training to navigate the storms ahead. However, the anticipated impact did not occur. In a mere instant, as the force of her punch approached, Jiang Xun simply tilted his head slightly. That one slight movement allowed her powerful fist to soar past his ear, missing him entirely. Startled, she had no time to retract her strike as her other fist followed suit, launching like a cannonball to deliver a vicious hook aimed squarely at Jiang Xun's temple. Jiang Xun seemed to possess eyes on his back, leaning slightly backward at an angle that was nearly impossible for an ordinary person, skillfully evading the onslaught. One punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Qin Lan's assault was akin to a tempest, a relentless barrage of jabs, hooks, and crosses, each strike infused with immense power, slicing through the air with a ferocious wind. The entire ring resonated with the sound of her fists cutting through the atmosphere. Yet Jiang Xun appeared as a fragile boat at the eye of the storm, or like a sprite dancing atop the waves. Regardless of the swiftness or cunning of her attacks, he always managed to evade them with the slightest of movements, in the most effortless and artistic manner. His feet scarcely moved. With each passing moment, Qin Lan grew increasingly alarmed. Her stamina was rapidly depleting, her breaths becoming heavy, and sweat trickled into her eyes, stinging painfully. In stark contrast, Jiang Xun maintained his languid demeanor, his breathing rhythm undisturbed. His gaze was calm and unruffled, as though he were watching a performance unrelated to himself. No, it was not merely observation. It was a playful pursuit akin to a cat toying with a mouse. This realization pierced Qin Lan's pride like a needle. With a roar, she channeled all her strength into her right leg, unleashing a devastating high kick that swept toward Jiang Xun's neck with the momentum to annihilate all in its path. This was her secret weapon. Goodness, this lady is truly desperate. Jiang Xun found the situation somewhat tedious. Faced with a kick powerful enough to shatter a wooden post, he finally ceased evading. Just as Qin Lan's leg was about to connect, he stepped forward, slipping into the blind spot of her attack. Concurrently, he retracted his right fist to his waist and then thrust it forward with sudden ferocity. A short, forceful punch. There was no grand display, only a brief, muffled explosion. Bang! Jiang Xun's fist struck with precision and force against Qin Lan's protective gear on her abdomen. Her eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting instantaneously. An indescribable, overwhelming force surged through her, penetrating her entire being as if she had been struck head-on by a rampaging bull. A weight pressed against her chest, her throat felt sweet. And in that fleeting moment, all her strength was siphoned away. She uncontrollably flew backward, akin to a withered leaf, crashing heavily onto the mat and sliding several meters before finally colliding with the ropes to come to a halt. Ugh! She lay on the ground, curled into a ball, gasping for breath, exhaling without inhaling, her vision dimming intermittently. The strength and skill she once took pride in felt as fragile as a child's tricks in the presence of this man. Humiliation, resentment, and a trace of indescribable shock. A whirlwind of emotions welled within her, reddening her eyes. I have not lost. She gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength as she struggled to rise from the ground, her trembling arms betraying her effort. A stubborn trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She would not yield. How could Qianlan possibly be defeated by a man who appeared so fragile? With a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, she charged forward once more, disregarding everything in her path. The outcome, however, was even more dire than before. Jiang Xun merely sidestepped, extending his foot to lightly trip her. The ferocity of her advance caused her to lose balance, and she crashed to the ground in a most undignified manner, face down. Undeterred, she rose and charged again. Jiang Xun, showing little interest in moving, simply placed a hand on her forehead as she approached, giving a gentle push. The momentum sent her tumbling backward, landing squarely on the ground. Once, again, no matter how desperately she fought or struggled, the result was only a more humiliating defeat. Finally, as she lunged at him once more, Jiang Xun's figure, like a specter, slipped behind her. One arm encircled her neck with lightning speed, while the other secured the back of her head, executing a perfect rear naked choke. Qianlan's body instantly stiffened, all movement abruptly ceasing. She was firmly pinned to the ground, her cheek pressed against the cold mat, her hands futilely slapping at Jiang Xun's unyielding arm, unable to budge him even slightly. The sensations of suffocation and helplessness overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. At that moment, Jiang Xun's warm breath brushed against her ear. His voice, though soft, sliced through her pride and facade like the sharpest of blades. Do you yield? Qianlan bit down hard, unable to utter a single word. The immobilization of her body, the crushing weight of his strength, the humiliation of her spirit, all emotions erupted within her in that instant. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her reddened eyes, cascading down her cheeks and splattering onto the cold mat, creating darkened splotches. At that very moment, the crisp chime of a notification echoed in Jiang Xun's mind. Ding! Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the special individual Qianlan. Her defenses have been breached. Current favorability, 40, silent affection. Ding! Family prestige, 500. Jiang Xun felt the struggles of the body in his grasp cease entirely, leaving only the suppressed sound of faint sobbing. He released his hold. Qianlan lay on the ground like a rag doll stripped of its bones, powerless, her shoulders heaving as she cried like a child wronged by fate. Jiang Xun stood, looking down upon her. Then, he extended his hand. Get up. His voice remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. What a pitiful sight. Chapter 32. Using me as bait? Qianlan lay upon the frigid mat, her body trembling slightly from exhaustion. Yet, more than her physical state, it was her heart, thoroughly shattered, that quaked with tumultuous emotions. Humiliation, resentment. Her mind buzzed incessantly, akin to a swarm of flies in chaotic flight. The equestrian skills she once excelled in had led her to defeat. The combat prowess she once had utmost confidence in had also succumbed to failure. She had lost like a fool, untouched by her opponent. How could she ever hope to conquer him now? Beyond these, what other talents did she possess? Goodness, has this truly brought you to tears? Jiang Xun stood beside her, looking down from a height. Sweat clung her disheveled hair to her cheeks and neck. The once strikingly spirited visage was now marred by a mixture of tears and perspiration. Devoid of arrogance, leaving only a disheveled appearance and an unyielding stubbornness, reminiscent of a wounded she-wolf baring her teeth despite a broken spine. Jiang Xun found this far more intriguing than her previous display of aggression. He remained silent, simply bending down. In the midst of Qianlan's astonished gaze, one hand slipped through her knee while the other encircled her back. With effortless grace, he lifted her horizontally into his embrace. A blend of sweat and a faint floral scent enveloped him as he held her. The body in his arms was taut with tension, yet trembled uncontrollably. She was utterly bewildered. Why was he embracing her? Had he humiliated her only to then pity her? A surge of complex emotions swelled within her, leaving her unsure whether to weep or to laugh. In the next moment, she forcefully pushed Jiang Xun away, clumsily breaking free from his grasp and leaping down from the ring. She seized a towel draped nearby, haphazardly wiping her face, indifferent to whether it was sweat or tears. Without a backward glance, like a rabbit fleeing for its life, she dashed into the changing room. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Leaning against the cold locker, Qianlong gradually slid down to the floor, ultimately crumpling weakly in a seated position. Isolated from the world outside, she could no longer maintain her composure, drawing her knees close and burying her face within them, her muffled sobs echoing in the emptiness of the changing room. Time passed. How long? She could not tell, when suddenly, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She wiped her face and retrieved the device, seeing the caller ID, which felt like grasping a final lifeline. Once the call connected, a calm, steady voice devoid of emotion resonated from the other end. Qianlong, compose yourself. State the events in standard Mandarin. I am unable to decipher your dialect at present. Just as Qianlong prepared to pour out her grievances, the voice on the other end shifted to a serious tone. Hold on, there is an urgent mission briefing. Jinling City Police Department, Command Center. On the colossal electronic screen, a vibrant map of the city was abruptly supplanted by a harrowing case report. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Before the report stood a pair of remarkably similar, yet distinctly different twin sisters. The elder sister, Lin Wanxing, aged 23, served as a technical analyst and commander within the police force. Dressed in a crisp police uniform, her raven-black hair was meticulously styled into an elegant updo. Her porcelain complexion graced a classically beautiful visage, accentuated by a pair of rimless gold glasses that lent her an air of aloof elitism. Her elongated, phoenix-like eyes were tranquil as still water, diligently perusing the report, with a gaze as sharp as a scalpel behind the lenses. Her younger sister, Lin Xiaoyang, also 23, was renowned as the most elite officer in the precinct. Although she wore the same uniform as her sister, one button at her collar was casually undone, and her shoulder-length hair was tied into a lively ponytail. Unlike her sister's fair complexion, she boasted a healthy, sun-kissed hue, and her large, round apricot-shaped eyes, stark in their black and white contrast, now blazed with fervent anger. She resembled a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey rather than an analyst dissecting the case. The report's contents sent a chilling wave through all present. A man had been abducted by unknown assailants near his home. 1 day later, he emerged disheveled and disoriented. Discovered by passers-by. Less than 2 hours after being admitted to the hospital, he succumbed to acute renal failure despite resuscitation efforts. According to the man's final words, his body's natural protective mechanisms had been utterly dismantled by an unknown drug. During his 24 hours of captivity, he had been coerced into providing illicit services to over 99 women. Unbelievable. These beasts. This is sheer lawlessness, Lin Xiaoyang exclaimed, her fist crashing against the conference table with a resounding thud, her small canine teeth bared like a cat, whose fur had been ruffled. Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Wanxing adjusted her glasses, casting a cold glance at her sister. Her voice remained steady, infused with undeniable authority. Maintain professionalism. She turned her attention back to the screen, calmly analyzing. This is not a case of impulsive passion. It is a premeditated, organized crime. The crux of the matter lies not in the abduction itself, but in that unknown drug capable of dismantling absolute physiological defenses. It obliterates natural barriers and fundamentally reconfigures the criminal enterprise. In the past, underground dealings were inefficient, with risks and rewards grossly disproportionate. A single source could scarcely yield a handful of services a day, rendering it a losing venture. Now, however, the situation has transformed. The report indicates that the victim serviced over 99 women within 24 hours. If we round up to 100, in certain nefarious circles, the price for a premier experience can reach 500,000, which is not exorbitant. Thus, for 100 individuals, the total amounts to 50 million. One day, a single source could generate a cash flow of 50 million. This is a profit margin so astounding that it would drive any desperate individual, even capital itself, to madness. Thus, this is no longer a mere indulgence or act of vengeance. It is the nascent form of an emergent, highly lucrative industry, poised to replicate and spread like a virus. The director of the command center, a woman nearing 50, wore an expression as grim as the bottom of a pot. She slammed her palm on the table, her voice reverberating throughout the command center. Investigate. I don't care what methods you employ, within a week. Within a week. You must unearth these beasts. The meeting had reached an impasse, the clues were scant. Just when despair settled over the attendees, Lin Xiaoyang, who had been nervously biting her lip and pacing, suddenly brightened with an idea, halting abruptly and exclaiming, "Director, I have a bold idea." All eyes turned to her. With flushed cheeks and rapid speech, Lin Xiaoyang proposed, "Let us use bait. We can identify a high-value male target, use him as bait to draw them out." Jiang Xun from Jinling University, recently married to Mu Qingxue, is in the spotlight and exceptionally handsome. He would make the perfect lure. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanxing furrowed her brow tightly. This lacked logic. The risks were too high and uncontrollable. However, after rapidly running simulations in her mind, she had to concede that, in terms of efficiency, this was indeed the most viable solution to break the deadlock. Nonsense. The director leaped from her chair as if someone had stepped on her tail. Her fury palpable as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xiaoyang. Do you even comprehend what you are suggesting? That is a national treasure. The finest gem of our city. If he were to come to any harm, not just you and I, but the entire Jinling Police Department would be at the mercy of those lunatics from the Male Protection Association. Her fiery gaze swept over the Lin sisters. You too. Suspension for reflection. From now on, you are relieved of all cases. Your sole task is to go to Jinling University immediately. Disguise yourselves however you must. Ensure Jiang Xun's safety with 24-hour protection. That is an order. Chapter 33. 24-hour close protection? That is an order. The director's thunderous roar echoed in the frigid air of the command center. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Wanxing exited the suffocating conference room, one after the other, in silence. The clicking of their high heels against the polished tiles resonated crisply and forlornly. Only when the heavy soundproof door slowly closed behind them, sealing off the oppressive atmosphere within, did Lin Xiaoyang deflate like a punctured balloon. What does that old man mean? She tugged at the collar of her uniform in indignation. The button she had undone now appeared even more defiant. A suspension for reflection? On what grounds? My bait plan was undoubtedly a stroke of genius. It was not as if I intended for him to actually face death. Lin Wanxing continued her stride, casting a fleeting glance at her, her calm. Phoenix eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses revealed no disturbance. Lin Xiaoyang, mind your words. The director has his considerations. Considerations? What nonsense. Lin Xiaoyang stamped her foot in frustration, her voice echoing loudly in the empty corridor. Sister, did you not see his reaction? The moment he heard the name Jiang Xun, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He exploded. I believe he is simply afraid of taking responsibility. She quickened her pace to match her sister's, lowering her voice conspiratorially, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Sister, do you think he intentionally passed this hot potato to us? Lin Wanxing's steps finally faltered. She paused by the corridor window, gazing into the heavy night, not turning back. Lin Xiaoyang leaned closer, her small face brimming with the triumph of someone who felt they had seen through it all, speaking rapidly, as if firing a machine gun. Consider this. He claims suspension. Yet first, he did not confiscate our sidearms, and second, he has actually assigned us a 24-hour personal protection duty. If we perform well, Jiang Xun remains unharmed. The case gets solved, and he will surely earn a commendation, praise for his adept leadership. But if something goes awry with Jiang Xun, Lin Xiaoyang made a gesture across her throat, then we too become the scapegoats. The label of disobeying orders and acting independently will be pinned on us. While he washes his hands of the matter, goodness, I can hear the clinking of his coins from all the way in the northeast. Lin Wanxing slowly turned around. For the first time, she regarded her sister with a scrutinizing gaze tinged with a hint of astonishment. Lin Xiaoyang. Her voice remained steady. When did your cerebral cortex evolve such convolutions? Hee. Lin Xiaoyang puffed her chest proudly, her healthy, sun-kissed complexion glowing under the lights. Of course. Do you not see who my sister is? Observing her sister's silly, eager-for-praise demeanor, Lin Wanxing couldn't help but smile. Let us go. There's no need to linger here. She turned and continued onward. Home, to redevise the action plan. Half an hour later, in the sister's apartment. In stark contrast to the cold, austere police station, this place was filled with the warmth of domestic life. Bang! The moment Lin Xiaoyang entered, she flopped heavily onto the soft fabric sofa in the living room, emitting a satisfied groan. She kicked off her high heels, carelessly draping her legs clad in black stockings over the coffee table, her entire form collapsing into a puddle of exhaustion. The contours of her calves, taut and graceful beneath the stockings, glimmered enticingly in the warm light. I'm utterly worn out. Home is the most comfortable. Lin Wanqing followed behind, her movements far more graceful. She first walked to the entrance, meticulously hanging her police uniform jacket before stepping into the living room. Today, she donned a crisp, deep blue summer police uniform, with every button of her short-sleeved shirt fastened tightly, accentuating her slender yet curvaceous figure. The hem of her shirt was flawlessly tucked into her black trousers, making her waist appear impossibly slender. Unlike her sister, she lacked exaggerated voluptuousness, yet exuded a restrained and ascetic sensuality. Her classical beauty, characterized by pale skin, bore the faint pallor of fatigue from the day, rendering her akin to a delicate white rose in need of tender care. Approaching the sofa, she glanced at her sister's disheveled appearance, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. Lin Xiaoyang, remove your feet from the coffee table. No, Lin Xiaoyang replied, wriggling on the sofa like a spoiled caterpillar. Sister, my feet are about to break. Let me rest a moment. As she spoke, she playfully nudged her sister's pant leg with her toes. Lin Wanqing sighed in exasperation, rubbing her throbbing temples. My head hurts. She circled the sofa, advancing to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of ice water, tilting her head back to take several sips. The cool liquid coursed down her throat, allowing her taut nerves to unwind slightly. Oh, sister, Lin Xiaoyang suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a thought, sitting upright with a surprising agility, her round eyes gleaming like searchlights. What does Jiang Xun look like? Is he really that handsome? Can he truly scare the chief like that? Lin Wanqing paused mid-sip, placing the water bottle down before joining her sister on the sofa, retrieving her tactical tablet from her briefcase. See for yourself. She handed the tablet to her sister, displaying Jiang Xun's personal profile on the screen. Lin Xiaoyang snatched it eagerly, her eyes instantly glued to the display. The man in the photograph wore a simple white t-shirt, lazily leaning against a sofa, his gaze distant and a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. He posed without intention, yet emanated a magnetic allure that seemed capable of drawing everything in around him. I can't believe this. Lin Xiaoyang's mouth fell open in astonishment, nearly drooling. He is ridiculously handsome. She cradled the tablet as if it were a prized possession, her fingers frantically scrolling through Jiang Xun's candid photos. There were images of him taming wild horses at an equestrian center, playing the piano in a concert hall, and being surrounded by a throng of girls during his college enrollment. Each photograph was strikingly captivating. My goodness, look at that physique, those long legs, that collarbone. Sister, look at the definition of his abs. You can practically feel his explosive energy through his shirt. Lin Xiaoyang gushed, her youthful exuberance shining through as her small canine teeth peeked out. Sister, you said we're going to be bodyguards this time, right? Indeed, Lin Wanqing replied succinctly. In the event of danger, might I resort to necessary physical contact to protect him? A lewd yet anticipatory smile spread across Lin Xiaoyang's face. Lin Wanqing's temples throbbed. Lin Xiaoyang. Oh, I was merely speaking hypothetically. Lin Xiaoyang rolled about on the sofa, clutching her tablet, her face flushed with excitement. What a remarkable man. If only I could touch him, or better yet, if he could touch me, it would be worth a lifetime. Suddenly halting her antics, she mischievously leaned toward her sister. Sister, what do you think he and Mu Qingxue, that ice-cold beauty, do at night? Women like Mu Qingxue clearly do not cater to others. Do you think he might actually feel quite empty? Quite lonely? Chapter 34. This spectacle is even more exaggerated than Train to Busan. What if I seize an opportunity to perform a heroic rescue? Would he fall head over heels for me? Silence. Lin Wanqing could no longer endure it and snatched the tablet away. Our mission is to protect the target, not for you to indulge in infatuation. Humph, Lin Xiaoyang pouted, unconvinced, her words betraying her true feelings. She suddenly pointed a finger and poked her sister's slightly flushed ear. Don't think I didn't notice. You were also stealing glances just now. Haven't you added several more photos of him to that encrypted folder of yours? Lin Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly. What nonsense are you spouting? I speak nothing but the truth. Lin Xiaoyang beamed like a victorious little fox, her grin wide. Whenever you're nervous or lying, you unconsciously adjust your glasses. You did it 3 times just now. Imitating her sister, she mimicked the gesture. Moreover, I've seen your analysis report, titled 18 Potential Threats Posed by Target Jiang Xun and Corresponding Countermeasures. which is more detailed than a doctoral thesis. You even analyzed what color underwear he prefers. Dare you claim you have no feelings for him? Oh no, I've revealed my innermost thoughts. Lin Xiaoyang hastily covered her mouth, her large eyes filled with horror. Lin Wanqing's face turned an intense crimson, spreading from her cheeks to her elongated neck. For the first time, the classical beauty, perpetually shrouded in frost, displayed expressions of shame, indignation, and confusion. She could no longer maintain her poised strategist facade and pounced like an agitated cat. Lin Xiaoyang, I see you're itching for a scolding. Ah, sister, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Ha ha, stop. That tickles. The sisters laughed and tumbled together on the sofa. With her nimble agility, Lin Xiaoyang wriggled like an eel, eluding capture. Lin Wanqing, whose face was usually cloaked in frost, now burned with twin clouds of crimson. Amidst the chaos, a sudden tearing sound echoed. Lin Xiaoyang's taut black stockings were ripped open at the thigh, revealing a stark expanse of sun-kissed skin beneath the torn mesh. The playful laughter on the sofa abruptly ceased, as did Lin Xiaoyang's mirth. She lowered her gaze to her damaged stockings, and when she raised her head again, the mischievous glimmer in her round, almond-shaped eyes had vanished, replaced by a predatory gleam that was startlingly intense. Sister, you have ruined my belongings. Lin Wanqing froze. Her hands suspended in midair, a rare look of panic etched across her face. The apology she had intended to voice had yet to escape her lips when Lin Xiaoyang lunged forward. Without hesitation, she seized the meticulously buttoned hem of Lin Wanqing's shirt and yanked it forcefully. The sound was even sharper than before, as buttons flew off like hailstones, clattering to the floor. The uniform, which symbolized restraint and order, was violently torn from the collar down to the waist. Exposed was a large expanse of pale skin, delicate as fine porcelain, shimmering under the warm yellow light, inducing a sense of vertigo. Lin Xiaoyang laughed, a triumphant, slightly wicked laugh. She rose, barefooted, and strode to the window. With a swift motion, the heavy velvet curtains were drawn shut, plunging the room into darkness. As Jiang Xun departed from the gymnasium, the night had fully enveloped Jinling University. The heavy door behind him muffled the uncontrollable sobs of a girl from Sichuan. Jiang Xun merely shrugged indifferently. His mastery in combat endowed his physique with explosive strength, every cell clamoring for an outlet for release. Instead of driving directly back to the lakeside villa, he chose to jog around the campus. The nocturnal campus, stripped of its daytime scholarly ambience, bore an air of ambiguity and restlessness under the dim glow of the streetlights. The scent of fresh grass, earth, and the fragrant shampoo of girls mingled in the air. Willow branches swayed gently in the evening breeze, and the lake shimmered under the moonlight, creating a scene of serene beauty. Jiang Xun's figure, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred up a tumultuous wave. Under the streetlights, groups of girls engaged in late-night chatter fell silent upon his arrival. The atmosphere seemed to solidify, with every gaze magnetically drawn towards him. He appeared like a droplet of water plunging into a bubbling pot of oil. Excuse me, hello. A girl clad in a white cotton-pleated skirt summoned her courage and emerged from behind a sycamore tree, blocking Jiang Xun's path. She seemed quite bashful, likely a student from the literature department. With a delicate pair of round-framed glasses perched on her nose, she clutched a thick copy of In Search of Lost Time, as though it were her sole shield. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She cast her eyes downward, her voice a mere whisper. See, could we exchange WeChat? Jiang Xun came to a halt and cast a glance at her. The girl trembled under his gaze, burying her head lower, as if attempting to retreat into her collar. Apologies, Jiang Xun politely uttered, sidestepping her and resuming his forward sprint. Once the dam was breached, it could no longer be contained. Hey, handsome. Don't mind that dull girl, look at me. A sultry voice rang out. A girl clad in a form-fitting black practice outfit executed a graceful side flip from the adjacent lawn, landing effortlessly before Jiang Xun. Her physique was exquisite, the tight fabric accentuating the curves sculpted by years of dancing, each inch exuding supreme strength and elegance. Cascading chestnut waves of hair swayed alluringly with her movements as she tossed a flirtatious glance at Jiang Xun, her voice dripping with sweetness. I'm from the dance department. My body is incredibly flexible. I can unlock many special poses. Another girl from the music department, clutching a flute, boldly pushed her aside. Her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze audacious. My flute skills are exceptional, she declared. Jiang Xun's pace remained unyielding. Hey, big brother. Our dormitory is hosting a social. and we're just one guy short. Will you join us? We 6 sisters will treat you. An increasing number of girls surrounded him, their eyes fervent and brazen, brimming with unabashed possessiveness, akin to a pack of sharks sensing blood. The air was thick with the overwhelming sense of at least dozens of different perfumes, rendering it suffocating. The cacophony of chatter resembled a flurry of sparrows, bombarding his ears mercilessly. Handsome, my father is the chairman of a publicly listed company. I own 3 properties. I want nothing in return, just let me touch you. A voice cried out from the crowd. What's with the act of innocence from your father? Sisters, there are no cameras. Let us go for it. Jiang Xun even felt someone stealthily groping his waist amidst the chaos. This commotion was more outrageous than a scene from Train to Busan. He hesitated no longer. The elusive agility bestowed by his mastery in combat reached its zenith in that moment. A few deft dodges, and he shook off his pursuers, racing towards the lakeside villa area of the school without a backward glance. Behind him, he could still hear the lamentations and complaints of the girls who could not keep up. He got away. It's all your fault. Why push? Yes, my man. Don't run. With a resounding thud, Jiang Xun slammed the door of the villa shut, isolating all the clamor outside. Leaning against the cold door, he inhaled deeply. The sensation of being hunted moments ago left him feeling flushed, an unnameable fury surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Chapter 35. The temper is a bit high. Please bear with it, President. He appreciated enthusiastic seniors, but he detested this loss of control. In the living room, the main light remained unlit, leaving only a warm yellow floor lamp to cast a serene halo upon the polished floor. At the center of this halo stood an exquisitely graceful silhouette, astonishingly frozen in a yoga pose upon her mat. It was Mu Qingxuan. Unlike her usual professional attire or casual dresses, today she adorned herself in a strikingly revealing lotus-pink 2-piece yoga ensemble. The top, a sport tank barely covering her bosom, featured an exceedingly minimalist design, with scant fabric that unabashedly showcased her perfect bust and the taut contours of her waist. Sweat glistened along the edges of her tank, enhancing its alluring hue. On her flat abdomen, 2 distinct abdominal lines subtly emerged under the light, exuding a sense of powerful, aesthetic beauty. Below, high-waisted, seamless yoga pants clung closely to her rounded, pert backside and long, straight legs. Such a flawless curve could only be achieved through years of rigorous self-discipline and stringent workouts, with every inch of muscle perfectly balanced, brimming with flexibility and resilience. She maintained a challenging single-leg back bend, her body arched gracefully backward, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, nearly brushing the ground. Beads of sweat slid down her elegant swan-like neck, disappearing into the depths of her collarbone. In that moment, she shed the icy exterior of the corporate titan, resembling a pink rose quietly blossoming under the moonlight, adorned with dewdrops, radiating an innate and lethal allure. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, her body trembled ever so slightly, shattering the pose she held. Flustered, she straightened herself, her breath quickening as she turned to face Jiang Xun at the entrance. Upon seeing his face, dark and brooding as if it might drip with water, a heavy feeling sank in her heart. Something was amiss. His expression was not the usual playful and teasing demeanor, but rather one marked by an intense, predatory agitation. This was a side of Jiang Xun she had never encountered. Goodness, this script feels all wrong. Mu Qingxuan's mind began to race, her KPI-driven persona swiftly categorizing the situation as a top priority emergency. She rapidly searched her thoughts for possible reasons. Was it Su Qingyu's wild sacrificial dance? That woman had launched an audacious and direct assault. Could it be that Jiang Xun favored such tastes? Was he expressing dissatisfaction with my conservative style? This realization ignited a fierce sense of crisis within her. Negative feedback on her project. This was intolerable. An immediate adjustment was imperative to meet the latest demands of her audience. Just as Mu Qingxuan was about to speak, humbly inquiring where she had fallen short, Jiang Xun had already moved. He remained silent, striding forward with long strides, swiftly approaching her. A potent aura, infused with the chill of the night air and a masculine fragrance, enveloped her in an instant. Sir, as Mu Qingxuan's words escaped her lips, they were abruptly silenced. Jiang Xun had already stretched out his arms, lifting her effortlessly, his movements crude and devoid of tenderness. Mu Qingxuan let out a sharp gasp. Her body lifted off the ground, her mind momentarily blank. She could distinctly feel the iron-like firmness of Jiang Xun's arms, the overwhelming, undeniable desire for control and aggression emanating from him, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption, starkly contrasting with his usual playful demeanor. Yet, curiously, she felt no fear. Instead, a thrilling excitement and satisfaction surged within her, nearly causing her to tremble. She understood. This was not an expression of dissatisfaction towards her. Rather, it was yet another test of her resilience and absolute obedience. In this manner, he was evaluating her capacity to endure. Realizing this, Mu Qingxue relinquished all thoughts and struggles. She became as pliable as a docile kitten, effortlessly surrendering herself entirely to her master. She even reached out, wrapping her arms around Jiang Xun's neck, pressing her cheek against his solid chest, attuning herself to his steady heartbeat and the simmering anger within him. Jiang Xun carried her directly to the bedroom on the second floor. Bang! He forcefully kicked the door shut with his foot, producing a resounding echo. After a considerable time, the storm within the room finally subsided. The air was thick with a potent blend of sweat and hormones. On the disheveled bed, her pale pink, high-elastic yoga outfit had been reduced to mere tattered scraps, carelessly discarded at the foot of the bed. One piece of the torn top hung forlornly from the bedside lamp. Swaying gently, Mu Qingxue lay limp in Jiang Xun's embrace, like a puddle of melted premium ice cream. The remnants of a vigorous exertion clung to her skin, a thin sheen of sweat and a rosy flush adorning her face, which was usually as cold as ice, now radiating a languid and dreamy satisfaction. She clung tightly to Jiang Xun, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, unwilling to relinquish even a single finger. The project concluded perfectly. The tempest of Jiang Xun's anger had become her most significant KPI for the evening, and she had exceeded expectations. The fervor within Jiang Xun was finally extinguished. He gently caressed Mu Qingxue's damp, silky hair, relishing the unique tranquility and pleasure that followed such an exhilarating conquest. The woman in his arms, once an aloof and imposing CEO, had been entirely transformed into his own, the most obedient yet wild cat. This sensation filled him with immense satisfaction. Just then, a prompt sounded crisply in his mind. Ding! Mu Qingxue's loyalty had been profoundly solidified, and the emotional connection had reached its pinnacle. Current affection level, 100, utterly devoted. Ding! Family reputation, 250. The following day, the morning light streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden patches upon the floor. Jiang Xun awoke amidst a cocoon of softness and warmth. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was Mu Qingxue's flawless sleeping visage. She resembled a docile cat, curled up in his embrace, with half of her face nestled against his chest, her breathing steady and elongated, perhaps sensing his movements. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over the pillow, with a few rebellious strands playfully resting on her smooth, full forehead, shedding the sharpness and authority of her usual corporate persona, revealing an enchanting domestic beauty. Her skin, illuminated by the morning light, was as white as the finest mutton fat jade, so delicate that not a single pore was visible, still retaining a faint blush from the passionate night before. Sir, you are awake. Chapter 36. A casual mention of craving vegetables leads to the president airlifting a chef. Her voice bore a hint of morning raspiness, soft and tender as if indulging in a playful pout. Jiang Xun responded with a simple extending his finger to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His fingertips brushed against her warm skin, smooth and velvety. He gazed out at the bustling city of Jinling, where towering buildings loomed in the morning mist, exuding a sense of modernity and distance. For some reason, he felt a sudden longing for the flavors of his past life, filled with the essence of the everyday. Returning his gaze, he found Mu Qingxue, now fully awake, her bright eyes intently focused on him. He casually remarked, "I have a craving for authentic Hunan cuisine." The speaker was heedless, the listener was attentive. A barely perceptible flicker crossed Mu Qingxue's eyes, as if receiving an unspoken command. Without further inquiry, she responded in an obedient tone, "Yes, sir. I shall remember that." By noon, Jiang Xun was engrossed in studying the enigmatic, destined dragon jade on the system panel in his study when a rich, domineering aroma of spicy and fragrant cuisine wafted through the door. This scent, Jiang Xun's brows arched slightly. He stepped out of the study and into the dining room, where the sight before him momentarily stunned him. On the expansive redwood dining table lay two exquisite dishes. Beside the table stood a middle-aged woman, clad in a top-tier chef's uniform, appearing to be in her 50s, standing with a respectful demeanor and hands at her sides. Her chef's attire was impeccably white and crisp, with a tall hat embroidered with golden thread, exuding a dignified air that indicated she was no ordinary individual. Mu Qingxue had changed out of her nightgown and donned a well-tailored off-white business suit, her hair meticulously pinned back, once again embodying the formidable and decisive CEO of Tianqi Financial. She spotted Jiang Xun and hurried over with a hint of a triumphant smile on her face. Ready to report. Sir, this is Chef Wang Yifan. I utilized the resources of the Tianqi Group to invite her from the renowned century-old establishment, Yilo Dongli, along the banks of the Xiang River at great expense. Jiang Xun couldn't help but admire her execution. He had merely mentioned it casually in the morning. Yet Mu Qingxue had managed to airlift the head chef of a prestigious century-old restaurant. Chef Wang, upon seeing Jiang Xun, quickly bowed slightly, her tone respectful yet tinged with the pride of a professional. Mr. Jiang, I have prepared the dishes you requested. Jiang Xun's gaze fell upon the dining table. The two dishes were nothing short of masterpieces. The chopped pepper fish head was presented on a white porcelain plate larger than a basin. The robust fish head entirely covered in a luscious layer of vibrant red chopped peppers, garnished with fresh green scallions and golden minced garlic. The bright red broth soaked into the tender, snow-white fish flesh below, bubbling with steam, exuding an intense, bold aroma that made one's mouth water. The other dish, farmhouse stir-fried pork, was equally enticing. The thinly sliced pork belly was stir-fried to a perfect golden crisp at the edges, intertwined with bright green and red Hangzhou peppers. Each ingredient glistening with the sheen of fat, the unique aroma from the high-heat cooking tantalizing the senses. Jiang Xun sat down and picked up his chopsticks. He first sampled a piece of the tender fish cheek, rolling it in the red oil broth before placing it in his mouth. Fresh, fragrant, spicy. The sweet flavor of the fish melded with the salty heat of the chopped peppers, exploding on his palate in a delightful symphony, reminiscent of his fondest memories, perhaps even surpassing them. He then took a bite of the stir-fried pork, the savory crispness of the meat, the crunch of the peppers, and the salty richness of the fermented black beans melded perfectly in his mouth, so delectable it made him feel like swallowing his own tongue. It had been a long time since he felt such satisfaction. Jiang Xun was thoroughly pleased, and Chef Wang, observing his expression, wore a smile of contentment. For a chef, the approval of a patron is the highest honor. Mu Qingxue stood quietly by, anxiously watching Jiang Xun's every subtle expression, akin to a project manager awaiting the acceptance of a project. It was only when Jiang Xun set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and nodded at her that she breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. Those simple 4 words transformed her usually tense face into a radiant smile, brighter than the success of securing a 100 billion project. Joy sparkled in her eyes, and her voice lightened. I'm glad you enjoyed it. For him, it might have been just a meal, but for her, it represented another accomplished top-tier KPI, reaffirming her value in his eyes. A warm ambience enveloped the restaurant. However, just as Jiang Xun believed this delightful lunch was approaching its conclusion, Mu Qingxue's smile suddenly faded, her demeanor turning grave. She produced a tablet, unlocked it, and presented it before Jiang Xun. Sir, her tone reverted to that of a reporting executive regarding the vitality restoration agent you previously provided. I have drafted a preliminary commercialization plan overnight for your review. She angled the tablet's screen towards him, revealing a meticulously crafted, logically coherent presentation. I have utilized a diluted solution as a sample and have approached several senior board members. I did not disclose its true nature, but merely hinted that it is a life essence obtained through special overseas channels capable of rejuvenating vitality. Mu Qingxue spoke with a measured pace, yet each word resonated with profound confidence and authority. Initially, they were skeptical, but upon witnessing the sample revive a near-dead orchid within half an hour, their eyes brimmed with emotion. I exploited their greed and urgency, compelling them to unconditionally support my proposal for the Apocalypse Future #1 initiative at the board meeting 2 afternoons ago. In return, I bestowed upon each of them a small vial of the diluted solution. She swiped the screen, revealing a recently approved proposal document. This initiative granted me absolute dominion over all investments in the biotechnology sector for the group over the next 5 years, thus clearing the first obstacle for our subsequent plans. With her report concluded, she slightly inclined her body, awaiting Jiang Xun's judgment. Jiang Xun regarded her, observing the flicker of intelligence and ambition in her eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. She was indeed a flawless executor, even surpassing his expectations. Not only had she executed the plan, but she also understood how to leverage her assets to unlock greater benefits. Well done. Jiang Xun's praise momentarily stole Mu Qingshua's breath away. Yet, he swiftly shifted the conversation. However, your vision remains limited. Mu Qingxue abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of astonishment crossing her gaze. Jiang Xun extended a finger, lightly tapping the tablet screen, producing a gentle knocking sound. Selling medicine? He chuckled, a hint of amusement and condescension in his smile. While he may not possess extensive commercial experience, he had read numerous novels in his past life. He might not excel in execution, but he could certainly engage in lofty discussions. This is the most inferior approach. Mu Qingxue, what I offer you is not a mere commodity, it is a key. Chapter 37. Limited Vision. Let us engage in a capital hunt. Mu Qingshue's pupils slightly constricted as she held her breath, fully attentive. Jiang Xun leaned slightly forward, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating her very soul. We do not sell medicine. We shall use it to establish a club, one of the world's most elite private health clubs. The entry requirement is not monetary. Jiang Xun's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable allure. It was the equity of Tianqi finance. Bang! These few words resounded in Mu Qingshue's mind like a thunderclap. In an instant, she comprehended Jiang Xun's intentions. This was no longer a mere business plan. It was a bloodless plunder. Observing her astonished expression, a deeper smile graced Jiang Xun's lips. Those old codgers, though wealthy and powerful, what do they fear most? The depletion of their vitality. What you must do is utilize this hook named longevity to gradually reel in the power they hold dear, the shares they cherish as life itself. I want you to seize this opportunity to cleanse the entire board without shedding blood, transforming Tianqi finance into your personal kingdom. Jiang Xun leaned back in his chair, his tone returning to a languid cadence. I desire for you to become the sole, true queen of Tianqi finance. Mu Qingxue stood frozen in place, her body trembling slightly from the overwhelming shock and elation. She gazed at the man before her, who lounged casually as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet the blueprint he casually sketched was a terrifying hunt capable of upending the entire elite society of Jinling. She had believed she was atop the pyramid. Yet in the presence of this man, she realized she was merely gazing up from the base of the mountain. Tremors of exhilaration coursed through her. The iceberg in her eyes melted entirely, replaced by a raging flame, a fervor to follow the divine and conquer the world. Yes, Mu Qingxue suddenly bowed deeply, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor of excitement. Sir, I understand. She promptly turned, moving with a swift decisiveness to gather her belongings, preparing to overturn all previous plans and, in accordance with Jiang Xun's will, devise a new hunting strategy that would send tremors throughout Jinling. Watching her determined silhouette, Jiang Xun smiled with satisfaction. Just then, his phone on the table vibrated gently. The screen lit up with a new message. The sender was Wenwan. Jiang Xun opened it, and elegant characters filled his view. Young master, will you be free tomorrow? I would like to invite you to Yayin Pavilion to sample my newly acquired pre-rain Longjing tea. Wenwan's invitation wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, dispersing the sanguinary thoughts of equity, plunder, and conquest from Jiang Xun's mind. He had just seen off the invigorated Mu Qingxue, and he found himself reminiscing about Qin Lan's fiery outburst after her complete defeat in the boxing ring. Goodness, these ladies are all formidable. Jiang Xun stretched languidly, feeling akin to a player who had just conquered 2 challenging levels, in need of a brief respite in the city. The Yayin Pavilion, it seemed, was the perfect sanctuary for such a respite. The elegant Sound Pavilion is nestled in a secluded corner of Jinling University, far removed from the main thoroughfare and hidden deep within a lush bamboo grove. There are no ostentatious signs, just an antiquated wooden door, with a winding bluestone path leading up to it, seemingly separating the tumult of the world from within. As Jiang Xun gently pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, a refreshing breeze, infused with the scent of bamboo leaves and a hint of sandalwood, enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. The courtyard, though modest in size, exudes meticulous craftsmanship. A crystal-clear spring cascades down from a rock formation, converging into a small pond where a few red koi glide gracefully through the water. Beneath the porch of the main hall, a figure awaited him in tranquil anticipation. Jiang Xun instinctively slowed his pace. Wenwan, today, appeared as if she had stepped forth from a delicate Song Dynasty ink wash painting. She had exchanged the stunning moon-white qipao from their last encounter for a more understated silk tea gown, also moon-white, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, allowing the silk's natural luster to shimmer in the light. The loose cut of her attire accentuated her slender and ethereal form, the hem of her ankle-length skirt gently swaying in the breeze. Her cascading hair was simply secured with a wooden pin, revealing her long, fair neck and exquisite earlobes. Unadorned by makeup, her unblemished visage, bathed in the dappled shadows of the bamboo grove, radiated an otherworldly beauty. Her eyes, often imbued with a hint of cool detachment, flickered with a soft, rippling warmth upon seeing Jiang Xun. She embodied the essence of the elegant sound pavilion itself, serene, refined, possessing an enchanting quality that seemed to slow the passage of time. "Young master, you have arrived," she greeted, her voice flowing like a clear spring, soothing to the ears. Jiang Xun nodded and settled onto the cushion opposite her. Wan eschewed unnecessary pleasantries, offering him a gentle smile before she devoted herself to arranging the exquisite purple clay tea set before her. Her movements were, in themselves, a supreme art form. Warming the pot, rinsing the cups, appreciating the tea, and adding the leaves. Each step flowed seamlessly, imbued with a sense of ritual, delicate and focused, as if her world contained only this tea table and the leaves at hand. As the boiling mountain spring water poured into the pot, a crisp and refreshing aroma of fresh soybean curd wafted through the air. It was the finest Preaching Longjing tea. She poured the first infusion over a teapot, then served the second, amber-hued infusion into two petite white porcelain cups. Presenting one cup to Jiang Xun with both hands, she said, "Young master, please enjoy." Jiang Xun lifted the cup, feeling the perfect warmth against his fingers. He took a sip. A burst of refreshing and mellow flavor unfolded on his palate, followed by a lingering sweetness that slid down his throat, as if he had consumed an entire spring from Jiangnan. In that moment, all worldly disputes and calculations felt distant and unreal. He savored the rare tranquility and the ethereal company of the enchanting beauty before him. This represents a form of exquisite spiritual enjoyment, distinct from mere physical conquest. "What a fine tea," Jiang Xun sincerely praised, his gentle eyes shimmering with delight. A subtle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a child receiving the highest accolades. "As long as you enjoy it," came the response. The two sat quietly across from one another, engaging in casual conversation about the melodies of the zither and the art of tea, enveloped in a serene and beautiful atmosphere. Jiang Xun found himself contemplating the idea of remaining in this tranquil state indefinitely, which seemed quite appealing. However, just as this tranquility reached its zenith, a boisterous and vivacious voice unexpectedly shattered the idyllic scene from the courtyard outside. "Oh my goodness, what is that scent I detect?" Before the words had fully left her lips, a figure clad in vibrant red burst into the room with great energy. "Sun Gu, what delightful secrets have you been indulging in? This is rather unseemly." The newcomer was Su Qingyu, adorned as if she were embodying an entire spring, in a stunning new red Chanel dress that accentuated her already fair complexion. The hem of the dress was short, barely covering her thighs, revealing a pair of long, slender legs clad in gossamer black stockings. She walked in striking high heels, the sound of her steps like a rhythmic percussion disrupting the tranquility of the space with each resounding click. Her radiant face was adorned with meticulous makeup, the bold red lipstick strikingly assertive, while her cascading waves of hair fell casually over her shoulders, leaving a trail of intoxicating fragrance in her wake. This subtle scent of perfume mingled seamlessly with the crisp sandalwood and tea aromas in the courtyard. Su Qingyu quickly spotted Jiang Xun seated on the mat, as well as the cool and composed woman across from him, and an alarm went off in her mind. Well, just as I begin to make some progress here. You two are off playing your own little game?" The seemingly demure white flower harbored quite a few tricks up her sleeve. A competitive spirit ignited within her, and she resolved not to be outshone in this silent contest. Su Qingyu strode confidently to the tea table, placing her grand Hermes Birkin bag with a resounding thud upon the antique wooden surface, causing the delicate teacup in Wan's hand to tremble slightly. With a disdainful glance at the seemingly unkempt purple clay teaware, she exclaimed, "Sun Gu, what excitement can this bland brew possibly offer?" Her voice rang clear, infused with the characteristic forthrightness of a northeastern girl, deliberately loud. "It's as dull as dishwater." Just wait until you see what I've brought you. Chapter 38. Mummy Powder? She triumphantly retrieved a small golden box from her large birkin, its intricate designs catching the light and dazzling the eyes. With a proud flourish, she pushed the box toward Jiang Xun, her voice exuberant. "Sun Gu, look what I have for you. This delightful item is called the Morning Dew of Horus. I invested a considerable sum, enlisting someone to procure this from the far reaches of Egypt, and it has been quite some time. I have heard that this substance invigorates the mind and fortifies the body. Quite extraordinary indeed." She cautiously opened the box, revealing a collection of unremarkable brown powders. She seized a pristine white porcelain cup that Wenwan had just prepared, and with a swift motion, poured the powder inside, then lifted the teapot to mix in water for Jiang Xun to sample. While quietly brewing the tea, as if an observer to the unfolding scene, Wenwan finally spoke. Her voice still gentle yet sharp, like a fine needle, precisely puncturing Su Qingyu's ostentatious display. "The name is indeed impressive, but are you certain this is meant for human consumption?" Wenwan raised her gaze, her clear eyes resting upon the golden box. "To my knowledge, this substance was known by a more common name in 18th century Europe, mummia." Su Qingyu's hand, poised to add hot water, froze midair. She gazed at Wenwan with a look of bewilderment, her beautiful face rife with questions. "Mummy, what is that?" Wenwan regarded her, a faint, meaningful smile gracing her lips, and then articulated clearly, word by word, in translation, "It is powdered mummy." In that instant, the air became utterly still, as if time had been suspended. The expression on Su Qingyu's face underwent a rapid transformation, from triumph to astonishment, culminating in sheer terror. She stiffly lowered her head, her gaze fixated on the bowl of freshly prepared brown concoction in her hands. Images of ancient corpses, wrapped in layers of bandages and dried for millennia in museums, surged uncontrollably in her mind. A tumult arose in her stomach. An indescribable wave of nausea surged from the depths of her throat. The color drained from her face at a visible pace, leaving her pallid and greenish. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Qingyu abruptly covered her mouth and, like a cannonball, dashed out of the Yayin pavilion. Outside the courtyard, the sound of her wrenching retches echoed painfully, unabashedly penetrating the walls. The commotion seemed intent on expelling her very insides. Inside the Yayin pavilion, the peculiar aroma brought by the morning dew of Horus mingled with the heavy scent of Su Qingyu's perfume, still swirling in the air, yet to dissipate. Jiang Xun remained still, his gaze fixed upon Wenwan, who appeared to have entirely shielded herself from the surrounding clamor. She sat gracefully on the meditation cushion, her posture serene as a white orchid under the moonlight. Her plain yet elegant face bore no trace of disturbance, neither disdain, nor schadenfreude, nor even curiosity about this unfolding farce. It seemed as though Su Qingyu's ostentatious performance moments ago, along with the tumultuous clamor outside the courtyard, were merely a fleeting breeze or a ripple upon the water's surface, wholly unworthy of her attention. In her world, only the modest tea table before her remained significant. Jiang Xun observed her movements, which unfolded like a silent, ritualistic purification. Her hands, slender and distinctly articulated, steadily grasped the purple clay teapot tainted by Su Qingyu. She poured the tea, mingled with mummy powder, unhurriedly into the tea wash, the brown liquid flowing forth as if to expel a certain impurity. Then, she lifted the iron kettle, allowing the scalding spring water to cascade in like a white silk ribbon, only to pour it out again. This was repeated thrice, each step executed with meticulous care, imbued with a soothing power. With bamboo tongs, she lifted the white porcelain teacup, cleansing it in the boiling water until the once dulled surface gleamed pure, resembling jade. A delicate mist rose, obscuring her brow and eyes, yet rendering her even more ethereal, as if untouched by the world. Upon completing her ritual, she raised her gaze to Jiang Xun. In her clear, ancient well-like eyes, his reflection was visible, along with a flicker of the agitation stirring within him. "My lord, your heart is in turmoil." Wenwan spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it landed with the precision of a stone cast into Jiang Xun's heart lake. She refrained from critiquing Su Qingyu's folly or inquiring about Jiang Xun's feelings. She merely stated a fact she had observed. The clamor of the outside world was ultimately an illusion, a disturbance to the spirit. With a single sentence, she rendered Su Qingyu's grand assault as nothing more than an inconsequential mirage. Jiang Xun lifted the warm cup of water before him and took a sip. He regarded Wan, this woman who never contended for anything, who never sought to possess. She stood here, much like the elegant sound hall itself, quietly awaiting visitors. Should one arrive, she would brew tea and play the zither. If not, she would indulge in the same pursuits alone. She scorned the notion of pleasing others with material gifts, and even more so with physical allure. What she offered was a profound emotional value, an absolute tranquility. This represented a strategy far superior to any other means. Goodness, this is the epitome of a refined beauty, a supreme moonlight, Jiang Xun silently mused. He set down his teacup, the bass lightly chiming against the wooden tea table. For the first time, he took the initiative to speak. Play another piece. Upon hearing this, a genuine smile, akin to the thawing of spring waters, flickered in her usually cool, watery eyes. It was a faint smile, yet it illuminated the entire elegant courtyard. She did not speak, but gracefully raised her hand to caress the ancient zither, yaoguang, her fingertips poised to pluck the strings. A clear and melodious sound of the cuisine resonated, akin to a wild goose unfurling its wings, slicing through the vast sky. The previous clamor and filth seemed, in that fleeting moment, to be thoroughly cleansed. A piece titled "The Geese Descend on the Sandy Shore" flowed gently from her fingertips. The music was both clear and soothing, evoking a lofty and expansive realm. At times, it resembled the whispers of the autumn winds above the river. At other moments, it echoed the calls of geese on the shore, and at times again, it embodied the tranquility and relief felt by a traveler gazing into the horizon. Jiang Xun leaned against the column behind him, closing his eyes. He felt as though he were truly witnessing an ink-wash painting. The autumn air was crisp and refreshing. The wind still and the sand smooth. Flocks of geese flew over the clouds, landing on the sandy islets by the water, preening their feathers, calling out to one another with serene and carefree voices. Mu Qingshua's KPI-style obedience exemplified ultimate execution. Qin Lan's spicy assertiveness embodied an insatiable desire for conquest. Su Qingyu's boisterousness represented an overwhelming sense of possession. Each of them, in their own way, sought to demand, to prove, and to contest with him. Only when one remained. She desired nothing. She was merely present, creating a sanctuary of purity for him. When Jiang Xun grew weary of strife, tired of scheming, and fatigued by superficial sensory stimuli, he would naturally gravitate toward her, the sole refuge where he could utterly unwind. As the music faded, its resonance lingered. Jiang Xun opened his eyes, and the trace of irritation in his heart had vanished without a trace. He gazed at Wan, admiring her tranquil and beautiful profile beneath the bamboo shadows, and for the first time, he clearly recognized in his heart, this woman is irreplaceable. The use of the powder derived from mummies is indeed a method grounded in real history, which readers can verify. Otherwise, I could not fabricate such a tale for fear of reproach. To those readers who have reached this point, I kindly ask you to cast a vote for updates. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation to write. Chapter 39, The Crash at the Elegant Sound Pavilion. The true colors of the green tea segment, the lingering echoes of the cuisine had yet to dissipate when Jiang Xun's phone, tucked in his pocket, vibrated unexpectedly. He pulled it out to glance at it. The screen displayed an official message from the administration office of Jinling University. Dear Jiang Xun, in light of the considerable attention you have garnered on campus, and to ensure your personal safety and the normal order of the university, the school has decided to assign you a special security team. For further details, please consult Professor Qin Lan from the sports college. Jiang Xun read the message. His brow slightly arched. A special security team? Qin Lan. The image of Qin Lan's commanding and impatient countenance flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but smirk. This university life was becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium of Jinling University, on the third floor, the atmosphere in Qin Lan's office was as heavy as lead. The air was infused with the scent of disinfectant and a faint hint of sweat, filled with the unique essence of the gymnasium. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Wanqing sat upright on the guest sofa like two schoolchildren awaiting judgment, their backs straight as arrows. Opposite them, behind the desk, Qin Lan exuded an imposing aura akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. Today, she had eschewed her usual equestrian attire for a sleek black Adidas training ensemble. The fitted long-sleeved top clung to her form, accentuating her athletic physique, sculpted through years of rigorous training. With every contour of her well-defined chest, taut abdomen, and graceful shoulder lines showcasing her dedication. Her matching tapered athletic pants enveloped her long, powerful legs, while her cropped hair framed her striking features, and her keen eyes, always glinting with intensity, now scrutinized the two sisters with piercing sharpness. Without uttering a word, she rhythmically tapped her knuckles against the desk, tap, tap, tap. Each sound resonated like a hammer striking Lin Xiaoyang's heart. Finally, unable to contain her emotions, Lin Xiaoyang sprang to her feet. Sister Lan, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Her voice was urgent and rapid, akin to a series of ignited firecrackers. Did you not witness the scene last night? I tell you, our analysis from the distant camera revealed it was just like a scene from Train to Busan. A throng of girls, their eyes gleaming with fervor, madly lunging at Jiang Xun. If he hadn't fled swiftly, I fear there would have been nothing left of him. Her frustration mounted, her face flushed, arms gesticulating as if reenacting the chaos of the moment. This is no mere harassment. It constitutes a genuine threat to safety. We must secure a legitimate status that allows us to be by his side 24 hours a day. Behind her, Lin Wanqing, calm and composed, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, rising to present a freshly printed document, which she offered to Qin Lan with both hands. Professor Qin, she stated, her voice steady and clear, a stark contrast to her sister's fervor. This is our preliminary risk assessment report based on last night's incident. Our conclusion is that as Jiang Xun's notoriety within the school escalates, the frequency and intensity of such encirclements will only worsen. She paused, a flicker of brilliance igniting in her almond-shaped eyes behind her lenses. We require long-term, legitimate operational authority on campus, as well as permission to access the target's residence when necessary. A brief silence enveloped the office as Qin Lan perused the report, skimming through its contents before slamming the document down onto the desk with a resounding thud that startled Lin Xiaoyang. What on earth? Qin Lan erupted, her temper flaring as she unleashed a torrent of exasperated exclamations in her native Sichuan dialect. Have these girls lost their minds? They appear as if they have never encountered a man. They have brought disgrace upon our esteemed Jinling University. Her chest rose and fell violently, clearly indicating her considerable anger. Within her displeasure lay not only a profound indignation regarding the deteriorating atmosphere on campus, but also a fierce maternal instinct to protect her cherished possession from covetous eyes. With hands on her hips, she paced back and forth in the office before abruptly halting, her sharp gaze slanting toward the Lin sisters, a wry smile curling at the corners of her mouth. You wish for my assistance? Very well. Her tone suddenly turned frigid. However, why should I extend my help to you? Lin Xiaoyang, agitated, stepped forward. Sister Lan, this is a serious task assigned from above. A task? Qin Lan scoffed indifferently, extending a finger to poke at the report on the desk. I cannot comprehend the convoluted matters you present. All I know is that you two are exceedingly clever. One possesses agility akin to a monkey, while the other's mind seems filled with the most intricate thoughts. She leaned forward abruptly, her hands pressing firmly against the table, her piercing gaze unwaveringly fixed on the pair, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the room. Assisting you is possible. However, you must also render me a favor. Her voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable authority and a subtle, searing intensity. Provide me with a suggestion on how to capture that young man, Jiang Xun. She paused, seemingly in search of the most precise term. Subdue. The final words resonated with conviction. The atmosphere in the office instantly thickened. The expressions on Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Wanqing's faces synchronized perfectly at that moment. Moments later, Lin Xiaoyang's somewhat naive mind finally processed the information, and she exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness! Sister Lan, do you wish to court him? Realizing she had inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts, she quickly covered her mouth in panic. Her round, wide eyes were filled with fear and a complex emotion of surprise at the revelation that she too shared the sentiment. Qin Lan's face flushed crimson in an instant, and in a fit of embarrassment and fury, she shouted, Court him? Nonsense. This is a tactical necessity. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory, do you understand? They could never have imagined that this imposing Professor Qin, with her strong eyebrows and righteous demeanor, exuding an aura of discipline and strength, their ally in justice, harbored such straightforward aspirations regarding their target. Moreover, such unrestrained thoughts. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened as well. Instinctively, she raised her hand to push up her glasses, which bore no prescription, her fingers trembling slightly in midair. My head aches. The complexity of this task has far exceeded her expectations. Observing the sister's stunned expressions as if struck by lightning, Qinlan regained her composure, returning to her chair. Arms crossed, exuding an air of, "I have laid down my conditions. Now it is up to you to figure it out." The profound silence in the office lingered for a full half-minute. Ultimately, it was Lin Wanqing who first broke free from her petrified state. Her mind swiftly completed a remarkable reassessment of the current situation. Threats, while also opportunities. She inhaled deeply, adjusting her glasses once more. This time with a restored calmness and poise reminiscent of her former self. She gazed at Qinlan, whose classically beautiful visage, often veiled in frost, for the first time exhibited a professional demeanor akin to that of a product manager evaluating demands. Professor Qin, her voice, though soft, instantaneously redirected the chaotic atmosphere in the room back on course. Logically speaking, acquisition is an exceedingly nebulous concept, devoid of a precise definition or quantifiable evaluation criteria. Qinlan found herself momentarily taken aback by her discourse. What? Lin Wanqing disregarded her confusion and continued her analysis. To achieve this ultimate goal, we must deconstruct it into several phased, executable subtasks, each necessitating a detailed action plan. Qinlan was momentarily bewildered by her rhetoric. What on earth? Speak plainly. Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses. In simple terms, your straightforward approach is the least efficient. Professor Qin, do you really think that in this world, men are still troubled by the prospect of finding a spouse? Her tone was steady, yet each word pierced the heart. With a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 10,000. This figure may sound like paradise for women, but have you ever calculated the other side of the equation? Even if a man were to become frenzied, tirelessly marrying 100 wives throughout his life, it would only mean that among every 10,000 women, merely 100, just 1%, would be fortunate enough to have a husband. The remaining 9,900 are left desolate. Chapter 40. The tender embrace under the moonlight. What is heartthrob? The air in the office seemed to be drained by her words. Lin Qiang's mouth fell open in astonishment, speechless. Qinlan's temper, typically fierce, was unusually subdued. Her brows tightly knitted. Lin Wanqing continued to articulate the harsh truths of this world in her unflappable tone. So, do you think men will settle for anything? Incorrect. They are more discerning than emperors of any era. A woman like Mu Qinxue, with a fortune in the billions and top-tier beauty, who is willing to kneel to help you with your shoes, is merely an entry ticket. A woman like Su Qingyu, who can turn daily life into a vibrant duet, is an added bonus. A gentle spirit like Wan, who is uncontentious and offers unparalleled emotional value, is a rarity. What they compete over is not solely economic status, physical appearance, or professional capability. They vie for emotional stability, the ability to provide emotional value, and even Lin Wanqing paused, her gaze sweeping over Qinlan's face, filled with defiance. The capacity to coexist harmoniously with other wives directly impacts the tranquility of the male head of the household's family life. Now take a look at yourself. What else do you possess besides your fighting prowess? Do you believe Jiang Xun is in need of a bodyguard or merely a sparring partner? This relentless series of inquiries pierced Qinlan's silence like a blade tempered in ice. For the first time, she realized that the strength and elegance she had once cherished might hold little value in the brutal landscape of romantic pursuits. Observing the flicker of defeat and bewilderment in Qinlan's eyes, Lin Wanqing understood that the groundwork had been sufficiently laid. Thus, we must embark on the initial step. You require a rationale that facilitates ongoing, profound interactions with your target, devoid of any discomfort for the other party. Upon hearing this, the previously impatient glint in Qinlan's gaze brightened instantly, akin to a ravenous wolf catching sight of its prey. She instinctively straightened her posture, leaning forward, her face radiant with eagerness. Oh, pray, enlighten me. After departing from the Yayin Pavilion, Jiang Xun continued to savor the rare tranquility that lingered in his heart. As dusk descended, his phone illuminated with a message from Wan. The moonlight tonight is splendid. I have prepared some light refreshments by the lakeside cottage. Might I have the honor of your company? As Jiang Xun beheld the graceful characters, he could almost perceive the faint, refreshing scent of ink. The lakeside cottage, more secluded than the Yayin Pavilion, nestled behind a dense grove of emerald bamboo, seemed as if forgotten in a corner beyond the mundane world. The courtyard gate was ajar. Jiang Xun pushed it open to reveal a modest courtyard, its ground paved with bluestone, with an ancient well in the corner, its edges adorned with moss. At the center stood a rustic stone table accompanied by 2 stone stools, devoid of any traces of worldly bustle. Moonlight cascaded like water into the courtyard, illuminating the figure standing quietly beside the stone table. Jiang Xun's footsteps involuntarily slowed. This evening, when Wan had shed the cool elegance of her teaching attire and the ethereal aura of the Yang Pavilion, donning instead a simple home outfit. It was a light purple silk robe, lacking any elaborate embellishments, its fabric subtly undulating with her breath, exuding a soft, jade-like luster under the moonlight. The loose cut accentuated her slender frame, and the ankle-length hem fluttered gently in the evening breeze, as if it might take flight at any moment. Her cascading hair, unbound by wooden pins, fell casually over her shoulders, with a few strands caught by the night wind, brushing against her fair cheeks. Without any trace of makeup, her unadorned, graceful visage under the cool moonlight revealed a breathtaking authenticity. Her skin was as delicate as freshly fallen snow, the kind that seemed ready to break with the slightest touch. Her lips a natural soft pink, and her eyes, always as clear as an ancient well, appeared veiled with a misty allure beneath the moon's glow. She stood there in tranquil poise, perfectly harmonizing with the moonlight, the courtyard, and the bamboo grove, like an unvoiced poem, a living painting. "My lord, you have arrived." Her voice, imbued with the moonlight's softness, beckoned. Jiang Xun seated himself upon the stone stool opposite her. The crisp aroma of wine mingling with the delicate fragrances of the appetizers swirling into his nostrils. On the table, a pot of warmed yellow wine glows with a clear, golden hue. A selection of exquisite appetizers lies before them, a plate of fennel beans, a dish of cold bamboo shoots, and a small bowl of steamed river fish. All delicately understated. Aware that the gentleman prefers tranquility, she boldly invited him here. With grace, she poured him a glass of wine, her movements gentle enough that the liquid did not ripple. "This place is delightful." Jiang Xun lifted his cup, feeling the warmth permeating through the glass. She did not gaze at him, but instead looked towards the horizon where the bright moon hung, her voice soft as if to not disturb the moonlight. "Tonight is the night of the full moon. In 3 days, it will be the autumn equinox." The ancients spoke of worshipping the moon during this time, honoring the moon deity in hopes of reunion and peace. Her words were few, yet not profound. They served as a key. With a soft click, they unlocked a long-sealed corner of Jiang Xun's memory. In a past life, burdened by the pressures of study and daily existence, who would bother whether the moon was full or waning, or whether the seasons came early or late? Such matters felt as distant as relics from another civilization. Yet now, this woman, with her gentle voice, was offering him a glimpse into that forgotten world. Jiang Xun suddenly realized that her knowledge was entirely distinct from the financial reports of Mu Qingxue, the strategies of Qin Lan, or the anecdotes of Su Qingyu. It was a form of seemingly useless knowledge, unable to generate wealth, to incite conflict, or even to yield any worldly gain. Yet, it could soften a weary, rusted soul. He felt the hollow shell of his past life being gradually filled by the moonlight, the fragrance of wine, and the sound of her voice. It was a form of solace, a silent nourishment that reached deep within his soul. Only the whisper of the evening breeze through the bamboo grove and the distant chirping of unknown insects could be heard. Jiang Xun took a sip of the wine, smooth and rich, with a subtle sweetness that glided down his throat, warmth instantly spreading through his limbs. He gazed at the gentle Wan, who possessed a mysterious charm capable of whisking one away from the turbulence of reality. In her presence, there was no need for calculation, conquest, or even contemplation. One could simply sit in quietude and experience an unparalleled tranquility. After several rounds of wine, a charming blush blossomed on Wan's already fair cheeks, reminiscent of fine white porcelain subtly brushed with the finest rouge. Her gaze grew increasingly dreamy, as if filled with the essence of spring water. She rose, lifting the wine pot to refill Jiang Xun's glass. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, or perhaps because her mind had become unmoored, she wobbled slightly, losing her balance and began to fall sideways. Chapter 41. What the heck? Is this the legendary wall slam? A short gasp escaped her lips before Jiang Xun, quick as lightning, extended his arm and securely cradled her delicate waist just as she was about to collide with the stone table. Through the delicate veil of silk fabric, he could distinctly perceive the astonishing sensation of the taut, yet supple material beneath. This marked the first instance of such intimate physical contact between the two. by instinct. Her gentle, soft form collided solidly against his chest, enveloping him like a warm cloud. A faint fragrance, a blend of the soap bark scent from her hair and the rich aroma of wine, instantly enveloped Jiang Xun. She froze completely, resting against his sturdy, broad chest. Paralyzed with trepidation, her breath quickening, Jiang Xun did not immediately release her. He lowered his head, catching sight of her cascading dark hair draped over his shoulder, and noticed her long lashes quivering ever so slightly from nervousness. He could even distinctly feel her rebellious heart, like a startled bird in the woods, pounding furiously yet helplessly against his chest, separated only by 2 layers of fabric. In contrast, his heartbeat remained steady and strong. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the disparate rhythms of their heartbeats entwined in a wordless confrontation. After a considerable time, Jiang Xun slowly loosened his embrace. He did not simply let go but gently guided her back onto the stone bench. This process was deliberate and unhurried. His fingertips, while ensuring her stability, inadvertently brushed against her smooth forearm. The sensation was warm, delicate, and astonishingly smooth. Hunan jolted slightly, as if struck by a subtle electric current. "Are you intoxicated?" he inquired softly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable intensity. Hunan shuddered once more, averted her gaze, and buried her face deeper, her long hair cascading to obscure much of her cheeks. She subtly shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with a tremor she herself was unaware of. "It is indeed the moonlight that intoxicates. Young master, do you know that in ancient times, the moon also symbolized longing?" Observing her shy demeanor, Jiang Xun refrained from further questioning. He lifted his wine cup, draining the remaining yellow wine in one swift motion. The cup was set down gently upon the stone table, emitting a crisp sound that resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Then, to Hunan's astonished gaze, he extended his hand, clasping her trembling hand that rested on the table. Her hand was cool and soft, akin to a boneless piece of chilled jade. Startled as if burned, Hunan instinctively attempted to withdraw, yet he held her firmly, rendering her immobile. At last, she lifted her head, and, in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, ventured, "It is late. Will you accompany me inside to sit for a while?" Jiang Xun, however, seemed not to have heard her. He merely traced his thumb gently across the back of her delicate hand. The motion bore no hint of aggression, yet radiated an irresistible intent. Hunan finally spoke again, her voice cutting through the stillness of the night, resonating clearly in his ears. "Will you let me in for a moment?" This was not a question, but a statement. Jiang Xun then released her hand and rose to his feet. Hunan followed suit, turning and stepping toward the quaint 2-story building that appeared particularly serene under the moonlight. She did not glance back, yet she could distinctly feel Jiang Xun's gaze, an invisible brand, firmly affixed to her back. The ancient wooden door creaked open, then gently closed behind them. The sound of the door's hinges seemed to punctuate this silent confrontation with a definitive pause. The moment the door shut, the moonlight, the chirping of insects, and the whispers of the bamboo forest were all shut out. Inside, a hazy darkness enveloped the space. Only a calming, ethereal sandalwood fragrance mingled with Hunan's unique, orchid-like scent lingered in the air, creating an atmosphere both soothing and intoxicating. Jiang Xun did not turn on the lights. He merely relied on the faint moonlight filtering through the intricately carved wooden window to observe the woman before him. Then, he extended his hand. Hunan's body trembled involuntarily, yet she did not retreat. Jiang Xun gently drew her closer until her back met the cool door, leaving her with no escape. She nervously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a startled butterfly. She could hear the thunderous rhythm of her heartbeat, each beat louder than the last, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Jiang Xun did not rush his advances. He raised his hand, his warm fingertips gliding over her smooth forehead, tracing the furrow of her knitted brows, and gliding down the bridge of her delicate nose. Finally, his fingertips lingered on her lips, slightly parted and glistening with nervousness. That touch was as gentle as a feather, yet radiated an intense warmth. "Open your eyes and look at me." Jiang Xun's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable magnetism, resonating in her ear. Hunan's body shivered again. Complying, she slowly opened her eyes. In the hazy interplay of light and shadow, she gazed into his eyes, deep and profound as the night sky. She saw the reflection of her own surrender, tinged with confusion and helplessness. In the next moment, Jiang Xun leaned down and kissed her. The kiss began tenderly, tentative, like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, sending ripples across it. He patiently and meticulously traced the contours of her lips. Wenwan's body transitioned from rigidity to gradual softness. Clumsily and awkwardly, she attempted to respond. Jiang Xun, no longer holding back, surrendered to the moment. The night deepened further. The moonlight retreated from the window, plunging the room into an even more profound darkness and silence. In the air, the once calming sandalwood scent seemed to be enveloped by a more primal and intense essence. Time slipped away, unmeasured. Jiang Xun opened his eyes, cradling a body as warm and soft as jade in his arms. He glanced down, observing that the jade-like figure had shed her usual cool composure, replaced instead by a layer of delicate blush reminiscent of a gentle sun after a rain, spreading from her cheeks to her elegantly long neck. Her eyes, typically as clear as an ancient well, were now tightly closed, long eyelashes seemingly adorned with unshed tears, yet the corners of her mouth curved into a faint, relieved smile. She nestled against him like a weary bird that had finally found its haven, sleeping peacefully and serenely. Jiang Xun's gaze drifted beyond her to a pearwood chair not far away. There lay her pale purple silk robe, neatly folded along with the undergarments, as though they had been removed not in a whirlwind of passion, but during a solemn ritual. An inexplicable softness washed over his heart. This woman, even in such a moment, stubbornly retained her unique, deeply ingrained grace and elegance. It was precisely this distinctiveness that rendered her so alluring. At that moment, a familiar system notification chimed in Jiang Xun's mind. Congratulations to the host for establishing a profound emotional connection with the special individual Wenwan. Affection level increased to 80. Heart belongs to someone. Family prestige, 2000. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Passive skill, calm aura. The host's mental recovery speed increases by 50 and resistance to negative emotions increases by 30 when in Wenwan's presence. Jiang Xun was taken aback. This was the first time he had received a special skill reward that was neither prestige nor an item. Calm aura? He took a moment to reflect. The fatigue and excitement lingering in his body from the fierce battle seemed to be swiftly soothed by a gentle force. He found himself enveloped in an unprecedented state of ultimate relaxation and tranquility. Mu Qingxue was his sword, carving a path through thorns and expanding his territory. Su Qingyu was his wine, spicy and invigorating, capable of spicing up a monotonous life. And Wenwan, Jiang Xun gazed down at the serene beauty of the woman sleeping in his arms, and for the first time, a clear definition emerged in his heart. She was his spring. She was the only source of solace where this high-speed war machine, after countless conflicts and stratagems, could pause for deep maintenance and restoration. Her value could not be measured in currency nor assessed by combat prowess. What she provided was a resource more scarce and precious than any material, peace. This woman was irreplaceable. He reached out and gently tucked a strand of her hair that had fallen across her cheek behind her ear. The warm sensation at his fingertips deepened the smile at the corners of his mouth. This act of conquest seemed to bring him more satisfaction than any he had ever experienced before. Chapter 42. System, you clever one. A reward skill with an aura? The jade figure in his arms slept soundly, her nose infused with the scent of sandalwood mingling with her body's lingering warmth. Jiang Xun's heart had never felt so empty, nor had it ever been so tranquil. It was as if a gentle snowfall had washed away all dust and fury. He reclined on the soft sofa in his bedroom, a fleeting thought prompting him to summon the system panel. God-tier master system. Current family prestige, 90/50. This sensation resembled the joy of witnessing a substantial year-end bonus after laboring tirelessly for a year. The sole distinction was that this reward was far more exhilarating to spend. System, activate the lottery wheel, he commanded languidly. Ding. The ordinary lottery wheel has been activated. Would you like to begin the draw? Yes, Jiang Xun replied, his nonchalance evident as he opted to draw all at once. He was even too indifferent to observe the rapidly spinning wheel, merely closing his eyes to listen to the series of sounds in his mind that echoed like a slot machine hitting the jackpot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 yuan in cash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small stamina recovery potion X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a racing driving skill fragment X1. A cascade of notification sounds flooded the screen, and the 9,050 prestige points swiftly diminished like flowing water. Only then did Jiang Xun lazily open his eyes to assess the final outcome. Stamina recovery potion, small, a few dozen more bottles. Cash, a scattered sum adding up to a few thousand yuan, a meager gain. His true objective lay in those glimmering skill fragments. Racing driving skill fragment, 1010. Pistol mastery skill fragment, 1010. Helicopter driving skill fragment, 810. Silver kidney warrior skill fragment, 810. Combine racing driving mastery and pistol mastery. Ding. Consuming 10 racing driving skill fragments. Synthesizing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the complete skill book, Racing Driving Mastery. Ding. Consuming 10 pistol mastery skill fragments. Synthesizing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete skill book, Pistol Mastery. Two vast and pure streams of knowledge surged into his mind instantaneously. Insights regarding the roar of engines, tire grip, and the optimal entry angles for each curve, knowledge of firearm structures, trajectory calculations, and the muscle memory required to maintain absolute composure amidst rapid heartbeats. Jiang Xun rubbed his forehead, savoring these seemingly innate abilities, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Goodness, now he was truly a polymath. However, when his gaze fell upon the final progress bar, the smile faded. Silver Kidney Warrior, 810. Just 2 fragments short. This confounded system certainly knew how to tantalize. The following morning, upon returning to Villa Number 1, Jiang Xun was greeted by an enticingly spicy aroma. Mu Qingxno stood before the island in her open kitchen, adorned in a well-tailored cream-colored Chanel loungewear set. Her long hair was casually secured at the back with a sharp clip, revealing a delicate and fair neck. She was no longer the frosty business queen. In this moment, she resembled a gentle wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Upon the dining table lay a meticulously arranged breakfast, a steaming bowl of chi fong du fish noodles, the broth of vibrant red, topped with pristine white fish flesh and verdant scallions. The pungent aroma of fish blended with the fragrance of bean oil, boldly pervading the entire dining area. Beside it, a small dish of golden, crispy sugar oil cakes awaited, sweet and soft. This was an authentic Hunan breakfast, exceedingly appetizing and fervent. Sir, you have returned. Mu Qingxno turned, her lips gracing a perfectly measured smile. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Xun, her pupils imperceptibly contracted. The faint yet calming scent of sandalwood emanating from him was not one associated with any of the villa's fragrances, nor did it belong to her, Su Qingyu, or Qinlan. It was a fragrance that resonated with profound tranquility. Moreover, the unprecedented contentment and relaxation reflected in his demeanor was not merely the thrill of conquest, but rather a serene peace emanating from the depths of his soul, like a high-speed war machine that had finally found a harbor for deep maintenance. Mu Qingxno did not need to inquire. She already knew the answer. An unprecedented, chilling sense of crisis swept over her like a frigid current from the deep sea, engulfing her limbs and core. She realized that all her previous efforts, whether humble attempts at flattery or meticulously crafted role-playing, were, in Jiang Xun's eyes, perhaps ultimately superficial. They were mere techniques, services, quantifiable KPIs. In contrast, when Wan, the seemingly unworldly and ethereal woman, had offered Jiang Xun something she could not provide, an intangible spiritual connection that posed the most lethal threat. This was no longer a simple contest for affection. It was a dimensional strike against her core competitiveness. Her heart felt as if it were grasped tightly by an invisible hand, making even the act of breathing somewhat laborious. Yet, her face maintained a flawless smile. Sir, please enjoy your breakfast. She gracefully pulled out a chair for Jiang Xun, her movements impeccable. As lunchtime approached, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Mu Qingxno refrained from any romantic banter, donning a fitted black suit and meticulously styling her hair into an elegant updo. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon her nose, transforming her back into the resolute CEO of the Apocalypse Group. She directly pushed a bound document towards Jiang Xun, her expression marked by unprecedented seriousness and determination. Sir, she stated, locking her gaze with his, her eyes sharp as a blade behind the lenses. I have contemplated your previous capital hunting plan. I believe that merely cleansing the board is a rather narrow perspective. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, signaling her to continue. Mu Qingxue inhaled deeply, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. her eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. What I desire goes beyond merely compelling them to relinquish power. I intend to orchestrate a hostile takeover through the secondary market, collaborating with external capital for targeted issuance, enticing them into equity pledges while creating a risk of default, utilizing every legal and even borderline financial strategy. I shall swiftly secure absolute control of over 51 of the Apocalypse Group firmly in your grasp. Her voice, though soft, resonated with conviction, each word imbued with strength and determination. She had fully immersed herself in the roles of Jiang Xun's strategist and his trusted aide. The old fogies on the board were no longer her superiors to contend with, but obstacles she must clear for her master, treasures she must present as offerings. Mu Qingshue's chest heaved slightly as she leaned forward, her hands pressed against the table, her gaze fervently and devoutly fixed on Jiang Xun. I aim to make the Apocalypse Group the sharpest sword in your hand, and I shall be your sole sword-bearer. Chapter 43. Mu Qingshue's outburst. I will be your sword-bearer. Mu Qingshue's voice echoed in the vast restaurant, laced with a metallic resonance and fervent tremor. Her pallid cheeks bore a sickly flush, her eyes, veiled behind lenses, ignited with a fierce ambition, the core of that flame reflecting Jiang Xun's languid form. A commendable realization. Jiang Xun finally spoke, his tone unremarkable yet akin to a divine decree, causing Mu Qingshue's taut body to instantly relax. He produced dozens of vials emitting a shimmering blue light, the stamina recovery potion small. These are your military supplies. Jiang Xun's tone was casual, as if he were presenting not a potion capable of driving the world to madness, but rather a handful of sweets. The potions are not the issue. What I seek are results. Mu Qingshue's breath caught abruptly, her gaze locked on those vials, a flicker of greed crossing her features, soon replaced by a profound sense of reverence. She understood that this was both a gift and a command. Jiang Xun leaned slightly forward, his gaze penetrating the lenses, peering deep into her soul. However, your plan is still too modest. What I desire is not merely a 51 stake. He extended a finger, lightly circling the cover of Mu Qingshue's impeccably crafted proposal. What I seek is 100. I want the Apocalypse Group, its shares, its board, its name, and its very soul, to wholly belong to me alone. This plan is not merely capital hunting. A playful smirk graced Jiang Xun's lips. It should be called the Royal Authority Plan. Royal Authority. These two words thundered through Mu Qingshue's mind, exploding like a clap of thunder. Malicious acquisitions, public opinion assaults, and legal traps all appear trivial in the face of the sovereign power represented by the word royalty. In an instant, she comprehended Jiang Xun's intentions. He sought not merely a company, but rather an entirely obedient financial empire, a scepter that heeded only his command. An exhilarating sensation surged through her limbs like an electric current, causing Mu Qingshue's body to tremble slightly. Yes, sir. Her voice, tinged with excitement, became somewhat hoarse, yet resonated with an unprecedented resolve. I will return immediately to reforge the royal plan. Observing her ecstatic departure, prepared to unleash her ambitions, Jiang Xun leisurely raised his coffee cup and added, additionally, be prepared. There will be some noise at home in the near future. The following day, Jiang Xun was on the open balcony of his lakeside villa, basking in the afternoon sun. He was neither reading nor pondering. Instead, he simply emptied his mind, savoring the comfort of his soul being gently immersed in a soothing spring. Suddenly, a rapid and forceful footfall disrupted the tranquility, growing closer. Without even bothering to open his eyes, Jiang Xun already knew who was approaching. Only Qin Lan from Jinling University could walk with such a commanding presence. Jiang Xun. A crisp voice, laced with a hint of irritation, called out. Qin Lan strode up to him, placing a document forcefully on the coffee table before him. Today, she was not clad in equestrian attire, but had instead donned a form-fitting black combat suit. The unique fabric, both practical and aesthetically pleasing, perfectly accentuated her powerful physique. Sculpted by years of rigorous training, her long legs were straight, her waist slender, and the curvature of her chest was astonishing, as though brimming with untold strength. Beneath her neatly cropped hair was a strikingly handsome face, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose. Yet in her gaze, usually ablaze with combativeness, there lingered a trace of complexity. What is going on? Jiang Xun feigned her tone, glancing at her. Goodness, in that outfit. One might mistake you for a member of a special forces unit here to apprehend someone. Mind your own business. Qin Lan's tone was assertive, imbued with an undeniable commanding presence. With her arms crossed, her intense gaze fixated on Jiang Xun, as if she intended to pin him to the lounge chair with her eyes. Jiang Xun picked up the document. The cover bore a line of bold, black letters, Special Security Plan for Jiang Xun, student of Jinling University. He raised an eyebrow and turned to the first page. The contents of the plan were straightforward. In light of Jiang Xun's unique status and the emergence of new types of crimes targeting males in society, a decision had been made by higher authorities to establish a special action team for campus safety, headed by Professor Qin Lan, who would serve as the team leader. Their sole mission was to provide Jiang Xun with round-the-clock, unobstructed protection. Jiang Xun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. This is not protection. It is clearly close surveillance. He set down the documents and glanced at Qin Lan, whose face was emblazoned with a challenging expression that seemed to say, "I am here to provoke. Defy me, and you shall face the consequences. This is a directive from above." Noticing his gaze, Qin Lan immediately added, her tone rigid, "You must accept this. There is no room for negotiation." Her assertive demeanor surged forth, reminiscent of a spirited Sichuan girl, as if she would topple Jiang Xun on the spot should he dare to utter a word of dissent. Jiang Xun regarded her with amusement. A toy delivered to one's doorstep should not be left unclaimed, especially when it appeared to be quite engaging. "Very well," Jiang Xun replied succinctly. Qin Lan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his prompt acquiescence. Her arsenal of threats and temptations suddenly lodged in her throat. Jiang Xun rose from the beach chair and sauntered over to her, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her figure. "Where are the others?" he inquired suddenly, a lazy smile gracing his lips. "I need to inspect the goods." His words, laced with a strong sense of aggression and teasing, caused Qin Lan's cheeks to flush crimson. "What did you just say?" "Inspect what?" she stammered, instinctively retreating a half-step, her earlier bravado diminishing. "Of course. I'm here to inspect the members of your security team." Jiang Xun's smile broadened. "One cannot simply gather a few random individuals for the sake of numbers, can they?" Upon realizing he meant to inspect the team members, Qin Lan exhaled in relief, her posture straightening, and a smirk tugging at her lips as she offered a provocative smile. "All right, you shall be satisfied," she replied crisply, snapping her fingers. With that, two figures entered the villa in response to her call, standing side by side at the entrance to the living room. Jiang Xun's gaze fell upon them. Even he, accustomed to various beauties, paused momentarily. Good heavens! Where did Qin Lan find these? A buy-one-get-one deal? Or perhaps a limited edition? Standing before him were a pair of twin sisters, strikingly similar in appearance. Yet their demeanors were entirely distinct. One radiated the warmth of a summer furnace, while the other exuded the chill of a winter sculpture, embodying two extremes. The one on the left, clad in a vibrant yellow athletic romper, reminiscent of attire favored by tennis players, showcased ample skin, yet overflowed with vitality. Her long legs, straight and well-proportioned, bore the sculpted lines of someone accustomed to physical activity, her complexion a sun-kissed wheat hue, glistening under the lights with a sheen brought forth by a light sweat. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, it swayed with her movements, presenting her as a freshly plucked orange, exuding a delightful aroma of youth intermingled with the sense of citrus and sweat. Her petite face, adorned with round, curious almond-shaped eyes, scanned the villa's interior with wonder, from the luxurious carpets to the crystal chandelier above, her mouth nearly forming an O in astonishment. She was undoubtedly a striking presence. Beside her stood a figure whose demeanor contrasted starkly. Dressed in a pristine white long-sleeve quick-dry t-shirt and gray athletic trousers, she enveloped herself entirely, leaving no inch of her ankles exposed. Her lustrous black hair was meticulously tied back, and perched upon her delicate nose was a pair of slender gold-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses, her elongated eyes held a tranquil depth, reminiscent of still waters. Her complexion was a cool, pale white, seldom touched by sunlight, and her countenance exuded classical beauty, strikingly beautiful yet devoid of expression. One radiated warmth like a blazing sun, while the other was as frigid as ice. Jiang Xun had already assigned labels to these two new acquaintances in her mind. "Allow me to introduce them." Qin Lan cleared her throat, regaining a semblance of her authoritative demeanor after the earlier awkwardness. She gestured towards the pair of twins, her tone tinged with pride. "Lin Xiaoyang, Lin Wanqing, our exchange students from the Physical Education Department, and they will serve as your personal bodyguards henceforth." Upon hearing this, The sunny girl stepped forward, her posture impeccably straight. And with a sharp salute towards Jiang Xun, she executed a perfectly standard gesture. The exuberance of her movement caused the hem of her athletic skirt to flutter, revealing a breathtaking curve. "Hello, Jiang Xun. I am Lin Qiayang. Your safety will be entrusted to me, and I guarantee you will feel an overwhelming sense of security." Her voice was bright and resonant, nearly overwhelming Jiang Xun's eardrums. Before Jiang Xun could respond, Lin Qiayang found herself momentarily stunned, gazing at the striking face before her, infinitely more handsome than the profile picture. The skin, the nose, those delicate lips, and the languid posture draped across the sofa. He was a veritable embodiment of allure. I can't believe it. This level of attractiveness should be illegal. Who can withstand this? Oh no, I've let my inner thoughts escape. Lin Qiayang abruptly covered her mouth, her wide eyes betraying her terror and social embarrassment. Qin Lan's expression darkened instantaneously, wishing fervently for a crevice to swallow this foolish girl. How humiliating. Beside them, Lin Wanxing raised her hand expressionlessly and precisely pinched her younger sister's waist. Ow! Lin Qiayang winced, her body tensing, yet she stifled a cry. Only then did Lin Wanxing leisurely take a half-step forward, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses with a calm demeanor. Nodding slightly to Jiang Xun, her words few and measured. Lin Wanxing. Fascinating. One a fiery fool, the other an icy enigma. Qin Lan clearly knew how to amuse him. His gaze leisurely traversed the two like an art connoisseur appraising newly acquired treasures. Ultimately, his attention settled on the girl named Lin Qiayang, for her previous salute had been rather exuberant. Thus, Jiang Xun caught a glimpse of a sleek, cold metallic object nestled at her slim waist. At the end of the gun handle, Jiang Xun's smile transformed into a scowl. Suddenly leaning forward, he drew closer to Lin Qiayang, who was still vexed over her earlier slip of the tongue. In a hushed tone, audible only to their small circle, he remarked with a magnetic lilt, "You, an exchange student, carry a toy gun with you?" As his words hung in the air, time seemed to pause. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense and still. Lin Qiayang's once radiant smile froze, her entire demeanor immobilized, as if struck by an invisible force. A subtle crack appeared on Lin Wanxing's perpetually stoic face, her action of adjusting her glasses suspended mid-air. Even Qin Lan felt a sudden dread wash over her, her heart sinking ominously. What a disaster. This was merely the first round, and already her secrets were laid bare? What was the point of continuing? Jiang Xun appeared blissfully unaware of the three girls' ashen faces and their suddenly taut bodies. He surveyed the flustered Lin Qiayang, who seemed to be in a state of mental collapse, and found her embarrassment, from her flushed cheeks to her crimson toes, to be exceptionally amusing. Leisurely, he rose from the sofa and took a couple of steps forward. The soft thud of his leather slippers against the polished floor echoed like a hammer striking the hearts of the three girls. Approaching Lin Qiayang, he exuded a languid yet subtly predatory aura that enveloped her entirely. Then he extended his hand, palm up, revealing long, slender fingers with skin so pale it seemed nearly translucent, and nails impeccably trimmed, a perfect work of art. "Don't be nervous," Jiang Xun's voice, imbued with a teasing mirth, resonated deeply, akin to the plucking of a cello string in the quiet room. "I'm merely curious." Pausing, his gaze fixed on Lin Qiayang's trembling eyelashes, he added, "May I borrow it for a moment?" Borrow it for a moment? Lin Qiayang's mind turned to mush. She had envisioned countless scenarios of her identity being revealed, being subdued on the spot, escorted away, subjected to intense interrogation. Yet, she never imagined the response would be a mere request to play with it. This script was all wrong. Staring into Jiang Xun's strikingly handsome face, with his deep-set eyes glinting with mischief as if he were teasing a ruffled kitten, she felt a surge of conflict. His outstretched hand, the professional demeanor of a police officer, the strict protocols of an undercover agent, and Lin Wanxing's countless admonitions before their departure, all shattered in an instant by the overpowering crush of her infatuation. In a moment of impulsive clarity, a thought that had only lingered in her mind for a heartbeat tumbled from her lips, unfiltered and spontaneous. Unless she nervously swallowed, gazing into Jiang Xun's eyes, summoning the utmost courage of her life. "Unless you allow me to touch you first," the words fell. In the living room, an even more terrifying silence enveloped them, a stillness akin to death itself. If the air just moments ago had been stagnant, now it felt as though it had been drawn into a vacuum. Qin Lan nearly spewed blood in shock. She abruptly turned away, her shoulders shaking violently, feeling as if she had lost all dignity in that instant. She wished to disappear into the ground. No, the ground was insufficient. She longed to dig a pit and bury herself right there. Chapter 45. The Scene of Social Death. I wished to vanish on the spot. Lin Wanqing painfully closed her eyes, raising her hand to cover her face in a gesture of utter despair. It was over. All was lost. Her career, it seemed, had reached its end today. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Qiuyang, had realized the gravity of her words after uttering that half-sentence. A rush of heat surged to her head, her face instantly reddening like a boiled shrimp, the flush spreading from her cheeks down to her neck. It was over. What reckless words had I just spoken? Social death on the spot. Oh no. I revealed my innermost thoughts. A desperate wail escaped from the gap of her hand covering her mouth. She wished she could simply collapse right there. Jiang Xun withdrew his hand, looking at the flustered, blood-boiling fool before him, and could no longer suppress a deep, low laugh. This laughter shattered the silence, resonating like the final gavel of judgment upon the hearts of Qin Lan and Lin Wanqing. Jiang Xun paid no further attention to the nearly cooked Lin Qiuyang. He turned, resuming his seat on the sofa, his gaze resting on Qin Lan's back, which trembled violently, caught between suppressed laughter and anger. Professor Qin, he spoke mildly. Qin Lan's body stiffened. She took a deep breath before slowly turning around, her face a complex tapestry of embarrassment, anger, and a hint of despair. For my safety. Jiang Xun's tone was serious, as if nothing had transpired moments ago, and to avoid disrupting the normal academic life of other students. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the pair of twin sisters, one wishing to disappear and the other utterly despondent. Let us proceed as you suggested, he concluded. Qin Lan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. What did he mean by as you suggested? What on earth did I say? Jiang Xun regarded Qin Lan, delivering an undeniable decision. You two will move into my villa tonight. As dusk fell, a sleek black SUV silently glided to a halt before Villa Number 1. As the car door swung open, Qin Lan leaped out from the driver's seat, clad once again in a sharp athletic ensemble, though her expression bore a darker hue than her black combat attire. Hurry up. There's no time for you two to dawdle, she shouted towards the back seat, her accent laden with barely contained ire. The rear door opened, revealing Lin Qiuyang and Lin Wanqing, each grasping a simple travel bag, standing at the entrance of the villa. Lin Qiuyang, the son of her father, tilted his head back, gazing in awe at the splendid edifice that illuminated the night like a palace. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist. Is this truly a residence? It's even more grand than our headquarters. Countless cinematic scenes flashed through his mind, tales of domineering CEOs and familial feuds, all rendered trivial in comparison to the villa before him. Lin Qiuyang, Lin Wanqing admonished softly, her tone imbued with a hint of warning. Oh. Lin Qiuyang quickly retracted his starry-eyed demeanor, straightening his posture, though his almond-shaped eyes continued to dart about in fascination. Qin Lan, uninterested in the antics of the lively duo, strode forward and deftly pressed a series of buttons on the access system. The heavy, intricately carved wooden door slid open, releasing a wave of warm air mingled with delicate floral notes and high-end fragrances. Come in, or do you intend to stand there like a doormat? Qin Lan called back impatiently. The sisters inhaled deeply, clutching their luggage, their hearts fluttering with an almost reverential trepidation as they stepped into the villa. The sight before them rendered them momentarily speechless. The grand living room soared over 10 meters high, with a ceiling adorned by a chandelier crafted from thousands of crystals, resembling a frozen river of stars. In the center of the room, a luxurious leather sofa, clearly worth a fortune, bore the languid form of a man. Jiang Xun. He had not even changed attire, still donning his casual homewear, a glass of red wine in hand, watching them with keen interest. Beside him, a figure instantly captured the attention of the Lin sisters. Mu Qingxue. She knelt on the exquisite Persian carpet at Jiang Xun's feet, preparing post-meal fruits for him. Today, she appeared a stark contrast to the decisive CEO from earlier. Clad in an obviously bespoke French-made outfit, the pure black velvet fabric accentuated her voluptuous curves, while a breathtaking expanse of white skin was delicately enveloped in intricate lace trimmings. Her slender waist was cinched with a white apron tied into a graceful bow, the hem of her skirt reaching mid-thigh, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs clad in pristine over-the-knee stockings, finished with dainty black Mary Jane shoes. Her lustrous black hair was simply tied back with a ribbon, and though her face bore no makeup, she radiated an allure surpassing any heavy cosmetics. She resembled a meticulously crafted masterpiece, every detail designed to please her discerning owner. Lin Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. She instinctively covered her mouth to suppress an exclamation. The billion-dollar heiress of the Tianqi group, an object of envy and jealousy for countless women in Jinling, was kneeling here, dressed in the attire of a genuine maid, serving a man. The world had become utterly insane. Lin Wanqing's pupils constricted sharply, her fingers gripping her glasses with a force that turned her knuckles white. This was illogical, entirely beyond her realm of understanding. The woman named Mu Qinxue displayed not merely an attempt to please, but a profound, bone-deep submission. The fervent admiration and unbridled adoration in her gaze toward Jiang Xun were unmistakable. What kind of enchantment did this man possess? Qinxue, do introduce yourself, Jiang Xun drawled lazily, swirling the wine in his glass, too indifferent to sit up straight. This is our new bodyguard, Lin Yang and Lin Xing. They will be residing here as well. Lin Yang and Lin Xing? The sisters momentarily froze, only to realize Jiang Xun was addressing them. He couldn't even be bothered to remember their real names. A nearly imperceptible stiffness crept into Mu Qinshua's perfect, flawless smile upon hearing they would also be living here. Slowly, she lifted her head, her piercing gaze traversing from Lin Xiaoyang's head to her toes, and then scrutinizing Lin Wanqing in the same manner. Impulsive, hot-blooded, yet possessing excellent physical attributes, she posed a potential physical threat. Calm, meticulous, and deeply concealed. Yet the vigilance and analytical glint in her eyes betrayed her. She represented a potential intellectual threat. In an instant, Mu Qinxue mentally tagged the two sisters, new competitors. Threat level unknown. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. Yes, sir. Mu Qinxue swiftly regained her impeccably poised smile, placing down the fruit knife as she gracefully rose, her movements devoid of any awkwardness. Approaching the Lin sisters with the demeanor of a hostess, an ethereal fragrance wafted from her, exuding an imperceptible pressure. You two have worked hard. The room has been prepared for you. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze, leaving no room for criticism. Lin Xiaoyang felt a shiver under her gaze, instinctively straightening her back, attempting to project some authority, only to realize she appeared as vulnerable as an unclothed child before her. Qin Lan, observing from the sidelines, frowned in disapproval. She despised the convoluted intricacies among women. All right, I've delivered them. You can manage from here. I shall take my leave, she declared, turning on her heel as if lingering a moment longer would suffocate her in the oppressive atmosphere. As the door closed, the pressure in the living room seemed to plummet even further. Mu Kingsnow's smile deepened as she subtly shifted the topic, her tone remaining gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. However, as the family's bodyguard, I believe it is imperative to clarify certain protocols in advance. Chapter 46. The White Lotus declares war? Here it comes. Alarm bells rang in Lin Wanqing's mind. This was the true display of power. Our esteemed master favors tranquility and abhors disturbances. Mu Kingsnow's gaze swept over the two individuals, lingering on Lin Xiaoyang for a brief 2 seconds. Therefore, first and foremost, within the confines of the villa, barring essential security patrols, I do not wish to hear any noise exceeding 40 decibels. Secondly, I am solely responsible for the master's dietary and daily needs, and your interference is unwarranted. She paused, lifting a glass of lemonade beside her and offering it to Lin Wanqing, then extending another to Lin Xiaoyang, her smile flawless, resembling a mask. Of course, the most crucial point, her voice lowered, akin to a lover's whisper, yet laced with an icy chill. Under no circumstances are you permitted to step foot into the master bedroom without explicit consent from the master. Furthermore, any disruption to the master's private time is strictly forbidden. That area is off limits. Mu Kingsnow's gaze ultimately settled on the man seated on the sofa, who had been an observer throughout, her expression shifting from a cold blade to a gentle embrace. For that is a space belonging to my master and me. With the softest of tones, she delineated the most formidable boundary, boldly proclaiming her sovereignty to these two new intruders. Bang! The guest room door slammed shut, severing the connection to Mu Kingsnow's perfect smile. Lin Xiaoyang could no longer contain her frustration. She hurled her luggage bag onto the velvet carpet with a force akin to a provoked little leopard, pacing restlessly around the room. I can't believe this. It infuriates me. What nonsense is this? She muttered, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. A smiling tiger. The White Lotus. And her so-called off-limits area? Is that her house? What gives her the right to claim territory? Her anger escalated as she approached the bed, delivering a punch to the soft mattress. Sister, why didn't you speak up earlier? Just let her act so arrogantly? We are officially sent here to protect him. Who does she think she is to set rules for us? In stark contrast stood Lin Wanqing. She placed her luggage gently on the rack, her movements deliberate and soundless. Her eyes scanned the room before she retrieved a sleek black tablet from her tactical backpack. Fingerprint, iris, voice print. Upon completing the 3 verification procedures, a complex interface filled with intricate data streams emerged. Lin Xiaoyang continued to murmur, "What private time? Huh. It seems to me you are up to some clandestine activities. Afraid of being discovered by us." Lin Wanqing paid her no heed. Her delicate, fair fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, producing a subtle clicking sound. She expertly accessed a triple encrypted folder and created a new file. Lin Xiaoyang leaned in to catch a glimpse, and on her sister's screen, a chilling title was being inscribed: Target Jiang Xun's Female Relational Network Topology and Threat Assessment Model V10. Lin Xiaoyang felt her mind struggling to comprehend. Lin Wanqing, with an impassive expression, began to establish entries. Codename, Queen Name, Mu Qingxue Threat Level, Extremely High, Red, Binding Mode, Deep Value Bind, Loyalty, Near Fanatical. Formed a mental brand. Analysis. This entity exhibits an intense possessiveness and desire for control, perceiving the target as personal property and harboring great hostility towards all potential competitors. Its advantages lie in the official status of the wife and deep economic ties, making it a core adversary in the current game. Weakness. Excessive exclusivity leads to isolation. Her jealousy can be exploited to create vulnerabilities. Codename, General Name, Qinlan Threat Level, Moderate, Yellow, Binding Mode. Desire for military conquest, emotional dependence not yet established. Analysis. This entity's thought patterns lean towards a militaristic approach, linear and rigid. Currently, there exists a path dependency on our official identity, and efforts can be made to court them as a lateral ally to counterbalance the queen. Weakness. Lacks cunning and can be swayed by emotions. Codename. Enchantress Name, Su Qingyu Threat Level, Unknown, Gray, Binding Mode. Playful Mindset, Tug-of-war type. Analysis. With a lack of intelligence, based on existing data, this entity excels at using her charm to incite emotional provocation, and her behavioral patterns are difficult to predict. Close monitoring is required. Codename, Priestess Name, Wenwan Threat Level. Black, Binding Mode, Emotional Comfort, Safe Haven Mode. Analysis. This entity represents the most dangerous type. Not engaging is itself a form of contention. The emotional value she provides is unique and irreplaceable, capable of delivering a dimensional strike to the target's mental realm. Conventional methods are ineffective against her, making her threat level impossible to quantify. Lin Xiaoyang gazed at the vibrant red and green lines and intricate data models on her sister's screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Sister," she exclaimed in bewilderment. "Are you writing a thesis or pursuing a man?" Lin Wanqing's fingers abruptly halted on the keyboard. A faint blush, visible to the naked eye, crept from her fair neck to her ears. Yet, her voice remained cold. "This is professionalism. Do not disturb. Anger is the least effective emotion and resolves nothing." She turned the tablet towards Lin Xiaoyang, gesturing at the topological map displayed on the screen. "Behold, Mu Qing Snow is our primary adversary, yet not our sole foe. Qinlan could emerge as our ally. Our advantage lies in the legitimate surveillance rights afforded by our official status, coupled with their information asymmetry regarding our true intentions. This is the crux of our breakthrough." At that moment, Lin Wanqing's ears twitched ever so slightly. Her frigid visage, which had been analyzing the battlefield, froze in an instant. "Shoo!" She immediately gestured for Lin Xiaoyang to be silent, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Lin Xiaoyang promptly fell silent, even moderating her breathing. The villa boasted exceptional soundproofing. Yet for Lin Wanqing, who had undergone specialized auditory training, she could still detect the faintest, filtered sounds. That noise emanated from the adjoining room, the master bedroom that Mu Qing Snow had referred to as a forbidden zone. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Wanqing's eyes as she rose, moving stealthily like a vigilant cat to the wall connecting to the master suite. She pressed her ear gently against it. Lin Xiaoyang, intrigued, followed suit. mimicking her sister's actions by placing her ear on the cold wallpaper. Initially, they heard nothing, but gradually, muffled, intermittent sounds began to seep through the thick wall, penetrating their ears like water dripping through stone. It was a mixture of sobs and fragmented pleas for mercy. "Sir, please don't." It was Mu Kingsnow's voice. The same woman who had earlier asserted her dominance now sounded frail, her tone laced with an enticing tremor. Following this was a deep, slightly mocking chuckle from a man, Jiang Xun. Then came the faint sound of fabric being forcefully torn. Rip. Both sisters' bodies stiffened simultaneously. Lin Xiaoyang's face flushed crimson. In broad daylight. However, the anticipated, more embarrassing sounds did not materialize. Instead, the noises from next door grew clearer. It was a stifled, sporadic report, laden with shame and excitement. "All obstacles in the first phase have been cleared," Mu Kingsnow's voice echoed, now sounding as if she had just engaged in vigorous activity, her breath unsteady. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xun's languid yet authoritative voice punctuated the air. "Very good. Raise your head." After a brief silence, Jiang Xun's voice resumed, tinged with playful amusement. "For you. Open your mouth." Following this was a subtle, moist sound that resonated ominously in the stillness. Outside the door, Lin Xiaoyang's mind came to a complete standstill. She suddenly covered her mouth, seized her sister's arm, and in a hushed tone that only the two could hear, exclaimed with fervor, "I am in the middle of something with their father. Are they engaging in roleplay? What is this narrative of a domineering master and a shameful little maid? How thrilling!" Lin Wanqing's mind instantly overloaded. She abruptly recoiled from the wall, her usually icy demeanor now flushed like a boiled lobster. "Lin Xiaoyang." Lin Wanqing's voice echoed with unprecedented authority, laced with indignation, as she clamped her hand over her sister's mouth. "What on earth are you thinking?" Yet, her own ears had turned crimson. The sounds from the neighboring room persisted. "Thank you for the grapes, master." Mu Qingshua's voice remained unsteady but articulate. "Very good." Jiang Xun's voice conveyed satisfaction, urging her to continue. Another faint rustling ensued. "For the third step, I have arranged. MMM. Lin Xiaoyang, muffled by her sister's hand, had wide, sparkling eyes brimming with the flames of gossip. She squirmed free from Lin Wanqing's grasp, leapt onto the bed, and in a hushed voice, animatedly flailed her arms. "I'm in the middle of something with their father. Sister, did you hear that? Did you? Role play. It's definitely role play. A domineering master and a shameful little maid. What a delight. This is more exhilarating than any novel I've ever read." She clutched a soft pillow, rolling about on the bed, her long legs clad in athletic shorts flailing in the air, and the sound of tearing fabric. "Such a thrill. Sister, what kind of material do you think Mu Qingxua is wearing? It must be something that tears easily. Oh my, how playful. Jiang Xun is truly a master player." Lin Wanqing stood at the edge of the bed, watching her sister revel in excitement, the veins on her temple throbbing. She felt her blood pressure rising rapidly. "Be quiet," she hissed softly. "No." Lin Xiaoyang lifted her head from the pillow, her face flushed with excitement, casting a mischievous glance at her sister. "Sister, you heard it too. And your face is red. Don't think I didn't notice." Suddenly, as if discovering a new world, she pointed at Lin Wanqing's face. "Ah, it's still red. Let me see. Let me see." With that, she sprang from the bed like a predatory little leopard, pouncing on Lin Wanqing. Caught off guard, Lin Wanqing was enveloped in her embrace, and they both toppled backward, landing heavily on the soft velvet carpet. "Lin Xiaoyang, have you lost your mind?" Lin Wanqing exclaimed, both angry and flustered, attempting to push her sister off. However, Lin Xiaoyang, with her years of martial arts training, had formidable core strength and was now full of mischief. Entwining herself around Lin Wanqing like an octopus, her long legs tightly wrapping around her waist. "Hee, got you." Lin Xiaoyang's cheeks nearly brushed against her sister's, the warmth of her breath sending a shiver down Lin Wanqing's spine. "Let me see." In our household, the seemingly unfeeling Commander Lin Wanqing, upon overhearing a conversation, turns crimson with embarrassment. This is utterly illogical. She mimics her sister's tone, her voice laced with mischievous delight. "Get away." Lin Wanqing, flustered and indignant, begins to struggle fiercely. The guest room is soon filled with the rustling of fabric and the muffled sounds of their heavy breathing. Dressed in a vibrant yellow jumpsuit, Lin Xiaoyang twists about, her skirt in disarray, revealing the snug curves beneath her safety shorts, her sun-kissed legs radiating youthful exuberance. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing's pure white long-sleeved quick-dry t-shirt and gray athletic pants now appear wrinkled and disheveled. In the midst of their tussle, her shirt rides up, exposing a delicate waist. Her pale skin glistening under the light, reminiscent of fine jade, standing in stark contrast to her sister's warm complexion. You still dare to speak? Lin Wanqing seizes an opportunity, flipping the situation to pin Lin Xiaoyang beneath her, using her knee to restrain her flailing legs, while her hands seek out her sister's ticklish spots. Just as the sisters are embroiled in their playful chaos, two soft, rhythmic knocks reverberate through the room, abruptly halting all sounds. Their movements freeze, maintaining their playful poses. Oh no! The warning from Mu Qingxue echoes in their minds, forbidding any noise exceeding 40 decibels. The ruckus they had just created surely surpassed that threshold. Is it the smiling tiger come to hold them accountable? Lin Xiaoyang is so frightened she dares not breathe, while Lin Wanqing's heart sinks, rapidly conjuring a dozen excuses. However, the person outside seems disinclined to wait for a response. With a soft click, the unlatched door swings open. A handsome face, radiant enough to overshadow the entire room, peeks through the crack. It is Jiang Xun, clad in casual home attire, a glass of red wine in hand, a languid yet playful smile gracing his lips. His gaze sweeps the room, ultimately landing precisely on the two entwined figures on the floor. Time appears to freeze in that moment. The air thickens, as if drawn into a vacuum. Jiang Xun observes the vivid scene on the carpet, initially believing the commotion was merely a sign that the bodyguards had spotted an intruder and were investigating. Little did he expect to stumble upon such a spectacle. These two sisters certainly know how to entertain themselves. At the sight of Jiang Xun, Lin Wanqing's mind goes blank, her blood rushing to her head in an overwhelming wave. It's over. All is lost. Her career, her covert mission, all the composure and rationality she had cultivated over 23 years of life were utterly shattered in this moment. Ground into dust, Jiang Xun leaned against the doorframe, leisurely swaying the glass of wine in his hand, breaking the deathly silence. His gaze scrutinized the two individuals with keen interest, ultimately lingering on Lin Wanqing's face, which was flushed to the brink of crimson. A malicious smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Am I interrupting? He paused, as if contemplating seriously. Why don't you continue? I didn't see anything. Chapter 48. Stumbling upon a good thing? You carry on. I saw nothing. With a soft click, the door was gently closed. Jiang Xun's face, adorned with a playful smile, vanished beyond the door's crevice. His words, "You carry on," echoed like a haunting melody in the still room. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. Lin Xiaoyang. A roar, suppressed to the utmost, erupted from Lin Wanqing, nearly forced through clenched teeth, shattering the silence. Lin Wanqing sprang up from her sister's side, her typically icy demeanor now flushed with rage, not from embarrassment, but from a surge of indignation. She felt as if her professional career had disintegrated into cosmic dust in that fleeting moment. Do you have any idea what we were just doing? Lin Wanqing's voice trembled as she pointed at her bewildered sister on the floor, her frustration rendering her words nearly incoherent. Do you have any idea how he will perceive us? Lin Xiaoyang remained sprawled on the carpet, her round, wide eyes blinking in disbelief, clearly still reeling from the mortifying scene that had just unfolded. Observing her sister's trembling fury, she instinctively shrank back. Sister, I was wrong, she murmured softly, but, his expression seemed to find it quite amusing. Amusing? Lin Wanqing felt her blood pressure soar dramatically. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Yet her clenched fists were turning pale from the pressure. This is not at home. Sister, I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. This isn't about your self-control. Lin Wanqing approached her sister, towering over her, her gaze sharp as a blade. This concerns your professional integrity. From now on, rein in that thoughtless approach. Remember, we are undercover agents, not here to idolize. Having said this, she turned away, walking to the window, her back to her sister, her shoulders subtly heaving. The room once again fell into a suffocating silence. Lin Xiaoyang watched her sister's solitary, tense silhouette, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. She knew that her sister was genuinely angry. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of Villa No. 1. Lin Xiaoyang, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, quietly opened the door to the guest room. The living room lay empty, so quiet that she could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. A delicate and exquisite fragrance wafted through the air, not of incense, but rather a more refreshing botanical essence. She resembled a curious groundhog, cautiously following the scent toward the sunlit floral conservatory on the side of the villa. There, she beheld Mu Qingxue. The billion-dollar female CEO of the Apocalypse Group stood alone within the conservatory. She was not clad in the maid outfit that had so astonished Lin Qiayang the previous day. Instead, she had donned an exquisitely crafted champagne-hued silk morning robe, the long hem cascading down to the polished floor, accentuating her slender yet curvaceous figure. Her raven locks were casually pinned up with a hairpin, a few playful strands falling gracefully across her long, fair neck. While the morning light bathed her in a soft halo, her unadorned face bore an expression of focus and tranquility, as if she were engaged in negotiating a contract worth billions. Yet, in her hands, she held the pure black French-made outfit, the tear along the strap glaringly visible in the morning light. Lin Qiayang instinctively covered her mouth to stifle an exclamation of surprise. The world of the affluent was truly beyond her comprehension. As if sensing her gaze, Mu Qingxue slowly lifted her head and looked over. Her eyes were calm and unwavering, even graced by a hint of a polite smile. "Miss Lin, up so early?" "Ah, yes. Good morning, CEO Mu," Lin Qiayang replied awkwardly, scratching her head. Mu Qingxue's gaze fell upon a water bottle in Lin Qiayang's hand, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you going for a morning exercise?" Yes, it's a habit," Lin Qiayang responded. Mu Qingxue nodded, her smile deepening. She lowered her head, gently brushing her fingers over the lace trim of the maid outfit, her tone neutral, yet reminiscent of a declaration. Some things appear to be broken, yet in truth, they have merely fulfilled their purpose at the moment they were meant to serve. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable conviction, much like the garment itself. Mu Qingxue subtly showcased the damaged clothing before Lin Qiayang, akin to presenting a trophy. "This was a gift from a French designer I commissioned, specifically tailored for my husband. Part of a collection of 12 sets. Each fabric has undergone special treatment to achieve the ultimate beauty that unfolds the moment it is torn in his hands." Lin Qiayang stood in stunned silence, her mind reduced to a mere 3 words: goodness gracious. The notion that a torn piece of clothing could be articulated with such elegance and sophistication, and that it was indeed part of a series, surpassed her wildest imagination. The extravagance of the wealthy truly transcended her understanding. Mu Qingxue, observing Lin Qiayang's naive expression, bore a barely perceptible smirk of disdain at the corner of her lips. She aimed to convey to the newly arrived, naive girl that the connection between her and Jiang Xun was an intimacy that transcended the comprehension and reach of an ordinary mortal. Every corner of this villa bore the indelible mark of Mu Qingxue. She was the sole mistress of this domain. Just as Mu Qingxue believed she had completely crushed her opponent's morale with a blow of superiority, Lin Qiayang suddenly slapped her thigh, dawning with an expression of epiphany. "Oh, high-tech. I understand this." The smile on Mu Qingxue's face froze instantaneously. "You understand? What is it that you comprehend?" Lin Qiayang, with a sincere countenance and a hint of eagerness to share her insights, proclaimed, "My sister's shirt is the same. The quality is particularly poor. With just a little force, the buttons pop off." As she spoke, she gestured emphatically. "Shall I ask her where she bought it? Then you could purchase it directly in the future, saving you the trouble of customization. It would save money." The atmosphere thickened with an oppressive silence. A slight fissure appeared in the flawless, graceful smile of Mu Qingxue, as she regarded the girl before her, who seemed to believe she had solved a monumental problem and was eager for praise. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. After years of battling in the marketplace, encountering countless cunning rivals and treacherous foes, she vowed she had never encountered such an extraordinary line of reasoning. Was this a provocation? No, judging by her clear yet foolish gaze, it did not seem so. Was she attempting to befriend her? To equate her meticulously prepared, invaluable charm with a poorly made shirt? Mu Qingxue felt an unprecedented affront to her intellect. Taking a deep breath, she slowly articulated, word by word, "There is no need. My possessions do not require Miss Lin's concern." With that, she scarcely spared Lin Qiayang another glance. Grasping the flawed artifact, she turned elegantly and departed the greenhouse. Yet, her upright posture, regardless of how one viewed it, radiated a sense of hasty retreat. Lin Qiayang stood rooted in place, gazing at Mu Qingxue's receding figure, still bewildered. What just happened? Why did she leave so abruptly? Did I err in helping her save money? Chapter 49, A Mobile Paradise? The affluent truly know how to play. Just as Lin Xiaoyang pondered this perplexity, preparing to return and report to her sister about this enigma, a wild and thunderous roar of an engine erupted, akin to a beast awakening, abruptly shattering the morning's tranquility. The sound approached with an undeniable arrogance, culminating in a splendid drift and sudden halt right outside the villa. Lin Xiaoyang was startled by the commotion, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Who is this? So ostentatious? Moments later, the villa's heavy, intricately carved wooden door was thrust open from the outside. A striking figure clad in fiery red entered, swaying her captivating waist with an enchanting grace. The newcomer was a woman of extraordinary beauty, exuding an aggressive allure. She donned a daringly tailored red bodycon dress, a hue reminiscent of flames that accentuated her porcelain skin, making it appear as luminous as polished cream. The fabric of the dress clung tightly to her exquisite curves, from her ample bosom to her impossibly slender waist, and culminating in a jaw-droppingly pert silhouette, each inch radiating a lethal temptation. Long, straight legs were exposed to the air, adorned with matching stiletto heels that seemed to tread upon the very hearts of men with every step. Cascading waves of chestnut curls fell casually over her shoulders, while her face was adorned with a meticulously crafted, vibrant makeup. The uplifted eyeliner accentuated her captivating fox-like eyes, and her full, crimson lips curled slightly, hinting at a playful and irreverent smile. This woman resembled a ripe peach, radiating an irresistible sweetness that beckoned, "Come and indulge in me." Lin Xiaoyang couldn't help but think to himself, this woman possesses something remarkable. Trailing behind her were two individuals clad in chef's attire, struggling to maneuver a colossal, over a meter high, gleaming metal food cart. Ignoring Lin Xiaoyang's wary gaze, the woman approached the cart with purpose, personally pushing it into the room. She surveyed the spacious living room with a playful glance, then raised her voice, sweet yet tinged with a hint of roughness, calling out, "Sunner, come see what delicious treats your sister has brought." Her voice echoed through the grand hall, resonating with a powerful reverberation. At the staircase, Mu Qingsno, having just changed into a simple, elegant home outfit and preparing to descend, halted upon hearing the voice. A barely perceptible frown creased her previously serene, icy countenance. Su Qingyu. What brings her here? Downstairs, Su Qingyu appeared oblivious to anyone's presence as she opened the lid of the food cart. With a flourish, an overwhelming aroma burst forth, akin to a flood breaking its dam, aggressively permeating every corner of the villa. It was a complex fragrance that combined the richness of spices, the exquisite sweetness of seafood, and the savory essence of oils, igniting the most primal of appetites. Lin Xiaoyang's nostrils flared in response, and his gaze sharpened instantly. Any prior confusion regarding Mu Qingsno or wariness towards the unfamiliar woman dissipated in an instant, swept away by the intoxicating scent. Saliva uncontrollably pooled in his mouth. "I'm telling you," she exclaimed, "this delicacy just arrived yesterday from Australia. The finest rock lobster, still lively. I learned the authentic recipe from the top chef in our coastal city. I stayed up all night preparing this for you." As Su Qingyu spoke, she gleefully stirred the pot with a large spoon, ensuring the vibrant, enticing lobster meat blended thoroughly with the rich, thick broth. Lin Xiaoyang's gaze was entirely fixated on the dining cart. Within the enormous pot lay a mountainous pile of lobster chunks, glistening red and enveloped in a luscious sauce. Each piece was plump and succulent, the tender white meat slightly bursting forth from the crimson shell, adorned with a sprinkle of emerald green scallions and vibrant red chili pieces. The aroma, at that moment, boldly invaded her senses, making Lin Xiaoyang feel as though her very soul was being lured away. All her previous awkwardness and confusion vanished from her mind, and she found herself uncontrollably murmuring, "I can't resist. This fragrance is so divine, even the gods would sit down to enjoy a few large plates." Her exaggerated reaction only deepened the smile on Su Qingyu's lips. She cast a triumphant glance at Mu Qingxue, who was slowly descending the staircase, her eyes brimming with challenge. "See, this is the flavor that men adore. The essence of life, unlike your so-called sophistication." At that moment, a languid voice drifted down from the second floor. "What is that delightful aroma?" Jiang Xun, yawning and clad in loose loungewear, emerged from the master bedroom, having been stirred by the commotion below. His gaze swept over the three women before settling on Lin Xiaoyang, who was nearly leaning into the dining cart, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing Jiang Xun, Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled like 2,000-watt searchlights. You're awake. Come, taste the heartfelt breakfast I prepared for you. She swayed her hips and approached him briskly, her voice sweet enough to be tangible. Jiang Xun ambled to the dining cart, glancing down. The commanding scent was overwhelming, undeniably stirring one's appetite. He observed the eager Lin Xiaoyang beside him and the composed yet slightly frosty Mu Qingxue standing a short distance away. Finding the situation even more amusing. Nodding, he spoke lightly. All right, let's all eat together. This proclamation seemed to serve as a starting gun. Lin Xiaoyang was the first to dash forward, disregarding any semblance of restraint as she seized the plate and chopsticks Su Qingyu offered, eagerly grabbing a hefty piece of lobster meat. She could hardly wait for it to cool before shoving it into her mouth. The piping hot lobster meat tumbled in her mouth, but the exquisite combination of spicy and savory flavors ignited her taste buds. The lobster was springy and firm, exuding a hint of oceanic sweetness, while the rich and robust 13-spice sauce enveloped it, creating a symphony of flavors. Numbing, spicy, fresh, fragrant, sweet, each layer cascading into an overwhelming gustatory tempest. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delicious. So incredibly delicious. As Lin Xiaoyang gasped in delight. Resembling a famished husky that had not eaten for 3 days, her mouth was smeared with grease, and her eyes sparkled with sheer bliss. Her reaction greatly gratified Su Qingyu's vanity. With a beaming smile, Su Qingyu playfully served food to Jiang Xun while stealing glances at Mu Qingxue from the corner of her eye, her tone laced with boastfulness. Oh dear, take your time. Sister, don't choke. There's plenty more, enough to go around. Did you see? This is how one should relish a meal. Mu Qingxue stood there, her expression impassive. Observing Lin Xiaoyang's unrefined manner of eating and Su Qingyu's smug demeanor, she could not help but smirk internally. Such base, unsophisticated tactics to curry favor with a gentleman were rather crude. Yet, her gaze fell upon Jiang Xun. He, too, picked up a piece of lobster and savored it leisurely. A hint of satisfaction gracing his features. A slight heaviness settled in Mu Qingxue's heart. She had to concede that Su Qingyu's approach, while vulgar, was undeniably effective. Jiang Xun did not indulge excessively. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks and rinsed his mouth with a sip of water. He glanced at Lin Xiaoyang, still battling with the lobster shell, and then at Su Qingyu, who wore an eager expression, anticipating compliments. He understood the dynamics at play, quite intriguing. Seeing Jiang Xun put down his chopsticks, Su Qingyu eagerly leaned closer, her fox-like eyes shimmering as she inquired, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Jiang Xun met her expectant visage and nodded affirmatively. Not bad. The acknowledgement brought an even brighter smile to Su Qingyu's face. She felt she had executed her plan flawlessly today. Gazing at Jiang Xun's strikingly handsome visage, illuminated by the morning light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she felt an unbidden flutter in her heart. Then, her eyes wandered to the distant figure of Mu Qingxue, whose frosty demeanor contrasted sharply with her own satisfaction. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment and competitive spirit surged within her. This was the effect she desired, to make everyone aware that Su Qingyu was the one who truly understood men, the one capable of bringing joy to Jiang Xun. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyu's gaze towards Jiang Xun suddenly transformed into one of profound seriousness, as if she had resolved upon something significant. The atmosphere in the living room shifted subtly at that moment. She began to speak, her voice no longer flirtatious but tinged with solemnity. Jiang Xun, Chapter 50. A breakfast worth $1 billion. This lady is truly invested under the perplexed gazes of the others. Su Qingyu leisurely extracted a blue folder from her Hermes bag, which was as thick as a brick. The sound of her high heels echoed rhythmically as she approached Jiang Xun. With a decisive motion, she placed the folder onto the table. Brother Sun, I am not one for superficiality. Su Qingyu leaned forward with her hands pressed against the table. The fiery red dress she wore arched dramatically with this movement, creating a breathtaking curve. The luxurious silk fabric clung closely to her form, akin to a second skin, greedily tracing every contour. The air grew thick and suffocating, as a complex fragrance surged forth like an invisible tide, overwhelming in its intensity. It was not merely the scent of any ordinary perfume. The top note was the assertive spiciness of the recently cooked 13-spice lobster, accompanied by a hint of burnt oil, boldly proclaiming its presence like a banner of culinary exuberance. Beneath this, there lingered a subtle, sweet warmth of her own body's fragrance, reminiscent of a ripened peach, exuding an alluring signal under the summer sun. At the foundation lay an extravagant, almost gastronomic woody aroma, intertwined with notes of vanilla and amber, a scent that bespoke her wealth and refined taste. An olfactory domain uniquely hers. These three fragrances, wild, sweet, and opulent, twisted together like a rope, one end tethered to Jiang Xun's senses. The captivating curve was magnified infinitely within his gaze. This is the equity transfer document for all my media companies, a total of 7, she declared, extending her long, crimson-tipped fingers to tap on the folder. And my own assets, those dilapidated houses by the coast, the old cars in the garage, all together. It amounts to a modest set of goals. Her tone was seductive, yet her gaze was resolute. The password is your birthday. A hushed gasp filled the room. Mu Qingxue, standing nearby with a glass of warm water, tightened her grip, leaving a clear impression on the glass. At the opposite end of the table, Lin Xiaoyang, still battling with the last piece of lobster, had his mouth open in astonishment, a piece of shrimp falling back onto the plate with a thud. My goodness, she blurted out involuntarily, her voice soft yet strikingly clear in the stillness of the living room. Is this a direct financial assault? Su Qingyu appeared oblivious. Her entire focus fixated on Jiang Xun's calm demeanor. I want nothing, she stated emphatically. I only wish to have a title like Qingxue. To remain here openly and serve you. She paused, playfully winking at Jiang Xun with her captivating fox-like eyes, her voice lowering to an intimate whisper meant only for him. Besides, my media companies can support quite a few talented stars who can sing and dance. If you ever desire fresh entertainment, I assure you, each night will offer something new. Her words detonated like a heavy bomb, reverberating through the living room. Mu Qingxue's expression turned icy, completely transformed. She anticipated that Su Qingyu would take action, yet she did not expect such directness, such a lack of restraint. This was not mere competition. It was a declaration of war. Utilizing her most prized asset, she unleashed a comprehensive, cost-agnostic, devastating assault. Jiang Xun finally reacted. He chose not to gaze upon the asset documents that could drive anyone to madness, but instead observed Su Qingyu with keen interest. Goodness, this woman truly played with abandon. Mu Qingxue embodied the mindset of a top-tier investor, emphasizing value alignment and long-term holding. In contrast, Su Qingyu possessed the mentality of a pure player. If displeased, she would simply invest heavily until victory was hers. Although he had witnessed numerous trends and short videos in his past life, none could compare to the exhilarating sight of a billionaire heiress engaging in a live gamble for love right before him. Internally, he silently mocked, yet his expression remained leisurely. He was not the type to indulge without taking responsibility. But this was precisely the reason, not that he sought a close view of girl group performances. He rationalized his racing heartbeat. Since she was willing to play, he would indulge her whims. He extended his hand, not to touch the documents, but to gently lift Su Qingyu's chin. Was it merely for a title? His voice was soft, laced with intrigue. Absolutely. Su Qingyu responded without hesitation, her gaze aflame. Without a title, wouldn't that be akin to behaving like a rogue? Jiang Xun smiled. He reclined against the chair, adopting a languid pose. All right. He uttered a single word, yet it resonated like an incantation that activated a switch. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with the exuberance of having won the world. She abruptly straightened, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. Then, with a flourish, she snapped her fingers. Snap! Almost simultaneously. A deep and thunderous roar emanated from outside the villa. The sound reverberated, not the roar of sports cars, but reminiscent of heavy machinery igniting. The hydraulic systems grinding against metallic components. The noise grew closer, exuding an undeniable arrogance, ultimately halting on the expansive lawn of the villa. Lin Xiaoyang was startled by the commotion, forgetting to swallow the lobster in her mouth. Instinctively, she rose, adopting a defensive stance. What was happening? An enemy attack? Her sister, Lin Wanxing, had silently positioned herself by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, her gaze penetrating the glass as she calmly observed the unfolding scene outside. Her icy visage revealing no emotion, only the lenses reflecting a cold light. Outside the villa, the massive container trucks that had previously gone unnoticed were now undergoing a jaw-dropping transformation. With a resounding crack, the heavy side panels of the box slowly unfurled like petals under the relentless push of hydraulic pistons. Countless precise mechanical arms emerged from within, extending, rotating, and interlocking. The metallic floor unfurled automatically, and alloy supports rose from the ground, revealing the intricate internal structure. In a mere few seconds, several dilapidated trucks transformed into a dazzling, futuristic sanctuary. No, it was not merely a palace. It was a shrine, a mobile shrine born of desire. The walls were not mere barriers. They were expansive curved screens, silently looping the cycle of black tulips from bloom to decay. The floor, a sheet of obsidian, gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the imprisoned sky above. At the center, a colossal circular bed was suspended in midair by thick black chains, its dark red velvet sheets glistening with a hue reminiscent of blood beneath the dim light. In one corner stood a polished steel pipe, gleaming with a mirror-like finish. Opposite, an entire wall was a transparent display case, showcasing an array of versatile artworks crafted from leather and metal, all resting upon a burgundy velvet backdrop. Above, the ceiling was an immense, seamless pane of reinforced glass, through which the eaves of the villa and the pale, distant sky, seemingly belonging to another realm, were clearly visible. Lin Xiaoyang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Her mind, which had been reveling in the exquisite flavors of 13-spice lobster just moments before, now lay in utter blankness. Then, uncontrollably, a stream of exclamations burst forth from her lips. What on earth is this? A mobile forbidden city? No. They packed the entire celestial realm into a truck. This woman has truly spared no expense. How much must this cost? It could consume our entire department's annual budget. Cursed. She had spoken her thoughts aloud. She quickly clasped her hands over her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes wide with a blend of terror, envy, and awe at the uncharted spectacle before her. Beside her, Lin Wanqing remained silent, her perennial icy demeanor betraying no emotion. Yet, the muscles in her arms were taut, and behind her lenses, her Danfeng eyes were racing to keep up with the torrent of data flooding her mind. Analysis, modular rapid expansion structure, construction cost, unquantifiable, exceeds civilian comprehension. Functionality assessment, non-residential use. Environmental parameters highly optimized for specific high-intensity interactions among couples or groups. Chapter 51. Have they truly encapsulated the entire celestial realm? For the first time, Lin Wanqing's brain, a precise analytical instrument, glitched. What Su Qingyu had brought was not merely breakfast, nor a heap of assets. A mobile armory has been brought forth, forged from the currency of avarice and unrestrained desire, manifesting as an overwhelming weapon of assault. Lin Wanqing felt a sharp pain throb at her temples. Instinctively, she raised her hand to adjust her glasses. Task risk level, reassessed. The influence of variable Jiang Xun has exceeded the predictive model. He is not a variable. He is a black hole. He is distorting and consuming all that surrounds him. Logic, wealth, humanity. Conclusion. The original plan is rendered entirely obsolete. Su Qingyu strode confidently to Jiang Xun's side, akin to a proud peacock, affectionately linking her arm with his. She tilted her chin towards the astonished Lin Xiaoyang and the frigid Mu Qingxue, her laughter a cascade of vibrant delight. Look, it appears to have found its purpose. She turned her head, her warm, red lips brushing against Jiang Xun's ear, her breath fragrant. Sun Gu, tonight's surprise requires a little space. The warm words whispered in his ear, along with the sudden appearance of the mobile shrine exuding an aura of opulence and desire, ignited the already delicate atmosphere within the villa like two searing brands. In the air hung the icy chill of Mu Qingxue, juxtaposed with the fervent exuberance of Su Qingyu. The collision of these two extremes created a thick, oppressive ambience. The only one seemingly unaffected was Lin Xiaoyang. She remained lost in the exquisite sensory impact of the 13-spice lobster and the visual astonishment brought by the celestial mobile abode. Unconsciously murmuring, "How can I even enjoy this with him around?" Jiang Xun felt an unnamed fire surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The sensation was peculiar, somewhat overwhelming and a touch irritable. He needed to release this excess energy. "I'll go for a few laps," he said casually, setting down his cup and turning toward the entrance. Running? I'll join you," Lin Xiaoyang exclaimed, suddenly roused from her stupor of food and wealth, her eyes brightening with excitement. "Jiang Xun, wait for me. As your personal bodyguard, I must ensure your safety 24/7. Lin Xiaoyang." A cold voice echoed from behind. Lin Wanqing had appeared at the entrance of the dining room, her phoenix eyes behind the lenses radiating a warning. During the mission, be mindful of your words and actions. I know. Lin Xiaoyang waved her hand dismissively without looking back, her tone dripping with nonchalance. Protecting the target is my job, after all. You are being overly cautious, as if I'm about to swoon. She abruptly covered her mouth, turned back, and playfully stuck out her tongue at her sister. Then, like a jubilant little rabbit, swiftly chased after Jiang Xun, darting out of sight. Lin Wanqing remained rooted to the spot, lifting her hand to adjust her glasses, as a dull ache began to throb at her temples. Analysis: the target individual's emotions exhibit a state of agitation. Cause: pressure from female competition. Behavior: opting for high-intensity aerobic exercise to achieve physical cooling. Variable: Lin Xiaoyang has slipped beyond control. 5 minutes later, on the tree-lined path outside the lakeside villa area, Jiang Xun had changed into a loose-fitting black sports t-shirt and shorts, engaging in pre-run stretches. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Hey, Jiang Xun, wait for me. Lin Xiaoyang panted as she ran over, now clad in a striking fluorescent green athletic ensemble. The upper portion featured a high-performance sports tank top that accentuated her healthy, sun-kissed complexion, rendering her skin even more taut and radiant. The fabric clung to her impressive curves, delineating a waist and abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, with 2 distinct abdominal lines subtly visible in the morning light, brimming with vibrant vitality. The lower half consisted of matching form-fitting shorts, enveloping her long, powerful legs that exuded explosive strength, honed through years of combat training. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, swaying with her movements, while a few damp strands clung to her full forehead and her round, glistening almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing that of the dawn itself. She radiated the essence of youth, juicy, vibrant, and irresistibly enticing, akin to a ripe lime. Ready? Jiang Xun glanced at her and inquired. All set. Lin Xiaoyang bounced on the spot a couple of times, her breathtaking curves undulating in rhythm, as she patted her chest and confidently proclaimed, Don't worry, I'm the long-distance champion of our school. I won't hold you back. Jiang Xun said nothing further, adjusting her breathing before setting off at a steady pace. Lin Xiaoyang immediately fell into step beside her, like a dutiful little bodyguard. However, this sense of duty lasted barely 3 minutes before her exuberant chatter erupted like a barrage of fireworks. Wow, Jiang Xun, your core is incredibly stable. Your upper body hardly sways while running. You're even more precise than those who VE trained for over a decade in our team. Just look at your breathing rhythm. It's so uniform. I've only been running for 5 minutes, and I'm already a bit breathless. Yet you seem to be gliding along as if on a leisurely stroll. And those calf muscles, my goodness, they resemble the anatomical diagrams of a cheetah from the textbooks. Full of explosive beauty. It's evident you can really. Lin Xiaoyang suddenly covered her mouth, her large eyes wide with horror. Oh no. She had let her innermost thoughts slip out once again. Jiang Xun, maintaining her focus ahead, couldn't help but let a slight smile tug at the corners of her lips. The girl's live commentary consumed even more energy than the act of running itself. As the two ventured deeper into the main thoroughfare of the campus, the number of students gradually increased. The early morning at Jinling University was infused with the essence of academia and the fervor of youth. However, upon the appearance of Jiang Xun, this atmosphere underwent an instantaneous transformation. All the girls who caught sight of him seemed to have been pressed with a pause button, their movements coming to an abrupt halt. Yet, unlike the frenzied mobbing reminiscent of a scene from Train to Busan, this time, although their gazes remained fervent, greedy, and possessive, their actions were notably restrained. Everyone instinctively maintained a safe distance of at least 5 meters from him, merely able to gaze from afar like a group of customers peering through a glass display at limited edition luxury items. Whispers floated on the breeze, reaching the ears of Jiang Xun and Lin Xiaoyang. Look, it's him. Oh my, he's real. Don't go over there. Are you willing to forfeit your credits? One girl clutched her companion tightly, exclaiming, Did you not see the new regulations jointly issued by the Student Council and the campus security team? Article 3 of the Special Protection Measures for Male Students prohibits encirclement, harassment, or unnecessary close contact for any reason. I heard that violators will face severe consequences, from public reprimands throughout the school to the forfeiture of all credits. The worst offenders could even be expelled and handed over to the municipal police, subject to the Male Rights Protection Act. That's too harsh. I merely wish to deliver a love letter. A love letter? Just yesterday. That beauty from the foreign language department tried to pass a bottle of water to him. But she hadn't even gotten close before that new short-haired security girl took her down with a shoulder throw. I hear she's still lying in the infirmary. At this, Lin Xiaoyang, who was running beside Jiang Xun, stumbled slightly, nearly tripping herself. She sheepishly touched her nose, realizing there might be some truth to it. Indeed, a girl had charged toward them yesterday, and she had merely acted on instinct to stop her. Who would have known the other party would fall so easily? Jiang Xun cast a sidelong glance at her, a hint of amusement glinting in his eyes. Lin Xiaoyang immediately shook her head vigorously, as if trying to dispel any association with the incident. Jiang Xun returned his gaze forward, continuing his run. He could sense that Jinling University had transformed into a vast protective zone meticulously designed for him, its once brazen and aggressive gazes now thwarted by an invisible barrier. This sensation alleviated some of his earlier irritation. An hour later, the two had completed a full 15 kilometers and returned to the lakeside villa. Jiang Xun remained composed, his breath steady, though a light sheen of sweat adorned his forehead, and his black t-shirt clung to his body, accentuating the smooth, powerful contours of his back and waist. In stark contrast, Lin Xiaoyang had become a drenched husky, hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Chapter 52, The Bullet Screen Girl vs. The Running Machine. Who was more absurd? The entire figure emerged from the water, as if drawn from its depths. Sweat cascaded down her crimson cheeks, saturating the fluorescent green fabric at her chest, deepening its hue. Her stunning curves, accentuated by her labored breaths, orchestrated a breathtaking symphony. Jiang, your father must be a monster, Lin Xiaoyang gasped, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xun, reflecting not only exhaustion but also a shimmering admiration and awe. This man, not only strikingly handsome to the point of provoking envy among the gods, possessed an inhuman stamina. After running 15 kilometers, he showed no signs of fatigue. Jiang Xun, observing her adorable yet disheveled appearance, felt a surge of joy. He retrieved a bottle of water from the nearby vending machine, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her. Your barrage, Jiang Xun's voice, tinged with a post-run rasp and an undeniable hint of amusement, suggested that this was even more taxing than the run itself. Lin Xiaoyang took the water, her expression one of bewilderment as her mind struggled to process due to oxygen deprivation. Barrage? What barrage? It took her a few moments to grasp what Jiang Xun was referring to. Suddenly, a rush of heat surged to her head, her already flushed face turning crimson, as if blood might spill forth. What did I just say? She gasped, her eyes wide with terror, her mind racing in a frantic rewind. Oh no, I didn't just blurt out all those flattering remarks about your waist, your stamina, did I? She clamped her mouth shut, emitting a desperate whimper. It was over, completely over. Not just infatuated, she had transformed into a complete fool. Witnessing her mortified expression, as if she wished to vanish on the spot, Jiang Xun finally succumbed to laughter, a soft yet genuine sound. This laughter was devoid of the usual playful cunning. Instead, it was purely amusing. Within the villa, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, an eerie silence prevailed. Mu Qinxue held a glass of perfectly tempered lemon water, its walls devoid of a single droplet. She watched Jiang Xun's lips curve into an unfamiliar arc, one of relaxation, vulnerability, and heartfelt joy. Her heart sank abruptly. Analysis, target emotional index peaks. Trigger condition, Lin Xiaoyang's illogical, high decibel, foolish interactions. Conclusion, has my value assessment model malfunctioned? Mu Qinxue instinctively pushed her fingertips through the air, as if adjusting an invisible pair of glasses. She was bewildered. She had provided Jiang Xun with the finest material comforts, mastered the most professional service techniques, quantifying her every effort into KPIs, all to prove her worth as the most lucrative asset. Yet now, Jiang Xun wore that smile, sparked by a simpleton who could only bluster. The kind of smile that she could not purchase even with her vast fortune. An unprecedented sense of defeat gripped her heart. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu leaned languidly against the doorframe, idly curling her hair. She had initially intended to witness Lin Xiaoyang's clumsy embarrassment, only to be met with Jiang Xun's smile. The playful expression on her face froze. What the hell? This foolish deer has such capabilities. A warning bell rang in Su Qingyu's mind. I thought this girl, aside from her ample bosom and long legs, was just a bit dim-witted, nothing particularly special. Is Sun Gu really fond of this? This clear, naive foolishness? Goodness, this path is utterly foreign to me. I embody a dazzling allure, while she embodies a sunny, silly charm. How can I emulate that? Shall I also stand there awkwardly, voicing my innermost thoughts? Wouldn't that make me seem insane? For the first time, she felt the situation was intricate. Throwing money around and using her charm were her forte. Yet, how could she defend against such unreasonable, pure innocence that struck like a blow? At that moment, the several top-tier women in the villa, operating under entirely different thought processes, reached a collective conclusion that left them feeling absurd and powerless. Lin Xiaoyang, that passionate fool, possessed an untainted allure of youthful innocence that wielded immense power. Moreover, it was something they could not replicate. Jiang Xun's heartfelt low laughter acted as a fuse, igniting the invisible powder keg within the villa. He rubbed his temples, slightly swollen from the barrage of Lin Xiaoyang's incessant chatter, the sticky sweat clinging to his skin, making him yearn for a shower. As for the tempest brewing among the women downstairs, he chose to ignore it for the time being. Goodness, the backyard had yet to be officially established, and it was already on the brink of a world war. Jiang Xun turned and ascended the stairs, completely isolating himself from the chaotic scene behind him. He needed a shower to regain his composure. Once he departed, the temperature in the living room plummeted to freezing. Mu Qingxue held a glass of perfectly tempered lemonade, her knuckles whitening from the grip. Su Qingyu ceased her hair curling, her alluring fox-like eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the fool outside, who was still frantic over her social blunder, her gaze now tinged with gravity for the first time. In the midst of this silence, a deep and wild engine roar approached from afar, tearing through the morning tranquility by the lakeside. The thunderous sound was filled with a brazen aggression, ultimately culminating in a sharp, jarring screech as it halted at the villa's entrance. The women in the living room turned in unison. The door was flung open from the outside, revealing a tall, agile figure, enveloped in the cool morning breeze and a faint scent of motor oil, standing against the light. It was Qinlan. Today, she had eschewed her equestrian attire in favor of a black, form-fitting leather motorcycle suit that would cause any man's hormones to surge. The matte, exquisitely textured top-grade calfskin enveloped every inch of her muscular physique with an exhilarating tightness. The zipper traversed from her elongated neck downwards, halting at a precariously alluring position, revealing a small expanse of sun-kissed skin and delicate collarbones. Countless functional straps and silver metal buckles entwined her waist, thighs, and arms, outlining a physique that rivaled the perfection of ancient Greek sculptures, vividly showcasing the warrior's essence of strength and restrained beauty. She removed her helmet, her short hair tousled, with a few strands adhering to her slightly flushed cheeks from the ride. Her eyes, always ablaze with intensity, were now fixed intently on someone in the living room. What a disgrace. They acted as if they had never encountered a man. A fire ignited within Qinlan, and she felt on the verge of exploding with indignation. Why should it be like this? After a night of contemplation, she suddenly realized they had promised to create an opportunity for close contact. Yet these two sisters had brazenly barged in, and there she was, waiting outside like a fool for news. She disregarded Mu Qingxue, who sat elegantly on the sofa with an icy demeanor, and paid no attention to Su Qingyu, who leaned against the door with an expression of amusement. Her sole focus was on one person, Lin Wanqing. Qinlan lowered her voice, though the barely restrained fury lent a biting edge to her authentic Sichuan accent. She strode towards Lin Wanqing, who stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, swiftly recording something on her tablet. "You wretched scoundrel, explain yourself. Wasn't it agreed that you would grant me the opportunity for close proximity? How is it that you two sisters have taken up residence, while I am left outside to drink the cold wind?" Lin Wanqing slowly raised her head, her calm, phoenix-eyed gaze unwavering behind her glasses. She did not respond immediately, instead taking her time to type the last line on her tablet and clicking save. Chapter 54, Communication Disaster Zone. Is your brain filled with muscle? Lin Wanqing could no longer tolerate it and interrupted her, a hint of emotion finally cracking through her voice. "I expect you to acknowledge the facts. For instance, isn't it true that its design is rather robust? You are merely providing a product introduction. Are you intent on killing the conversation? I am merely stating the facts." Qinlan retorted, her neck rigid with indignation. "You are just being argumentative." After numerous rounds of disastrous practice, Lin Wanqing felt utterly hopeless. She realized that Qinlan's thought process had become rigid. Getting her to utter a single normal emotional response was more challenging than disarming a timed bomb with bare hands. Surely there can't be just muscle in that head of yours, Lin Wanqing internally lamented with exhaustion. Communication skills, for the time being, were abandoned. She decisively crossed out an entire module on her tablet. We must employ drastic measures to visually overturn his perception entirely. Lin Wanqing's fingers flew across the screen, calling forth several images. As the image appeared, Qin Lan's pupils abruptly constricted. What lay before her was no longer tactical analysis or communication strategies, but rather elements she had never imagined would intertwine with her existence. On the screen were several female characters from the most popular competitive games, renowned for their sensuality and lethal prowess. One depicted a futuristic female agent clad in a form-fitting black bodysuit, wielding an energy blade, every inch of fabric flaunting her physical agility and strength. Another showcased a Republic-era female assassin in a modified high-slit qipao, a holster strapped to her thigh, seamlessly merging classical elegance with modern menace. Qin Lan's gaze fixated on the final image, a catgirl assassin. The scant fabric was almost scandalous, barely concealing her most vital areas. Expanses of alabaster skin were exposed to the air, creating a breathtaking visual contrast against the black leather straps. Most striking were the pair of furry cat ears atop her head and the playful tail that arched behind her, blending primal wildness with an overtly adorable charm into an irresistible, deadly allure. You must don an outfit that maximizes the contrast. Lin Wanqing's voice was calm yet ruthless. Choose one. This is a command. Are you out of your mind? Qin Lan's voice trembled. I would rather die than wear such a thing. This was no longer a matter of shame. It was a violation of her dignity as a warrior at her core. Then continue to sip the bitter winds outside. Lin Wanqing's cold gaze pierced through her, observing Mu Qingxue use her gentleness and wealth, watching Su Qingyu employ her charm and tactics, gradually monopolizing Jiang Xun's time and attention. And you can only circle outside like a scorned woman on your motorcycle. Each word was like a poisoned blade, precisely thrusting into Qin Lan's heart. Her breath grew labored, fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. She was unwilling to accept this. Why should those women be able to surround him while she remained on the periphery? Unbidden, Jiang Xun's languid yet playful visage surfaced in her mind. Recognizing the wavering in her eyes, Lin Wanqing knew the moment had come. She finally revealed her true intentions. I will assist you, but it will not be without cost. Her voice was low yet carried an undeniable weight. Qin Lan abruptly raised her head, her gaze sharp as a knife. What do you want? Very simple. Lin Wanqing's eyes pierced through her lenses, unabashedly revealing her ambition for the first time. Once you successfully capture Jiang Xun's attention and secure a position by his side, I want you to request one thing on my behalf, that I too may possess a formal identity, rather than being merely an ambiguous bodyguard as I am now. In that moment, the air became palpable. Qin Lan stared in shock at Lin Wanqing. She had always believed this woman to be an emotionless analytical machine, an outsider strategist. She never anticipated that this strategist had meticulously plotted everything from the very beginning, with her ultimate goal being to personally take the stage. This game was far more intricate than she had imagined. Qin Lan remained silent for a considerable time. She gazed at Lin Wanqing's determined face, then lowered her eyes to the screen displaying the disconcertingly scant feline assassin ensemble. On one side lay an unattainable aspiration, on the other, a readily accessible opportunity, accompanied by an exorbitant price to pay. As a highly educated individual, she understood the nuances of trading and sacrifice. After a prolonged silence, Qin Lan gritted her teeth, as if she were about to shatter her own molars. She closed her eyes, resembling a martyr poised for execution, summoning every ounce of strength to utter a single word from her throat, accept. Upon speaking, she abruptly opened her eyes, extending a trembling finger to decisively press down on the scantily clad feline assassin outfit. A trace of cold satisfaction finally graced Lin Wanqing's face, and she swiftly shut off the tablet. The order placed yesterday had arrived this morning. Her preparations had not been in vain. Probability of success, 85. Risk, Qin Lan might flee in shame during execution. Contingency plan, a backup stun gun was prepared. Lin Wanqing silently calculated everything in her mind, her phoenix eyes shimmering with a frigid light akin to flowing data. It seemed her gaze penetrated the ceiling, landing on the man upstairs. The first step had been completed. Now, when and in what manner should she approach Jiang Xun to claim her due reward? Perhaps there was no need for Qinlan to say a word. When he witnessed that even Qinlan could be successfully transformed by her, how intrigued would he be by this unseen puppet master? Lin Wanxing felt the throbbing pain at her temples transform for the first time into a peculiar sense of exhilaration and delight. Chapter 55, Feline Assassin? I'd rather die. After taking a shower, Jiang Xun felt every pore in his body open up. The fatigue from the 15-kilometer run was washed away by the warm water, leaving only a sense of invigorating fulfillment. He wandered aimlessly downstairs, contemplating that he would need to visit Hunan soon, to listen to music, sip tea, and recharge his spirit. However, just as he reached the stairwell corner, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. It was too quiet. In the living room, Mu Qingxue sat elegantly on the sofa, while Su Qingyu leaned against the bar, both holding cups. Yet their eyes, as if in unison, darted toward the entrance on the other side of the staircase, brimming with a shared amusement at the unfolding spectacle. Jiang Xun followed their gazes, and in the next moment, he nearly believed he had overexerted himself and was experiencing a hallucination. Before her stood Qinlan, awkwardly frozen in place, resembling a war deity grotesquely parroted. She was clad in a form-fitting black leather ensemble, seemingly crafted for the clandestine pursuits of the night. The matte, finely textured top-grade calfskin enveloped every inch of her muscular physique, accentuating her powerful lines. From her long, athletic thighs to her pert, firm derriere and her flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, each contour exemplified a perfection reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. Countless functional straps and silver metallic buckles entwined around her waist, thighs, and arms, showcasing a striking blend of strength and grace that belonged to a warrior. Yet, this impeccably fierce attire was absurdly marred by a few ludicrous accessories. Adorning her head was a furry black cat ear headband, quivering slightly with her rigid stance. Behind her, a similarly styled black cat tail drooped at an unnatural angle, as if it might fall off at any moment. Most striking, however, was her expression. The striking features of her face bore an unusual flush, while her eyes, usually ablaze with intensity, now darted around, reflecting confusion and embarrassment. As if she were a top-tier agent poised for a covert execution, yet forcibly dressed in a costume meant for frivolity. Goodness, Jiang Xun silently scoffed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Leaning against the stair railing, he decided to initiate a conversation, curious about the unfolding drama. I just finished running and broke quite a sweat. His voice, though soft, echoed clearly in the tranquil living room. This seemingly mundane statement struck like thunder, jolting Qinlan with its impact. Her body stiffened, alarm bells ringing in her mind as Lin Wanxing's icy voice reverberated. Fact. What he said is a fact. I need to voice my opinion. Opinion. Qinlan's mind raced, yet her mouth leaped ahead of reason, unleashing her most visceral thought with fervor. Indeed, the way a man sweats is undeniably captivating. Her voice quivered just slightly, and her authentic Sichuan accent rendered the already straightforward statement even more compelling. With a loud splatter, Lin Xiaoyang, seated at the dining table, erupted in laughter, a mouthful of water spraying out in a magnificent arc. On the sofa, Mu Qingxue's hand trembled imperceptibly as she held her cup, ripples dancing across the surface of her lemonade. Su Qingyu at the bar was positively animated, laughing so hard that her hand almost lost grip of her wine glass. Oh my, this girl is too honest, she murmured in a soft, northeastern dialect. Jiang Xun was momentarily taken aback, but the mirth in his eyes threatened to overflow. How intriguing. He resolved to elevate the challenge. Descending the staircase step by step towards Qinlan. Your attire appears rather uncomfortable, he remarked, positioning himself before her, enveloping her in a heady blend of shower gel fragrance and masculine allure. This was a perspective. Qinlan felt herself retreating under the pressure of his imposing aura, her mind a blank slate, as Lin Wanxing's voice echoed in her head. Perspective. He presents a perspective. You must respond with facts. Facts. What on earth constitutes a fact? In her flustered state, she sought a factual retort, and in her desperation, blurted out. I personally have a heart rate of 130. My forehead is 37.8 degrees. This is all true, I swear. Jiang Xun's smile deepened. He found this far more amusing than any meticulously crafted variety show. He reached out, as if to straighten the cat ears that had tilted to one side, his fingertips nearly brushing against her flushed ear. Lowering his voice, he delivered the ultimate blow. You seem rather peculiar today, yet somewhat endearing. Facts and perspectives. Qianlan felt herself nearly scorched by the heat that emanated from his fingertips, her brain completely derailed. Insights and reflections. The final step. Speak your insights and reflections. Summoning all her strength and activating every brain cell, she ultimately articulated a sentiment that made her wish for instant oblivion. I feel that if you keep staring at me, I might just lose my composure and have to take action. The moment those words escaped her lips, silence enveloped the room. Time appeared to freeze at that instance. Su Qingyu's exuberant laughter abruptly halted, her mouth agape in an exaggerated expression, her alluring fox-like eyes wide with astonishment. The last vestige of color drained from Mu Qingxue's face, her countenance icy, as the glass cup in her hand emitted a faint, ominous crack under the pressure, a delicate fissure quietly spreading across its surface. Lin Qianyang's mouth gradually fell open, widening to the extent that it could accommodate a whole tea egg, droplets of water still clinging to his lips. Concealed around the corner on the second floor, Lin Wanqing, who had been documenting the entire scene with tactical precision and attempting to provide remote guidance, painfully shut her eyes, covering her face with one hand. It was over. Her career, along with this top-secret mission, seemed to have reached its conclusion. Jiang Xun, too, was thoroughly stunned by the astonishing proclamation. He gazed at the flustered figure before him, her face flushed, eyes evasive, even the cat ears quivering violently, yet she had uttered the most formidable words. 1 second. 2 seconds. Huh. He finally succumbed, a deep, genuine laugh emanating from his chest. The laughter was soft, yet it resembled a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the oppressive silence. It was not the usual lazy mirth tinged with cunning and calculation, but rather, it emanated pure, unadulterated joy from the depths of the heart. This clumsy, flawed yet profoundly genuine assault struck like an unexpected burst of sweet and sour lemon candy, precisely hitting his heart, which had grown somewhat numb. Cocooned in exquisite service and meticulous scheming. How utterly amusing. Jiang Xun stepped forward, amplifying the delightful pressure to its zenith. Gazing intently at the now-ripe cat-girl instructor before him, his lips curling into a mischievous smile as he responded in a breathy whisper, "All right." He paused, relishing the tremor in Qianlan's pupils, and delivered a final, lethal blow. "Come, take me." Chapter 56. Come take me? What did he just say? With a resounding thud, Qianlan's mind completely short-circuited. Her fierce retort was merely a reflex born of desperation. She never anticipated that he would accept so readily. I, she stammered, her body reacting before her mind could catch up, spinning around and fleeing the living room at the speed of a sprinter. As she turned, her silhouette, perfectly outlined by the snug leather attire, was fully exposed to the air. The elegant lines of her back muscles rippled with her movements, tapering from broad shoulder blades to the delicately bound waist, forming an exhilarating inverted triangle. The black cat tail whipped wildly above her pert posterior, resembling a wayward pendulum, exuding a comical yet untamed allure. A distant exclamation echoed in the air. "I'm going to run 10 kilometers outside to cool off." At the corner of the second floor, Lin Wanqing painfully cradled her forehead, internally lamenting the missed opportunity, wishing she had activated the prepared stun gun. Just one step away, just one final move, and this sharpest of pieces could have been driven home. In the living room, Mu Qingxue's cold visage momentarily flickered with an imperceptible hint of disdain and relaxation. Su Qingyu could no longer contain herself, laughing uncontrollably, her signature northeastern accent booming as she jested. "Oh my goodness, this sister is truly fierce," initiating the battle and then colliding with the wall herself. She wiped away tears of laughter, retrieving a futuristic silver remote control from her Hermes bag, casting a flirtatious smile at Jiang Xun. "Sun Go, ignore that dimwit. I'll get you something good." Her alabaster fingers lightly pressed a button on the remote. A deep, precise mechanical rumble resonated from the lawn outside the villa. Unbeknownst to them, several large trucks had appeared outside. The truck's cargo compartment unfolded countless modules, beginning to transform, expand, and reorganize, as hydraulic rods silently extended and metal arms gracefully unfurled. In a mere 10 seconds, the several trucks before the onlookers had astonishingly morphed into a mobile banquet platform, replete with a professional kitchen, surround sound system, and holographic lighting. The scene, interlacing futurism with opulence, left the occupants of the living room utterly spellbound. Please wait a moment, Su Qingyu said, blowing a kiss before swaying her hips as she ascended the stairs. Moments later, her reappearance seemed to thicken the air in the living room, infusing it with a sweet, intoxicating allure. She had shed her pragmatic attire for a gossamer pink gown, as delicate as a butterfly's wing. The hue was so faint it nearly vanished, shimmering under the light with a soft, pearlescent glow, reminiscent of the tender blush on freshly bloomed cherry blossoms. The fabric of the gown was ethereal, billowing around her as she moved, swirling like a pink mist around her long, fair legs, veiling them in an enchanting haze. The upper design was audacious, with slender straps barely resting on her rounded shoulders, exposing expanses of flawless skin, while her exquisite collarbone resembled delicate butterfly wings, rising and falling gently with her breath. The gown's cut perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing her remarkable waist-to-hip ratio in all its glory. She adorned herself with no superfluous jewelry, allowing her long, seaweed-like curls to cascade freely, with a few mischievous strands playfully framing her chest, swaying gently with her every step. Her captivating, fox-like eyes sparkled with a watery brilliance, as if countless tiny hooks were poised to ensnare the souls of those who gazed into them. Barefoot, her alabaster feet were adorned only with a delicate red string around her ankle, from which a tiny golden bell dangled, chiming softly with her movement, stirring the heart. A heady blend of vanilla and brandy wafted from her, intoxicating those nearby. Goodness, Lin Wanqing mused inwardly, recognizing that Su Qingyu had truly embodied the persona of a beguiling enchantress. Following her was a cadre of impeccably dressed waitstaff in black tailcoats and pristine white gloves. Their movements were synchronized and silent as they pushed several temperature-controlled trolleys, swiftly arranging a large round table of mahogany in the center of the living room, its exquisite bone china adorned with gilded accents. Next, the lead server donned a fresh pair of gloves and carefully retrieved several unmarked, antiquated ceramic bottles from a specially designed deep blue cooler. As the corks were pulled, a powerful and rich aroma surged forth, akin to an invisible wave, enveloping the entire room. The scent was extraordinarily complex. At first, it presented a robust, fermented grain fragrance, but upon closer inspection, hints of aged soy sauce, nutty toasting, and faint floral and fruity notes emerged, layered and enticing, provoking an insatiable appetite. Lin Xiaoyang, unfamiliar with wine, found the aroma far more enticing than the cafeteria's braised pork. Unable to resist inhaling deeply. Yet, Mu Qinshue's pupils suddenly constricted, a tempest of emotions surging within her. This is a special vintage Maodai. The bottle bears a unique mark, aged for at least 30 years. It is virtually unseen in the market. This transcends mere monetary value, symbolizing connections and power. Su Qingyu sauntered over to Jiang Xun, her soft frame almost entirely pressed against him, her breath whispering sweetly in his ear, her voice both gentle and enticing. Brother Sun, indulge in our nation's treasure. Those foreign red wines pale in comparison, akin to horse urine. This is what true prestige embodies. She pressed the remote again, and the transformed shrine's interior illuminated as lights. Music and fragrances activated simultaneously. Under a soft spotlight, a figure gracefully emerged, bowing elegantly in Jiang Xun's direction, her voice crystal clear. Good evening, master. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, adorned in a sky blue, expertly tailored flight attendant uniform that flawlessly accentuated her impeccable figure. The white silk blouse was fastened with a delicate silk scarf matching her uniform, while the fitted pencil skirt enveloped her slender waist, barely encircled by a hand. Beneath the skirt, her long, shapely legs were wrapped in nude stockings, perfectly straight and proportionate, and she walked gracefully in silver stilettos, each step exuding elegance and poise. Her perfectly oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and almond-shaped eyes sparkled with emotion. Her high nose and full lips always bore a textbook-like smile, simultaneously warm and distant. Her lustrous black hair was neatly styled into a meticulous bun at the back of her head, with a few soft waves framing her face, adding a touch of femininity. Her presence was uniquely captivating, embodying the dignified composure and obedience of a well-trained flight attendant, intertwined with the undeniable brilliance of a top-tier celebrity. Su Qingyu promptly seated Jiang Xun at the head of the rosewood round table, while she languidly settled beside him. Mu Qingxue observed silently, taking her place on Jiang Xun's left side. Chapter 57. a modern feast of indulgence. Have I become a tyrant? Today, Mu Qingxue donned a silver-gray silk qipao, devoid of intricate embroidery, with only silver threads delicately outlining a few cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs. The qipao featured a traditional full-opening design, meticulously fastened to the neckline, accentuating her elongated neck and graceful jawline, reminiscent of a noble swan. The tailoring of the qipao was exquisite, perfectly showcasing her sculpted physique from years of fitness, devoid of any excess flesh, yet not bursting with energy like Qin Lan. Rather, it exuded a restrained, resilient beauty. Simply sitting there, she radiated a chilling yet powerful aura, as if she were the true mistress of this palace. The fragrance she emanated was as crisp and refreshing as a pine forest after snow, distinctly contrasting with Su Qingyu's sweet aroma, yet curiously blending around Jiang Xun. The Lin sisters, displaying a keen sense of propriety, gracefully settled at the lower end, creating an enchanting atmosphere that enveloped Jiang Xun, placing him at the very heart of a constellation of admiration. Flanked by two stunning beauties, with Mu Qingxue to his left, whose silk qipao exuded a gentle warmth and a refreshing coolness, and Su Qingyu to his right, radiating a palpable warmth beneath her ethereal gown. Jiang Xun found himself immersed in a sensory feast. The intoxicating blend of their exquisite fragrances mingled with the rich aroma of Mao Dai, crafting an irresistible allure for any man. Su Qingyu, with a playful tilt of her chin, resembled a child showcasing a prized possession. Brother Sun, my company boasts numerous signed artists. Whatever you desire, I can procure it for you. Now let us indulge while we peruse. No sooner had she spoken than the music began to swell. The flight attendant artist glided into the center of the living room, her movements harmonizing with the ethereal melody. Her dance was not an explosive K-pop routine, but rather a novel fusion of classical grace and the freedom and vigor of modern dance. Each gesture flowed seamlessly, every turn and leap infused with aesthetic beauty. As her arms waved, the voluminous sleeves of her attire painted elegant arcs through the air, reminiscent of two fluttering butterflies. Her waist exhibited an astonishing flexibility. In one moment of bending, her upper body nearly grazed the floor, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, tracing a breathtaking curve. Her dance told a story, at times gentle as a breeze caressing willow branches, and at others, vigorous like crashing waves, brimming with tension and passion. Her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xun, fluctuating between shyness, fervor, and a poignant longing, as if her body yearned to narrate a tale of tender longing. Particularly during her challenging spins, her skirt billowed, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster thigh, only to be swiftly concealed again. This exquisite interplay of seduction and elegance stirred a rapid heartbeat, devoid of any crudeness. The 360-degree visual delight was indeed unparalleled. Simultaneously, the first course was served, golden soup with embroidered ball tofu. In the crystal-clear broth, a ball crafted from countless strands of tofu blossomed delicately, the artistry reaching a level of divine mastery. This dish, merely an appetizer, had already delivered the grandeur of a state banquet. With a gentle touch of his spoon, the tofu ball quivered as if alive, sending ripples through the golden broth, each silken strand dissolving upon contact, an ephemeral essence of flavor. Moments later, a powerful wave of richness, derived from hours of simmering old hen, Jinhua ham, and dried scallops, surged across his palate, evoking a tingling sensation. My goodness, this soup must be worth its weight in gold, Jiang Xun mused. The second dish followed, shark fin soup, its golden hue glistening, as the delicate fins glided smoothly between his lips. The third dish, finely sliced beef tripe, its texture as delicate as a strand of hair, was briefly immersed in hot water, emerging crisp and tender. Then, the dish arrived, mouse braised pork. In the earthenware pot, each piece of meat glistened a deep crimson, the glossy soy sauce glistening enticingly, perfectly balanced between fat and lean. The rich aroma, tinged with a hint of caramel, boldly invaded the nostrils. Jiang Xun picked up a piece. The chopsticks encountered almost no resistance. He gazed at the quivering morsel, seemingly breathing. A sudden prick of nostalgia struck him, reminiscent of late-night overtime spent devouring a 15 yuan pork rice bowl from a convenience store. The same braised pork, yet a world apart. As he placed the meat into his mouth, the fatty portion bore no greasiness. With just a gentle press of the tongue, it transformed into a warm flow of rich, savory fat that melted instantly. The lean meat, tender to the point of falling apart, miraculously retained a hint of fibrous texture, saturated with the thick sauce. Sweet, salty, fresh, and with a barely discernible hint of spice. The flavors exploded in his mouth, layering upon one another, ultimately coalescing into a pure, satisfying aroma of meat. This flavor was both achingly familiar and strikingly novel. The familiarity lay in the primal comfort of carbohydrates and fats, while the strangeness stemmed from the extravagant pursuit of unparalleled taste, regardless of cost. Jiang Xun swallowed slowly, remaining silent, only to pick up a second piece. His actions continued uninterrupted. He lifted another piece of braised pork. This silent gesture carried more weight than any ornate words, akin to a silent medal of honor, accurately designating the evening's leader. Su Qingyu's fox-like eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness, her brows and lashes betraying an uncontrollable pride, illuminating her entire being. She leaned in, almost hanging off Jiang Xun's arm, the warmth and softness of her presence transmitting through the gossamer pink gauze of her dress, infused with a sweet, intoxicating aroma reminiscent of vanilla mingled with brandy. Sun Gu, her voice lingered with a sultry drawl, sweet and alluring, infused with the straightforward charm characteristic of her northeastern accent. Eating just meat is so dull. Come on, try our own treasure. As she spoke, she eagerly grasped the ancient ceramic bottle, pouring a glass of wine for Jiang Xun in the delicate celadone cup before him. The wine, slightly yellow and crystal clear, left traces on the glass that slid down like silk. The robust aroma of the sauce intensified at this closer distance, fiercely penetrating the nose, as if an invisible hand grasped the very essence of one's soul. Su Qingyu pushed the wine cup toward Jiang Xun, her other hand playfully resting on his shoulder, her breath fragrant like orchids. Compared to this, foreign red wine is mere horse piss. This is what true prestige is. Once you drink this, I'll treat you to an even more delightful experience. Her fingertips grazed the side of Jiang Xun's neck, intentionally or not, eliciting a faint shiver. Before Jiang Xun could respond, a crisp, pine-scented aroma, reminiscent of a snow-kissed forest, approached quietly from the other side. Chapter 58, A Duality of Ice and Fire. The sovereign-level indulgence commences. Mu Qingxue made her move. Unlike Su Qingyu, who had leaned in directly, she settled in closer. Beneath her silver-gray silk qipao, her figure was taut and graceful. Through the delicate fabric, Jiang Xun could sense her cool body temperature, accompanied by a springy, firm texture. She extended her fair hand, gently resting it on Jiang Xun's wrist, which held the wine glass. Her movements were elegant and restrained, her fingertips cool to the touch, starkly contrasting with Su Qingyu's warmth. Sir, Mu Qingxue's voice was as clear as the sound of jade striking jade, imbued with an undeniable air of compliance. This wine has been aged for 30 years. It is potent yet smooth and beneficial for nurturing the body. Having just finished exercising, a small sip can invigorate the blood flow and alleviate fatigue. She did not push the drink upon him, but rather stated a fact, showcasing her profound knowledge and thoughtful care. It was a more refined form of service. She was not tempting him, but imparting the most professional advice for his health and enjoyment. To Jiang Xun's left was the sweet warmth of clouds, and to his right, the coolness of snow. The two distinctly luxurious fragrances mingled with the assertive aroma of Mao Dai, creating a sensory feast exclusively for emperors. Is this what they call a duality of ice and fire? Jiang Xun silently mused. He gazed at the glass before him, hesitated no longer, lifted it, and drank deeply. The wine, upon entry, was not the fiery experience he had anticipated, but rather a sublime richness and silkiness. The complex bouquet exploded in his mouth, intense notes of fermented grains, the depth of aged soy sauce, the toasty essence of nuts, and a hint of floral and fruity fragrances layered like a symphony upon his palate. Soon, a warm current cascaded from his throat into his stomach, radiating throughout his limbs. The last remnants of fatigue from his long run dissipated under this warm wave, leaving only a sense of relaxation and contentment. Excellent wine, Jiang Xun remarked softly as he set down the glass. Indeed, Su Qingyu immediately perked up like a victorious little fox, proudly puffing out her chest, the breathtaking curve of her figure swaying with her movements. She leaned in again, nearly curling into Jiang Xun's embrace, taking his hand and placing it on her flat, firm abdomen, tilting her head back, her eyes shimmering. Brother Sun, feel this. I didn't dare eat dinner tonight just to wear this dress. If you like it, I'll wear it for you every day." Her voice was sweet and tender, tinged with a hint of playful grievance, making it utterly impossible to refuse. Jiang Xun could distinctly perceive the warm, smooth skin beneath her gauzy skirt, along with the subtly undulating contours of her abdominal muscles, stirred by excitement. Meanwhile, Mu Qingshua's expression grew a shade colder. She remained silent, yet her actions spoke volumes. Rising slowly, she circled around to Jiang Xun's back, her cool, delicate hands precisely falling upon his temples. "Sir, allow me to massage your head. It will alleviate your inebriation." Her slender, powerful fingers kneaded with just the right pressure, ushering in a refreshing sensation imbued with the fragrance of pine, instantly dispelling the slight warmth brought on by the alcohol. One before him unleashed a sensory bombardment with the warmth of fragrant jade. The other, behind him, provided exceptional care with professional grace. Their battlefield lay within the confines of Jiang Xun's consciousness. Seated at a lower position, the Lin sisters were utterly entranced. Lin Xiaoyang's mouth slightly agape. She had forgotten to put down her chopsticks. Her large eyes fixated on the Jiang Xun caught in the middle, then drifting to Su Qingyu's almost translucent skirt and Mu Qingshua's regal, aloof demeanor. "Oh no, I've let my true feelings slip." She hastily covered her mouth, yet a whisper, laden with immense envy and jealousy, escaped. "Wow, how extraordinary. One resembles a seductive consort, while the other embodies the principal wife. I wish." Her words were abruptly curtailed by a sharp glance from her sister beside her. Lin Wanqing observed the tactical display, where Su Qingyu's allure and Mu Qingshua's value metrics soared dramatically, while Qinlan's line, after a brief peak, plummeted to the depths. Su Qingyu's strategy, direct, high intensity, appealing to instinct. Mu Qingshua's strategy, composed, high value, fostering dependency. Both are exemplary strategies of overt persuasion. She felt a dull throb beginning anew at her temples. That fool Qinlan had squandered a winning hand. And as for herself, the so-called strategist, when and in what manner was she to make her entrance? In the center of the living room, the flight attendant's dance reached its zenith. With a swift spin, her skirt billowed like a blooming lotus, followed by a breathtaking back bend, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, showcasing the utmost flexibility and grace of her physique. Each glance, every breath seemed to synchronize with this unspoken battle at the dining table. Mu Qingxue made her move. Rather than employing the soft warmth of her body to conquer as Su Qingyu had, she opted for a more reserved, yet infinitely more lethal approach. Rising slowly, her silver-gray silk qi-pao shimmered under the light, flowing like moonlight. Circumventing the dining table, she approached Jiang Xun from behind, her cool and gentle hands precisely landing upon his temples. "Sir." Her voice was as clear as jade striking against stone, yet imbued with an undeniable air of obedience and professionalism. "Allow me to massage your head. It will alleviate your inebriation." Her fingers, slender and powerful, kneaded with a delicate balance of pressure, the soft calluses on her fingertips imparting a faintly rough sensation. Each press precisely targeted the nerve endings, releasing a refreshing aroma reminiscent of pine forests after a snowfall, instantly dispelling the slight warmth and chaos brought forth by 30 years of aging. One presence in front of him, bombarding his senses with the warmth of fragrant jade, and another behind, offering meticulous service with professional grace. To Jiang Xun's left was Su Qingyu, enveloping him in her sweet, warm cloud. To his right was Mu Qingshuo, bringing the coolness of snow. The contrasting, exquisite fragrances mingled with the assertive aroma of Mao Tai, complemented by the exotic sense of national banquet-level delicacies, weaving an invisible yet impenetrable web that ensnared him completely. In the center of the living room, the performance of the flight attendant reached its climax. She spun rapidly, her skirt billowing like a blooming lotus, followed by a breathtaking back bend, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, showcasing the utmost grace and flexibility of her form. In a moment of reverie, Jiang Xun's thoughts drifted far away. He recalled his past life, filled with criticism and confusion as he viewed the debauchery of King Zhou in history books and films. How could an emperor descend to such depths? Yet now, he glanced at the glass before him, filled with a pale yellow, viscous Mao Tai. Was this not the modern equivalent of a wine pool? Looking around at the feast, each dish capable of leaving the wealthiest of men in awe, and at the stunning beauties vying to feed him, almost wishing to merge into his being, was this not a living embodiment of a meat forest? He raised his gaze to the top-tier performer dancing solely for him. Her graceful form and enchanting eyes reminiscent of the court musicians and dancers reserved for ancient emperors. An absurd yet strikingly real thought thundered through his mind. I once condemned King Zhou, then came to understand him, and now I have become him? A peculiar sensation welled up within him. He felt as if he were descending into this endless, soul-corroding indulgence. Yet, almost immediately, amusement followed. In his past life, he had toiled tirelessly for survival, fretting over meager coins, even hesitating over what flavor of instant noodles to choose for tomorrow's meal. Who had granted him the power of choice back then? Now, possessing the ability to alter everything and control all, why should he not relish it? Fall from grace. To hell with self-reflection. Jiang Xun chuckled inwardly. In the past, he had no choice. Now he wanted it all. This was not a descent. This was the enjoyment of hard-earned spoils. Today, he would be King Zhou, reveling first and foremost. Once this thought crystallized, the last vestiges of hesitation from his past life dissipated entirely, replaced by a pure, soul-deep joy of absolute control. In that fleeting moment, the aura surrounding him underwent a subtle yet profound transformation. Previously, he had resembled a languid lion king, napping in his domain, passively indulging in the offerings that came his way. Now, however, this lion king had awakened, his golden eyes glinting with a blend of mischief and absolute authority. He was ready to engage in play. Chapter 59. The foolish bodyguard's initial encounter with the steel pole. Jiang Xun completely relaxed, leaning back as he surrendered himself to Mu Qingshue's attentive service and Su Qingyu's warm embrace. He leisurely savored the offerings from his two enchanting companions. Yet his gaze transcended the immediate beauty around him, sweeping across the room like a monarch surveying his realm. Then, his eyes settled. In the corner of the dining table, Lin Xiaoyang was engaged in an audacious battle with a massive Australian lobster, with her left hand gripping the lobster's body and her right wielding chopsticks. Her cheeks were stuffed to the brim, and her jaw moved rapidly. Yet, her large, round eyes remained fixated on the flight attendant performing at the center, filled with innocent admiration and awe. Delicious food and alluring beauty, she was adeptly handling both, indulging without reservation. The sight of her, with grease glistening on her lips and eyes wide with fascination, stood in stark and comical contrast to the opulence, cunning, and flirtation that permeated the room. A mischievous smile crept back onto Jiang Xun's lips. He lifted the wine glass that Su Qingyu had just filled for him and then set it down gently. Thud. The sound was soft yet possessed an almost magical quality, cutting through the ethereal music that filled the living room. Every action froze. Su Qingyu ceased her playful antics. Mu Qingxue halted her massage, and even the dancing flight attendant instinctively slowed her movements. All eyes were drawn to Jiang Xun. He did not regard them. Instead, his gaze precisely targeted the corner where the gluttonous bodyguard, Lin Baobao, resided. His voice was flat and languid. What is the point of merely watching? Lin Xiaoyang stiffened, as if the lobster meat in her mouth had suddenly lost all flavor. She raised her head in confusion, meeting Jiang Xun's amused eyes, momentarily unable to comprehend. Jiang Xun extended a finger, pointing toward the empty silver pole that had been erected for the dance. With an air of undeniable authority, as if proclaiming an established fact, he addressed the now petrified Lin Xiaoyang. You should go up there. Show them what core strength truly means. At his words, the room fell into silence. The air seemed to be vacated in that instant, solidifying into a palpable presence. The seductive smile on Su Qingyu's face froze, her fox-like eyes widening in disbelief. Mu Qingshue's fingers paused on Jiang Xun's temple, her typically icy demeanor betraying a rare moment of astonishment. Even Lin Wanqing sat up abruptly, a flicker of panic flashing in her phoenix eyes. This was it. This unpredictable man had begun once more. Meanwhile, at the center of the incident, Lin Xiaoyang's mind had completely crashed. Was she supposed to go and dance? Her mouth was still stuffed with a piece of sweet, succulent lobster meat, and her round, glistening eyes were filled with a colossal question mark of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What did he just say? With a crisp sound, a half-lobster leg slipped from her rigid fingers and fell into the exquisite bone china plate before her, splattering a small patch of grease. She looked to her sister Lin Wanqing for help. Lin Wanqing's expressionless face betrayed nothing, yet the glint in her eyes behind the lenses held an exceedingly complex light. This was a command, a test of obedience that could not be refused. She subtly nodded at her sister. Panic surged within Lin Xiaoyang as she realized, oh no, My sister has abandoned me too. It felt as if the sky were collapsing. Su Qingyu was the first to react, laughing so hard that she nearly collapsed into Jiang Xun's embrace, playfully whining in an exaggerated northeast dialect. Oh Sun-gu, why are you so mean? Why must you put our little bodyguard through this? She can't handle it. Mu Qingxue elegantly held her wine glass, observing coldly. To her, this was merely Jiang Xun's casual test of a new toy. If this chirpy little sparrow did not comply, it would serve to clarify her place and prevent future troubles. Under Jiang Xun's playful yet penetrating gaze, Lin Xiaoyang felt like a pitiful prey targeted by a top predator. Trembling, she stood up, but in her nervousness, her knee bumped heavily against the corner of the rosewood table, producing a dull thud. A wince of pain escaped her lips, making her look even more comical. As Lin Xiaoyang stood up, she instantly transformed from a corner of the dining table into the focal point of the entire room. She was dressed simply, in a loose-fitting white t-shirt and khaki cargo pants, complemented by a pair of clean sneakers, in a setting adorned with luxurious kipeos and flowing skirts. Her attire appeared out of place, yet it accentuated an unrefined, youthful vitality unique to her. Her skin bore the healthy, sun-kissed hue of one accustomed to the outdoors, smooth and glossy, akin to fine honey. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly tied into a small ponytail, swaying gently with her frantic movements, while a few rebellious strands clung to her full forehead, glistening with beads of sweat. Most striking were her large, round apricot-shaped eyes, slightly drooping at the corners, naturally exuding an air of innocence. In that moment, those eyes were filled with terror, confusion, and helplessness, resembling a frightened fawn, evoking an irresistible sense of compassion. However, her facial features bore a certain spirited elegance, with a high nose and full lips, particularly when she smiled, revealing two sharp little canine teeth, which added a touch of unrefined wildness to her charm. She was neither the subtle and resilient exquisite porcelain of Mu Qingxue, nor the flamboyant and captivating brocade of Su Qingyu. Instead, she resembled a piece of unpolished amber, encasing the purest essence of sunlight and vitality, clumsy yet undeniably authentic. I can't dance, Lin Xiaoyang stammered, her voice trembling. I really can't twist like that. Jiang Xun shook the moutai in his cup. The warmth of the liquor surged through him, his gaze taking on a hint of languid allure. He chuckled softly. I didn't ask you to twist. He paused, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. I asked you to showcase strength. Strength. These two words loomed over Lin Xiaoyang's heart like imposing mountains. Could she? Of course, she could. As an elite officer, her core abilities were unparalleled, having garnered numerous medals in police competitions. But here, under the scrutiny of all those present, to climb that pole meant for women to perform? It felt more unbearable than death. Isn't this akin to public execution? How despicable. How can this man be so cruel? Lin Xiaoyang's cheeks flushed crimson, whether from embarrassment or anger. Her large eyes quickly misted over, gazing at Jiang Xun with a hint of grievance. She attempted a final protest. Report, sir. My duty is to ensure your safety, not to perform tricks. Oh. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. Are you suggesting this is a mere trick? He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over Mu Qingxue, then Su Qingyu, finally landing on the trembling flight attendant artist. What do you all think? Is this a trick? Su Qingyu immediately shook her head vigorously, her voice sweet and melodic. What Brother Sun says is what goes. If Brother Sun wants us to appreciate the beauty of strength, then it is the highest form of art. Mu Qingxue also set her glass down, her voice cold and clear in agreement. A gentleman-esque command is the standard. In an instant, Lin Xiaoyang found herself isolated. Her instinctual rebellion, with Jiang Xun's nonchalant words, turned into an affront to all the women present. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Xiaoyang took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a fatal decision. She swallowed the tasteless lobster meat in her mouth with effort, her chest heaving violently. Then, with heavy steps, she made her way towards the cold, glimmering pole under the ethereal lights. Chapter 60. From calisthenics to the stunning split, Lin Xiaoyang stood rigidly before the pole, staring at its smooth surface, her mind a muddled haze. She had no idea how to begin. The flight attendant artist behind her had wisely retreated to the side, wearing a smirk of schadenfreude, as if observing a mere jester. In the profound silence, she closed her eyes and surrendered herself entirely. Clumsily, she grasped the steel pole. Her body began to sway rigidly to the unceasing background music. There was no allure, no charm. Her movements resembled a bizarre amalgamation of rhythmic calisthenics and police combat warm-up exercises. She spun left and right, twisting her neck and hips, before launching into a lunge punch stance. Then, in a flurry, she attempted to mimic the dancer's earlier moves, striving to create a wave-like motion, yet she appeared as a stiff caterpillar jolted by an electric shock. Her limbs were uncoordinated, replete with youthful shyness and panic, embodying a clumsy jig. A soft chuckle escaped Su Qingyu first, nearly causing her to spew her drink. As she collapsed into laughter against Jiang Xun, playfully pounding his shoulder. "Oh my god, Sun Gu, where on earth did you find such a gem? I'm dying of laughter." Even Mu Qingxue could not suppress a slight smirk, her lips curling despite her efforts to remain composed, although her eyes betrayed a sense of disdain and condescension. Yet, as laughter bubbled forth, their expressions gradually transformed. For although Lin Xiaoyang's dance was awkward, it exuded an astonishing authenticity and vitality. Her cheeks, flushed with embarrassment, resembled ripe apples, and her tightly pressed lips revealed an unwavering stubbornness. In her clear, yet flustered apricot-shaped eyes, glimmering with unshed tears, each time her gaze met Jiang Xun's, it darted away like a startled rabbit. Beneath her simple athletic attire, the forceful lines of her body emerged with each ungainly motion. Together, these elements coalesced into a unique, unrefined charm of youthful femininity. Unlike the polished, meticulously choreographed performances of professional dancers, every movement was not a mere commodity designed for pleasure, but rather akin to an unpolished gem bursting forth with the purest, most radiant light under immense pressure. Leaning against the soft pillow prepared by Mu Qingxue, Jiang Xun held Su Qingyu's embrace with his left hand while cradling a glass of 30-year-old vintage with his right. His gaze grew increasingly dreamy as he watched the figure awkwardly twisting under the lights, a lazy smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, truly captivating. In contrast to the impeccably precise air hostess artist, this bumbling bodyguard, on the verge of tears from embarrassment, evidently ignited a sense of mischief within him. Su Qingyu continued to pour him more wine, her warm body pressed closely against him, exhaling softly. "Sun Gu, have another drink. Look at this girl providing us with such entertainment. The wine tastes much better now." Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue stood behind him, leisurely kneading his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Jiang Xun paid them no heed, taking another sip of his drink, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon Lin Xiaoyang. Just as the music reached its climactic crescendo, Lin Xiaoyang seemed to expend every ounce of her strength, as if to conclude this prolonged public spectacle. She abruptly released the steel pole, her body sinking downwards into a clean, powerful split that landed with precision on the polished floor. A soft sound echoed through the room as her movements were swift and exact, devoid of any hesitation. Those long legs clad in work trousers traced a sharp line in the air, aligning perfectly with the ground to form an exquisite 180-degree angle. From utter clumsiness to remarkable professionalism, from comically awkward writhing to breathtaking flexibility, this moment of stark contrast detonated like a silent bomb in the living room, leaving everyone present momentarily breathless. Su Qingyu's laughter abruptly ceased, while Mu Qingxue's fingers, gripping Jiang Xun's shoulder, faltered slightly. Lin Wanqing's eyes, hidden behind her glasses, flickered with a flash of unnoticed astonishment and pride. The entire room descended into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Lin Xiaoyang's heavy breaths from the exertion. She buried her flushed face deeply into the crook of her arm, maintaining the split position on the cold floor, too embarrassed to look up, wishing she could vanish into a crevice. Everyone was taken aback by this final blow, their gazes instinctively shifting towards the head of the dining table, awaiting the languid emperor to render his verdict on this clumsy yet astonishing performance. Jiang Xun reclined lazily against the soft pillow prepared for him by Mu Qingxue, a playful smile gracing his lips, appearing even more profound under the dim light. He neither praised nor criticized. Instead, he leisurely set down his wine glass, his gaze sweeping over the array of translucent fruit on the table. Ultimately, his fingers paused, plucking a plump longan. Goodness, this foolish bodyguard possesses some merit after all. The contrast from utter clumsiness to sheer professionalism was 100 times more intriguing than the meticulously choreographed dance of a flight attendant. Jiang Xun chuckled inwardly. Since there had been a performance, a reward was due. He flicked his finger, sending the Longan soaring through the air in a parabolic arc as precise as if calculated, landing squarely in the small nest formed by Lin Qianyang's arm, which was buried in embarrassment. The Longan rolled slightly, settling in the warmth of her arm. "This is for you," Jiang Xun said blandly. Su Qingyu and Mu Qingxue were taken aback, completely unprepared for Jiang Xun's unconventional conclusion to the farce. Lin Qianyang shuddered, acutely aware of the round, warm Longan pressing against her skin through her thin t-shirt. That sensation was hotter than a 1,000-pound boulder, causing her heart to constrict tightly. Just as everyone anticipated Jiang Xun to take further action, perhaps instructing her to pick it up and eat it, or uttering something more derogatory, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jiang Xun gently swayed the glass in his hand, a fleeting haze in his eyes momentarily expanding. The sense of amusement and control he once possessed ebbed away like the retreating tide, and his brow furrowed ever so slightly. He set down the wineglass. His body weakened, and without any forewarning, he fell backward. He entirely succumbed to slumber in the embrace of Mu Qingxue behind him, most of his form resting upon the arm of Su Qingyu on his left. This abrupt turn of events rendered the atmosphere once again frozen. Mu Qingxue immediately sensed the weight upon her shoulder, along with the man's intoxicating blend of alcohol and unique pheromones radiating warmth. Su Qingyu, too, was caught off guard by this sudden burden, her body tilting slightly as Jiang Xun's profile pressed against the breathtaking softness of her chest. They both realized simultaneously that Jiang Xun was genuinely intoxicated. His breathing had become heavy and steady, devoid of the previous teasing languor. The gazes of the two leading ladies met for an instant in the air. In a flash, they shifted from vying for affection to crisis management mode. "The gentleman is drunk." Mu Qingxue's voice remained cool, yet now held an undeniable resolve. "Let us assist him to the master bedroom. I shall lend a hand." Su Qingyu immediately set aside her flirtatious demeanor, her fox-like face alight with seriousness as she spoke, adjusting her position to prepare to help Mu Qingxue lift Jiang Xun. Just then, an exuberant voice, disregarding the gravity of the situation, pierced the momentary silence like a thunderclap. "Let me do it." Lin Xiaoyang, still on the ground, suddenly lifted her head, her almond eyes devoid of any shame or grievance, replaced instead by a treasure-seeking brilliance. She scrambled to her feet with the agility of a cheetah. "I can finally embrace Brother Sun's thigh." This naive, unguarded exclamation instantly detonated the tense and ambiguous atmosphere. The entire room went rigid. Mu Qingxue's movements to rise froze, her expression chilling in an instant as her icy gaze pierced toward Lin Xiaoyang. "This foolish girl." Su Qingyu, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, her laughter shaking her frame. "Oh my goodness, this little tiger." At the opposite end of the dining table, Lin Wanqing held her forehead in despair, her eyes, framed by her glasses, reflecting utter hopelessness. "It's over. Completely over. This sister of mine has truly come to undermine me." Amidst the complex gazes of everyone present, Lin Xiaoyang, like a jubilant little wild boar, disregarded all reactions and scampered toward her coveted prize. Chapter 61. I can finally embrace Brother Sun's thigh? Mu Qingxue instinctively wanted to reprimand, but upon glimpsing Jiang Xun's unusually tranquil sleeping visage under the light, she ultimately swallowed her words. Su Qingyu was delighted and loosened her grip, mischievously saying to Lin Xiaoyang, "All right, little wildcat, this honorable task is entrusted to you. Hold on tight. If you drop Brother Sun, you won't be able to compensate for it. I promise to complete the task." Lin Xiaoyang puffed out her chest and saluted in a rather awkward manner. With Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu each supporting one of his arms, Lin Xiaoyang successfully crouched down and carefully, yet excitedly, embraced Jiang Xun's legs. The moment she made contact, she felt not legs, but two pillars of steel brimming with explosive power. Even through the luxurious fabric of his trousers, she could distinctly sense the firm and muscular contours of his calves, radiating an astonishing warmth that seemed to ignite the air. A surge of heat coursed from her palms, along her arms, and straight to the crown of her head. Lin Xiaoyang's cheeks flushed instantly, bubbling with happiness, as if she were holding the world's most precious treasure. With the collective effort of everyone, Jiang Xun was lifted, and they proceeded step by step towards the master bedroom on the second floor. Lin Xiaoyang, holding on to Jiang Xun's legs, brought up the rear, her smile stretching from ear to ear, exuding a blissful foolishness. However, as they walked, she felt her abdomen pressed against a hard, cylindrical object. That object was nestled in Jiang Xun's pocket. Huh? Her innocent eyes brimmed with curiosity as she instinctively glanced down. Why does Brother Sun have a bottle tucked in his pocket? She pondered. Even when drunk, he doesn't forget to take a bottle with him? Truly, Brother Sun's drinking capacity is unfathomable. Upon reaching the master bedroom, they collectively placed Jiang Xun on the enormous bed, spacious enough for 5 or 6 people to lie down comfortably. Mu Qing Snow, as the nominal hostess, calmly directed the proceedings, promptly instructing the servants to bring warm water and towels. She cast a glance at Su Qingyu, who had contributed significantly tonight and was now gazing eagerly at Jiang Xun. This evening, Su Qingyu had undoubtedly embodied the essence of allure. The delicate, gossamer black dress she wore appeared even more disheveled amidst the earlier chaos. A few strands of hair sticking to her flushed cheeks, and her enchanting fox-like eyes shimmered with a captivating glimmer, stripped of any deliberate seduction, leaving only pure infatuation and yearning. Mu Qing Snow exhibited the poise of a matriarch, her voice cool and composed as she spoke. You've worked hard tonight. After a brief pause, she added, stay to take care of the gentleman. In an instant, disbelief lit up Su Qingyu's eyes as she turned sharply towards Mu Qing Snow, seemingly seeking confirmation that she had not misheard. Mu Qing Snow did not glance back at her, simply turning to Lin Chaiyang and the others, stating, you may return now. Yes, Ms. Mu. The group, understanding the cue, bowed and took their leave. Lin Wanqing seized her sister, who was still entranced by Jiang Xun, nearly dragging her out. Sister, what are you doing? I haven't seen enough yet. Lin Chaiyang protested softly, reluctant to depart. Be quiet. Lin Wanqing squeezed out 2 words between her teeth, feeling her temples throb once more. The door closed gently with a soft click, as if a switch had been flipped, isolating her from the clamor and scrutiny of the outside world. In the opulent emptiness of the master bedroom, only 2 sounds remained. One was the steady, rhythmic breathing of the man on the bed. The other was the drumming heartbeat of Su Qingyu, as if it were about to leap from her chest. She stood frozen in place, hesitant to approach him immediately. The air was thick with a peculiar, intoxicating fragrance. It was the assertive aroma of 30-year-old Mutai lingering on Jiang Xun, mingled with the crisp, clean scent of his post-bath masculinity and a hint of Mu Qingshua's icy, pine-like fragrance. These 3 scents intertwined into an invisible web that enveloped Su Qingyu, leaving her feeling weak in the knees and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress the fluttering in her heart and stepped lightly towards the expansive bed, as stealthy as a cat on the prowl. The bedside lamp was set to the softest warm yellow, its light cascading like flowing water, enhancing the breathtaking allure of the battle attire she had meticulously chosen for the evening. It was a gossamer dress, delicate as a cicada's wing, more a veil of mist than a garment. Amidst the earlier chaos of aiding Jiang Xun, her already loose straps had slipped, revealing her smooth, fair shoulders and exquisite collarbone. The allure beneath the skirt was tantalizingly obscured, her long, slender legs, veiled by the mist, inviting a deeper exploration than complete exposure could provide. Sun Gu, you truly are. She gazed longingly at Jiang Xun's sleeping visage, unconsciously murmuring in a northeastern dialect. As he slept, Jiang Xun shed the languid yet imposing aura he usually exuded. His chiseled features appeared exceptionally handsome under the gentle light, long, thick eyelashes casting a tranquil shadow upon his eyelids, and his slightly parted lips bore an unconscious sensuality. He resembled a dormant volcano, harboring a potent energy capable of incinerating all, yet exuding only the most primal and awe-inspiring masculine allure. Su Qingyu's heart raced even faster. She leaned in, extending her slightly trembling fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, yearning to touch his cheek and feel that warmth that belonged solely to her. Yet, when her fingertips were merely a centimeter from his skin, they halted abruptly. As she found herself caught in a dilemma, her heart waging a silent war. Those eyes she believed to be in deep slumber opened slowly, without the slightest hint of drunken haze or confusion. In the warm glow of the lamp, they were as clear as water, deep as the night sky, and bore a familiar, teasing smile. Su Qingyu's body froze, her mind blank in an instant. He isn't drunk. The moment the thought flitted through her mind, a powerful arm shot out like lightning, encircling her slender waist. Oh, Chapter 62, Pretending to be drunk? This maneuver deserves full marks. She exclaimed in surprise, caught completely off guard, feeling an overwhelming force enveloping her. Her world spun uncontrollably, and she lost her balance, tumbling into a warm and solid embrace. Her nose collided forcefully with his firm chest, the intoxicating blend of alcohol and hormones invading her senses with an unprecedented intensity. Jiang Xun remained silent, holding her tightly in his embrace. One of his arms was firmly wrapped around her waist, while the other delicately threaded through her cascading black hair. Gently caressing the back of her head, as if soothing a startled kitten, she stood there, dazed, pressing herself against Jiang Xun's chest, too afraid to move, surrendering to the chaotic pounding of her rebellious heart. Sun, you're not drunk, are you? She stammered, her voice trembling. Jiang Xun's deep, soft chuckle resonated above her, sending delightful shivers through her eardrums. What do you think? I think you're the worst. Su Qingyu snapped back to reality, both shy and indignant, playfully thumping his chest with her small fist. The gesture was less of a strike and more of a tender display of affection. She lifted her head, her enchanting fox-like face adorned with a mix of pouting and indignation. You big liar. You tricked both me and Mu Qingxue. Were you just watching us make fools of ourselves? Jiang Xun did not respond, merely gazing at her in silence. His eyes were profound, seemingly capable of penetrating through all her carefully crafted allure, reaching deep into the recesses of her soul. Under such an intense gaze, Su Qingyu found herself unable to articulate the seductive tactics she had prepared, which could have enamored any man. The atmosphere slowly simmered in quietude. Time passed, though she could not discern how long, until Su Qingyu let down her guard, pressing her cheek against his warm chest once more, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Her voice, tinged with an unprecedented weariness and confusion, emerged softly. Some good, do you know? Ever since I was little, my parents have treated me like a social weapon. I learned to dance, arrange flowers, practice tea ceremonies, and how to smile in a way that men adore, learning the art of conversation to bring them joy. They said that as a daughter of the Su family, I must be the most striking one in Binhai, destined to walk the pinnacle of life with the most handsome husband. Jiang Xun remained silent, tightening his embrace around her. He sensed the girl in his arms trembling slightly. I navigate those so-called high society circles, wearing a mask, uttering falsehoods. Everyone praises me, Su Qingyu, for my versatility and charm, calling me the media queen of Binhai. Su Qingyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, her voice carrying a hint of sorrow. Yet none of them are aware that my heart feels as desolate as a wide-open road, devoid of warmth. I long to simply love someone, yet I find myself incapable. I am adept only at scheming, at tugging at the strings of emotions, employing learned tactics to probe and observe the reactions of others. For beyond these machinations, I am nothing. She lifted her head, her fox-like eyes, always glinting with mischief, now shimmering with a pure, fragile vulnerability. Sun Gu, am I particularly dull? Jiang Xun remained silent for a considerable time, his fingers unconsciously tracing the smooth, silken fabric of her gown, relishing its delicate, cool touch. Then, with an unprecedented tone, laced with a hint of wistfulness, he slowly spoke. Do you know? Sometimes, I feel as though all of this is merely a dream. Su Qingyu shuddered, abruptly raising her gaze to him, disbelief etched across her features. Jiang Xun's eyes did not meet hers. Instead, they were drawn to the opulent crystal chandelier above, his expression seeming to transcend time and space, reaching towards a distant, unattainable realm. In this world, it feels as though I have suddenly acquired everything, wealth, status, and you all. His voice was soft, as if narrating a tale that bore no relation to himself. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of being a mere passerby, propelled by an overwhelming, invisible force. I am passively accepting, passively choosing. I do not know when this overly beautiful dream will abruptly awaken me. This was the first time he revealed to someone in this world the profound unease and solitude that lay deeply buried beneath his languor and control as a traveler. He lowered his gaze, refocusing on Su Qingyu's eyes, which were filled with astonishment. His expression grew intensely earnest. But from you, from Mu Qingxue, from everything within this home, it is only then that this dream begins to feel tangible. It is because of you that I first entertained the thought of not wanting to awaken. Boom. His words resonated like a thunderclap in Su Qingyu's mind. She was utterly stunned. She had envisioned countless possibilities. Imagined Jiang Xun would mock her naivety, employ stronger methods to train her, or treat it as a new form of amusement. However, she had never anticipated that this man, seemingly divine in his perfection, would unveil such a fragile, genuine side of himself. It turned out he too experienced unease. It turned out he too felt loneliness. It became clear that in his heart, she was not merely one of many trophies, but rather the anchor that prevented him from waking from this dream. An unprecedented surge of tumultuous emotion instantaneously shattered all of her psychological defenses. It was not the ecstasy of conquest, nor the joy of winning a game, but rather an exquisite sensation of being needed, recognized, and regarded as a soul's sanctuary. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Qingyu's face, resembling a string of broken pearls. She summoned every ounce of strength within her to embrace Jiang Xun tightly, burying her face deeply in the crook of his neck, as if she intended to draw him back from the ethereal realm of dreams into the embrace of reality itself. Moments later, a familiar, mischievous smirk graced Jiang Xun's lips once more. In a hushed, raspy voice meant solely for her ears, he leaned in close and whispered, "So, what splendid performance do you have prepared to make this dream feel a touch more authentic?" Chapter 63, Level 2 Family Head, The Destiny Treasure Vault Unveiled. The following morning, Su Qingyu let out a soft murmur, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterflies before she gradually opened her eyes. A sensation of soreness and fatigue coursed through her limbs, yet it was overshadowed by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and tranquility. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of masculine pheromones mingling with her own sweet rose fragrance, further enriched by a hint of the assertive aroma of Mao Dai, creating a uniquely intoxicating essence that made her heart race and cheeks flush. In the master bedroom, chaos reigned upon the luxurious carpet. The delicate silk gown she had meticulously chosen lay discarded at the foot of the bed, resembling shattered butterfly wings. One black stiletto stood forlornly, while its counterpart lay toppled not far away, in a disheveled state. On the bedside table, a half-consumed champagne flute leaned precariously, its golden liquid staining a small patch of the expensive Persian carpet, leaving behind a sticky residue. The silk sheets of the grand bed were crumpled as if a fierce storm had swept through, and at the heart of the tempest were the entwined forms of two individuals. The covers barely concealed them to the chest, exposing their smooth shoulders. Su Qingyu lay on her side, resembling an octopus as she clung to Jiang Xun with all her limbs. Her fox-like face, usually adorned with intricate makeup, was now bare, revealing a pure and innocent girl-like quality. A few damp strands of black hair clung to her smooth forehead, her sleeping visage tranquil and content. Jiang Xun was already awake. Leaning against the headboard, one arm pressed under Su Qingyu's head as a pillow, growing slightly numb, while the other held his phone, the cold glow illuminating his deep-set eyes. His fingers gently tapped the screen, and in the next moment, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Deep link established with special individual Su Qingyu. Current affection level, 100, unwavering devotion. Ding. Family reputation, 1000. Jiang Xun's fingertips glided across the screen, opening the official app named the Harmony Project. Under the Family Member section, he clicked the button to add a new member beneath the name of Mu Qingxue. In the Relationship category, he unhesitatingly selected the designation of concubine. Do you confirm adding Su Qingyu as your legitimate partner? Confirmed. As he completed the action, a small firework effect appeared on the app interface. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying your second partner. Your family's prestige and scale have reached the promotion standards. Ding. Special reward received. Destiny Dragon Jade X1. Jiang Xun's breath momentarily faltered. It had arrived. Current possession of Destiny Dragon Jade, 2 pieces. Detected that the host's level meets the requirements. Access to the Destiny Treasury has been unlocked. Ding. Congratulations, host, on being promoted to Level 2, Emerging Family Head. A host of new features have been unlocked. The Destiny Treasury is now available for you. A brand new icon, gleaming with a dark golden hue, appeared at the bottom of his system panel. Jiang Xun clicked on it without hesitation. A vast exchange interface, reminiscent of a starry sky, unfolded before him. Unlike the trivial items displayed on the novice shelves in the prestige marketplace, each product here radiated an alluring sheen capable of altering one's fate. Destiny Treasury, unlocked at Level 2. Available exchange items. Supreme Silver Kidney. Consumes Destiny Dragon Jade X2. Description. Can operate for 8 hours continuously. Immunity, Mundane Level. Consumes Destiny Dragon Jade X2. Description: reconstructs your immune and metabolic systems, enabling them to identify and decompose the vast majority of known toxins in the real world, including but not limited to snake venom, chemical agents, biological toxins, etc. Note: exercise caution when facing dimensional strikes. 1 cubic meter storage space. Consumes Destiny Dragon Jade X2. Description: acquire a 1 cubic meter storage space, independent of the real world. Accessible by thought, completely secure. Living beings cannot be stored. Jiang Xun's gaze was firmly fixed on the first item, the supreme silver kidney. Good heavens! Is this system mocking my bad luck, fearing I might never win the lottery, and presenting me with items available for purchase instead? It seems to truly understand a man's needs. He currently possessed 2 pieces of Destiny Dragon Jade, one awarded for marrying Mu Qingxue, and the other just obtained from securing Su Qingyu, perfectly poised to exchange for a top-tier item, should he choose to become an everlasting engine, solidifying his core competency as a top predator, or opt for immunity, adding a layer of protection in this unfamiliar world. Perhaps he should select the storage space for enhanced convenience. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, the octopus in his arms stirred. Su Qingyu tightened her long arms around him, like a playful cat, rubbing her cheek against his chest. Her voice, laced with the raspy, languid tone of someone just awakened, carried a hint of sleepiness. "Sungu, why are you up so early? Stay with me a little longer," she murmured, her eyes still closed, clearly not fully awake. Jiang Xun turned off the system panel and gazed down at her. The morning light streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, casting a golden halo atop her tousled hair. Her typically mischievous fox-like eyes were tightly shut, and the corners bore a hint of a rosy glow, rendering her particularly innocent. A mischievous thought flickered in Jiang Xun's mind. Clearing his throat, he adopted a formal tone. "What are you sleeping for? Get up and get to work." "Huh." Su Qingyu drowsily opened one eye. "What work?" Jiang Xun shook his phone, the screen displaying the family member page of the Tiana Project app. Her name was prominently listed beneath Mu Qingxue's, with 2 glaring words: concubine. "Here, I've just completed the formalities and stamped it," Jiang Xun remarked with a playful tone. "From now on, you are officially recognized as my person, Su Concubine." Su Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She stared at the phone screen, her mind momentarily blank. Then, an indescribable joy erupted within her, akin to a volcano bursting forth. She hardly registered the term concubine. What mattered to her was the recognition, the stamp, and the words Jiang Xun's person. "Oh my goodness!" she exclaimed, springing up from the bed, her blanket slipping away. Ignoring it, she lunged at Jiang Xun, cupping his face and planting a fervent kiss on him. "Sungu, you are simply wonderful. I adore you." Her face flushed with excitement. Resembling a child who had just received her beloved toy, she clung to Jiang Xun's neck, laughing and calling out, "I don't care about being a concubine. As long as I am with you, I would gladly be a firewood girl. Hee hee. I am now a recognized person too." Seeing her blissful demeanor, Jiang Xun shook his head in resignation. This woman had been lamenting her emotional emptiness and her tendency to scheme just the night before. Now, a mere title of concubine had brought her such joy. Truly, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Yet, such pure happiness seemed to possess a certain infectious charm. All right. You're slobbering all over me," Jiang Xun complained, pushing her head away. However, Su Qingyu clung even tighter, hanging on to him and playfully speaking in her northeast dialect. No, Sungu, you are my deity. I promise to behave and strive for an official position soon." Jiang Xun found himself at her mercy, resigned to her whims. Chapter 64. 12 million for my goods worth 200? Observing her delight as if she had gained a tremendous advantage, Jiang Xun couldn't help but find it amusing. Just the night before, she had been tearfully lamenting her emptiness and scheming nature. Now, the title of concubine had transformed her into such a jubilant spirit. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Nevertheless, such pure joy seems to possess a certain contagious charm. Enough. I am drenched in saliva." Jiang Xun disdainfully nudged her forehead. "Oh my." Su Qingyu appeared to be jolted awake, abruptly springing away from Jiang Xun, slapping her forehead. "Brother Sun, I just remembered something. Last night was so exhilarating that I completely forgot the important matter." As she spoke, she leaped off the bed barefoot, disregarding the quilt that slipped away, revealing her exquisite form outlined by the morning light. The faint red marks left from last night's fervent escapade adorned her flawless skin like crimson plum blossoms in the snow, enhancing her allure instead of diminishing it. Adding an exquisite charm befitting a conqueror, Jiang Xun observed her frantically rummaging through her pile of tattered clothing, unable to suppress his curiosity. What is the rush about? A treasure, Su Qingyu exclaimed, not bothering to turn her head, her voice bubbling with excitement. She carefully retrieved an exquisite velvet box from her limited edition Hermes bag. Brother Sun, close your eyes. She mysteriously dashed back to the bedside, concealing the box behind her. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, merely watching her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, Su Qingyu chuckled sheepishly, abandoning the elaborate sense of ceremony, and directly opened the box, presenting it to Jiang Xun. Tada! Brother Sun, look. This is the treasure I procured for you. Within the box lay a small, ancient-looking vial, entirely black. At the sight of the vial, Jiang Xun's pupils constricted slightly. This vial, how does it resemble this stamina recovery potion, small, from my system's shop that costs 200 reputation points? Oblivious to Jiang Xun's changing expression, Su Qingyu continued to boast in her northeast dialect. Brother Sun, do not underestimate this item. The underground black market in Jinling City has gone mad for it. They say it's a miraculous elixir, capable of enabling men to, allowing them to engage in 100 rounds in a day. A captivating blush crept over her fox-like face, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It's incredibly expensive. Just this small vial has skyrocketed to 10 million in the black market. I was worried that your family might grow too large for it to suffice. So I pulled some strings and spent 12 million to get you this bottle. It's said to be authentic, with astonishing potency. Jiang Xun's expression turned peculiar. What? Isn't this the very thing for my system for 200 reputation points? 12 million? Is this girl trying to make a fool of someone? No, wait. Jiang Xun's mind raced. He recalled the other day when Mu Qingxue had boldly taken dozens of recovery potions to execute the monarch plan. Thus, this so-called miraculous elixir from the black market was merely bait released by Mu Qingxue. Then, this bait was swiftly turned around, costing Su Qingyu a staggering 12 million to acquire it. The funds have nearly cycled back, approaching a closed loop. Jiang Xun gazed at Su Qingyu's expression, one brimming with a desire for praise, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Without exposing the truth, he curiously inquired, "This item is so sought after. The seller must be rather enigmatic, wouldn't you agree?" Indeed. Su Qingyu's chin nearly reached the heavens as she wore a look of triumph, as if he had inquired of the right person. I have done my research. This seller is elusive, rarely making an appearance. Moreover, they have a rather formidable rule. She waggled a finger for emphasis. They do not accept cash. Jiang Xun feigned surprise. Their public stance is that cash no longer satisfies them. Su Qingyu lowered her voice, adding an air of mystery. What they desire are the original shares of Tianqi Biotechnology. Tianqi Biotechnology is the core subsidiary of the company owned by Mu Qingxue. At this point, Su Qingyu's eyes gleamed as she leaned closer to Jiang Xun, infused with a hint of pride and self-importance. Brother Sun, let me tell you, this situation is not so simple. The word on the street is that a powerful figure is attempting to forcefully acquire Tianqi Biotechnology. She scoffed, her tone laced with disdain for Mu Qingxue and confidence in her own abilities. Just wait and see. Qingxue might find herself ousted by this backroom overlord any day now. Rest assured, if Qingxue truly falters, I shall take care of you. She thumped her impressively ample chest, exuding a grandiose demeanor. Jiang Xun observed the cleverness etched across her face and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This naive girl was here analyzing the situation as if she had it all figured out. Little did she know that the Mu Qingxue she spoke of as faltering was, in fact, the mastermind orchestrating this capital storm. The miraculous remedy she had extravagantly purchased was merely a clearance sample from the company. Jiang Xun looked at Su Qingyu's face, which was filled with a desire for praise and an air of self-importance, and he felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. He certainly wouldn't expose the absurdity of the 12 million spent on bait. He reached out, pinching her slightly flushed cheek from excitement, his tone carrying just the right amount of commendation. Well done, Su Xiaojia. You've got quite the audacious spirit and talent. This light praise struck Su Qingyu like a thunderbolt, overwhelming her with delight. Oh my, brother Sun, she exclaimed, collapsing into his embrace like a boneless cat. clinging to his arm and playfully using a thick northeast accent to affectionately plead. For you, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. You can confidently entrust me with the logistics at home. I promise to manage it all with clarity and precision. She thumped her chest, her expression radiating ambition, as if she could already envision her glorious future, elevated by her formidable logistical prowess. Jiang Xun nonchalantly nodded, allowing her to indulge for a while before sending her on her way. He needed to catch up on sleep. His dark circles were nearly dragging on the floor. All right, Sun Gu. Su Qingyu, satisfied, planted a big kiss on his face before swaying her hips, humming a cheerful tune, and happily retreated to her room for a beauty nap. As he watched her disappearing figure, the smile on Jiang Xun's face gradually faded. He turned and entered the study, shutting the heavy wooden door behind him. The world instantly fell silent. Jiang Xun settled into the spacious executive chair, leaning back, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind. The familiar system panel, radiating cold streams of data, silently unfolded before him. At the top, the golden title of Level 2, Emerging Patriarch, emanated a subtle aura of authority. Below the panel, the recently activated dark golden icon named Destiny Treasury resembled a dormant star, brimming with enticing mysteries. His gaze fixated on the first item displayed in the treasury interface. Supreme version of Silver Kidney. The description was a mere line. Sustainable operation for 8 hours. Simple, crude, yet precisely struck at the core need of him as the apex predator of this world. Jiang Xun's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the smooth mahogany desk, producing a gentle, rhythmic sound. In his hand, he held 2 immensely precious Destiny Dragon Jades. These were his strategic trump cards against greater crises ahead, a form of absolute hard currency. Directly exchanging for a kidney would provide an immediate and coveted enhancement, yet it would also strip him of all strategic flexibility in an instant. His past life as a corporate worker had honed his risk awareness, making him instinctively resist such all-or-nothing behavior. One should not place all their eggs in one basket. Moreover, he disliked the sensation of being subjected to a fixed price by the system. Jiang Xun's gaze shifted from the Destiny Treasury to the remaining 1,000 points of family reputation he possessed, to wager that insignificant reputation score for an ethereal lottery probability. Trading with a definite cost for assured gains, that is commerce. Seeking excessive rewards with uncertain costs, that is a game. And he relished the exhilarating feeling of manipulating fate at his fingertips. System, initiate the lottery wheel. Without hesitation, he poured all his remaining reputation points in a single bold move. Ding. Commencing bulk lottery draw. The wheel spun at an unprecedented speed, transforming into a blur of light. Jiang Xun's reputation points plummeted like a floodgate unleashed. 500, 200. Meanwhile, the system's notification echoed frantically in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 yuan in cash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of the supreme version of Silver Kidney X1. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Xun's breath involuntarily slowed. His gaze was fixed intently on the progress bar of the fragments. Just one piece remained to reach 910. Moreover, only a mere 100 points of reputation were left. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. As his final points dwindled to nothing, the wheel gradually came to a halt. Time seemed to stretch in that instant. Finally, a chime echoed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Silver Kidney Supreme Edition Fragment X1. It was accomplished. Another chime followed. Congratulations, host. You have gathered 10 fragments. Would you like to synthesize the Silver Kidney Supreme Edition? Without hesitation, Jiang Xun chose to confirm. The moment he spoke, an indescribable, magma-like warmth erupted violently from the location of his kidneys. The force was immense, pure, and overwhelming. The warmth swiftly spread through his limbs and bones, cleansing every corner of his body. He could distinctly hear every cell within him rejoicing in greedy ecstasy. Nourished by this incredible power, a sense of strength, an unprecedented sensation of power surged forth from the depths of his being, as if it were about to burst forth from his very flesh. However, just at the pinnacle of this physiological climax, when his senses were heightened to their utmost limits, an even deeper, colder void, an emptiness stemming from his soul, unexpectedly surged into his consciousness. Chapter 65. So what comes next? It was a silence found at the pinnacle of the world, only to discover an empty expanse surrounding him. It was the bewilderment felt after achieving all short-term goals, only to suddenly lose direction. Jiang Xun slowly rose and approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the streets teemed with life. The world was filled with vibrant colors and sounds. Yet, all of this appeared to him as though viewed through an invisible barrier. Dazzling yet unreal, like a dream too vivid to be true. He murmured softly, as if questioning himself, or perhaps the world itself. So what comes next? For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a longing for Wenwan. This vessel, filled with desire, now felt so empty that echoes could be heard within. The fragrances of rouge and powder were overwhelming. The sensations of silk and wine were overly indulgent. It was time. He should visit Wenwan, to listen to her play, using the ancient melodies to cool this still scorching body. Moreover, he could equally cleanse his heart, tainted by the mundane, with the pure aroma of her scholarly essence. At that moment, a low hum of vibration shattered the silence of the study. His phone rang. Jiang Xun picked it up, and the screen displayed a line of cold, stark text. Dragon Nation Male Health and Safety Authority. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow slightly. He swiped the screen and answered the call. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. A woman's voice emanated from the other end, devoid of any emotion, resembling an AI synthesis, cold and solemn. This is the Dragon Nation Male Health and Safety Authority. We are formally notifying you. According to Article 17, Clause 3 of the Male Health Protection Act, male citizens must undergo a comprehensive health examination conducted by a state-appointed A-level medical team within 72 hours of legally registering a second partner. This is to ensure the long-term health and stability of your life and to establish the highest standard health records for the subsequent family continuation plan. This is a directive of the highest priority under the Tiano Plan, which is non-negotiable and non-deferrable. The term health examination instantly evoked unpleasant memories from his previous life. For the sake of a trivial company's entry examination, he had to rise at 5 in the morning, queue for hours in a crowded, noisy hospital lobby reeking of disinfectant, packed like sardines in a can. Finally, he was hastily attended to by expressionless doctors who spent merely 3 minutes on him. The thick and blunt needle for blood extraction left him grimacing in pain. That sense of embarrassment and helplessness, typical of an ordinary worker, seemed to linger as if it were yesterday. Yet now, health examinations had transformed into a state-mandated privilege. What a stark contrast. This overwhelming disparity heightened his sense of unreality. The medical team will arrive at your residence in 2 hours. Please prepare accordingly. The official voice concluded, hanging up the phone without waiting for Jiang Xun's response. He set down his mobile device and gazed out the window, the profound emptiness from his soul somewhat alleviated by this surreal phone call. He found himself curious. What would such a privileged health examination in this world entail? Meanwhile, in the office of the First People's Hospital of Jinling City, the atmosphere was tense. Zhang Haiping, the nearly 60-year-old director with graying hair, paced anxiously in his office, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Director, you called for me? His trusted assistant, Li Na, entered cautiously, inquiring. Look. Zhang Haiping pointed at the terminal, his voice trembling. It's Jiang Xun. That Jiang Xun. Li Na's complexion turned pale in an instant. As the director's assistant, she certainly understood the implications of this name. Is it related to the mandatory health examination task for his registration of a second partner? What else could it be? Zhang Haiping plopped back into his chair, feeling a throbbing headache. The authority has directly assigned the task to our hospital. A-level medical team. Highest specifications. What on earth is this? The news had already spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy throughout the entire hospital. Conducting a medical examination for the national treasure Jiang Xun transcends a mere medical task. It has become akin to a super lottery. Zhang Haiping, feeling a surge of agitation, tugged at his tie while briefing Li Na on the context. More as a means to alleviate his own mounting pressure. In the entire population of 9 million in Jinling, there are only a little over 900 registered males. Among the golden age group of 18 to 24, the number of healthy males dwindles to fewer than 100. This Jiang Xun is the brightest jewel atop the pinnacle. If she were to lose a single hair, the entire hospital would tremble in unison. Li Na lowered her voice, adding, Director, I heard that last year a nurse from the central hospital, due to a similar assignment, experienced a fleeting romance with a prominent figure from the Tianhong group, leaving everyone envious. How dare you mention that? Zhang Haiping slammed his hand on the table. Because of these ridiculous rumors, my phone is on the verge of exploding. the Li family from the south of the city, the Zhao family from the north, and several leaders from the municipality are all behaving as if they've lost their minds, trying to get their relatives among the hospital nurses included in the list of accompanying nurses for this mission. He rubbed his aching temples, his face reflecting a sense of despair. I cannot afford to offend anyone. Lina cautiously inquired, what should we do then? Zhang Haiping paced around the office a couple of times before abruptly halting, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Since I cannot offend anyone, I shall grant no favors to anyone. Relay my orders. The selection of accompanying nurses for this mission will be determined by a public lottery. Compile a list of all nurses under 30, unmarried, and rated A or above in their performance assessments from every department. We shall draw lots in front of all department heads. Lina was taken aback. A lottery? Such a significant task to be decided in such a haphazard manner? Observing the astonishment on his assistant's face, Zhang Haiping smirked. This is what we call fairness, justice, and transparency. Whoever is drawn, that is their fate. It is the will of heaven. No one shall attempt to pull any strings here. If anything goes awry, it cannot be blamed on me, Zhang Haiping. Half an hour later, the largest conference room in the hospital was filled to capacity. The directors of various departments sat with grave expressions. Outside the conference room, the corridor was packed with young nurses who had rushed in upon hearing the news, each straining their necks, their eyes brimming with tension, anticipation, and ambition. Before the watchful eyes of the entire hospital, Zhang Haiping personally carried a sealed lottery box onto the podium. Clearing his throat, he delivered a solemn speech on fairness and justice into the microphone. Following this, under the gaze of dozens of eyes, he reached into the lottery box. The entire venue fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Zhang Haiping slowly extracted a folded slip of paper. As he gradually unfolded it, a fleeting moment of astonishment crossed his otherwise stern face upon recognizing the name inscribed on the paper. She instinctively lifted her head and cast a glance at the audience, seemingly searching for something. Zhang Haiping took a deep breath, suppressing the flicker of astonishment, and restored her expression to one of serene composure. Grasping the microphone, she spoke in an authoritative, businesslike tone, announcing the name that left all the ambitious individuals astounded. The nurse accompanying this task is... She paused, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. From the general inpatient department, the newly appointed nurse, and ran. Chapter 66, and ran. You have been selected, and ran. As this name was pronounced by the director and echoed throughout the conference room, the taut tension in the venue snapped. The earlier cacophony of conjectures was abruptly silenced, giving way to a profound stillness. Hundreds of gazes, filled with shock, disbelief, jealousy, and disdain, converged like a multitude of searchlights upon the most inconspicuous corner of the room. There sat a young girl clad in a slightly oversized nurse's uniform, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. She was Ran, a recent graduate who had transitioned from intern to full-time staff less than 3 months ago. With her introverted and unassuming nature, she was an intellectual powerhouse, almost devoid of presence in the esteemed Jinling First People's Hospital. At this moment, she was focused on her notes, pen in hand, diligently recording the director's speech, entirely oblivious to the fact that she had become the epicenter of the storm. It was not until a colleague nudged her sharply with an elbow that she dazedly lifted her head. Then, she was met with hundreds of eyes seemingly poised to devour her whole. And Rand's mind buzzed, instantly blank. What was happening? Had she said something wrong? Or was she seated in the wrong place? Amidst the myriad of envious and disdainful gazes, her colleagues half pushed, half pulled her onto the podium. Her hands and feet felt icy, as though she were a prisoner being led to the stand rather than a fortunate recipient of recognition. The director's face, devoid of any discernible emotion, remained strictly professional. Yet, in the fleeting exchange of glances as she handed and ran the task document, and Rand discerned a hint of complex, unspoken sympathy. Upon returning to the department, she was met with an atmosphere even more stifling than that of the conference room. Those colleagues and seniors who typically radiated kindness now regarded her with an inexplicable hostility. In the break room, whispers buzzed like flies. Why her? A mere newcomer. Who knows? Perhaps she has connections we are unaware of. Connections? I see it as sheer luck. With her clueless demeanor, not only is she unlikely to seize opportunities, but let's hope she doesn't bring embarrassment to our hospital in front of the national treasures. Anran was suffocated by this invisible isolation, and she plunged into the storage room where miscellaneous items were piled, locking the door behind her. Leaning against the cold metal cabinet, she gasped for breath. From the pocket of her white coat, she carefully retrieved a thick notebook that she cherished like a treasure. The cover of the notebook was somewhat frayed from frequent handling. Inscribed with elegant script that read core notes on advanced nursing with practical application manual. As she opened the notebook, she discovered it was filled with meticulously detailed professional nursing knowledge, richly illustrated and as comprehensive as a textbook. Remarkably, in the latter half of the notebook, various peculiar topics were summarized using different colored pens. Guidelines for interacting with the male god, inspired by the overbearing CEO's close companion. 30 examples of high emotional intelligence ice-breaking dialogues. How to assess male emotional fluctuations through micro-expressions, theoretical edition. 360 poses for encountering the male god in medical settings. Anren was indeed a studious individual, devoted to theory. She firmly believed that every problem in the world could be resolved through learning and summarization, leading to optimal solutions. She regarded this sudden task as a rare practical examination, a decisive battle that would determine her future destiny, entirely beyond her syllabus. Flipping through her notes, her fingers trembled slightly with anxiety as she began to sharpen her skills on the spot. VIP Health Check Procedures SOP. Reviewing the standards for collecting vital signs data, there could be no mistakes. Upon first meeting, one should smile to reveal 8 teeth, and eye contact should not exceed 3 seconds. Lest one appear aggressive. She recited these absurd strategies, derived from novels and magazines, nervously mouthing the words. Finally, her gaze settled on the first button of her nurse's uniform. After completing this ritual, she released a long breath, feeling prepared. Surely, nothing could go wrong now. Half an hour later, 3 sleek black vehicles, adorned with a golden caduceus emblem representing the nation's highest medical standards, slowly departed from the First People's Hospital of Jinling, under the watchful eyes of all medical staff. The interior of the central vehicle resembled a mobile precision medical station. Anren clutched a silver medical case, resembling a startled quail, rigidly seated on the leather chair. In her other hand, she tightly grasped a small piece of paper containing the distilled 3-step icebreaker she had just refined from hundreds of strategies. Outside the car window, the cityscape rushed past. Yet, Anren felt as though she were not heading to work, but rather being escorted to a coliseum where her fate would be decided. The convoy came to a halt in front of the villa at the academy. Jiang Xun lounged on the expansive leather sofa in the villa's living room, propping his chin on one hand, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on his cheek. He was waiting, anticipating a uniquely magical A-class health examination. This inevitably reminded him of his past life. To obtain a job offer with a monthly salary of 3,000, he had to rise at 5 in the morning to queue at the hospital. In the bustling and cacophonous hall, the pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the air, mingling with the groans of patients and the anxious quarrels of their families. He felt like a sardine trapped in a can, squeezed by the crowd, standing in line for hours, only to be hastily attended to by the expressionless doctors in a mere 3 minutes. The needle for blood extraction was thick and blunt, and the nurse, with a brusque manner, slapped his arm in impatience when she could not find a vein. The embarrassment and helplessness of an ordinary worker seemed like a distant memory. Now, however, a health check had become a privilege enforced by the highest state authorities. What a remarkable contrast. This stark disparity somewhat alleviated the void he felt within his soul. Curiosity stirred within him about what this privileged health check would entail in this world. Soon, a faint roar of engines echoed outside the villa. A medical team led by Zhang Haiping, the director of Jinling First People's Hospital, had arrived. The display was more akin to a reception for a head of state than a routine health check. 3 colossal, pitch-black vehicles glided silently to a stop before the villa. These were not ordinary ambulances. Rather, they were mobile medical fortresses built on heavy truck chassis, with angular designs that bore no unnecessary curves. Save for a golden caduceus emblem representing the pinnacle of national medical standards, glimmering coldly in the sunlight. There was no thunderous engine roar, only the low hum of electricity. The hydraulic side doors rose silently, revealing a cadre of experts and nurses clad in white uniforms. Each person wore a solemn expression, their movements synchronized as if they had undergone rigorous military training. At the forefront, Director Zhang stood at the entrance, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, maintaining a posture of utmost respect, hardly daring to breathe. Behind her, the nursing team presented a strikingly uniform sight. They were not merely a group of individuals. They formed a wall, an imposing barrier constructed of white and flesh tones. Without exception, they wore tailored white pencil skirts that seamlessly melded professionalism with feminine curves. Beneath the skirts, dozens of long, slender legs encased in high-quality stockings completed the ensemble. As they walked, the skirts swayed slightly, their synchronized steps causing a mesmerizing wave of stark white, undulating like golden-grain fields, yet as hard and cold as glaciers. Chapter 67. This health check seems quite improper, however, amidst that wall of white and flesh. Jiang Xun's gaze caught sight of an anomaly, an incongruous element, akin to a Samoyed mingling among a pack of huskies. The girl stood at the very end of the line, her head bowed so low that it seemed she wished to bury her chin in the crevice of her collarbone. She donned a nurse's uniform identical to those of her colleagues, a standard white-fitted skirt. Yet, the effect was starkly dissimilar. While the other nurses exuded professionalism and competence, she emanated a sense of discomfort, struggle, and silent lament. Particularly conspicuous was her upper body, where the fabric strained tightly against her form, each fiber seemingly groaning under the weight of its burden. The top button appeared to valiantly defend its position, precariously close to a dramatic rupture, as if it might launch itself like a projectile at any moment. Her innocent, youthful visage juxtaposed with the overwhelming pressure of her attire was almost absurd. The health examination commenced. The first procedure was venipuncture. Director Zhang cautiously glanced at Jiang Xun, inquiring with a tone of request, "Mr. Jiang, shall we begin the first item?" Upon receiving a casual nod from Jiang Xun, she promptly turned, her gaze sweeping across the nurse team behind her, ultimately settling on the most inconspicuous figure. "And Ran, you will perform this task." And Ran's body stiffened abruptly, her fingers clenching around the medical kit, knuckles whitening from the intensity of her grip. Taking a deep breath, she mentally reviewed the 36 examples of high emotional intelligence ice-breaking conversations from her notebook. Approaching Jiang Xun, she executed a rigid 90-degree bow, her voice quivering ever so slightly. "Mr. Jiang, your health records are the highest secret of the Dragon Kingdom. It is my utmost honor to serve you." Observing her theatrically rehearsed lines, Jiang Xun could not help but smile slightly. This nurse possessed a certain charm. Seeing him smile, and Rand felt a flicker of courage ignite within her. She opened the medical kit and retrieved the blood sampling tools, replaying in her mind the ultimate application of physical contact that she had circled thrice in red ink on the final page of her notes. Rather than directly grasping Jiang Xun's arm, she leaned slightly forward, gently encircling his forearm with her left arm, securing it snugly under her armpit. This posture necessitated close proximity. As she leaned in, the topmost button of her nurse's uniform suddenly bore an immense, unsustainable pressure. The contours of her form pressed firmly against Jiang Xun's solid arm muscle, the thin fabric leaving no space between them. All of Ran's focus was directed toward locating a vein, and her fair cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue due to her overwhelming nervousness and concentration. She continued to recite her lines softly. "Please rest assured, sir, my technique has been honed through thousands of simulated practices, and the needle will merely evoke the sensation of a gentle breeze." Jiang Xun was enveloped by the astonishing softness and elasticity emanating from the girl's arm, while the delicate scent of soap lingered at the tip of his nose. In stark contrast to the memory of a nurse roughly tapping his arm in search of a vein, an absurd yet delightful sensation welled up within him. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Xun inquired, "Is this how blood is drawn at your hospital?" And Rand's body stiffened momentarily, her entire demeanor tensing further. She resembled a primary school student responding to a teacher's question, not daring to lift her gaze, and answered in a tone imbued with a scholarly seriousness, "Yes, sir." Her voice carried a peculiar earnestness that seemed incongruous with the atmosphere surrounding them. According to Section 7 of Chapter 3 of the Premium Male Nursing Operations Manual, to ensure the physical and mental comfort of esteemed guests, a hugging fixation method should be employed during the procedure to minimize muscle tension. She paused, seemingly recalling the next regulation. In cases where the esteemed guest exhibits bodily displacement due to fear, the operator is permitted to moderately increase the area of physical contact, utilizing body weight for painless physical stabilization. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xun nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, what a ludicrous declaration. Who authored this manual? Truly a talent. Initially, it was a mere casual inquiry, but now, he thought, it was time for some first-hand experience to ascertain the reliability of this manual. Jiang Xun cleared his throat, slightly leaning backward, retracting his arm just a fraction, all the while donning a perfectly timed expression of apprehension. Ah, that needle seems rather reflective. I've been afraid of injections since childhood. At this, and Ran's composure shattered instantly. He moved. He moved. The esteemed guest had indeed exhibited bodily displacement due to fear. What to do? What to do? And Ran's mind raced. Her notebook's rule marked with 3 large red circles flashing through her thoughts. Utilize body weight for painless physical stabilization. Utilize body weight. Stabilization. Her cheeks flushed, hot enough to fry an egg. Increase the area of physical contact? How could she possibly do that? If she increased it further, she would practically be pressed against him. Nearby, Director Jiang and a group of experts felt their hearts leap into their throats. They could see clearly that Jiang Xun was deliberately teasing the young nurse. Director Jiang was in a frenzy of perspiration, frantically signaling and Ran to complete the blood draw without such rigidity. Yet, and Ran was lost in her thoughts, her mind consumed by her examination syllabus. Utterly oblivious to the director's signals. In her naive worldview, this was an additional question beyond the syllabus. Failing to answer would mean flunking. Failing meant elimination. No, and Ran, you are a professional. You have memorized so much theoretical knowledge for this very moment. You cannot falter. A surge of scholarly determination surged within her, gritting her teeth. And Ran steeled herself, ready to plunge into the challenge. She shifted her weight forward, her upper body leaning in even more. Sir, fear not. Her voice, tinged with a hint of crying due to overwhelming tension, nevertheless conveyed an air of professionalism. The manual dictates that I must enhance physical stability. I apologize. As she spoke, Jiang Xun felt a sudden, suffocating pressure on his arm, transforming the gentle touch into something far more intense. Chapter 68. The button's gallant sacrificed the girl. Her breath, quickening from anxiety, exhaled warm air that brushed against his skin. The clean scent of soap mingled with a faint hint of sweat, invading his senses. To make matters worse, the already precarious button finally succumbed to the pressure of her body. With a soft pop, it met its untimely demise. Oh no. Jiang Xun's mind was in turmoil. This little nurse was far too earnest. She truly followed the procedures to the letter, and Ran herself was taken aback. She could distinctly feel the constriction of fabric across her chest vanish abruptly. A sudden chill enveloped her. Stiffly, she lowered her gaze. The auxiliary support platform, once forcibly restrained, now clung to Jiang Xun's arm with unabashed intimacy, even slightly deformed by the pressure. And Ran's mind went blank, and she let out a short, sharp scream. Recoiling as if struck by lightning, landing unceremoniously on the floor, she instinctively covered her chest with her hands, her face flushed, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. On the verge of breaking down, the entire living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Dean Zhang felt as though he were on the brink of a heart attack. She closed her eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was no longer a medical mishap, but a case of personal harassment. The entire First People's Hospital of Jinling was likely doomed alongside that button. However, Jiang Xun's subsequent reaction left everyone astounded. Instead of anger, he regarded the flustered and Ran on the floor with keen interest. He picked up the fallen button, tossing it lightly in his fingers before extending his hand. Come now. His tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Your name isn't Rand, correct? Quite the diligent worker. Let's continue. The blood hasn't been fully drawn yet. And Rand stared up at Jiang Xun's outstretched hand, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. He wasn't angry? He even praised my dedication? Could it be that I answered this unexpected challenge correctly? Bewildered, she allowed Jiang Xun to pull her up and under Dean Zhang's urgent gaze. She tremulously completed the blood draw. As the needle was withdrawn, and Rand exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling as though she had triumphed in a world war. Yet, before she could fully savor her victory, Dean Zhang's emotionless voice echoed once more. Anrin, the nurse, prepared for the auscultation of cardiac function. A sudden buzz filled her mind. Auscultation? Instantly, the image of a crucial operation guide, marked in bold red with a skull icon, flashed through her thoughts. Precise localization of heart sounds and contingency plans for unforeseen contact. Anrin, run. Alarm bells rang in her mind, yet her body, obediently, began its preparations. She hastily retrieved a spare small chest pin from her medical kit, turning away as she clumsily attempted to secure her open blouse. The gesture was both awkward and endearing. Jiang Xun observed with a growing smile, finding her utterly charming. Taking several deep breaths, Anren finally turned around, holding the stethoscope. The cold metallic head immediately reminded her of another high-scoring tactic mentioned in her notes: stethoscope temperature adjustment method. She perceived this as a splendid opportunity to showcase her warmth and professionalism. There could be no room for error. Gripping the metal head tightly in her palm, she repeatedly warmed it with her hands before earnestly explaining to Jiang Xun, "Sir, direct contact might be too chilly, and I worry it may cause you discomfort." Jiang Xun thought to himself, "Good heavens, the level of service is impeccable. Who penned this nursing manual? I must find a way to acquire a copy for myself." Though he silently criticized, his face remained impassive, and he even cooperatively unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing a strong, flat chest. Anren cautiously brought her warmed stethoscope towards him, her expression intensely focused, as if she were defusing a delicate bomb. To locate the clearest point of the heartbeat detailed in her notes, she leaned forward significantly, nearly suspending her body over Jiang Xun. This posture naturally opened up a breathtaking view of the V-neckline, which had just been temporarily secured by the pin. With a slight upward glance, Jiang Xun could catch a glimpse of the deep, uncharted white valley enveloped by her white undergarment. My word, the scale of it is utterly unreasonable. Anren remained blissfully unaware, her fingertips gliding gently over Jiang Xun's pectorals in search of the optimal auscultation spot, while earnestly reporting her findings. "Sir, your pectoral muscle contours are distinctly defined, exhibiting remarkable elasticity, in accordance with the highest health standards." Jiang Xun nearly choked on his breath. Was this young woman a devil? Was this a health examination or a personal training session at the gym? Finally, Anren discovered the perfect auscultation point, gently pressing the stethoscope against his chest. Closing her eyes to listen intently, her serious demeanor resembled that of a musician savoring the nuances of a grand symphony. Moments later, she opened her eyes and continued her report in a tone filled with profound reverence. The gentleman's heartbeat was steady and powerful, akin to the stabilizing force of a divine needle, instilling an unparalleled sense of reassurance in the listener. Jiang Xun's fingers twitched slightly, as he felt himself on the verge of unraveling. "Reassured? My dear, if you continue like this, my sense of security will dissipate entirely." He sensed the warm sensation radiating from his chest, the girl's gentle breaths, and the dazzling beauty before him. The heat within him more intense than when he had first acquired the silver kidney the previous night. He silently mused, if it gets any warmer, it will truly ignite. Anren appeared thoroughly pleased with her work, even contemplating a change in position to listen to the sounds of his lungs. Just as her hand was about to reposition the stethoscope, Jiang Xun intervened, grasping her hand that held the instrument. Her hand was soft, slightly damp with nervous sweat. Anren was startled again, her entire being resembling a frightened rabbit, nearly jumping up. "Sir?" She lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes filled with confusion and panic. "What have I done wrong this time? The manual didn't specify this contingency plan." Jiang Xun observed her almost on the brink of tears and teasingly remarked, listening so intently, "I wonder." He paused, slowly articulating the latter part of his sentence. "Have you counted how many times my heart is beating right now?" Chapter 69. Have you counted how many times my heart is beating right now? As soon as Jiang Xun uttered these words, Anren's mind completely froze. Count heartbeats? I was so preoccupied with memorizing lines that I had no time to count. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they could bleed, and the stethoscope in her grasp was nearly deformed by her grip. I. She stammered for an eternity, unable to produce a single word. Nearby, Dean Zhang watched her blood pressure skyrocket, nearly reaching for a heart-saving pill on the spot. "My little ancestor. He's just teasing you. Speak up, for heaven's sake." She desperately conveyed signals through her gaze, but Anren was utterly disoriented, completely unable to receive them. Jiang Xun, amused by her near-tearful expression, relaxed and leaned back on the sofa. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. You may continue." How splendid. This question was finally managed to be navigated through. Yet, before she could exhale her breath of relief, Dean Zhang announced in a businesslike tone, "Mr. Jiang, the next step is a full-body ultrasound examination. You need to proceed to our medical vehicle, where the most advanced portable detection equipment awaits." After finishing his statement, Dean Zhang intended to personally guide Jiang Xun while also replacing Anren, the ticking time bomb. However, Jiang Xun completely disregarded him, pointing instead at the still-stunned Anren. "Let her come. I find her quite professional." Boom. Upon uttering those words, and Ran felt as though she had been thrust into the flames. The hopes of the entire institute, along with the lingering resentments of her senior colleagues, bore down upon her singularly. She guided Jiang Xun, taking hesitant steps as they exited the villa. Outside, the medical vehicle, resembling a mobile fortress, silently raised its side door. The interior, though modest in size, was replete with essential equipment. The cold, white medical panels gleamed with a metallic sheen, seamlessly integrating various incomprehensible precision instruments. At the center lay a multifunctional medical bed, beside which a screen began to display the vital signs data recently gathered from Jiang Xun. Jiang Xun obediently reclined on the medical bed, casually patting the space beside him. "Let us begin," Nurse and Ran, clutching the medical box, and Ran felt her legs quiver. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure as her mind raced through the relevant notes. Eureka! The standard procedure for VIP ultrasound examinations. Clearing her throat, she adopted a voice that trembled yet aimed for professionalism, beginning to recite the operational protocol. "Mr. Jiang, in order to ensure the ultrasound signals are not interfered with by fabric fibers, you will need to remove your outer garments and trousers, retaining only your fitted shorts." Upon uttering this line, and Ran felt as though she might collapse on the spot. Despite years of medical training and having helped countless individuals disrobe, the exaggerated male-to-female ratio in the world had left her with little experience. The last man she had attended to being a gentleman well into his 70s. Her heart raced in her chest. Jiang Xun lay there, hands spread innocently. Oh, I see. He wore a semblance of weakness, a feigned expression of having just undergone blood extraction, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I've just had blood drawn, and I'm feeling rather weak. Perhaps you could assist me?" And Ran's mind went blank with a resounding thud. Assist him in undressing? Where was that in the notes? This question was beyond the syllabus, dear teacher. Instinctively, she turned towards Director Zhang outside the vehicle for help, only to find his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, glaring at her with an expression that seemed to say, "If you falter, you're finished." Glancing back at Jiang Xun, she saw him regarding her with an amused expression, as if to say, "I knew you wouldn't dare." "No, and Ran, you are a theoretical prodigy. You cannot be defeated by such trivial practical difficulties. It's merely the removal of clothing. Just think of it as dressing a medical model." "Yes, he is but a model," and Ran fervently reassured herself. Then, with stiff legs, steeled her resolve and approached him. Her fingers trembled like those of a Parkinson's patient, quivering as they reached for Jiang Xun's shirt buttons. Each inadvertent brush against his warm skin sent electric shivers coursing through her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily. As she unfastened the shirt, it revealed his well-defined pectorals and abdominal muscles. Anren's face flushed deeper, and she found herself at a loss for where to direct her gaze. Next came the belt. With a sharp click, the metallic clasp resonated crisply in the quiet confines of the carriage, making her heart skip a beat. Finally, the zipper of his trousers loomed before her, a true test of endurance. Overcome with embarrassment, Anren felt as though she might faint. Summoning her courage, she closed her eyes, grasped the zipper's pull, and yanked it down haphazardly. Then, as if fleeing for her life, she clumsily assisted him in sliding his trousers down to his ankles. Having completed this daunting task, she immediately sprang back 2 meters, turning her back to Jiang Xun, gasping for breath. It was over, utterly over. She felt she would never be able to face anyone again. Jiang Xun watched her, resembling someone who had just disarmed a bomb, nearly bursting into laughter. This girl was simply adorable. He leisurely kicked off his trousers, donning only a pair of boxer shorts, and reclined lazily on the bed. "All right, Nurse Anren, shall we begin?" After several deep breaths, Anren slowly turned around. Upon witnessing Jiang Xun's fully revealed physique, she was once again rendered speechless. This man possessed an astonishingly sculpted body. His flat, firm abdomen boasted well-defined muscles, and 2 distinct lines trailed downwards, disappearing at the edge of his shorts. This was even more exaggerated than the protagonists on the covers of domineering CEO novels. Anren felt a warmth bloom in her cheeks. Hastily, she lowered her gaze and retrieved a bottle of cool coupling gel from the medical kit, her hands trembling like leaves in the wind. As she beheld the artwork that was Jiang Xun's abdomen, she struggled to swallow. Next step, Chapter 70. Report to the Dean. Target's energy level far exceeds Class A. She squeezed out a generous amount of the chilled transparent gel, carefully applying it to Jiang Xun's abdomen. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. and his body involuntarily quivered slightly. It was indeed quite cold. This reaction. In an instant, Anrin's scholarly instincts kicked in, and a soothing technique highlighted in red ink flashed through her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, "I apologize, sir. I should have warmed it with my body temperature first." Before her words had fully left her lips, she acted on impulse. Anrin placed her soft palm directly over the gel-coated area, her warm hand gently circling Jiang Xun's taut abdominal muscles, attempting to warm the icy surface with her own heat. Unbeknownst to her, whether from nervousness or something else, her palm continued to tremble faintly. This action became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Jiang Xun felt a surge of tingling electricity explode from his abdomen, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. Goodness, did this girl truly not understand, or was it an act? This was no act of comfort. It was clearly igniting a fire, and Ran remained oblivious, believing the temperature of the coupling agent was just right. She picked up the probe, focusing intently on the screen in search of the organ images. However, at that moment, she was taken aback to discover that the thin blanket covering Jiang Xun's lower body was gradually rising at an unmistakable angle, forming a small tent. It was over. This was a catastrophic failure, and Ran's face drained of color, her mind echoing only those words in a frenzied loop. The nerve she referred to as the top student overwhelmed all other emotions in a bizarre manner. This was an abnormal physiological response, one that required documentation. She quickly retrieved her treasured notebook and pen from her pocket, her expression unusually grave. In a tone reminiscent of reporting an academic discovery, she recorded clearly while vocalizing. During the examination, the subject exhibited a strong physiological response. The reaction was rapid and sustained. She paused to look up at Director Jiang, who was already dumbfounded outside the vehicle, and offered her professional assessment. Preliminary diagnosis. Energy levels exceedingly high, far exceeding grade A standards. A profound silence enveloped the room. Even Jiang Xun was momentarily stunned. Seconds later, he could no longer contain himself and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. This laughter shattered the frozen air. Awakening and ran from her peculiar academic state. She gazed at Jiang Xun, who was doubled over in laughter, then glanced at the absurd record in her notebook, slowly realizing what she had just done. The physical examination concluded in utter chaos. Director Jiang felt as though half her life had been expended in this encounter. She was preparing to assign the most experienced and beautiful chief physician in the hospital to serve as Jiang Xun's family health consultant to salvage the hospital's reputation. Yet Jiang Xun waved his hand, pointing at Ran, who was hiding in the corner, drawing circles and wishing to bury herself in the ground. He declared. Director Jiang, exasperated, responded, "Mr. Jiang, Ran is merely a nurse. If a nurse identifies an issue, reporting it to a doctor is equally valid, no?" Jiang Xun interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "I think she is quite good." He stepped in front of Ran and took out his phone. "Let us add each other as friends. From now on, my health will be entrusted to your records." Ran almost floated back to the hospital. Her mind was still a blank slate, as if it had been formatted, leaving only the image of Jiang Xun's ambiguous smile and the phrase, "From now on, my health will be entrusted to your records," playing in a continuous loop. Excitement, disorientation, and a trace of an indescribable social death after-effect lingered within her. As she stepped into the nurse's station, the previously bustling atmosphere fell abruptly into silence. Several gazes, akin to powerful spotlights, converged upon her, mingling jealousy, scrutiny, and unabashed aloofness. Our esteemed benefactor has returned," came a sharp and sardonic voice, that of Nurse Li, known for her acerbic remarks. "You've climbed the ladder. Do remember us mere mortals." Anrin clenched the hem of her garment. Her lips parted in an attempt to respond, yet words eluded her. She was entirely at a loss as to how events had spiraled into this predicament. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor approached, and the head nurse, Lu Li, strode over with a composed demeanor. Lu Li, in her mid-30s, was impeccably made up, but her slanted eyes and thin lips exuded an air of harshness. She always pressed her nurse's uniform to perfection, as if it were not a work outfit but rather her armor. With a resounding thud, she slammed a duty roster onto the table before Anrin, causing the pins in the holder to jolt. "Anrin," Lu Li's voice, though soft, carried an icy undertone. "The department is short-staffed." Xiao Wang and the others will be participating in the city marathon this weekend to bring honor to our hospital. You know how it is for the youth. Exercising is a blessing. A faint smile graced her lips as she pointed at the duty roster. You'll have to shoulder this shift. Anren's gaze fell upon the schedule, her pupils constricting in shock. From 5 this afternoon until 5 3 days hence. A staggering 72 hours of continuous duty. This was not merely scheduling. It was a blatant attempt to work her to the bone. Head nurse, Anren's voice was parched. This is against regulations. Regulations? Luli scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes. Regulations are rigid, but people are not. What? After a physical examination for Mr. Jiang, you think you've sprouted wings and can disregard departmental arrangements? I did not. Then endure it. Lu Li's voice rose sharply, her gaze dark enough to chill. Do not forget, you are not yet a permanent employee. There are only a few spots for that, so weigh your worth. The final words fell upon Anren like a bucket of ice water, leaving her feeling chilled to her core. Indeed, she was still not a formal staff member. All her efforts were aimed at securing a position in the finest hospital in the city. The eyes of her colleagues, akin to needles, pricked at her, causing her cheeks to burn with humiliation. Taking a deep breath, she swallowed her grievances and defiance, murmuring, "Yes, head nurse, I understand. That is good to hear." Luli replied with a satisfied huff, turning on her heels and strutting away like a victorious peacock. During the handover, her mentor, Sister Wang, was particularly perfunctory. Here are the patient files for beds 301 to 320. You can review them yourself. Sister Wang tossed a thick stack of medical records at her, her tone laced with impatience. It's nothing serious, just a change of medication and a few injections. Be diligent and make your rounds more frequently tonight. With that, she hurriedly changed her clothes and left for the day, leaving Anren no time to pose any questions. Chapter 71. Greetings, the walking tranquilizer syrup as night descended. The hospital corridor appeared interminably long under the harsh fluorescent lights, seemingly devoid of an end. The day's clamor faded away, leaving only the rhythmic beeping of machines and the distant, oppressive coughs from the wards. Anren pushed a heavy treatment cart, navigating through this silence. Her responsibilities included changing dressings, administering intravenous fluids, monitoring vital signs, and addressing emergencies. She had been assigned to the most arduous and unpleasant general surgery ward, where the patients had mostly just undergone surgery, presenting complex conditions with myriad demands. The elderly gentleman in bed 302 groaned throughout the night due to pain from his wound, requiring constant reassurance. The family of the patient in bed 307 was exceedingly demanding, summoning assistance every 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the child in bed 311 was burning with fever, wailing incessantly. Anren had to not only perform physical cooling measures, but also coax him into drinking water and taking his medicine. The immense pressure and overwhelming sense of solitude engulfed her like a tide. Leaning against the cold wall of the nurse's station, she felt as though she was on the brink of suffocation. Time passed, each second stretching endlessly. At 3 a.m, the hour when the human spirit is most fatigued and resolve most fragile, Anren completed her final task and dragged her leaden legs back to the deserted nurse's station. She collapsed onto the desk, utterly unwilling to move even a finger. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if glued shut, yet she dared not succumb to sleep. She feared that if she fell asleep, she might never awaken. In an effort to rouse herself, she took out her phone, hoping to distract her mind. As the screen illuminated, a WeChat notification appeared. X has accepted your friend request. You can now start chatting. The profile picture belonged to Jiang Xun. Against a simple, pure black background, the character for Sun was elegantly inscribed in cursive. Anren's heart skipped a beat. He accepted? In such chaotic circumstances, he still remembered this? This revelation was like a faint ray of light piercing through her world filled with darkness and fatigue. She opened Jiang Xun's moments, finding it utterly empty, devoid of any posts, perfectly aligning with his enigmatic and formidable aura. Anren stared at the chat box, her slender fingers hovering above the screen, indecisive. Should she send a message? Offer a greeting? Say something? Hello, Mr. Jiang, this is Anren. Too formal, akin to a work report. Hi, do you remember me? Too frivolous. He would certainly perceive her as lacking gravitas. Mr. Jiang, regarding your preliminary diagnosis indicating that your energy far exceeds the A-level standard, I return to review the relevant literature. Finished. I have failed. And Rand shook her head violently, wishing she could extract her mind from the confines of academic rigor. Her thoughts were consumed by that inescapable little tent, and the mere contemplation of it caused her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. The glow of her phone screen illuminated her weary face as she gazed at the black avatar, as if she could peer through the screen and catch a glimpse of Jiang Xun's teasingly amused eyes. This man had intruded upon her drab existence like an unexpected spark, a tremendous and resplendent variable. Was he a beacon of hope or yet another abyss? And Ran was unsure. All she knew was that, at this moment, this recently approved friend request had become her sole source of solace to endure the interminably long night. Jiang Xun arrived at the lakeside retreat, the evening sun casting a gentle glow. A refreshing breeze, infused with the earthy scent of soil, foliage, and a hint of tea, enveloped him, instantly washing away the sterile odor that clung to him. Simultaneously, an ethereal and distant melody of a quisine resonated, akin to the gentle babbling of a mountain spring. Perfectly soothing to the ears, Jiang Xun involuntarily slowed his pace. He pushed open the wooden door, and the scene before him rendered the world's ostentation and clamor colorless. A figure sat gracefully beneath a tree, adorned in an elegant moon-white gown, the hem of which danced lightly in the breeze like ripples under the moonlight. Her 3,000 strands of hair were simply bound with a wooden hairpin, the rest cascading down her back, glistening like the finest silk. She wore no makeup, yet her skin radiated a luminous quality akin to jade, casting a soft halo beneath the dappled shadows of the tree. Her profile was exquisitely delicate, with a refined nose and slightly lowered eyelids that concealed her emotions yet could not mask her innate tranquility and composure. She was engrossed in caressing an ancient quisine resting on her lap. Her slender fingers, reminiscent of the tenderest bamboo shoots in spring, danced nimbly upon the strings, pressing, plucking, each movement imbued with classical elegance. She seemed to merge seamlessly with the quaint courtyard, the ancient tree, and the quisine, appearing less like a modern individual and more like a celestial being emerging from a time-honored painting of noble women, untouched by the mundane world, existing in serene solitude. The atmosphere around her transformed into a sanctuary of tranquility due to her mere presence. Jiang Xun remained silent, approaching slowly to sit on the stone bench opposite her. Listening intently, his heart felt as though it had been gently smoothed out by a tender hand. Goodness, this girl was a walking elixir of calm. As the melody drew to a close, its lingering notes hung in the air. She lifted her eyelids, revealing eyes as clear as an autumn lake, reflecting Jiang Xun's figure. A serene smile graced her face, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze. "The gentleman has arrived," she spoke softly, her voice warm and gentle. A continuation of the quisine's melody. She rose gracefully, lifting the purple clay teapot that was warming on the small stove, and elegantly poured a cup of tea for Jiang Xun. As the tea flowed into the cup, it produced a melodious sound, and the rising steam carried the refreshing aroma of the tea, swirling upwards. "Are you troubled, my lord?" Wenwan gently pushed the teacup towards Jiang Xun, her voice soft and inquiring. Jiang Xun picked up the cup, feeling the warmth radiating into his palm. He did not respond directly, merely gazing at the floating tea leaves within the cup, remaining silent for a moment. "I had a long, strange dream." Jiang Xun's voice was deep and steady, as though recounting someone else's tale. In that dream, the world was inverted. He watched the tea leaves slowly unfurling in the cup, his gaze profound, as if reflecting another bizarre world. Men are like moths drawn to a flame, expending everything to pursue a flicker of meager light, ultimately reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Wenwan refrained from interjecting, quietly listening, her clear eyes attentively fixed on him, akin to a tranquil lake capable of holding all secrets. Jiang Xun's fingertips unconsciously traced the smooth rim of the cup as he continued. "On my way here today, I saw 2 dogs by the roadside." This sudden shift felt somewhat abrupt, yet he conveyed it with ease. One was male, the other female. The male dog attempted to mount the female, but as soon as he placed his paws on her, she slipped away like an eel, darting off with remarkable speed. A faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered at the corners of Jiang Xun's mouth, though it did not reach his eyes. The most amusing part was that the male dog did not chase after her, but stood there, lowering his head to sniff the ground, pretentiously busy. I swear, it was the first time I saw embarrassment etched on a dog's face. Upon finishing, he found the absurdity of the story amusing, gently shaking his head. However, the tale did not end there. The female dog ran several meters away and then halted. She turned back to look at the male dog, who was feigning interest in the ground, and wagged her tail at a leisurely pace, clearly indicating, "Why aren't you chasing after me?" The courtyard fell into a momentary silence, with only the subtle bubbling of water in the purple clay teapot breaking the stillness. A serene smile blossomed on Wenwan's lips, resembling a droplet of water falling into a still lake, creating ripples. She refrained from passing judgment on the somewhat crude canine tale, instead quietly observing Jiang Xun with her clear eyes, softly stating, "That male dog must really like the female dog." Her words caused the smile on Jiang Xun's lips to freeze. He had merely intended to use an absurd story to alleviate the oppressive feelings stemming from that bizarre dream. Yet he was taken aback by Wenwan's unique perspective. "Like, why do you say that?" A hint of curiosity crept into Jiang Xun's voice, one he was unaware of, because it gave her the chance to run away and also the space to turn back. Wenwan gracefully lifted the purple clay teapot, replenishing Jiang Xun's cup with tea. Her movements remained unhurried, as if she were engaged in a sacred ritual. She feigned searching for something, not out of embarrassment, but in her own way conveying to him that she was there, patiently waiting, encouraging him to ponder without fear. The gentle sound of water pouring once more filled the air, accompanied by her soothing words, akin to a crystalline spring, cleansing the deep-seated dust within Jiang Xun, which had been cloaked by the drudgery of a past life and the absurd rules of the present. He gazed at the woman before him. Her tender words resonated like a stone cast into the lake of his heart, the ripples lingering long after. He stared at her. This woman had the uncanny ability to gently unravel the essence he had wrapped in absurdity and cynicism. "I am here, waiting for you. Take your time to think. And fear not." This phrase echoed repeatedly in his mind. The relentless toil of a past existence and the absurd rules of this life seemed, in that moment, to be washed away by the fragrant tea and her soothing voice enveloping her. For the first time, Jiang Xun distinctly realized that this woman represented a true sanctuary, a realm he yearned to possess entirely. This thought surged unexpectedly from the deepest recesses of his heart, akin to a wildly growing vine, instantly ensnaring all his reason and senses. The languid expression faded from his face, replaced by the focused intensity and aggression of a top predator locking onto its prey. Wenwan remained engrossed in her tea preparations, her delicate wrist, as pale as jade, poised to refill his cup once more. She appeared entirely oblivious to the sudden flame igniting in the man's gaze across from her. That flame was fierce, domineering, infused with an undeniable possessiveness. Jiang Xun observed her, taking in the silky strands of hair cascading by her ear and the slender, snow-white neck revealed as she bowed her head, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain, radiating a gentle sheen under the soft afternoon light. In the air, the crisp aroma of tea seemed to be overtaken by a more aggressive essence, one uniquely belonging to Jiang Xun, a scent of heart-stirring masculinity. Finally, Wenwan sensed something amiss. She lifted her gaze, colliding with Jiang Xun's deep-set eyes, which seemed capable of drawing one in. Gone were the earlier hints of playfulness and detachment, replaced solely by unabashed and raw desire. "Young master?" Her voice trembled imperceptibly, her fingers tightening instinctively around the teapot. Jiang Xun remained silent. He slowly rose, his tall figure casting an imposing shadow over her, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. He extended his hand, not to take the teacup, but to grasp her hand that held the pot. "Ah!" Wenwan gasped softly, her grip loosening, nearly causing the valuable purple clay teapot to slip from her grasp. With his other hand, Jiang Xun securely supported the base of the pot, retrieving it from her hands and carelessly placing it upon the stone table beside them. His fingertips were ablaze, and the moment they brushed against her skin, an electric sensation coursed through her body, rendering her utterly weak and pliable. His hand, broad and powerful, effortlessly enveloped her delicate fingers. The rough texture of his skin and the irresistible strength he exuded were palpable. "Enough!" Jiang Xun's voice was deep and hoarse, as if suppressing something profound. With a gentle tug, he pulled her up from the low stool, and she fell into a firm and heated embrace. The sound of her knee lightly striking the stone bench was inconsequential. She was beyond caring. Her senses were overwhelmed by his crisp and commanding scent, while the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, each thump akin to a drumbeat against her heart, causing her own pulse to race uncontrollably. Through the thin fabric, she could distinctly feel the taut contours of his muscular chest, radiating an astonishing warmth that threatened to melt her resolve. Wenwan felt frozen in place, her cheeks igniting with a fierce blush that extended from her face to the nape of her neck, enveloping her in a captivating crimson hue. "Young master, it is still daytime," she thought, attempting to push him away, her hands resting against his chest. But her strength was sapped, rendering her touch almost inviting. Jiang Xun gazed down at the flustered woman in his arms. She resembled a startled fawn, her clear eyes shimmering with unshed tears, long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her rosy lips slightly parted, exhaling a fragrance akin to orchids. This sight only intensified Jiang Xun's innate desire to conquer. He tightened his embrace, drawing her deeper into his chest, allowing them to fully meld together, feeling the contours and warmth of each other's bodies. "You are right," Jiang Xun murmured, his lips nearly brushing against her ear, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive skin, causing her to instinctively draw back. That male dog must be quite fond of that female dog, so much so that he would wish to deny her any chance of escape. Before his words could dissipate, Wenwan felt her body ensnared by an overwhelming force, his kiss descending upon her with an unyielding dominance. Her eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank. The sensation on her lips was warm, soft, yet imbued with an irresistible assertiveness. She could only awkwardly submit, her body melting like spring water, nearly unable to stand, relying solely on his arm for support. Time lost all meaning until, when she felt suffocated, Jiang Xun finally relented, drawing back just enough for a silken thread of intimacy to linger between their lips. Chapter 73. Help. What to do if I've ruined my wife? Wenwan gasped for air, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, and her usually tranquil eyes sparkled with a misty allure, now clouded with bewilderment. Suddenly, as if struck by a sudden realization, she forcefully pushed Jiang Xun away. This time, Jiang Xun refrained from imposing his will upon her. Wenwan gained her freedom, yet lacked the courage to even glance at him. With a swift motion, she lifted her skirt, like a startled rabbit, and fled into the inner bedroom without a backward glance. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut, followed by the sound of the lock clicking into place. The small courtyard fell silent once more, leaving only the purple clay teapot on the stone table, its spout still bubbling with steam. Jiang Xun remained rooted in place, unmoving. He raised his hand, gently brushing his fingertips against his lips, where her sweetness and warmth seemed to linger. A hint of a triumphant, mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth. Run? The story he narrated today was far from finished. He felt no urgency, standing leisurely in the courtyard, quietly waiting. Time passed, second by second. The courtyard was so tranquil that one could hear the whisper of the wind rustling through the bamboo leaves. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Finally, the tightly shut bedroom door emitted a barely audible creak. A slender gap opened, revealing a pair of eyes, tinged with nervousness, curiosity, and a touch of shyness, cautiously peeking through the crack, observing the activity in the courtyard. She was indeed watching, ensuring he remained, confirming that he would truly wait. The smile on Jiang Xun's lips deepened. Meeting her gaze, he slowly lifted his eyes, precisely capturing the flustered expression behind the door. Their eyes locked. The pair of eyes seemed to have been scalded, swiftly retreating. Bang! The door was slammed shut again, this time with an even louder thud, as if betraying the owner's unease and turmoil. Jiang Xun chuckled softly to himself. No longer willing to wait, he strode forward, taking deliberate steps toward the closed door. His footsteps were light, yet in the stillness of the courtyard, each step felt as though it tread upon Wenwan's very heart. Approaching the door, he neither knocked nor spoke. Instead, he simply raised his hand and gently pushed. The door was unlocked. Creaking open, it yielded to his touch. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the intricately carved wooden window, casting a warm glow upon the disheveled bed. The aroma of tea had long dissipated, replaced by a heady mingling of sweat and musk. A plain silk gown lay carelessly discarded on the carpet beside the bed, its hem wrinkled, accompanied by a broken hairpin and a man's belt strewn nearby. The quilt on the bed was in disarray. Wenwan curled up in Jiang Xun's embrace, deep in slumber. Her face, usually serene and tranquil, now bore a hint of fatigue, with a flush that betrayed her exhaustion and tear-streaked eyes. Her brows were slightly furrowed, indicating that even in slumber, she found no peace. Jiang Xun had long since awakened. Lying on his side, one arm cradled beneath her head, he absent-mindedly caressed her silky hair with the other hand. At that moment, Wenwan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. In her drowsy state, her gaze was initially unfocused, but as she recognized the strikingly handsome face before her, last night's reckless and embarrassing memories surged into her mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a shrimp boiled to perfection. Instinctively, she attempted to pull the blanket over her face, only to discover her body was achingly limp, lacking the strength to lift even an arm. A peculiar soreness deep within her only intensified her humiliation and anger. Awake? Jiang Xun's deep voice resonated above her, laced with the huskiness of morning yet rich in magnetism. Wenwan bit her lip, unable to meet his gaze, much less respond. Instead, she buried her face deep into his chest, akin to an ostrich hiding from the world. Amused by her adorable reaction, Jiang Xun chuckled softly. He reached out, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet his eyes. Young master, her voice was as faint as a whisper, tinged with the raspy quality of recent tears and a hint of grievance, stirring something in Jiang Xun's heart. You still call me young master? His brows arched slightly, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. Wenwan was taken aback, her misty eyes gazing at him in confusion. If not young master, then what should I call you? Observing her bewildered and innocent expression, Jiang Xun leaned down, placing a tender kiss at the corner of her reddened eye, his voice firm and commanding. Call me husband. A shiver coursed through Wenwan's body, as her cheeks and ears instantly flushed with a captivating crimson hue. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she wished to vanish into the ground, instinctively trying to retreat, only to find herself utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sapped away. Even the slightest movement felt laborious. The strange soreness emanating from deep within her filled her with humiliation and fury. This man was utterly insufferable. Jiang Xun, sensing the rigidity of the fragrant softness in his embrace, felt an unprecedented sense of elation. He had not anticipated the overwhelming potency of the Silver Kidney Supreme version from the system shop. 8 hours of intense exertion had transcended the limits of human endurance. Watching Wenwan, who seemed ready to dissolve into a puddle of spring water in his arms, a profound sense of fulfillment and conquest surged within him. Last night, she had resembled a moonlit white lotus, thoroughly cast down from the heavens by a tempest. Her elegant moon-white gown lay crumpled and carelessly discarded upon the carpet by the bed. The crisp aroma of tea had long dissipated, replaced by a heady mix of sweat and musk, each molecule echoing the madness of the previous night. At this moment, Wenwan nestled in his embrace, her usually serene and tranquil face now adorned with a faint blush of fatigue, with traces of unshed tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Her 3,000 strands of hair, flowing like exquisite silk across the pillow, clung damply to her delicate, porcelain-like neck, accentuating the luster of her skin, which was sprinkled with a few ambiguous red marks. She resembled a masterpiece, meticulously crafted by a master artisan, finally revealing its breathtaking brilliance, fragile, beautiful, yet imbued with a sense of fragility that compelled one to integrate her deeper into their very being. Why so silent? Jiang Xun's hand mischievously slipped beneath the quilt, gently squeezing her smooth waist. Are you dissatisfied with your husband's performance last night? Wenwan shuddered, letting out a soft whimper. Don't touch me. Her voice was sweet and soft, tinged with a hint of a sob, lacking any semblance of intimidation, resembling more of a playful pout. I can't move. Jiang Xun halted his movements, lowering his gaze to her. Can't move? Are you tired? He assumed this was merely a customary morning complaint from a woman, laced with a touch of playfulness and reproach. Yet, Wenwan's tone carried a note of genuine panic. I really can't move, my limbs lack strength. Only then did Jiang Xun sense something amiss. He sat up, scrutinizing Wenwan closely. Beyond the flushed excitement on her cheeks, there was an unusual pallor, and her clear eyes brimmed with authentic fear. Surely not. Jiang Xun mused inwardly, though his expression remained playful. If you wish to linger in bed, just say so. Your husband would not mock you. Come, let me check. With that, his hands darted like two nimble spiders towards her armpits. Wenwan emitted a brief gasp, her body instinctively shuddering, attempting to curl away. Yet, it was merely a fleeting tremor. Her arms hung limply at her sides, devoid of the strength to raise them in defense or to push him away. Jiang Xun's smile faltered slightly. He felt it, the involuntary spasms of her muscles, a true bodily response to itchiness. Yet her conscious mind seemed unable to summon her limbs. A heaviness settled in Jiang Xun's heart. Disbelieving, he released her, instead grasping her delicate ankle. It was so slender it seemed it might break with a mere touch, the skin as refined as the finest mutton fat jade. Jiang Xun inhaled deeply, his fingers swiftly gliding over her sensitive soul. Stop listening. Get in here and save her. Wenwan stifled a muffled groan. Her body trembling violently once more, her toes curling in endurance as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet her legs remained still, offering no resistance, simply lying there, allowing him to manipulate her as he pleased. Jiang Xun's expression underwent a profound transformation. The languor and playful intrigue that once adorned his features dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. At this moment, he was genuinely alarmed. Goodness, the script had taken an unexpected turn. The manual for the Silver Kidney had not mentioned such post-battle repercussions. He hastily threw aside the covers, disregarding the mesmerizing beauty of spring, and placed his large hand firmly on her warm, slender thigh. The sensation was astonishingly smooth and warm. However, he was devoid of any romantic inclinations at this moment. He could distinctly feel her leg muscles tense under his touch, yet she remained unable to execute any effective movement. Wenwan, look at me. Jiang Xun's voice grew serious as he urged her to lift her leg. Wenwan gazed at him through tear-filled eyes, gritting her teeth. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson from the exertion. She summoned every ounce of strength, yet the leg he restrained merely trembled slightly, unable to rise even a fraction. A wave of profound terror and despair seized her heart. She truly could not move. Witnessing the terror and tears that surged within her eyes, Jiang Xun felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. This had spiraled out of control. He was not a doctor and had no understanding of this predicament. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Xun's back. He could not afford to delay any longer. Lin Chaoyang. Jiang Xun abruptly turned, shouting with all his might towards the door, his voice laced with unprecedented urgency and authority. I know you're out there eavesdropping. Get in here and help me. After his outburst, he quickly turned back, frantically grasping the crumpled light blue gown from the carpet, attempting to assist Wenwan in putting it on. But the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his movements were. The soft, smooth silk slipped through his rough hands, rendering him unable to distinguish the neckline from the sleeves, and sweat streamed down his forehead. A top predator, usually in control of every situation, now resembled a bumbling novice caught in the act. Bang! The door was violently flung open from the outside with almost barbaric force. Lin Chaoyang's ponytail peeked in, her face adorned with a carefree grin and a glimmer of excitement from eavesdropping. Sungu, you called me. However, upon witnessing the scene within the room, her smile froze instantly, her mouth agape in shock, her entire being petrified in place. Lin Chaoyang's appearance was nothing short of chaotic. She donned a form-fitting black stealth suit made of a highly elastic special fiber material, designed for ease of movement and concealment, perfectly accentuating her youthful, athletic physique. Especially around her chest, as she had been lying outside all night, the fabric was stretched tightly, revealing an astonishingly full curvature. Yet, her usually radiant face bore the unmistakable signs of exhaustion, with faint dark circles under her eyes indicating a sleepless night. Her high ponytail appeared somewhat disheveled, with several strands sticking to her forehead, dampened slightly by the nervous perspiration. My goodness, after listening to the tide all night, my ears are almost calloused. Finally, I've been called. Sun's stamina is truly remarkable. Even gentle teacher one can be worn down like this. Why does the atmosphere feel so off? Lin Chaoyang's mind momentarily faltered. The scene before her was overwhelmingly intense. A chaotic and immense bed, the air thick with an intoxicating aura that made her heart race and cheeks flush. Teacher Wen lay exposed on the bed, resembling a shattered porcelain figure, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Meanwhile, Sun, the man who always exuded a lazy composure as if everything was within his grasp, now stood bare-chested, revealing a solid and perfect physique. Yet his face was filled with anxiety as he clutched a woman's dress, appearing utterly flustered. What on earth? Has Sun broken Teacher Wen? The absurd thought barely crossed Lin Chaoyang's mind when she felt a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head. What are you waiting for? Come over and help. Jiang Xun, seeing her dazed expression, was incensed and shouted once more. Huh? Oh, coming. Lin Chaoyang jolted, casting aside her shyness as she hurriedly scrambled inside. Sun, what happened? She stammered, her eyes avoiding the scene before her. Stop dawdling. Help her put on her clothes. Jiang Xun thrust the silk gown into her hands, while he cautiously supported Wen's upper body, cradling her against his chest. All right. Lin Xiaoyang's face flushed as she clutched the delicate dress, feeling it was even more daunting than lifting a 100-pound barbell. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to calm down and clumsily began to assist when undressing. However, Wen's body was as limp as a puddle of mud, offering no resistance. As Lin managed to slip one of Wen's arms into a sleeve, the other side slipped out. Be gentle, Jiang Xun, sensing a pained murmur from Wen, immediately admonished her in a hushed tone. I understand. Lin Xiaoyang felt a wave of frustration nearly reduce her to tears, her hands becoming even more frantic. The two of them, a top predator and an elite officer, found themselves utterly helpless before a mere silk dress, their foreheads slick with sweat. Enough, Jiang Xun, having lost all patience, tossed aside the troublesome gown and swiftly grabbed a nearby quilt, wrapping Wen firmly within it, leaving only her tear-streaked, pale face exposed. In the next moment, with a firm grip, he effortlessly lifted the bundled Wen into his arms. He embraced her and strode purposefully towards the door, momentarily halting as he passed by Lin Xiaoyang, who stood frozen in place. Jiang Xun lowered his gaze, his eyes cold and sharp in a manner Lin Xiaoyang had never witnessed before. Drive, he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. To the hospital at once. A single second's delay, he did not complete his sentence. Yet the warning in his gaze sent shivers down Lin Xiaoyang's spine. For the first time, she sensed a pure, terrifying aura of violence emanating from this man. Yes. Lin Xiaoyang snapped to attention, attempting a salute but feeling it inappropriate, ultimately settling for a vigorous nod before dashing down the stairs. Chapter 75, A Wild Ride. Was Toru Takahashi possessing him? The Xiaomi SU-7 Ultra raced through the morning streets like a specter. Lin Xiaoyang's short hair, dampened by cold sweat, clung to her forehead in disarray. The fitted black attire she wore for covert operations accentuated her powerful physique, yet her typically radiant face was marred by anxiety. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, the veins in her hands stood out prominently as she pressed the accelerator to the floor. Goodness, Sun Ji's aura is utterly intimidating. It feels as though he could unceremoniously hurl me from the vehicle if I falter for even a moment. In the back seat, Jiang Xun held Wen tightly in his embrace. The confined space did not allow for much room, and he formed an impenetrable shield with his body, insulating them from the jolting motion induced by the high-speed drive. Wen curled into him, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Her normally serene face was now devoid of color, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes, her long lashes clumping together, trembling with each subtle movement of her body. Swathed in a soft quilt, only her delicate face and fragile neck were visible, the remnants of last night's fervor leaving faint, ambiguous marks upon her skin, rendering her appearance both vulnerable and fragile. She could distinctly feel the strong, steady heartbeat resonating from his chest, thump after thump, stirring a tempest of confusion within her. Shame and fear burgeoned in her heart like rampant weeds. How had she become a burden to him? At the moment when this flawless man revealed his fangs, poised to conquer the world, she found herself a complication in dire need of urgent resolution. Wenwan's voice emerged weakly, barely above a whisper, tinged with sorrow. I'm so sorry, young master. It's my body that is failing me, causing you trouble. She was terrified, gripped by a fear so profound it was suffocating. She dreaded the slightest hint of annoyance in his eyes, terrified of becoming a blemish upon his otherwise perfect life. As Jiang Xun lowered his gaze, he beheld her pale and helpless visage, and the agitation and trepidation within him instantaneously transformed into an undeniable dominance and a profound compassion etched into his very being. He tightened his embrace, drawing her deeper into his warmth, using his calloused fingertips to gently, yet roughly wipe away the tears from her cheeks. His voice resonated with a low, resolute timbre, akin to the utterance of a command. Silence. Wenwan shuddered slightly, gazing at him through tear-filled eyes. Jiang Xun furrowed his brows. Still addressing me as young master? Wenwan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. In the driver's seat, Lin Xiaoyang's ears perked up instantly. What the heck? Young master? What is going on? What era are we in to still use such titles? Could it be that Brother Sun engaged in roleplay with teacher when last night? My heavens, what monumental scandal have I missed? Jiang Xun paid no heed to the bumbling bodyguard in the front, his focus unwavering on the woman in his arms as he spoke. each word deliberate. First, this is not your fault, it is mine. His voice, though soft, pierced her soul like a knife, shattering all her self-doubt and irrational thoughts into oblivion. Second, from last night onward, you are no longer a burden. You are Jiang Xun's woman. Each syllable felt like a searing brand, scorching its way into Wenwan's heart. If the sky were to fall, I shall bear the weight for you. What you must do now is to relinquish all thoughts and entrust everything to me. This declaration surged through her like a torrent of warmth, instantly dismantling the dam of shame and fear she had erected within. All her insecurities, all her anxieties, and all her self-doubt were utterly vanquished in that moment, reduced to mere ashes. What replaced them was an unprecedented, overwhelming sense of security, one potent enough to envelop her entire being. She was no longer the solitary Wenwan, nor the ethereal figure who faced storms alone. She was Jiang Xun's woman. This identity became her most formidable armor. Wenwan ceased to speak, burying her face deeply into his sturdy chest, biting her lip tightly, allowing her scalding tears to silently soak his garments. Jiang Xun held her tender form, feeling her tremors gradually subside, while the tumult within him, which had nearly driven him to the brink of chaos, began to settle. He was no deity. At the moment he discovered Wenwan's distress, he experienced a level of panic he had never known since his arrival in this world. It was a blend of anger at his inability to control the situation and profound guilt for having harmed her. Silver kidney? Goodness, this side effect is utterly outrageous. Not a single word of it was mentioned in the system manual. I must leave a poor review. Yet now, he had to be her shelter. The vehicle continued to race forward. But just as Wenwan's heart was filled to the brim with an immense sense of security, a powerful inertia surged forth. Squeak. The jarring screech of brakes pierced the air as the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra came to a sudden halt, lurching all passengers forward. Instinctively, Jiang Xun shielded the delicate Wenwan in his arms, while he remained firmly seated. He raised his gaze to the front, where a seemingly endless expanse of red brake lights formed a desolate ocean. The cacophony of honking horns created a symphony of despair, marking the city's chaotic morning rush hour. They had collided head-on with the most terrifying traffic jam in Jinling City. It was a disaster. Lin Xiaoyang, seated in the driver's seat, gazed at the unmoving stream of vehicles with a cry of hopelessness. Chapter 76. What is traffic? Witness my mastery of physics. Every second wasted in traffic heightened Wenwan's peril. Jiang Xun's expression turned icy. He tapped the front seat with authority, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Xiaoyang. Now, Lin Xiaoyang instinctively responded. What? Brother Sun is going to drive? Can he manage? It's as congested as a parking lot. Even a deity couldn't navigate this. But when she caught sight of Jiang Xun's cold, emotionless eyes in the rearview mirror, all her doubts vanished, replaced by instinctual obedience. Yes. She promptly engaged the handbrake and unfastened her seatbelt. Jiang Xun moved with swiftness, carefully adjusting his position to gently pass the bundled Wenwan to the opposite side of the back seat, treating her as a rare treasure. Come here, hold her. He commanded Lin Xiaoyang. With all your strength, don't let her feel a single bump. What? Oh, Lin Xiaoyang suddenly grasped the situation, scrambling from the driver's seat to the back, where she received the soft bundle. As she enveloped Wenwan in her arms, a faint aroma, mingled with tea and a tantalizing scent that made her cheeks flush, filled her nostrils. The warmth and softness of the person in her embrace were astonishing. Lin Xiaoyang's face turned crimson, but she dared not allow her focus to waver. She tightened her grip, securing Wenwan with a protective posture. Once Jiang Xun confirmed Wenwan was safely held, he wasted no time, nimbly leaping into the driver's seat. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere in the vehicle shifted dramatically. The languid demeanor of a top predator vanished, replaced by an absolute focus and calmness, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, glistening with sharpness. In his mind, an influx of knowledge regarding vehicle mechanics, dynamics, and extreme maneuvering surged like a tidal wave, perfectly merging with his neural and muscle memory. The skill acquired through the system's lottery, mastery of racing, illuminated quietly at this moment. He took a deep breath, his articulate fingers grasping the steering wheel, feeling as though he had seized an extension of his own body. Through the rearview mirror, he cast a glance at the two women huddled together in the back seat. His voice low yet distinct. Hold on tight. In the next heartbeat, a hum resonated. Lin Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. She beheld Jiang Xun shifting into gear. the steering wheel blurring in her vision as he executed a sudden maneuver. The front of the car jerked violently. The Xiaomi SU7 Ultra, in an almost brazen display, forcefully wedged itself into a minuscule gap amidst the flowing traffic. What was he planning? Lin Xiaoyang's gaze followed the direction of the vehicle. Ahead loomed two colossal container trucks, side by side, leaving only a narrow space barely wide enough for half a car. What the hell? Is he insane? This thought barely flickered through Lin Xiaoyang's mind when a tremendous centrifugal force pinned her firmly to her seat. Jiang Xun abruptly yanked the steering wheel to the left while simultaneously flooring the accelerator. The roar of the engine was deafening. In Lin Xiaoyang's horrified gaze, the right two wheels of the SU7 suddenly lifted from the ground amidst a cacophony of screeching tires, the entire vehicle tilting at an alarming angle to the left. The car was balanced precariously on just two wheels. The world outside tilted 90 degrees, with the ground racing backward on the left and the massive, wall-like metallic container of the truck looming on the right. Lin Xiaoyang could no longer contain herself, releasing a piercing scream that seemed to cut through the heavens. Clutching tightly to Wan in her embrace, she felt as if they were about to be crushed into a pancake along with the car. Yet, Jiang Xun's expression remained unchanged. His gaze was chillingly calm, his hands steady on the wheel, as the accelerator and brake underfoot transformed into precision instruments, executing minute adjustments to maintain this incredible balance. The sports car resembled a tightrope performer, defying the laws of physics as it accurately aligned with the narrow gap between the two trucks, roaring forth, accompanied by the tires' piercing screech against the pavement. The car shot through that seemingly impossible space like a streak of black lightning. Lin Xiaoyang's scream was lodged in her throat, her thoughts racing. What the hell? Is this a fusion of man and machine? How many surprises does Brother Sun have in store for me? The entire congested road instantaneously transformed into Jiang Xun's private racetrack. He drifted to the extreme within the traffic, overtaking on the sidewalk, each maneuver testing the limits of physics, yet executed with surgical precision. Amidst the violent jolts, Wan felt no fear. Rather, she was captivated by Jiang Xun's focused profile, which radiated an aura of total control. The playful demeanor she often observed was replaced by an icy concentration, his jawline taut like a blade, and his deep-set eyes reflecting the rapidly retreating scenery, as if the entire world existed solely as the backdrop to his exhilarating game. In that moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. Their reckless antics swiftly caught the attention of the traffic command center, and the shrill sound of alarms echoed throughout the city. As a directive to pursue the phantom of the black highway reverberated across all channels. However, upon the arrival of the traffic police, they were met only with the astonished faces of drivers and surveillance footage so blurred that the license plates were indecipherable. With a screech, the car executed a flawless drift, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the emergency hall of Jinling First People's Hospital, leaving behind two dark tire marks. Jiang Xun stepped out with composure, cradling Wan in his arms, while the cacophony of the city faded behind him. Chapter 77. The women of the hospital turned to stone. The national treasure has arrived. As Jiang Xun burst into the emergency hall of Jinling First People's Hospital, holding the fragile figure of the silkworm baby, time seemed to pause. The entire hall, filled with noise and chaos, saturated with the scent of disinfectant and human anxiety, fell silent the moment he entered. The relatives arguing at the triage desk ceased their quarrel. In the long queue for registration, faces marked by fatigue or pain froze in astonishment. Nurses hurriedly pushing stretchers seemed to be rooted to the spot. All female gazes, like metal shavings drawn to a magnet, converged instantly upon Jiang Xun. The stillness lasted less than a second, before a tidal wave of murmurs and gasps erupted in every corner of the hall. Heaven, am I seeing this correctly? A man? So incredibly handsome. 1,000 times more so than the retouched images on the Tianhe Plan app. Who is the one he carries? How fortunate to be embraced by a man even in illness. How blissful. At 40 years old, I have yet to even touch a single hair of a man. Countless phones were discreetly raised, cameras greedily focused on the man who seemed to radiate a divine light. Make way. Lin Xiaoyang, like an enraged leopard, pushed forward to clear a path. The black, form-fitting outfit she wore accentuated her powerful physique, though her usually radiant face was now etched with urgency and authority. According to the third supplementary regulation of the Male Health Protection Act, Photographing or encircling a man without permission constitutes visual harassment. Do you wish to be invited for tea at the precinct? Her commanding shout resonated with more effectiveness than any security guard's admonition. The women holding their phones, hearing her words, instinctively changed their expressions and sheepishly lowered their devices, reluctantly parting to create a passage. At that moment, a calm and authoritative female voice broke through. What is happening here? Why is everyone gathered? The crowd parted as a woman in her 40s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in a pristine white coat, strode forward. Tall and possessing a sharp demeanor, her gaze swept over the whispering nurses and anxious family members, compelling them to lower their heads instinctively. The head of the emergency department, Wang Qingfen, when her gaze fell upon Jiang Xun and the delicate Wan cradled in his arms, even her eyes, accustomed to witnessing life and death, betrayed a fleeting glimpse of astonishment. Yet, she swiftly regained her professionalism. Follow me. Without uttering another word, she turned and led them through the chaotic hall, navigating towards the innermost VIP emergency room. As the door to the emergency room closed, it severed all external clamor. Jiang Xun gently laid Wan upon the pristine white hospital bed, his movements tender as if placing an exquisite piece of porcelain. Director Wang approached, her calm gaze sweeping over Wan's pallid visage, then lingering on the fragile neck adorned with ambiguous crimson marks, her brow furrowing slightly. What is the patient's condition? She inquired of Jiang Xun in a formulaic tone. Jiang Xun, observing the unconscious Wan, whose lashes were still glistening with tears, felt his throat tighten. He could hardly confess that he had inadvertently caused this state with a system-produced silver kidney. Perhaps it is due to excessive fatigue, he said, his voice somewhat hoarse as he carefully chose his words. Excessive fatigue? Director Wang's frown deepened. Such a vague assertion lacked clinical diagnostic value. Just as she prepared to probe further, Lin Qiang, who had been standing like a javelin nearby, stepped forward sharply to provide the doctor with precise information. Doctor, the specific duration of exertion was 8 hours and 54 minutes. High intensity, uninterrupted activity. The proclamation resonated through the emergency room, plunging it into an oppressive silence. The air seemed to solidify. Even the rhythmic beeping of the ECG monitor became jarringly pronounced. A crack appeared in Director Wang's perpetually professional demeanor. Instinctively, she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Her gaze, filled with disbelief and astonishment, shifted from the nearly shattered woman on the bed to the composed man standing beside her, whose breath remained undisturbed. In her eyes, there was a blend of shock, inquiry, and a tinge of reverence, as a physician, for the limits of the human body. Clearing her throat, Director Wang quickly regained her composure, issuing commands at triple the previous pace. Immediately check blood gases, prepare for electromyography, contact radiology, and arrange for expedited MRI scans of the spine and pelvis. Hurry. Meanwhile, in the hospital's general ward, the young nurse and Rand stood with her head bowed at the nurse's station, enduring the sharp rebuke of the head nurse. And Rand, how many times must I remind you? The 4 for bed 12 was changed far too slowly. A full 30 seconds late. Are you a pig? Do you understand what 30 seconds means for a patient? The head nurse's hands were on her hips, her voice shrill, nearly spitting with indignation as she berated and Rand donned an oversized pink nurse's uniform. Her innocent and delicate visage now ashen, long eyelashes casting shadows that concealed the hurt and helplessness in her eyes. Her lustrous black hair was meticulously styled into a bun at the back of her head, with a few stray strands framing her face, rendering her reminiscent of a frightened fawn. She merely intended to double-check the condition of the patient's veins before withdrawing the needle, as the elderly woman's veins were exceedingly fragile. Around her, colleagues cast glances imbued with either sympathy or schadenfreude, their stares piercing her like needles, leaving her utterly mortified. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, and she faintly discerned the name Jiang Xun among the murmurs. And Rand's heart raced, seizing the opportunity while the head nurse turned to answer a phone call. She scurried away like a timid mouse, following the sound. As she rounded the corner of the VIP corridor, she caught sight of him across the way. Amidst the throng of people, she glimpsed the figure that haunted her dreams. He stood anxiously at the entrance of a resuscitation room, his brow furrowed, his strikingly handsome face etched with a worry she had never witnessed before. The object of his concern lay on a hospital bed, surrounded by doctors and nurses, a woman of unparalleled beauty, even in her illness, exuding a breathtaking fragility. and Rand's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. Almost immediately, she overheard a few seasoned nurses whispering in hushed tones nearby. Have you heard? That woman was with Mr. Jiang for nearly 9 hours. And now she's paralyzed. She couldn't even move when she was brought in. Good heavens. 9 hours. A national treasure indeed. Such stamina is astonishing. Indeed. I heard Director Wang from the emergency department was pale. He had never encountered such a case in his lifetime. Chapter 78. Step aside. I shall attend to Mr. Jiang's catheterization. Family members are not required to enter, Mr. Jiang. Before the heavy lead door of the MRI room, a young female technician attempted to persuade him one last time, yet her voice dwindled under Jiang Xun's icy gaze. There is no radiation inside, merely excessive noise, which does not aid the examination. You may wait in the outer area. He is not a family member. Director Wang Qingfen of the emergency department adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, their lenses reflecting the harsh, sterile light of the corridor. She regarded Jiang Xun, her tone tinged with a complexity of emotions she herself had yet to recognize. He is the cause. Jiang Xun disregarded the jest, his attention fixated on the frail woman cradled in his arms, gently caressing her icy cheek with his fingertips. I shall stay with you. His voice, though soft, resonated like an immutable decree. With that, he embraced Wan and, amidst the astonished gazes of the technician and Wang Qingfen, strode directly through the slowly opening door that led to the source of the overwhelming noise. The door closed heavily behind them. As the instrument roared to life, an overwhelming cacophony filled the space, reminiscent of 100 vintage tractors revving in unison, resonating deeply within her very core. Wan instinctively shuddered, subconsciously retreating into Jiang Xun's embrace. He laid her upon the examination table, yet did not withdraw, bending low to envelop her figure in the comforting shadows of his presence. Gently, he pressed his forehead against hers, using his warmth and existence to shield her from the surrounding clamor. Wan slowly opened her eyes, gazing into the depths of his starry eyes, where she beheld her own reflection. In that moment, all fears and uncertainties dissipated into nothingness. Outside, tales of him were just beginning to take flight, embarking on a fantastical journey. In the radiology reading room, 2 young female doctors leaned closer to the computer screen displaying Wan's spinal images, their voices hushed, faces a blend of shock and envy. Did you hear? That woman on the table has been at the mercy of Mr. Jiang for nearly 9 hours. Goodness. He nearly played her into rhabdomyolysis. She could hardly move when she was brought in. This was the 10th rendition of the rumor, exaggerated, yet not entirely detached from reality. A few minutes later, in the hospital's tea room, a nurse returning from radiology, water cup in hand, regaled her colleagues with embellished tales. You should have seen it. Mr. Jiang looked nearly spent, his face as pale as a sheet. I heard he overexerted himself, and even pulled a muscle. They were both carted off for an MRI together. This was the 20th version of the rumor, veering into uncontrollable territory. 10 minutes later, at the inpatient nursing station, the story had completely shed its ties to reality, soaring into the realm of the fantastical. Extra. National treasure Jiang Xun has collapsed in our hospital. Acute renal failure. He is currently being resuscitated in radiology. Ultimately, this ultimate version of the gossip, infused with all elements of intrigue and the collective imagination of the hospital's female staff, reached the ears of Director Liu of the nursing department, a woman nearing 50 who had never encountered a man in her life. In her office, frazzled over the allocation of a coveted award for the year, she was instantly invigorated upon hearing the news. A rare opportunity. With fervor, she swept aside all documents before her, seizing a sterile catheterization kit from her desk drawer, charging out of her office like a lioness scenting blood. In the corridor, as she ran, she bellowed with authority, "A patient is unconscious. Monitoring urine output is our top priority. Make way. Do not contest me. Such a national treasure of a nursing operation carries immense risk. I must undertake it personally." As the heavy lead door of the magnetic resonance imaging room creaked open once more, the corridor was already teeming with curious medical personnel. Jiang Xun supported the frail yet conscious Wan, slowly making their way out. The moment he lifted his gaze, he was met with a pair of piercing, menacing eyes. Director Liu of the nursing department barreled through the crowd like an uncontrollable tank, striding directly towards him. She raised the catheter in her hand high, the gleaming tube reflecting a cold light under the fluorescent glow. With every ounce of strength, Director Liu unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Everyone step aside. I am here to catheterize Mr. Jiang Xun. Her voice resonated powerfully, akin to a thunderclap that reverberated through the VIP corridor of Jinling First People's Hospital. The world around them seemed to petrify in an instant. Jiang Xun, holding onto Wenwan's arm, felt her tension ripple through him, and his expression of concern solidified. He gradually raised his gaze, his dark eyes locking onto Liu's, which were bloodshot with excitement and fervor. Liu, a robust woman nearing 50, now resembled an out-of-control heavy tank, pushing aside all onlookers as she marched resolutely into his space. Her right hand was raised high, brandishing a pristine catheter that shimmered coldly within its sterile packaging. In her grasp, the tube transformed from a mere medical instrument into a scepter symbolizing supreme honor and duty. It felt as though the air had been completely siphoned away, rendering the silence palpable. Wenwan's pale complexion flushed with an uncharacteristic hue, her embarrassment and indignation making her wish to faint on the spot. Lin Qiang, trailing behind, nearly dropped his jaw to the floor, his mouth forming a comical O shape in silent disbelief. Even Wang Qingfen, the usually unflappable head of the emergency department, found her heavy gold-rimmed glasses slipping down to the tip of her nose, revealing a pair of eyes filled with bewilderment and absurdity. The world seemed to condense to Liu's flushed face, aglow with excitement, and the catheter she held aloft, as if about to conduct a sacred ritual. Goodness! The rumors had spiraled to an outrageous extent. Jiang Xun's countenance darkened gradually, shifting from a languid playfulness to an icy demeanor, akin to the sweltering noon of summer abruptly transitioning into the eternal night of Siberia. The temperature in the corridor felt as though it had plummeted several degrees. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet piercing like countless icy needles, precisely puncturing the eardrums of everyone present. You intend to catheterize me? Director Liu found herself ensnared by his emotionless gaze, akin to prey locked in the sights of a top predator, her mind blanking in an instant. The fervor that had surged from within her was doused like a flame extinguished by a deluge of liquid nitrogen, leaving only a chilling sense of fear. Her raised arm froze in midair, her lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word. Nonsense. Wang Qingfen finally came to her senses. She took a decisive step forward, forcefully pushing aside Director Liu, who obstructed her path. Her piercing gaze sliced through the dazed expression on Liu's face like a scalpel. Director Liu, this is the emergency rescue area, not your home. Without a clear diagnosis and medical advice, you recklessly approach a male patient with instruments, intending to perform invasive procedures. What is your intention? To disrupt the normal order of medical care? Or do you aspire to make the headlines of social news? Wang Qingfen's voice was both cold and resolute, each word striking Liu's face like a stinging slap. Security, she commanded without looking back. Please escort this severely disruptive Director Liu out of the VIP area. Immediately. Right now? Chapter 79. Cause of illness, excessive fluid loss, increased banana intake. 2 security guards, who had been standing nearby, rushed forward as if granted a reprieve, one on each side of the disoriented Director Liu, forcibly dragging her away from the scene. Thus, an absurd farce came to an end. Wang Qingfen took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses concealing the fleeting look of helplessness in her eyes. Turning around, she handed a freshly printed examination report, still warm to the touch, to Jiang Xun, her tone restoring to 100% professionalism. Mr. Jiang, the preliminary diagnosis results are out. Jiang Xun's gaze shifted from the direction Liu had vanished to the report in his hands, his brow furrowing in concern. He sensed the gentle figure in his arms trembling slightly, prompting him to reach out and gently pat her back, as if soothing a frightened kitten. Observing his instinctive gesture, Wang Qingfen's eyes flickered momentarily, but were swiftly replaced by a calm professionalism. Clearing her throat, she announced in the most straightforward manner, Miss Wenwan's symptoms indicate acute hypokalemic paralysis. Low potassium. Jiang Xun repeated this unfamiliar term, yet the weight in his heart had not fully lifted. Is it serious? In simple terms, it is a temporary muscular paralysis caused by a rapid loss of potassium ions in the body within a short time. Wang Qingfen explained. It does not involve permanent damage to the nerves or spine. As long as potassium ions are adequately replenished in a timely manner, bodily functions can quickly recover. Hearing that there was no permanent damage, the tension in Jiang Xun's heart finally eased. He exhaled deeply, his demeanor shifting from the previous icy sharpness to a more relaxed state. However, new questions soon surfaced. Frowning, he looked at Wang Qingfen. How could there be such a sudden loss of potassium? This question acted like a key, unlocking Pandora's box. The gaze behind Wang Qingfen's lenses instantly transformed, becoming laden with significance. She glanced at Jiang Xun, whose handsome face, previously filled with charm, now bore an expression of pure confusion, and then at Wenwan, who lay weakly on the bed like a white lotus battered by rain, yearning to bury her face entirely in the covers. Then, in an exceedingly professional tone reminiscent of a discussion on esteemed medical journal articles, she slowly articulated, there are numerous causes of acute hypokalemia, such as certain endocrine disorders or the influence of medications. However, she deliberately paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, as if savoring the thrill of revealing a forthcoming revelation. According to the intelligence provided by Miss Lin Chuyang, who accompanied her, the moment these words were uttered, Lin Chuyang, who had been striving to diminish her presence in the corner, suddenly stiffened, almost curling into a ball. Wang Qingfen's gaze casually swept over Lin Chuyang, and she continued with her unflappable voice. In this case, it is highly probable that the patient's condition is due to significant fluid loss over a short period. Fluid loss? Jiang Xun was taken aback. He meticulously recalled the frantic 8+ hours from last night to this morning. Wenwan seemed merely to be glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Could excessive sweating truly lead to paralysis? This medical reasoning appeared rather enigmatic. Observing the clarity and untainted bewilderment in Jiang Xun's eyes, Wang Qingfen felt that her illustrious career as an emergency department director was facing an unprecedented challenge today. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Xun earnestly inquired, Director Wang, what precisely do you mean by fluid? Wang Qingfen demonstrated the professionalism of a top-tier physician. Disregarding the expressions of Lin Chuyang and Wenwan, who appeared as if they might evaporate from embarrassment, and calmly elucidated, fluid refers to all bodily liquids, including blood, interstitial fluid, lymph, and of course, sweat, digestive juices, and any other secretions. These fluids are rich in electrolytes such as sodium, potassium, and calcium, which are vital for maintaining normal neuromuscular function. Her explanation was meticulous and logically sound, yet each word struck like a small hammer, resonating with both Wenwan and Lin Chuyang's hearts. Jiang Xun understood. Indeed, excessive sweating could lead to serious issues. Being a person adept at summarizing experiences to avoid mistakes, he promptly probed further. How can we prevent this from happening again? Wang Qingfen's gaze swept across Jiang Xun's flawless physique, which radiated energy rather than fatigue. After a moment of contemplation, she presented a highly constructive prevention plan. First, pay attention to hydration and electrolyte replenishment during the process, such as preparing some sports drinks. Second, appropriately control the intensity and duration of exercise, considering that others may not possess your constitution. Third, afterward, one could supplement with high potassium foods like bananas. While her words sounded like medical advice, the content resembled an intensive user manual tailored for Jiang Xun. After listening, Jiang Xun nodded thoughtfully, his face reflecting a dawning realization, and then he sincerely expressed his gratitude. I understand now. Thank you, Director Wang, for your professional guidance. This calm demeanor, this willingness to address a taboo subject as an academic inquiry, caught Wang Qingfen's attention. This man possesses not only a physique of monstrous caliber, but also a remarkable audacity. At this moment, another thought emerged in Jiang Xun's mind. The figure of Director Wang before him, professional, composed, and unflappable, is indeed an exceptional talent. As his future family will inevitably harbor numerous secrets that cannot be divulged to the outside world, a completely loyal and top-tier private medical team is indispensable. Wang Qingfen seems to be a commendable candidate for the chief position. Just as Jiang Xun was preparing to leave with Wenwan, who had replenished her potassium levels and regained some strength, the heavy door of the VIP ward was abruptly flung open with a nearly savage force. Two figures, filled with overwhelming fury and palpable concern, burst in like cannonballs. Leading the charge were Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu. Today, Mu Qingxue was clad in a sharply tailored silver-gray suit, her hair meticulously styled into an elegant updo. The poised demeanor of a calm queen was momentarily disrupted by her hasty entrance, as a few strands of hair escaped, and her usually steady breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling violently. Her icy visage was etched with an unprecedented alarm and dread. Following closely behind, Su Qingyu appeared even more disheveled. The hem of her alluring red dress was wrinkled, and one of her high heels had fallen off, leaving her barefoot. Her typically enchanting eyes now reflected nothing but a burning urgency and seething anger. It was evident that they had caught wind of some version of a rumor so harrowing it shattered their hearts, prompting them to rush over at breakneck speed. Upon entering the ward, their gazes immediately fixated on Jiang Xun, standing by the bedside. The moment they confirmed his safety, their extreme worry transformed into unrestrained fury. They glared at Jiang Xun and, in unison, demanded, "Are you on the verge of death?" Chapter 80. Breaking news. You are about to become the youngest widow half an hour earlier, in the conference room at the apex of the Tianqi group. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a vacuum. Seated around the vast oval conference table were a cadre of influential figures who held the fate of the Tianqi group in their hands, each breath taken with utmost caution. At the head of the table sat Mu Qingxue, poised and regal. She wore an impeccably tailored Versace silver-gray suit, the clean lines accentuating her curvaceous figure without a single superfluous wrinkle. Her lustrous black hair was meticulously fashioned into a bun, revealing her smooth forehead and elegantly elongated neck. Though she wore no glasses, her piercing, frosty gaze seemed more insightful than any lens, as if it could freeze the very air around her. I shall reiterate one final time. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the hearts of all present. The plan must be executed. There are objections. Now the resignation letter and the equity transfer agreement can be submitted together. An elder director, his hair tinged with gray, attempted to assert his seniority. Just as he opened his mouth, Mu Qingxue cast a languid glance in his direction. "Director Liu, would you like me to publicly disclose the detailed accounts of the 70 million you transferred through an offshore shell company last quarter?" The color drained from Director Liu's face, turning it the hue of a liver, rendering him utterly speechless. The entire conference room fell into an oppressive silence. This was Mu Qingxue, the queen of the Tianqi group. Her will was the unyielding law of the organization. At that moment, her personal phone, specifically set up to receive information related to Jiang Xun, lit up beside her and began to vibrate with a frenzied urgency, as if issuing a silent, desperate lament. Once, twice, 10 times, the vibrations were unlike anything she had ever experienced, a frantic cry for help. A sudden wave of inexplicable unease gripped her heart, maintaining her facade of calm. She exchanged a knowing glance with her assistant behind her. The assistant understood immediately and silently handed her a tablet. On the screen, a bold, highlighted news flash from Jinling Finance blared. Breaking. National Treasure Jiang Xun is critically ill for unknown reasons and has been urgently isolated for rescue at Jinling First People's Hospital. Mu Qingxue, the heiress of the Tianqi group, may become one of the wealthiest and youngest widows in Jinling's history. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated in Mu Qingxue's mind. Widow? Those two syllables pierced her consciousness like red-hot needles. The world around her instantly lost all sound and color, leaving only that stark, horrifying text. The blood drained from her face at a visible pace, leaving her paler than a sheet of A4 paper. With a snap, the six-figure Mont Blanc pen she had been clutching shattered between her fingers, ink splattering across her hand, unnoticed. Her husband, the divine being she had devoted her life to pursuing and serving, the ultimate manifestation of her worth, was dying? The thought left her feeling icy, as though she had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. All plans for royal succession, the multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, the board, none of it mattered at that moment. If even the sun were to extinguish, what value would the sunflowers, forever chasing its light, hold? Adjourned. The words escaped her colorless lips, hoarse and unrecognizable. She abruptly pushed back her chair, disregarding the astonished gazes of the board members, and, like a frenzied she-beast, staggered out of the conference room. The sound of her high heels striking the polished marble floor was no longer the elegant cadence of someone in control, but rather the frantic, desperate clatter of panic and despair. Meanwhile, at Coastal Media Studio 1. Click. What are you all doing? Haven't you eaten? Action. What I demand are soul-stirring moves. Not this clumsy display. A fiery voice, tinged with the rustic charm of the Northeast, resonated throughout the venue. Su Qingyu stood defiantly, hands on her hips, before the monitor, vociferously berating the awkward newcomers on stage. She was adorned in a striking red silk jumpsuit, the plunging neckline revealing a breathtaking curve that captivated all who beheld her. The fabric clung to her voluptuous figure like a second skin, while a golden chain belt accentuated her tiny waist to perfection. Her signature cascading waves of hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, and with her enchanting visage, she resembled a walking flame, capable of igniting anything in her path. "Look at you lot. Each one of you appears as if you've been struck by a stupor," she scolded, her disappointment palpable. "Learn from your senior. I am a married woman, brimming with boundless energy." She proudly thumped her chest, eliciting friendly laughter from the surrounding staff. A playful assistant approached, grinning, and inquired, "Sue, when will you bring your husband over to enlighten us?" "Away with you. He is my treasure, not for your eyes." Su Qingyu feigned disdain, though her pride was evident. Clearing her throat, she painted a grand vision for the trainees. "Practice diligently. One day, when I manage to please my husband and bring him to the company to meet you, you shall understand what a true man is." Just then, her chief secretary rushed over, pale and breathless, clutching a phone. "Sue, it's bad. A major incident has occurred. What on earth are you rambling about? Is the sky falling?" Su Qingyu furrowed her brow in irritation. Upon taking the phone and glancing at the news on the screen, her smile vanished instantaneously. The allure and mischief that usually danced in her captivating phoenix eyes evaporated, leaving behind a stark, disbelieving shock. "Who dares to spread such slander?" Her voice trembled. Almost immediately, phones began to ring chaotically from all corners, and the frightened gazes of the staff turned toward her. "This is no mere rumor, it is true." A chill swept from her feet to her crown, and Su Qingyu felt as though her heart was gripped tightly by an icy hand, nearly ceasing to beat. That man, the only one who could see through her facades, the one who held her heart captive, the one who made her willingly surrender everything. Was he to be lost? No. A piercing scream echoed through the entire studio. In the next instant, Su Qingyu lifted her foot and violently kicked over a camera worth millions. "Prepare the car," she roared, her eyes blazing like a furious lioness. "Clear the way for me. Whoever dares to obstruct shall be ruthlessly swept aside." On the main thoroughfare of Jinling City, a surreal scene unfolded. A black Hunan, exhibiting an utterly incongruous wildness befitting its composed exterior, weaved through the traffic with reckless abandon, its engine roaring like a ferocious beast. Meanwhile, on another road, a convoy of 5 crimson Ferraris blatantly disregarded all traffic regulations, dashing through red lights like arrows released from a bow. Racing towards a singular destination, the VIP entrance of Jinling First People's Hospital. Screech. The jarring sound of brakes echoed simultaneously. The Cullinan and the leading Ferrari came to a precarious halt, their fronts nearly touching. The doors swung open in unison. Mu Qingxue burst forth from the Cullinan, her hair disheveled, her meticulously applied makeup now smudged by tears and sweat, her usually straight posture slightly hunched, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Su Qingyu leaped from the Ferrari, her haste causing her to lose a costly stiletto, leaving her bare foot planted on the frigid ground, her face, typically alluring, now etched with stark panic. These two women, often adversaries, unexpectedly crossed paths at the hospital entrance. Their gazes met in the air, devoid of their customary rivalry, devoid of verbal sparring. What remained was a reflection of each other's desperation and fear, potent enough to incinerate everything in its path. In that moment, they were no longer foes, merely two pitiful women on the brink of losing their entire world. Without uttering a single word, they seemed to reach an unspoken agreement, racing madly through the hospital doors. When they finally summoned their last ounce of strength to crash through the heavy VIP ward door, they were met with a striking sight. Jiang Xun stood unscathed beside the hospital bed, even taking the time to adjust his cuffs. His white shirt bore not a single crease, and his exquisitely handsome face retained that infuriatingly nonchalant demeanor. Beside him lay the woman named Wenwan, whose beauty resembled a delicate ink-wash painting. The sheer terror that had gripped them transformed into unbridled fury at the sight of his well-being. The overwhelming dread and concern morphed in an instant into an inferno of rage. Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu fixed their gazes upon Jiang Xun, and in unison, with all the strength they could muster, they demanded, "Are you about to die?" Chapter 81. Enough, curse me again, and I may truly meet my end. The simultaneous inquiry, laden with enough panic and fury to topple the very roof, detonated like twin thunderclaps within the VIP ward. Jiang Xun, who had been soothing Wenwan's arm, froze momentarily at their words. Slowly, he raised his head, meeting the gaze of two eyes, red with emotion. nearly ablaze with intensity. One pair of eyes reflected the chilling aftermath of a glacier's collapse, their icy beauty still haunted by the remnants of terror. Another pair, once alluring, now blazed with a tempestuous fury. Jiang Xun stood momentarily stunned, a wave of incredulous amusement rising from the depths of his heart. Before he could voice his thoughts, Mu Qingxue, like a gust of wind, rushed towards him. She disregarded all decorum, seizing Jiang Xun's hand, her icy fingers anxiously probing his form, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Where are you injured? The news said you were in critical condition. Are you suffering from renal failure?" Her usually composed visage was now devoid of color. Strands of hair clinging to her damp forehead, pressed against her pallid skin. Her breathing, typically steady, was now rapid and labored as if she had just completed a marathon. The tailored silver-gray suit she wore was now wrinkled from her frantic sprint, rendering her appearance both disheveled and pitiable. Following closely was Su Qingyu, in an even more exaggerated state, one foot bare, while the other wobbled precariously in a red stiletto, her alluring dress bearing signs of wear. She roughly shoved Mu Qingxue aside, cradling Jiang Xun's face in her hands, her voice tinged with desperation and a heavy regional accent. "Sun Gu, look at your pale face. Are you really in that bad of shape? Which scoundrel did this to you? Tell me, and I shall scatter their ashes." Observing these two women, who typically bickered like rival hens, now revealing their primal fear and concern over an absurd rumor, Jiang Xun felt an inexplicable softening within him. "All right," he said, extending his hands to gently press down on their heads, as if soothing two agitated cats. "If you keep cursing me, I might just kick the bucket." His voice, languid yet imbued with an enchanting charm, instantly calmed the tempest within their hearts. Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu were momentarily taken aback, finally registering the warmth of his palms and the lazy, helpless charm of his handsome visage, which bore no trace of someone on the brink of death. The extreme fear and anxiety they had felt swiftly transformed into a surge of indignation upon confirming his safety. Jiang Xun, Mu Qingxue was the first to react, abruptly swatting his hands away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" she began, only to swallow her words mid-sentence, biting her lip fiercely, her chest heaving with emotion. "Goodness, were you just toying with us?" Su Qingyu erupted. "My limited edition Ferrari is now a wreck. I've even lost my shoes." Jiang Xun chose to ignore their accusations, instead gesturing towards the frail Wenwan on the hospital bed, who seemed eager to curl into herself, then to Lin Zhaoyang, who wore a bewildered expression, and finally to Wang Qingfen, who appeared professional yet harbored a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Acute hypokalemic paralysis," he succinctly explained. "In simpler terms, it's due to excessive sweating, temporary paralysis. It has nothing to do with the kidneys, and he won't die from it." As soon as he spoke these words, Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu's gazes converged like two piercing searchlights, instantly fixating on the frail, ethereal woman lying on the hospital bed, resembling a delicate ink painting. The atmosphere became palpably tense. "Sweating excessively?" Mu Qingxue echoed the words, an icy chill gathering in her glacier-like eyes. "Who is she?" "The queen of Tianqi Group. A top-tier problem solver." In an instant, all the blush-inducing details behind those 4 words flooded her mind. "Goodness." Su Qingyu, more forthright, crossed her arms and limped towards the bedside in her high heels. From her elevated position, she scrutinized Wenwan with a hint of mocking amusement. "I must say, sister, you really went all out. Playing with my brother's son like that, and ended up in the hospital? Your skills need some serious honing." Wenwan, already suffused with shame and fury, found herself further cornered by the formidable presence of these two women, burying her face deeper into the covers, her ears burning crimson as her body trembled slightly. "Su Qingyu, be quiet," Mu Qingxue interjected coldly. She was not defending Wenwan, but rather preserving Jiang Xun's dignity. In the next moment, she regained her composure as the queen of Tianqi Group and began to issue commands with methodical precision. "Director Wang, please arrange for Miss Wenwan to be transferred immediately to our private rehabilitation facility under Tianqi Group. The environment there is superior and more tranquil. Additionally, I would like a comprehensive rehabilitation plan, including dietary and subsequent therapeutic measures, all expenses to be covered by me." Her voice was calm and professional, as if the flustered woman from moments ago had been but a figment of imagination. Su Qingyu pursed her lips, choosing silence. Yet her phoenix-like eyes remained fixed on Wenwan, as if branding her possession with an invisible label. A silent war raged fiercely within the confines of the small VIP room. Jiang Xun observed with keen interest, watching as Mu Qing meticulously orchestrated everything, while Su Qingyu assertively declared her claims, and Wen Wan remained helplessly in the background. This bittersweet experience of sovereign power was indeed intoxicating. His gaze ultimately settled on the emergency department head, Wang Qingfen, who maintained an unwavering professionalism and composure throughout. This woman, from start to finish, spoke not a word of superfluous chatter nor displayed any unnecessary emotion. She managed various emergencies with impeccable organization and even swiftly quelled absurd antics from Director Liu. She was truly a rare talent. A resolute thought solidified in Jiang Xun's mind. He required a completely dedicated, proficient team capable of managing all these matters. The future family would inevitably involve numerous secrets impervious to the outside world, such as proprietary medications and the potential peculiarities of the female leads. An entirely loyal, top-tier private medical team was indispensable. Wang Qingfen appeared to be a promising candidate for the chief position. Director Wang. Chapter 82. The Power of Currency. I will purchase your fish pond outright. Jiang Xun suddenly interjected, interrupting Mu Qingshue's arrangements. All eyes turned towards him. He approached Wang Qingfen, his gaze steady and composed. Resign, he stated with an air of undeniable authority. Come and serve as my chief private medical advisor. Name your salary, benefits, and research funding. I shall accommodate your demands. I have but one condition. All your time and expertise must be dedicated solely to me and my family. At this proclamation, the room fell into stunned silence. Mu Qingxue and Su Qingyu exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Jiang Xun's unexpected decision. Wang Qingfen was equally taken aback. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her sharp eyes behind the lenses reflecting a moment of pure astonishment. She had encountered many wealthy individuals eager to recruit her, yet had never received such a direct and domineering invitation. After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Qingfen swiftly regained her composure. She regarded Jiang Xun's striking visage, one that could drive any woman to madness, and noted the inherent desire for control in his eyes. Slowly, she shook her head with clarity. I am sorry, Mr. Jiang, but I must decline. Jiang Xun raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time he had been so unequivocally rejected since arriving in this world. Reasons? He inquired succinctly. There are three. Wang Qingfen's tone was impeccable, akin to delivering an academic report. Firstly, top-tier medical expertise requires a vast array of diverse cases to maintain and enhance its proficiency. I do not wish to devolve into a mere health consultant handling low potassium levels and nutritional balance in a few years. Secondly, a genuine medical team necessitates specialists from various fields such as neurology, cardiology, and radiology, as well as precision instruments worth millions and extensive logistical support. I alone cannot uphold the enterprise you envision. I am merely an emergency physician. Thirdly, she paused, locking her gaze with Jiang Xun's eyes, neither servile nor arrogant. I pursue my profession with ambition. I refuse to become a mere appendage to a wealthy family. Her words resonated powerfully, instilling in Jiang Xun a sense of defeat for the first time. He realized that in this realm, his identity as a national treasure and the wealth bestowed by the system could secure the submissiveness and admiration of women. Yet they could not procure the intrinsic professional dignity of a top-tier talent. This refusal struck him like a bucket of cold water, awakening him from a state of unfounded omnipotence. He suddenly recognized that beyond the system and the women surrounding him, he possessed no genuine foundation. The so-called power was merely a castle in the air, built upon sand, easily toppled by a gust of wind. The notion of establishing his own true influence transformed from a vague thought into a clear and urgent objective. The atmosphere in the ward, disrupted by this decisive refusal, descended into a brief awkwardness. Just as Jiang Xun fell into contemplation and Su Qingyu prepared to mock Wang Qingfen for her apparent lack of insight, Mu Qingxue suddenly stepped forward, standing before Wang Qingfen. A perfectly measured smile graced her lips, and her cool phoenix eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom, as though the flustered woman from moments ago had never existed. Director Wang, her voice was gentle yet resolute. Perhaps we could explore a different mode of collaboration. Wang Qingfen regarded Mu Qingxue with a scrutinizing gaze, well aware of the billion-dollar female president of Tianqi Financial, a legend in the business realm of Jinling City. Unperturbed by Wang Qingfen's appraisal, Mu Qingxue continued, her pace steady and her logic strikingly clear. I fully comprehend and greatly respect the 3 reasons you provided. Your pursuit of technological excellence necessitates a wealth of cases and team support. Your adherence to professional dignity prevents you from becoming a mere appendage. She smiled slightly. A smile reminiscent of snow melting in spring, infused with a hint of strategic brilliance. Now, what if there exists a collaborative approach that fulfills all your professional aspirations while allowing you to serve Mr. Jiang? Would you be inclined to consider it? Wang Qingfen furrowed her brow, remaining silent, yet the vigilance in her eyes indicated she was attentively listening. Mu Qingxue extended a slender finger. Tianqi Biotech, a subsidiary of Tianqi Group, will donate a state-of-the-art research building to Jinling First People's Hospital in the name of the group, equipped with the most advanced medical apparatus available worldwide. She raised a second finger. Furthermore, Tianqi will establish a dedicated health assurance fund for exceptional talent, with an initial investment of 1 billion, aimed at supporting the hospital's cutting-edge research in cardiovascular, neurosciences, and emergency medicine. Within the ward, even the sound of breathing vanished. Su Qingyu slightly parted her lips, momentarily forgetting what she had intended to say. Wang Qingfen's pupils behind her glasses suddenly constricted. To donate a building, supply equipment, and inject another billion into a fund? What does that signify? Such generosity could compel any hospital director to spring from their bed at night, kneeling to sign a contract. Seemingly oblivious to their astonishment, Mu Qingshue's voice remained calm. Or rather Mr. Jiang's, sole requirement is straightforward. Her gaze shifted to Wang Qingfen, imbued with an undeniable force. The hospital must assemble a specialized expert care group with the utmost strength, led by you, Director Wang Qingfen. Additionally, the intern nurse Anren will be formally integrated into the expert group as a core nursing member. This expert group will enjoy the highest priority in accessing any department, equipment, or specialist within the hospital. Its exclusive service target will be Mr. Jiang Xun, available to respond to his health needs 24/7. As Mu Qingshue's words resonated, the world fell silent. This proposal was nothing short of diabolical. It did not refute any of Wang Qingfen's arguments. Instead, it transformed her reasons into the very foundation of collaboration. You mentioned the need for cases and technological advancement. I shall provide you with a building, a suite of state-of-the-art global equipment, accompanied by 1 billion in funding, allowing you to collaborate with the entire team of experts at your disposal. You expressed the need for a team? Very well, I shall appoint you as the leader, with the elite members of the Jinling First People's Hospital as your collaborators. You wish to avoid being a subordinate? Fear not, you will retain your position as the hospital's director, presiding over the expert group, fulfilling the strategic collaboration between the hospital and the Tianqi Group, rather than serving as an individual private physician. Your identity, status, and professional dignity remain not only intact, but are elevated to unprecedented heights. Wang Qingfen was thoroughly bewildered by this series of maneuvers. She gazed at Mu Qingxue, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. For the first time, she recognized that, in the hands of truly astute individuals, money could transform into a formidable, irresistible force of overt persuasion. This was no longer about recruiting individuals. It was akin to purchasing the entire pond and designating a specific fish to be at one's beck and call. And she was that designated fish, utterly unable to refuse. Mu Qingxue observed the shock on Wang Qingfen's face, a look of utter defeat, and a subtle smile graced her lips. She did not allow her counterpart any time for contemplation or struggle. With poise, she retrieved her mobile phone, unlocked it, accessed her contacts, and dialed a number. The fluidity of her actions exuded the decisiveness of a business queen. The call was almost instantly connected. Director Zhang, this is Mu Qingxue. Her voice regained the coldness and authority of an ice queen. The Tianqi Group has decided to initiate a strategic collaboration with your esteemed institution concerning special talent health guarantees. In half an hour, our group's legal director and investment department head will arrive at the hospital to discuss the specifics of the donation for the research building and the establishment of a special fund. Please be prepared. With that, she did not grant her interlocutor a moment to respond, promptly ending the call. A soft click signified the conclusion of the conversation. In the entire ward, one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 83. Who dares to call me out? Your number is revoked. At the surgical nurse station of Jinling First People's Hospital, Anren's steps were noticeably unsteady, each footfall akin to treading on cotton. She strained her body to hang the freshly replaced 4 bag on the pole, adjusting the drip rate. The numbers before her eyes blurred into a double vision, compelling her to shut her eyes and shake her head vigorously to regain focus. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and dark circles under her eyes bore testament to the exhaustion of over 40 hours of continuous work, a feeble protest from her fatigued body. Yet, she dared not pause. Nurse Lu Li's piercing gaze, akin to two high-powered searchlights, remained fixed upon her, offering no escape from scrutiny. Lu Li sat at her station, her face adorned with meticulous makeup. Even the thick foundation could not conceal the harsh lines of age around her eyes and mouth. The pair of eyes, adorned with meticulously drawn upturned eyeliner, coupled with her thin lips, rendered her reminiscent of a reptile poised to unleash venom at any moment. She scrutinized the precariously swaying figure in the distance with a gaze that was both cold and calculating, and Rand felt a chill creep down her spine under the weight of that stare, compelling her to lower her head further and feign concentration on her tasks. A few nurses, who were known for their penchant for gossip, gathered nearby, whispering in hushed tones. "Look at her. She seems on the verge of collapse. Serves her right. She was fortunate for too long, and now her fortune has turned. Indeed, does she not realize her own worth? Does she truly believe she has risen to the heights of grandeur?" Their furtive whispers pierced in Rand's ears like a multitude of tiny needles, exacerbating the chaos already buzzing in her mind. Shame, indignation, and an endless fatigue surged through her taut nerves like an unrelenting tide. At that moment, a shrill ring of a telephone shattered the oppressive silence. It was the internal line on the head nurse's desk. Lu Li glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting slightly before she donned a facade of humility and warmth, answering the call. "Hello, Secretary Li, good day? What instructions do you have for me?" From the other end, the voice of the director's secretary, Xiao Li, resonated clearly. "Head Nurse Lu, the director requests that you bring in Rand to his office immediately." Upon hearing that name, Lu Li's smile faltered abruptly. Jealousy, like a cold, venomous serpent, coiled tightly around her heart, constricting with ferocity. Why her? That private health consultant, summoned by Mr. Jiang, should not be this inexperienced girl who knows nothing beyond her studies. That golden opportunity was rightfully hers, or belonged to someone she designated. The flames of indignation surged within her, almost consuming her sanity. She inhaled deeply, and when she spoke again, her tone transformed into one of exaggerated concern and sorrow. "Oh dear, Secretary Li, how unfortunate," Lu Li remarked, intentionally raising her voice to ensure that everyone in the nurse's station, particularly in Rand, could hear her clearly. "I fear in Rand may not be able to come after all. You see, her physical constitution is rather poor. She fainted on duty after just one night's shift. I just sent her to the break room to rest." While she spun her web of deceit, her gaze was sharp as a blade, laced with scorn and malice, slicing through in Rand's very being. And Rand's body jolted in disbelief, lifting her head to gaze at the woman performing for the phone. "I did not faint. I did not." Lu Li completely disregarded in Rand's look of humiliation and desperation, continuing to embellish her narrative in a tone laden with feigned sorrow. "It seems she truly is unsuited for the high-intensity work of our hospital. I am preparing to report to the hospital, suggesting that we refrain from ultimately hiring this frail newcomer, lest she becomes a burden to everyone. What do you think?" The last sentence struck Anren's heart like a heavy hammer. Shame, grievance, anger, and an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed her in an instant. She recognized that Lu Li was deliberately undermining her, intent on her ruin. Yet, what could she do? She was merely a probationary nurse, lacking power and influence. Should she report this? Would the leadership believe a mid-level official who had worked in the hospital for over a decade, or heed the words of a mere novice nurse? The answer was painfully evident. The gazes of the surrounding nurses had shifted from mere jealousy to unabashed disdain and glee at her misfortune, as if they were observing a condemned failure. Anren felt her world slowly crumbling around her. In the director's office, Secretary Li hung up the phone, a look of confusion on her face, and hurried to report to Director Zhang Haiping. "Director, Nurse Lu said that Anren fainted during the night shift due to her poor health and cannot come in. She also suggested that we do not finalize her employment." Zhang Haiping, engrossed in paperwork, halted abruptly, leaving an unsightly ink mark on the document. He lifted his head, his brow furrowing deeply. Fainted? This felt off. Who was Anren? She was the individual personally requested by Mr. Jiang Xun. For Zhang Haiping, Anren was no longer just an ordinary nurse. She represented a crucial link. one that could connect him with a national treasure standing atop the pyramid of Jinling City. Should this link sever, the repercussions would be immense. Are you certain Lu Li said this? Zhang Haiping's voice deepened. Absolutely. She expressed her regret, stating that Anren is unsuitable for high-intensity work. Secretary Li replied candidly. Zhang Haiping's eyes narrowed. His years in the political arena had honed his instincts, alerting him to the underlying machinations at play. He refrained from further inquiries, directly picking up another phone to dial the head of the Human Resources Department. Old Joe, please investigate the recent duty roster for the new nurse Anren in the general ward and send it to me immediately. Within a minute, an electronic duty roster appeared on Zhang Haiping's terminal. Upon scrutinizing the densely packed schedule, his complexion turned a pallid shade of anger. From 5 p.m. yesterday until 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow, an uninterrupted 72 hours of duty. This was not scheduling. It was murder. Damn it. Zhang Haiping suppressed his fury, his fingers tapping rapidly on the desk as he accessed the surveillance footage from the nurse's station corridor. He quickly located the silhouettes of Lu Li and Anren. In the footage, Lu Li's imperious and acerbic demeanor starkly contrasted with Anren's pale, haggard, and submissive appearance. Immediately thereafter, he contacted another trusted associate. Inquire about what Lu Li said and did at the nurse's station today regarding Anren. I require the most detailed report within 10 minutes. The individual on the other end of the line was remarkably efficient. Within less than 10 minutes, a comprehensive investigation report landed in Zhang Haiping's inbox. The report meticulously documented Lu Li's words, replete with insults and bullying, without a single deviation. Ah, the youth. How fortunate it is to engage in physical activity. What an audacious presumption to think that merely by conducting a physical examination for Mr. Jiang, one has acquired the wings of invincibility. If not, then endure it. Do not forget, you have yet to secure your position, gauge your own worth. The evidence was irrefutable, as solid as iron. Zhang Haiping stared at the chilling lines of text on the screen, his body trembling with fury. He finally comprehended the entirety of the situation. This fool named Lu Li, driven by envy, had the audacity to openly bully someone whom Mr. Jiang had specifically requested, even attempting to employ such despicable tactics to drive them away. What was she doing? She was digging her own grave. She was sabotaging her own future. An inferno of rage erupted within him. It was not the righteous flame of justice for Anren, but rather the explosive fury of a meticulously crafted plan being disrupted by a fool. An affront to his core interests. Bang! Zhang Haiping slammed his palm against the table, the solid wood resonating with a thunderous sound. He rose to his feet, his expression dark enough to drip with water, and bellowed at the secretary, who was already rendered speechless with fear. This is insurrection. It is utterly intolerable. He must address this matter immediately, not only to seek justice for Anren, but also to seize this opportunity to demonstrate his formidable methods, absolute efficiency, and unwavering loyalty to Mr. Jiang. Chapter 84. The head nurse steps down, and Ran comes home with me. Zhang Haiping, accompanied by his secretary and hospital disciplinary personnel, stormed into the nurse's station like a dark whirlwind, exuding an aura of menace. As they appeared in the bustling area, an instant silence enveloped the room. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden commotion. Lu Li's smile froze upon her face. She had yet to comprehend the situation when Zhang Haiping approached her directly. He forcefully slammed a printed roster and several anonymous complaint letters onto the table before her, his voice resonating like thunder on a winter-esque day. Head nurse Lu Li, you have done well. You are quite bold. Zhang Haiping publicly exposed Lu Li's malicious arrangement of Anren's continuous 72-hour shifts without respite, depriving her of rest, and subjecting her to verbal bullying with irrefutable evidence. He chastised Lu Li for disregarding the health of medical staff, disrupting the internal harmony of the hospital, and severely damaging its reputation. Lu Li's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. She attempted to deny her actions and even resorted to tears in a plea for mercy. But Zhang Haiping offered her no opportunity for reprieve. His gaze was frigid as he declared, in light of head nurse Lu Li's serious misconduct, which has caused a detrimental impact, the hospital leadership has decided to immediately revoke her position as head nurse and terminate her employment. Proceed with the resignation formalities at once. The words resonated like a thunderclap at the nurse's station, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Lu Li collapsed to the ground, her mouth agape yet unable to emit a sound, as if all her strength had been instantly sapped away. The illustrious career she had prided herself on as head nurse concluded in the most humiliating manner before the eyes of her colleagues. When Ran was found, she was already faint from weakness, having succumbed to slumber in the break room. Upon learning the entire truth from Director Jiang, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. In those tears lay a release of pent-up grievances, a lingering fear of salvation, but above all, profound gratitude towards Mr. Jiang. The nurses who had previously relished in her misfortune now appeared as pale as ghosts, huddled in corners like chickens grasped by the throat, too afraid to breathe. Their fearful gazes fixated on the crumpled form of Lu Li, the former head nurse, who now lay like a lifeless mass, her eyes vacant, her mouth slightly ajar, drool trickling down the corners of her lips, utterly oblivious to her plight. She had been dismissed, cast out in the most disgraceful and resolute manner by the director before the assembly of her peers. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 5 minutes. From the moment Director Zhang Haiping descended upon them with disciplinary personnel like a deity, to his thunderous announcement of the decision. Was that truly the end? A young nurse trembled as she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Who was behind and ran? Another nurse's voice quivered with trepidation. A primal respect for authority supplanted their petty jealousy, washing over them like a cold torrent. In the VIP ward, Mu Qingxue had just hung up the phone, the crisp sound still echoing in the air. Wang Qingfin's pupils reflected the shock of sudden constriction. This was not merely recruitment. It was akin to purchasing an entire pond, with a particular fish mandated to be at one's beck and call. And she was that designated fish. At that moment, the ward door was flung open once more. It was Director Zhang Haiping, flanked by 2 secretaries from the hospital's administrative office, all of them panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Ms. Mu, Mr. Jiang. Upon entering, Zhang Haiping donned a fervent and somewhat obsequious smile. Ignoring everyone else in the room, he approached Mu Qingxue directly, slightly bowing as he excitedly reported. I fully comprehend your instructions from the call. Our Jinling First People's Hospital wholeheartedly supports the strategic cooperation with Tianqi Group for Special Talent Health Baozhang. The secretary behind him promptly presented a freshly printed folder, still warm from the printer, labeled Strategic Cooperation Agreement for Special Talent Health Baozhang. Mu Qingxue did not take it. She merely cast a fleeting glance. Zhang Haiping immediately grasped the situation, personally unfolding the agreement and, akin to a salesman, pointed out the clauses while explaining to Wang Qingfin. Director Wang, behold this agreement, meticulously tailored for our hospital and for esteemed talents like yourself. The Tianqi Group is donating a research building along with a complete set of equipment. A special fund of 1 billion has been established. All of this is for you. You can lead the experts from the entire hospital to pursue any research endeavor you desire. You will continue to be the head of our emergency department, and moreover, the leader of this specialized expert group. Your identity, status, and remuneration will be elevated to unprecedented heights. Zhang Haiping's heart soared with elation. A contract of servitude? This was far from it. This was, in fact, a ticket to ascend to a higher echelons of power before retirement. During his tenure, securing such a substantial investment for the hospital and establishing a top-tier research facility would be his crowning achievement. With this monumental success, his ultimate ambition of climbing another rung on the ladder of power had found a most solid springboard, let alone merely reallocating 2 medical staff. If Mu Qingxue asked her to sell herself, she would comply without hesitation. Wang Qingfin observed Zhang Haiping's almost frenzied excitement and glanced at the agreement's almost insulting, decidedly one-sided terms, and her last shred of resistance evaporated. She understood that she lacked the power to refuse, nor did she possess any reason to do so. Mu Qingxue's grand strategy had transformed all her retreat paths and pride into the very foundation of collaboration. Ms. Mu, Mr. Jiang, regarding the nurse Anren you mentioned. Zhang Haiping shifted the conversation, immediately beginning to take credit. That audacious head nurse, Lu Li, out of jealousy and malice, had been bullying the newcomers, and I have dismissed her on the spot. Absolutely no tolerance. His tone was resolute, as if he were the embodiment of justice. Nurse Anren has endured some grievances and is a bit frail. I have already arranged for someone to bring her here. As his words fell, a girl clad in a patient gown, her complexion as pale as a sheet, appeared at the doorway, supported by a nurse. It was indeed Anren. Her eyes, often tinged with confusion and anxiety, were now brimming with tears, and the dark circles beneath her eyes rendered her reminiscent of a frightened fawn evoking deep sympathy. When her gaze met the figure languidly standing by the window, all her grievances, fears, and exhaustion instantaneously transformed into boundless gratitude and admiration. It was Mr. Jiang. He had saved her from the relentless 72-hour death roster, from Lu Li's venomous verbal torment, from the crumbling despair of her world. In her heart, Anren etched this man's name over and over again. The arrangements had been made, and Jiang Xun and his companions were preparing to depart. Mu Qingxue meticulously managed the subsequent handover, while Su Qingyu eagerly scrutinized Wang Qingfen, as if she were examining an intriguing new artifact. Just as Jiang Xun reached the doorway, he suddenly halted. He turned around, gazing at the still motionless Anren, whose face was awash with gratitude and confusion. With a languid flick of his finger, he beckoned her. "What are you still standing there for?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, imbued with an unmistakable tone of command. "Your new job begins now. Get in the car, we're going home." The words home struck Anren's heart like a gentle electric current. Her heart skipped a beat, and a wave of warmth surged to her cheeks, painting them a deep crimson. Home? Where exactly? Was it to his home? This thought rendered her mind a blank, leaving only the thunderous rhythm of her heartbeat. Nurses stood at the doorway, and those who had been secretly observing gasped collectively upon hearing the word. Their gazes towards Anren shifted from awe to an unmistakable, overwhelming jealousy. A meteoric rise. This was truly a meteoric rise. Chapter 85. The Queen's Cosplay. A bit overwhelming. The night was as dark as ink, and a few blinding headlights pierced the tranquility of the villa district. Jiang Xun drove the Xiaomi SU7 smoothly into the garage, closely followed by Mu Qingxue's black Hunan and Su Qingyu's somewhat battered red Ferrari, now reduced to a mere 4 vehicles. Finally, they had returned. Lin Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief, jumping out of the car and cautiously opening the back door, preparing to assist the still feeble Wan alongside his sister, Lin Wanqing. Anren, clad in a patient-esque gown, hurriedly descended from another vehicle, anxiously eager to help but uncertain of how to proceed. "Let me handle this." Jiang Xun approached the car, bending down to lift Wan effortlessly into his arms. She gasped softly, curling up against him, her face buried in his chest, resembling a frightened cat, devoid of any strength. The group surrounded Jiang Xun as they entered the villa's grand hall. Once everyone was inside, the once spacious hall suddenly felt a tad cramped. Mu Qingxue stood at the entrance, Su Qingyu leaned against the bar, and the Lin sisters flanked either side, while Anren stood in the corner like a student caught in wrongdoing, utterly at a loss. Lin Xiaoyang surveyed the scene and, scratching his head, blurted out a thought that had slipped past his filter. "Wow, everyone's here. It feels like the house has gotten a bit small, huh?" The moment the words left his mouth, the air thickened. Lin Wanqing facepalmed, emitting an almost inaudible sigh. Mu Qingxue's previously icy gaze flicked over Su Qingyu before lingering momentarily on Wan's pallid face. Su Qingyu, arms crossed, scrutinized Wan with her piercing phoenix eyes, a hint of playful amusement gracing her lips, as if to convey, "Is this it? Not very formidable, is it?" In the embrace of Jiang Xun, Wan's body stiffened slightly, wishing to shrink into a ball and disappear entirely. Jiang Xun acutely sensed the undercurrents of the atmosphere. This villa truly required a more spacious abode. He mentally noted this matter as he carried Wan directly toward a guest room, gently laying her upon the bed and covering her with a blanket. "Rest well," he said, turning to exit the room, addressing everyone. "Thank you for your hard work today." His gaze finally settled on Mu Qingxue, whose silver-gray suit bore the creases of a long day. Though her face had regained composure, the weariness in her eyes was undeniable. "Especially you, Qingxue," he remarked, "you handled things remarkably well. Tonight, you shall stay." This was both a statement and a reward, clearly indicating to all that he had his own system of rewards and penalties. Su Qingyu pouted, elongating her tone with a hint of playful grievance. "Hey, brother Sun, you're being rather biased, aren't you? I also exhausted a Ferrari today, and I didn't even receive a verbal commendation." Despite her complaints, her eyes sparkled, carrying a touch of endearment. Jiang Xun glanced at her lazily, replying, "Perform better next time, and the reward will be doubled." "Now that is more like it." Su Qingyu's face lit up as if she had received the grandest of promises. She approached the door of Wan's room, peeking inside like a proprietress asserting her claim. "Sister, you must take good care of yourself. Don't let yourself be so worn out next time, or Brother Sun might not be pleased. With that, she shot Jiang Xun a flirtatious glance, swaying her alluring waist as she departed with her entourage of Ferraris. In the hall, only Jiang Xun, Mu Qingxue, and the visibly anxious and Ran remained. Jiang Xun turned to and ran. Your room is the first on the left upstairs, with clean clothes inside. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. And Ran, taken aback, flushed, and almost fled upstairs. Now, the space was finally left with just him and Mu Qingxue. Husband, Mu Qingxue approached him. Her gaze lowered, the demeanor of the ice queen melting before him, reverting to a humble and submissive posture. Go to the master bedroom and wait for me. Jiang Xun instructed calmly before stepping into the bathroom. He needed to wash off the lingering scent of disinfectant from the hospital. Half an hour later, Jiang Xun donned a comfortable silk robe, towel drying his hair as he pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The familiar room he anticipated did not greet him. Instead, he was met with a dreamlike scene that left him momentarily entranced. The entire room was bathed in a deep, ethereal blue light, while countless tiny points of light flowed gently across the ceiling, resembling a magnificent galaxy. The air was suffused with a cool and sacred fragrance, reminiscent of osmanthus blossoms illuminated by the moonlight. Beneath that celestial expanse, a figure stood quietly. It was not Mu Qingxue, or rather, it was not the queen of the apocalypse group he was familiar with. Before him stood a lady clad in a cascading silver-white gown with wide sleeves, intricately embroidered with delicate patterns of laurel and clouds in the finest threads of gold and silver. With her gentle breaths, the fabric flowed like moonlight. Her long silver hair, cascading like a waterfall, was adorned with scattered pearls and gemstones, as if the Milky Way had descended to earth. In her hand, she held a moonlit staff crafted from a translucent material, the top of which bore a crescent moon radiating a soft, cool glow, casting an ethereal light upon her already flawless visage, rendering it as sacred as a deity, impervious to intrusion. In an instant, a character from a game flickered in Jiang Xun's mind. The original mythological hero, moon goddess, Changxi, from Honor of Kings. The Ice Queen, who typically enveloped herself in tailored suits, had now transformed into a serene and transcendent goddess, reigning over the night and stars. Her makeup was meticulously applied, featuring a silver crescent mark on her forehead and tiny flecks of shimmer at the corners of her eyes, her cool phoenix-like gaze appearing to encompass the entire cosmos. Mysterious and profound, the harmony of icy demeanor and divinity, of restraint and sanctity, fused flawlessly within her presence. Barefoot, she stood upon a soft woolen carpet, a delicate string of silver bells adorning her ankles, producing a faint, ethereal chime with her subtle movements. Upon seeing Jiang Xun enter, a flicker of barely perceptible tension crossed the moon goddess's eyes, yet it was overshadowed by an expectation tinged with desperation. She slowly lifted her gown, performing an elegant and ancient gesture of greeting. Her voice, cool yet slightly trembling, resonated in the tranquil room. I have prepared the moonlight divine blessing for you. Are you satisfied? Jiang Xun's gaze lingered upon her, from her sacred tresses to her unblemished, bare feet. He could not deny that Mu Qingxue had an extraordinary ability to elevate the art of pleasing him to new heights. He approached her slowly, raising a hand to gently caress the cool crescent mark upon her forehead, observing her eyelashes tremble ever so slightly at his touch. A playful smile curled at the corners of Jiang Xun's lips. The cosplay is quite impressive, he remarked, his voice deep and magnetic, whispering in Mu Qingxue's ear. But I sense that something seems to be amiss between us.